I didn't wake up. I got electrocuted. A sharp, wild jolt ran through my body like someone plugged me into a socket. My body convulsed, a scream escaped on its own, and my mind went blank. I fell off the bed, not understanding what was happening. Turned out, I had a system now. Not a helper. Not salvation. Something more like a supervisor with a taser. The system was called Super Farmer, and the first thing it told me was that I had a severe case of laziness. And that laziness had to be cured. Oversleep by 1 second? Get a jolt to the spine. Want to lie down after breakfast? Brace yourself for another shock. The system gave me my first task: run 3 kilometers in 20 minutes. For someone who can barely make it up the stairs, that sounded like a bad joke. I tried to bargain. The system didn't listen. Any excuse, penalty. Any attempt to slack off, threat of electrotherapy. I had no choice but to run. After the first kilometer, my legs were giving out. After the second, I collapsed. That's when the system activated the punishment. It wasn't just pain. It felt like I was being roasted from the inside, cell by cell. But when it was over, I was able to get up. My legs obeyed. I didn't know what the system did to me, but I kept going. 600 meters more and I reached the end. Task complete. The system gave me a reward: 100 points and a chance at a spin. Not much. But that's when I realized I had a choice. Either die trying to get stronger, or die the way I was. I chose the first. After that, the system gave me a starter pack. I opened the interface and, for the first time, saw what I really was: strength 4, endurance 3, flexibility 4, speed 6, and an average adult has 10 in all parameters. I wasn't just weak, I was a wreck. The system didn't sugarcoat it: combat ability below 5. Diagnosis: severe laziness. Recommendations: wake up early, engage in physical activity, labor therapy. Goal: turn you into a model rural worker. The starter pack included 3 items: initial gene serum, basic hunting skill pack, and health-enhancing gymnastics. But you could only learn the gymnastics with stats of 10 or more, and I couldn't take the serum until my body recovered. That left one option: hunting skills. I activated them. The information flooded my head like an electric surge. Archery, traps, animal behavior, fishing. As if I'd lived in the forest all my life. My head was spinning, but inside I finally felt like I was good at something. Then came the lottery. 6 slots, from simple bonuses to serious upgrades. I spun it. The pointers stopped on cooking skills. Seemed useless at first, but not for me. I'm just a simple village guy. And my mom works hard every day from morning till night. And if I couldn't fight yet, couldn't run without pain, couldn't lift a sack of fertilizer, then at least I could learn to cook. I learned everything. Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese, country-style dishes, all in just a couple minutes. As if I'd been a chef for 30 years. And the first thing I did was go to the garden, pick some vegetables, and cook lunch for my mom. No magic. Just pumpkin and bean soup, some stir-fried cabbage. But when she said, delicious, I realized this was the first useful thing I'd done in years. All day, I kept thinking about the gene serum. It was supposed to change everything. That night, when my mom fell asleep, I opened the system. My stats were still rock bottom. But this was my chance. I drank it. And instantly regretted it. It wasn't pain. It was hell. Felt like my bones were being crushed from the inside. Every cell was burning. I clenched my teeth. I knew the longer I held on, the stronger I'd become. I lasted 30 minutes. Then blacked out. But the system didn't stop. While I was unconscious, it rewrote my body. The same body that couldn't even handle running to the bathroom before. In the morning, I stood up. No pain. I looked in the mirror, and for the first time in my life, I saw strength in my eyes. New stats: strength 20, speed 19, endurance 17. I was no longer who I'd been yesterday. But it was only the first step. I went outside and ran along the lake. 3 kilometers without a single ache. The system gave me another reward: 100 points. Now I had 2 spins. First prize, 50 points. Second, a solar growth stimulator. A rare substance that boosts plant growth and improves harvest quality. Perfect for a farming system. I returned home. And for the first time in my life, started cleaning not because I had to, but because I wanted to. I found a mountain of dirty laundry. Everything that had piled up for months. I washed it all by hand. Until I was exhausted. By evening, even my upgraded body was aching. But when I finally sat down and exhaled, I realized I'd done something I couldn't have yesterday. The world wouldn't notice. But for me, this was the first real step to becoming a super farmer, getting rich, and pulling my family out of poverty so my mother would never have to break her back hauling heavy sacks again. Zhangjiawan, also known as Moon Lake Village, is a small village where Zhang Feng's family lives. The village is situated by the beautiful Dabing River and is home to around 70 or 80 households. The clear waters of the Dabing River meander eastward and form a crescent-shaped lake in the lowlands before the village. This is how the village came to be named Moon Lake Village. In the early morning, the small mountain village is shrouded in the mist rising from Moon Lake. From afar, it resembles a hidden paradise nestled in the clouds, or a mirage on the sea, ethereal and mysterious, like a celestial marketplace, a secluded mountain village full of poetic beauty and infinite charm. Just as the ancient poet once said, the chirping of birds makes the mountains even more serene. The village of Moon Lake, accompanied by roosters crowing at dawn, seems even more tranquil and peaceful. A ray of light shone through the wooden window and fell upon the bedside. Whether it was the light or a new habit of early rising, Zhang Feng gradually opened his eyes and slowly woke up. Phew! Closing his eyes again, Zhang Feng took a deep breath of the village's fresh mountain air, enjoying the natural oxygen bar, and felt invigorated. Standing by the window and looking into the distance, the morning glow was radiant, golden rays spreading across the sky. The fiery red sun had just begun to rise, partially obscured by light clouds, making it appear less dazzling. After washing up, Zhang Feng went into the backyard. His backyard was quite spacious, about 200 square meters, and the vegetables for the entire family throughout the year were grown here. I wonder if the solar bloom growth agent is really that effective? Zhang Feng muttered to himself. According to the system's description, the solar bloom growth agent condensed the essence of the sun and provided tremendous benefits to both animals and plants. Although the backyard was not large, it was fully functional. All common vegetables could be found there. It had napa cabbage, bok choy, pumpkins, cowpeas, eggplants, lettuce, and romaine. In addition to these staple vegetables, there were hyacinth beans, chayotes, loofahs, as well as green onions, garlic, tomatoes, cilantro, and ginger, all lush and thriving. Whatever vegetables one desired were available in the garden, making meals incredibly convenient. The solar bloom growth agent was a concentrated extract of solar essence and needed to be diluted with water for use. A single drop could be mixed with a bucket of water. When sprayed with a sprayer, it could irrigate half an acre of crops. After preparing the solution, Zhang Feng strapped on the sprayer, entered the backyard, and began watering the vegetables. The growth agent was quickly absorbed by the plants, with their stems and leaves taking in the nutrients and accelerating growth. In about 15 minutes, the entire garden had been watered. Seeing his handiwork, Zhang Feng felt a strong sense of accomplishment. After watering, Zhang Feng began weeding the backyard. As the saying goes, wildfires cannot destroy the grass, it grows again with the spring breeze. Qingshan County is located in the southwest, near Yunnan Province, where it is spring all year round. Even in the coldest winter months, the average temperature remains above 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. As a result, weeds in the yard grew rampant. Even after clearing them out, the yard would be full of weeds again within a week. Therefore, not only did the weeds need to be pulled out by the roots, but their seeds also had to be eliminated. Ideally, they should be removed before seeding so they could not regrow or spread. Moreover, removing the weeds prevented them from competing with the vegetables for the nutrients provided by the growth agent. My body is unbelievably powerful now, Zhang Feng marveled at his strength and endurance. The primary gene serum had brought him astonishing changes. Ancient legends spoke of warriors lifting cauldrons with ease, and Zhang Feng felt that he was not far off. He reckoned he could lift the 100 to 150 kilogram millstone at home with one hand. Zhang Feng bent over and weeded for more than half an hour, finally clearing the garden of all weeds. His face showed no flush, his breath was steady, and not a drop of sweat had been shed. For him, weeding was now as easy as taking a walk, completely devoid of challenge. Just then, a commotion arose in the front yard. Listening closely, it seemed his cousin had arrived and was greeting his mother. Big brother, the reservoir is releasing water. Hurry up and catch some fish, there are a lot of people there right now. Cousin Zhang Yi rushed into the backyard, shouting to Zhang Feng. What? The reservoir is releasing water again? As soon as Zhang Feng heard his cousin's voice, he dashed out of the house, asking excitedly. The Dabang River Reservoir typically released water a few times each year during the rainy season, from April to October, to reduce pressure and prevent flooding. This was often when local villagers could make some extra income, as fish from the reservoir would be flushed out with the water. At such times, almost everyone in the village, men, women, and children, would join in, wielding every kind of fishing tool imaginable. Not only villagers, but even city folks would ride motorcycles or drive their cars to come fish. The entire scene was as lively as a market, with people crowding the riverbanks. It became a true fishing carnival. Let's go! Quickly! Without delay, Zhang Feng grabbed the homemade fishing net his father once used, jumped on Zhang Yi's motorcycle, and the two brothers sped off toward the reservoir. Damn! Why are there so many people? These are not from our village, are they? Within minutes, Zhang Feng had arrived at the riverbank. The river was already packed with people, some with seine nets, some with spears, but most with hand nets, busy catching fish. Cries of excitement rang out from time to time, likely when someone caught a fish. The atmosphere was electric. Definitely not. Must be those bastards from the city. Zhang Yi scowled. In the past, only local villagers fished here. Now these outsiders were taking away everyone's catch. Forget them. Let us get to work, said Zhang Feng, picking up his gear. Zhang Yi also grabbed a net, and the two eagerly dashed into the river. They walked side by side into the water. Although it had rained recently, the Dabang River was still a small river, so the water level remained low, at most waist deep, and usually just knee-high. There was little danger. There! Big brother, there's one over there, Zhang Yi shouted excitedly, spotting a fish over a foot long swimming downstream. His outburst drew attention from nearby people who began to move in for the catch. Damn it, those assholes are shameless, Zhang Yi muttered, regretting his loud call that attracted competitors. Before anyone could react, Zhang Feng moved swiftly, wheeling his net with lightning speed toward the fish. The net splashed into the water, startling the fish. But before it could react, it was scooped up in one swift motion. Escape was impossible. It became Zhang Feng's first catch. His beginner hunting skill proved effective. Ha ha ha. Big brother, you're amazing. Let me see how big it is. Zhang Yi gleefully picked up the fish and proudly showed it off, as though he had caught it himself. You did not catch it, so what are you showing off for? The surrounding people were unimpressed with Zhang Yi's swagger. Haha, so what if I am? Zhang Yi grinned, placing the fish in their net basket by the shore and resumed the fishing spree. Zhang Feng was also delighted. The fish weighed at least 5 kilograms. There were fish buyers who had come all the way from the county, offering 7 to 8 yuan per half a kilogram. That one fish alone was worth 70 to 80 yuan. Of course, it was all thanks to the system's skills and the gene serum transformation. Without them, he would not have had such physical prowess. Catching fish had become significantly easier. Zhang Feng began to look forward to more good catches today. Seeing his cousin's serious expression, clearly spurred by Zhang Feng's catch, Zhang Feng smiled and continued searching. 2 or 3 minutes later, he spotted another target, a carp weighing around 2.5 to 3 kilograms, swimming toward him in panic. What luck, it was practically throwing itself into the net. Zhang Feng wasted no time and struck again, but unexpectedly, the carp suddenly veered off and swam toward Zhang Yi. Shaoyi, the fish is heading your way, Zhang Feng called out, not wanting the fish to be snatched by others, something that happened often and had even caused fights before. Got it, big brother. Watch me. Zhang Yi gripped his net and approached the fish carefully, then suddenly lunged with the net. Unfortunately, his aim was off. He only caught half the fish. The carp thrashed in the water, struggling to break free. But Zhang Feng would not let the opportunity slip. He leapt forward, plunged both hands into the water, and firmly pressed down on the carp, capturing it. Nice job, Shaoyi. This one looks like 2.5 to 3 kilograms, said Zhang Feng, handing over the fish in praise. Ha, Zhang Yi accepted the fish with a wide grin. It was his first catch, and he was overjoyed. A big fish is coming. Quick, catch it. Catch it. At that moment, the people closest to the reservoir's spillway cried out in surprise. The entire river instantly reacted. Everyone looked upstream and saw a massive black fish, over a meter long, tumbling out of the spillway and splashing into the water with a loud thud, sending up a sizable wave. This huge fish was like water splashing into hot oil. It triggered a surge of excitement among the crowd in the river, as everyone rushed upstream, hoping to catch it. Do not let it get away. The sight of the giant fish ignited the crowd's fervor. The fishing frenzy in the river grew even more intense. This was the largest fish anyone had seen today, estimated at 25 to 30 kilograms. Moreover, black snakehead fish are highly nutritious and fetch prices 2 to 3 times higher than regular fish. Catching it would mean not just a handsome profit of 7 to 800 yuan, but also considerable prestige. Still, some kept a clear head. They knew their tools and strength were not enough to handle such a large fish. After just a glance, they resumed their own efforts. Big brother, let us go. We must hurry. Zhang Yi could no longer hold back. Who would not be excited at the sight of such a large fish? Yes, we will go. But let us make something clear first. You must follow my lead. This fish is not easy to catch. We must be careful, Zhang Feng agreed. His cousin was in his 20s and physically strong, so there should not be any issues. Still, he gave a word of caution. A fish this size had strength comparable to an adult. If its tail struck someone, it would leave a massive bruise. Do not worry, big brother. I know. I will listen to you, Zhang Yi replied immediately. They had grown up together, stealing birds from trees and melons from fields, always with Zhang Feng taking the lead. They had caught fish together many times before. The two changed into wide fishing nets they had prepared. Hand nets were fine for smaller fish, but for fish weighing 10 to 15 kilograms, they were not strong enough. Bigger fish had more power, and hand nets might break under pressure. The wide nets were better suited for team efforts in capturing big fish. God! My hand is broken. My hand is broken. A man up ahead suddenly let out a painful shriek. His companion rushed him to shore, creating chaos at the scene. Someone got hit on the arm by the big fish. Sigh, that young man clearly has no experience. Exactly. A total hothead. He rushed in without thinking. I thought he was a pro. Some of those who had not gotten the chance to act were now gloating on the sidelines. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a false alarm. The man was only scared. His arm was not broken, but it had been dislocated and left immobile, so he thought it was broken. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi exchanged glances, both showing cautious expressions. Still, the incident did not deter them. They were experienced and had seen such things before. After adjusting their emotions, the two brothers continued toward the crowd surrounding the big fish. Splash! The river churned again, water turning muddy. Someone else had made a move. Everyone knew the saying, strike first to gain the upper hand, but in this case, it did not quite apply. The fish was a wild snakehead from the reservoir. Wild snakeheads were notoriously powerful, carnivorous, extremely aggressive, and even capable of attacking. To catch such a fish, the usual strategy was to wear it down first, only making a move when it was exhausted. That approach greatly increased the chances of success. Thus, Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi did not rush in. Instead, they followed the crowd, keeping a close eye on the fish's movements, waiting for the right moment to strike. That way, they avoided danger and the risk of others stealing their chance. Patience would allow them to swoop in like a predator at the right moment and reap the rewards. Sure enough, just as Zhang Feng predicted, the black snakehead was ferocious. Several groups had already tried to catch it, all failing miserably. A couple of people were even injured. Observers became more cautious. About 15 minutes passed. Zhang Feng saw that everyone was still hesitating. He realized it was time to act. If he waited any longer and the fish grew too weak, he might lose his chance. There were plenty of people nearby more experienced than him. He had to rely on his strengths. With his enhanced body, he could take the fish down now. Once he made the decision, Zhang Feng did not hesitate. He signaled Zhang Yi to get ready and immediately made his move. Ha! With a shout, Zhang Feng jumped into the water, arms open, lunging at the snakehead. His sudden action caused an uproar. Everyone, both on shore and in the river, craned their necks to see if this young man could subdue such a fierce fish. As soon as his hand touched the snakehead, it started to thrash violently. Its tail smacked the water, sending up sprays and striking Zhang Feng's arm with searing pain. But Zhang Feng did not let go. One hand held the fish down while the other formed a fist and pounded its head hard. Thump! Thump! His iron fist struck again and again. If he had used his full strength, he could have turned the fish's head into mush with one punch. But Zhang Feng could not afford to reveal that kind of strength. He had to stay discreet. The river roiled again, murky as ever. Everyone could vaguely see the fish struggling under Zhang Feng's grip. Its strength waned, resistance fading. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief. No one could have imagined that this fierce snakehead, which had evaded several strong men, would be subdued by this fair-skinned young man. Wow! After a few seconds, the crowd erupted. He caught it. The black snakehead was caught. Who is that guy? He is incredible. Unbelievable. He knocked that monster out cold. What a beast. Isn't that the eldest son of the Zhang family, the fish master? Yes. He looks gentle, but he is surprisingly strong. Many people from Zhangjiawan and nearby villages recognized him. That is right. He is from my uncle's family. That is my cousin Zhang Feng, said Zhang Yi proudly, watching his cousin's heroic feat. Ha ha ha. Big brother, you are amazing. Zhang Yi was so thrilled he leapt forward to hug Zhang Feng. All right, do not shake me. You are going to scare the fish off, Zhang Feng laughed. He was just as pleased. This snakehead was likely the biggest one caught this year, a true king among its kind. Encounters like this were incredibly rare. Young man, not only are you quick and strong, but you also have great instincts. We yield to you. Congratulations, Brother Feng. You really inherited your father's skills. Your father's fishing prowess was legendary. Even the competitors came over to congratulate him, both locals and outsiders. Everyone was genuinely impressed. Thank you. I just got lucky. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi carried the giant fish to shore while smiling and greeting the curious and congratulatory crowd. Brother, we are here. Wow. That is a huge fish. The excited voice of his younger sister Zhang Yi rang out from the riverbank. Looking over, he saw their mother leading two sisters toward them. Their faces were filled with astonishment upon seeing the fish. Mother, why did you come? The reservoir is releasing water today. It is such a lively event. Of course we had to come see, said second sister Zhanglin, happily. It felt like a festival. Since it was Saturday, both sisters had come home. Their mother, Wang Guilan, nodded and curiously asked, Did you two catch that big fish? No, it was all my brother. I do not have that kind of ability, Zhang Yi answered quickly. The two sisters immediately started chattering, bombarding Zhang Feng with questions about how he caught the fish. Young man, sell me that black fish. We can negotiate the price. You will not be shortchanged. The snakehead's allure proved irresistible. Even the scalpers waiting on shore rushed over. Selling is selling, but let me weigh it first to see how heavy it is, Zhang Feng replied happily, seeing himself surrounded by eager buyers. Zhang Yi helped put the fish in a woven sack and hung it on the scale hook. Zhang Feng lifted the scale bar and soon had the weight. How much does it weigh? Let me see. Everyone pushed closer, eager to know the weight and later brag about having witnessed it. Wow! 34 kilograms. 34, someone shouted after spotting the number, clearly shocked. The crowd gasped. Some were envious, others jealous. But most simply went back to fishing, hoping for their own big catch. Young man, I will give you 16 yuan per half a kilogram. How about it? Do not listen to him. This is a wild snakehead. 16 yuan is too low, I will pay 18. 20. I offer 20. A wave of offers followed. Such a giant fish was incredibly rare. The sellers ignored their usual restraint and started bidding higher and higher. After a heated auction, a boss from the city, who had come to fish himself, won with the highest bid 25 yuan per half a kilogram. Though the other fishmongers were unwilling, they had no choice but to concede. That price was already high, and reselling would hardly be profitable. Brother, count it. 1,700 yuan in total. Is that correct? The chubby city man handed the money to Zhang Feng with a grin. Yes, exactly 1,700. The fish is yours. Zhang Feng counted 17 red 100 yuan notes and was very pleased. Brother, if you catch more fish like this in the future, contact me. I am not a middleman. I run a restaurant. I will make sure you get a good price. The man handed Zhang Feng a business card. Sorry, I do not have a card. But if I get more good fish, I will definitely contact you, Zhang Feng replied. He liked the man's straightforwardness. The man, named Niu Zheng, aptly named, since he easily weighed 100 to 150 kilograms, left joyfully with the giant fish. Zhang Feng looked down at the business card thoughtfully. Big brother, let us get back to work. I want to catch a big black fish too. Inspired by their brother, the two sisters grabbed their nets and dashed into the river, as if they saw pocket money waving to them from the water. Ha! Watching their eagerness, Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Having grown up by the river, the girls swam well. He was not worried, and it would be nice if they could earn a bit of spending money themselves. Although fishing is not easy, it is full of joy. In the entire Moon Lake village, almost everyone, men and women, young and old, joined in. From 70 or 80-year-old elders to 5 or 6-year-old children, each held a net or simply a basin, wading into the water to catch fish. Watch out, little duck. At that moment, the youngest son of Uncle Ernio's family, nicknamed Little Duck, spotted a fish. The little guy was just about to spring into action, when he suddenly slipped and fell into the water with a splash, becoming completely soaked. Oh no! My fish got away. Although he was only 5 years old, he did not cry after the fall. He got up at once and, upon realizing his fish was gone, his little face wrinkled in frustration and disappointment. Seeing Little Duck's angry yet adorable expression made everyone burst into laughter. Little Duck, quack quack quack, tried to catch a fish, took a tumble, got up again, and the fish was gone. Ha ha ha. A few mischievous village children, seeing Little Duck soak like a drowned rat, or rather, a drenched duck, laughed gleefully, reveling in the moment. Little Duck was infuriated. He scooped up a handful of water and splashed it at his enemies, uncaring whether he hit innocent bystanders. The pranksters responded immediately, and soon a full-blown water fight broke out among them. Watching the village children splashing and playing in the river, Zhang Feng found it highly amusing. They reminded him of his own carefree childhood, joyful and worry-free. As time passed, More and more people learned about the reservoir release and came from all directions. The number of people in the Dabang River increased, and the atmosphere grew ever more festive. Whoosh! Zhang Feng, quick-eyed and fast-handed, spotted a silver carp and instantly lunged with his net. Wow, big brother, you are amazing, Zhang Lin could not help but exclaim after seeing him catch yet another fish. In just half an hour, Zhang Feng had already caught over 10 fish. At first, a few still managed to escape, but the more he practiced, the more accurate he became. This was already his 6th perfect catch in a row. Yes, big brother, did you take stimulants or something? How are you landing every single one? His younger sister was just as amazed. Zhang Feng had never been this skilled before. Not even the most experienced local fishing masters could compare. Today, it was as though he had divine assistance, 15 or 16 fish in just over an hour. Aside from the large black fish he sold, the remaining fish on the riverbank probably weighed another 60 to 65 kilograms. That alone could sell for over 1,000 yuan. His stunning performance caught a lot of attention and curiosity. Whenever Zhang Feng made a move, a crowd would gather nearby, probably hoping to learn his miraculous technique. In just over an hour, according to some estimates, Zhang Feng had already made more than 2,000 yuan, close to 3,000. If he kept going for another hour or two, he could easily earn 5 to 6,000 yuan, an amount equal to a year's worth of farming income. But Zhang Feng did not possess some secret technique, he simply had beginner hunting skills and had undergone genetic modification. His body was enhanced to extraordinary levels, his eyes sharp and reflexes fast. His precision in catching fish was unmatched, and no one could replicate it even if they tried. Big brother, look, I caught a fish too. I caught one too. Soon, younger sister Zhang Yu had her first catch. She grabbed it excitedly and ran over to share her joy with Zhang Feng. But due to a moment of carelessness, the large silver carp suddenly leaped and escaped from the net. Oh no, bring the net quickly. Luckily, Zhang Feng reacted swiftly, grabbing the fleeing fish with one hand. If he had missed, the cooked duck would have flown away, and his sister might have cried her eyes out. Ugh, this fish is evil. It actually dared to escape from me. Let us see how I deal with you, she muttered with her adorable tiger teeth showing, gripping the fish tightly. Soon after, Zhang Feng saw that his second sister, Zhang Lin, had also made a catch, a carp weighing about 1 to 1.5 kilograms. Her face finally showed a cheerful smile as she placed it in her sister's net and continued diligently searching the river for more. Time ticked by. Fewer and fewer fish were being flushed out from the reservoir. The fish were not stupid, they could sense the suction of the outflow and swam far away to avoid it. Only the unlucky ones were flushed out, so the further time went on, the fewer fish appeared. But people continued to gather. Every time a fish was spotted, a scramble would ensue. But by now, people were no longer just thinking of money, fishing had become pure fun. As all the fish were caught, the adults and elders gradually left the river. Those who remained were playful youngsters or visiting tourists from the city, still splashing and laughing in the Dabang River, keeping the energy high. On the way home, every member of the family wore a bright smile. In just half a day, Zhang Feng had caught over 100 kilograms of fish, and that did not include the largest blackfish king. In just a few hours, he had earned 3,000 yuan, an unprecedented achievement that made everyone envious. The others had good harvests too. Zhang Yi had caught 35 to 40 kilograms and made over 500 yuan. The two sisters had teamed up and earned over 100 yuan, splitting 50 to 60 each, their faces blooming with delight. Even 5-year-old little duck had managed to catch 2 grass carp, selling them for over 30 yuan. Almost everyone in Moon Lake Village had something to show for the day. Zhang Feng kept one large silver carp to bring home. The rest he sold to the fishmongers. That night's dinner was a true feast. And not just at Zhang Feng's house, the entire Moon Lake Village was filled with the aroma of fresh fish. The head and tail of the silver carp were used to make pickled fish head tofu soup, seasoned with ginger and scallions, producing a rich and savory aroma that whetted everyone's appetite. The body was made into spicy braised fish with a variety of spices, facing heaven chili peppers, ginger, garlic, cilantro, all grown in the backyard, which had flourished under the nourishment of the solar bloom growth agent. The flavor was noticeably better. Even Zhang Feng was surprised that the growth agent he had sprayed that morning had taken effect by afternoon. Since the agent had no harmful side effects, it was completely safe to eat. The vegetarian dishes included cold cucumber salad, pumpkin and cowpea soup, a serving of steamed greens, and a bowl of fiery red dipping sauce enough to make mouths water. Wow, it smells so good. We have not had meat in ages. Zhang Yu sniffed deeply and exclaimed in delight, savoring the fragrance. Life at home will only get better, Zhang Feng thought silently. Ever since their father passed away, life had been getting harder and harder. Their mother had to raise 4 children alone, and after the funeral, the eldest sister had gone to Zhejiang province to work. At home remained Zhang Feng and his 2 younger sisters. Zhang Feng was already 25. He had graduated 3 years ago but accomplished nothing, idling at home and rarely stepping outside. The 2 younger sisters were still in school. Zhang Yu, the youngest, was 16 and about to start high school. Zhang Lin, the second sister, was 18 and had just over a month left before her college entrance exams. Both were top students in the county's best high school, the pride of their mother and the Zhang family. Everyone hoped they would be admitted to university. Time to eat. At their mother's call, the little glutton Zhang Yu finally began her feast. One moment she was eating the tender fish meat, the next she was crunching on crispy braised chunks, her mouth greasy with satisfaction. Zhang Lin ate more elegantly, slowly picking out bones with care and grace. The sisters' personalities were completely different. Zhang Yu was lively and talkative, a future tomboy. Zhang Lin was gentle, introverted, and meticulous, not one to stand out in a crowd. Mother, you eat too. The fish is so delicious today. And the pumpkin and cowpeas taste better than usual. How odd, said Zhang Yu with puffed cheeks, speaking through mouthfuls. Yes, the vegetables are indeed tastier than yesterday. I thought it was just me, Zhang Lin agreed. Mother tasted them and was also surprised. Ha! Today's cowpea and pumpkin are indeed more fragrant and sweet. No one could figure out why, but since there were no ill effects, they let it go. Only Zhang Feng knew the truth, it was the solar bloom growth agent at work. Feeling slightly guilty, he chose not to explain. After all, who would understand? So he simply buried his head in his bowl and kept eating in silence. With the rapid development of the national economy in recent years, people are no longer satisfied with merely having enough to eat and wear. With more disposable income, they want to travel and explore. More and more people are going on trips, so the prospects for rural homestays are excellent. Moon Lake Village is not only rich in tourism resources but also conveniently located. A smooth asphalt road runs right past the village, and it is only 4 or 5 kilometers from the county town. So, on weekends, many people come to the village for leisure and entertainment. Therefore, Zhang Feng planned to open a rural homestay. Since the village did not yet have a developed homestay industry, visitors found it inconvenient to eat and stay. Moreover, the existing homestays were poorly managed by villagers themselves, with no professional guidance and subpar hygiene and environment, indicating huge potential for growth. Moon Lake is picturesque, with mountains and water offering stunning views. Tourists can fish in the lake, boat, swim, or sunbathe on the riverbanks, lying in recliners with milk tea beside them, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the countryside. So every weekend, a large number of tourists visit. While it may not be a sea of people, the number is still considerable. Opening a homestay has great prospects. With vegetables enhanced by the solar bloom growth agent and Zhang Feng's amazing cooking skills, the homestay was bound to be a hit. The next morning, just after dawn, Zhang Feng got up, washed up, and began practicing the 38th set of cosmic health exercises. The 38th set of cosmic health exercises was created by the Central Galactic Empire over billions of years. It was a nationwide fitness martial art, divided into 9 levels, each with 3 movements. Zhang Feng had just begun practicing the first movement of the first level. As expected, the cosmic health exercises lived up to their name. Though Zhang Feng was drenched in sweat after clumsily finishing a set, he felt stronger and more energetic. Ding dong! Side mission activated, renovate the rural courtyard. As a promising new farmer of the era, should you not have a beautiful rural courtyard? Reward, 200 points and 1 lottery draw. Just as Zhang Feng finished his exercises, the system issued a new mission. Zhang Feng was delighted, it was not a difficult task. He only needed to repair the collapsed wall, tidy up the messy yard, and plant some flowers and plants. The generous reward made him very happy. Looking at the overgrown weeds in the yard and the collapsed wall scattered with stones, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. To him, these were points just waiting to be collected. Rural courtyards are usually built casually, not carefully landscaped. The yards are disorderly and lack aesthetic or artistic sense. Zhang Feng planned to make a simple renovation of the front yard. He would rebuild the collapsed stone wall, trim the wildly growing morning glories, and train them to wind along the wall, creating a sea of beautiful flowers. Crazy brother, look what I just caught. As Zhang Feng was working on the wall, he saw Little Duck approaching mysteriously, holding a plastic bottle. What is it? Zhang Feng asked curiously, peering over. Hee hee, look. It is a crab I caught, the little one said proudly, shaking the bottle. Zhang Feng saw the tiny crab claws waving and recognized it as a common river crab found on the riverbanks, scientifically known as Ariacaire sinensis, Chinese mitten crab. River crabs are a common freshwater product with delicious taste and rich nutritional value. They have high economic worth. But in rural areas, people are not particularly fond of them because of their hard shells and minimal meat. These crabs usually live in stone crevices or under rocks. To find them, one must lift stones, hence the local term moving crabs for crab hunting. It is just a river crab. What is so special about that? Zhang Feng thought Little Duck had found something rare. But then again, for a 5-year-old, catching a crab was definitely a big deal. Hey, did you not see all the baby crabs inside? It took me so long to catch them, the child protested when he saw his efforts dismissed. Oh, there really are baby crabs. Zhang Feng took a closer look. Sure enough, there were several tiny crab hatchlings, about the size of mung beans, their gray bodies spider-like, lacking the usual crab majesty. How about you give me your crabs? I will trade you a cucumber, Zhang Feng proposed. He planned to release the crab hatchlings into the backyard stream to see if they could survive. It did not matter if they failed, it was worth trying. The child only caught the crabs for fun, and if they died, he would toss them aside. So he happily agreed to trade them for a cucumber. Wow, your cucumbers are so delicious and sweet, crazy brother, the child chomped joyfully, praising them as if he had never eaten anything tastier. Of course. My cucumbers are a premium variety, definitely better than the regular ones, Zhang Feng lied casually while continuing to rebuild the courtyard wall. The cucumbers he had watered with the growth agent the day before were a lush, vibrant green, like pieces of jade, and incredibly fragrant. The little one was so delighted he stuffed his mouth full. Hey, do not touch that, it is a broken bowl flower. If you touch it, you will break bowls at home, and your dad will beat you, Zhang Feng joked when he saw Little Duck reaching for a morning glory. But you touched it, too. Why can you touch it and I cannot? The little one retorted, not easily fooled, but still withdrew his hand. Because the broken bowl flower only causes children to break bowls. Grown-ups are safe. Why do only children break bowls if they touch it? He persisted. Hee, go home and ask your dad that, Zhang Feng replied with a chuckle. Chatting idly with Little Duck, Zhang Feng soon finished rebuilding the collapsed wall. He also trimmed the chaotic morning glories, cutting away excess vines and tying the rest to the wall with string. Morning glories, also called broken bowl flowers in the village, are common wildflowers in rural areas. In truth, morning glories and broken bowl flowers are two different plants that look very similar, so people often confuse them. Both belong to the Convolvulaceae family and are commonly referred to as trumpet flowers. However, morning glories are from the Ipomoea genus, while broken bowl flowers are from a different genus. They are thus different species within the same family. By late morning, Zhang Feng had cleaned the entire courtyard. Looking at the newly repaired wall and the neatly arranged plants, he felt refreshed. The entire front yard now exuded a peaceful and cozy charm. Not bad. Why did I never notice that our yard had such gardening potential? Zhang Feng said narcissistically. Surveying his 100 square meter yard, he noted a huge cypress tree near the gate, said to be 70 or 80 years old. The evergreen tree provided shade year-round. In summer, it was like a giant umbrella, covering half the yard. Under its cool canopy stood 2 stone tables. When his grandfather was alive, he used to drink tea there in a reclining chair. The left side of the courtyard was the wall he had just rebuilt. Morning glories climbed all over it, blooming in various colors. The pink flowers were as delicate and beautiful as fairy dresses hanging from the wall. The pure white ones resembled Snow White's gown, innocent and elegant. The enchanting sky blue flowers were like seductive blue roses, alluring and mesmerizing. Only those who had closely observed morning glories would recognize their natural beauty. Though untended and wild, they still bloomed brilliantly, full of rustic charm. On the right side of the yard was the home of the Calabash brothers, a gourd vine covered in little green gourds. Planted in the corner of the wall, the lush gourd vine bore delicate, pale white blossoms, fresh, elegant, and understated. In rural homes, gourds are typically used as water dippers. Zhang Feng's family used a gourd dipper. On a hot summer day, drinking from it brought cool and refreshing relief. Some households would hollow out the gourds to make water flasks. When going up the mountains, they were convenient for carrying water. If filled with wine, they became wine flasks. These were well-known uses. But not everyone knew that some used gourds as feng shui instruments or decorative art pieces. In some regions, gourds had even become the basis of small-scale industries. Brother, you are up so early today? Little sister opened the door, preparing to fetch water to wash up, when she was surprised to see her older brother already standing in the courtyard. Based on past experience, Zhang Feng should still be in bed at this hour. What is so surprising about that? As the saying goes, judge a man with new eyes after 3 days, Zhang Feng chuckled. Deep inside, he knew he was no longer the same person he used to be. Wow! Did you repair the courtyard wall? Suddenly, the little sister noticed the completely renewed courtyard wall, covered in beautiful morning glories, looking like a colorful painting. She asked in disbelief. Of course. Who else besides me could have done it? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes, feeling that his sister lacked appreciation. Big brother, since when did you become so diligent? Zhang Yu knew that the courtyard wall had been collapsed for over a year. Their mother had been complaining about it for just as long, yet no one had fixed it. She found it unbelievable that the laziest person in the family had actually gotten up early to repair the yard. Maybe Big Brother took the wrong medicine today? She shook her head, still in disbelief. What do you mean become so diligent? I have always been hardworking, just not in such an obvious way, Zhang Feng replied, full of self-pride. His little sister gave him a theatrical sigh, then went on to wash up. Having repaired the courtyard wall and removed the weeds, Zhang Feng looked over his work with satisfaction. The first stage of the renovation was complete. As for planting flowers and greenery, that was not something that could be done in a day or two. It would take effort just to find wildflowers up in the mountains. So Zhang Feng clapped his hands and called it a day for the renovation work. Since both his sisters had finally come home for the weekend, Zhang Feng decided to cook a special meal for them and give them some extra nourishment. His youngest sister was about to take her high school entrance exams, and the second sister Zhang Lin would be facing the college entrance exams next month. Zhang Feng had gone through it all himself and knew how intense their studies were. In the past, he had given up on himself, but ever since receiving the system, Zhang Feng felt hopeful about the future and looked forward to life once again. He also wanted his family to live healthy, happy lives. Next, Zhang Feng grabbed a bucket and a net and headed to the stream in the backyard. He remembered that there were quite a few yellow eels in the stream, but they were too wild and hard to catch. So Zhang Feng had never bothered with them before. But now, he held a secret weapon, diluted solar bloom growth agent. This substance had an incredible attraction for animals, more effective than any bait. Zhang Feng opened the bottle cap and poured the diluted solution into the center of the stream. Holding the net in his right hand, he got ready. Splash, splash. As expected, the water began to ripple as movement stirred below. Animals were causing ripples in the stream. The eels hiding in the bottom crevices smelled the growth agent and shot out of their dens like arrows. One after another, they darted toward the scent. In an instant, the stream became a frenzy. Usually timid eels now acted as if on steroids, racing to the surface and thrashing around, absorbing the growth agent with great enthusiasm. But they did not know that danger was near. It was all a human trap. Veteran Zhang Feng was not about to miss such a perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, he struck with his net. 7 or 8 plump eels became his spoils of war. Wow! So many eels? At some point, his little sister had arrived behind him. Seeing the swarm of eels in the stream, densely packed like a flood, Zhang Yu was stunned and cried out in surprise. Shoo, keep it down, or you will scare the eels away, Zhang Feng teased her. Usually, he was the one getting pranked by this mischievous little sister. At his words, Zhang Yu quickly covered her mouth, tiptoed forward, and stretched her head to peer into the stream. Her bright little eyes were fixed on the eels, as if she wanted to dive in and catch them all. Zhang Feng smiled at her reaction but kept working quickly. His supply of growth agent was limited, so he made the most of it, swiftly scooping eels into the bucket. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the bucket was full. There were at least 7.5 to 10 kilograms of eels. Although there were still many left in the stream, Zhang Feng stopped. He would not be foolish enough to exhaust the resource in one go. He had already designated this as his treasure trove, a place to harvest eels sustainably. Come on, brother, catch more. Why are you stopping? Zhang Yu asked anxiously, staring at the swarming eels. Look, the bucket is already full. I will catch more next time, they are not going anywhere, Zhang Feng explained with a smile. Alright then, Zhang Yu nodded slowly. She agreed that it would be wasteful to catch more without a plan to use them right away. What are you going to do with all these? Why not sell them? She suddenly suggested. Good idea. In fact, let us make that your honorable duty, Zhang Feng said. He had been too busy catching eels to think about what to do with them. Originally, he planned to stir-fry a few for lunch and release the rest. But her idea sounded better. Selling them for some extra income was not a bad move. After all, their family was not wealthy. Leave it to me. Being from a poor family, Zhang Yu was used to taking initiative. Selling things was no big deal to her. It was the weekend, and many tourists were visiting Moon Lake. If she set the eels by the house entrance, curious customers would surely stop by. Where did you get so many eels? Seeing the siblings carry a large bucket full of lively eels, Their mother was shocked. Zhang Lin, the second sister, also stared in disbelief. From the stream behind the house, of course. You would not believe it. Zhang Yu eagerly embellished the story to both of them, beaming with pride as if she had caught all the eels herself. Selling eels. Fresh wild eels for sale. Just caught. Wild yellow eels. Come quickly if you want some. Zhang Yu sat on a small stool by the door, holding a scale, loudly calling out to tourists by the lake. Hearing her voice, many visitors were drawn over. Even those not intending to buy came to see the commotion. Wild eels were rare these days. Wow, these eels are huge, each must weigh at least 1/4 of a kilogram, exclaimed one tourist. So many? Are they really wild? Asked another, suspicious. Pesticide use had wiped out wild eels in many rural areas. Seeing 10 kilograms of them all at once raised eyebrows. Little girl, are these really wild eels? Asked a middle-aged man directly. Of course. Caught just now from the stream. Look how wild they are. You can ask around, we do not raise eels here, Zhang Yu replied smoothly. Let me see, let me see. An elderly man in a martial arts suit approached, picked up an eel, and examined it closely. Excellent. Definitely wild. Look how slim it is, not as fat as farmed ones. Strong and lively. The color is dark with yellow tones, just like the ones I used to catch when I was young, the old man said, delighted. Little girl, how much per half a kilogram? 50 yuan per half a kilogram, how does that sound? Zhang Yu offered boldly, though a bit nervous it might scare him off. That is not expensive. I will take 1 kilogram, no, 2.5. I want to bring more home, the man responded joyfully. Wild eels this good were rare. Give me 1 kilogram. I want 3. Hey, take it easy. Leave some for the rest of us. 50 yuan per half a kilogram for wild eels was a fair price. The crowd surged. Many visitors walked away disappointed, having arrived too late to buy. Brother, look how much money we made. Zhang Yu ran toward Zhang Feng, jumping with excitement, clutching a thick wad of bills. Haha, you are amazing, sold it all so fast. Zhang Feng took the money and counted it over 1,200 yuan. In the end, Zhang Feng gave each of his sisters 100 yuan as pocket money and handed the rest to their mother. Seeing the smiles on their faces, he felt warm and content inside. An unexpected windfall. The entire family was overjoyed, especially their mother Wang Guilan, who was so moved she nearly cried. Her son had finally begun to change. He no longer spent all day holed up in his room on the internet, nor did he sleep in until the sun was high in the sky. He had become industrious. Zhang Feng had no idea that his recent transformation had not gone unnoticed. His mother had been quietly observing, remembering everything. Soon, the family happily began preparing lunch. Zhang Lin, Zhang Yu, go to the backyard and pick some facing heaven peppers, some ginger, and wash them clean. I will make stir-fried yellow eel for you, Zhang Feng instructed his sisters while cleaning the eels. Stir-fried yellow eel required a generous amount of spices. Peppers, ginger, scallions, and garlic all helped remove the earthy taste. Add some cooking wine, and the dish would be deliciously fragrant. Just thinking about it made Zhang Feng salivate. Yay! We are having eel soon. Little sister shouted joyfully, dancing with excitement. Zhang Lin shook her head and smiled. There was no dealing with her wild little sister. So good. It tastes amazing. At the table, little sister could not wait for everyone to be seated before digging in. Mom, try some too. The eel is spicy and flavorful. Big brother's cooking is fantastic. Here, brother, have the biggest piece. You are today's hero, Zhang Yu said, while stuffing food into her mouth and adding more to Zhang Feng's bowl. You little rascal. Their mother, Wang Guilan, looked at her youngest daughter with affection and smiled warmly. Though the meal was simple, the family felt satisfied. With little sister's lively banter, they all felt that this peaceful, joyful life was a blessing even if modest. After lunch, the sisters packed up, took some homemade chili oil from their mother, and boarded the bus back to the county town. There was no drawn-out farewell or dramatic goodbye. This routine had long since become normal. In the countryside, children are rarely sentimental, they are always rushing for their own survival. Seeing them off. Once the sisters were gone, the house suddenly fell quiet. Without his chatty little sister around, Zhang Feng felt a bit unsettled. He lay leisurely in the courtyard, just a table, a chair, and a pot of tea. Suddenly, Zhang Feng realized this kind of life was beautiful in its own way, plucking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, at peace with the southern mountains. Work at sunrise, rest at sunset. During the busy seasons, he could tend the fields. In his free time, he could lounge in a chair, sipping bitter village tea and enjoying the countryside's tranquility. He could take in the scenic beauty of Moon Lake, breathe the fresh air, and at night, gaze at the vast, star-filled sky. Ding dong! System side mission activated, inspect the roof tiles. As a progressive new farmer of this era, the host ought to have a watertight house of blue bricks and black tiles. Mission duration, 3 days. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Zhang Feng's relaxed expression immediately froze. Fuck you, system. I finally get a chance to rest, and you throw another task at me? Are you trying to kill me with work? This is already the second mission today. Fucking hell, Zhang Feng muttered bitterly as he began reviewing the system's new task. Reluctantly, Zhang Feng got up and looked at the rooftop overgrown with weeds, utterly helpless. He had never fixed a roof before. Fortunately, even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. That made him think of a joke. One day, after finishing lunch, Tang Sanzang said to Beiji, go run a lap for me. Beiji patted his belly, wondering if his master was trying to get him to lose weight. Though reluctant, he figured his master meant well, so he began jogging. Curious, Yukong asked, Master, why are you making Beiji run laps today? Tang Sanzang sighed and said, Alas, I grew up in a monastery. I have never eaten pork, nor even seen a pig run. Upon hearing this, Beiji fainted on the spot. The ever-slow Sha monk rushed over to help him, only to realize what was said and burst into laughter. Beiji vomited blood and fainted again. With a master like that, how could anyone survive? Back to the roof, Zhang Feng was also a complete novice. In the past, his father had always done such repairs. But Zhang Feng had at least watched many times. Though inexperienced, he was not clueless. He carried out the long ladder and propped it against the eaves, then slowly climbed up. Working at height required caution. Every step had to be solidly placed on a beam to avoid slipping or misstepping, which could be dangerous. Standing carefully at the roof's edge, Zhang Feng first pulled out the weeds growing between the tiles, then cleaned off the dirt before resetting the tiles. Fixing roof tiles also had its rules. You had to pay attention to the gaps, maintain the right slope, and place intact tiles as the base layer. The tiles above could be slightly damaged. As long as they were arranged properly, the roof would not leak. Be careful, Xiaofeng, his mother called out from the courtyard, looking up with concern. Do not worry, Mom. I will be careful, Zhang Feng replied, waving to her with a smile. He, too, valued his safety. At first, Zhang Feng was clumsy. But as he got into a rhythm, pulling weeds, clearing dirt, inspecting and replacing tiles, his movements grew smoother and faster. Ha! Xiaofeng is fixing the roof? At that moment, Uncle Ernie passed by and called out. Yes, Uncle Ernie. Off to enjoy some leisure? Uncle Ernie was only 3 or 4 years older than Zhang Feng, yet his child was already old enough to run errands. Zhang Feng's future wife was still being raised in some mother-in-law's home. He joked to himself. Leisure, my ass. That brat of mine still has not come home for lunch. I am out looking for him, Uncle Ernie said, clearly annoyed. His son was a handful, always climbing trees or catching fish in the river. At 5 years old, he was already a major headache. Little duck? I saw him earlier. Probably catching crabs at the riverbank. Go check there, Zhang Feng said. He had even traded some crablings with him earlier that day. The boy was so playful. It was past 1 o'clock and still no sign of him at home. Really? I will check. That little rascal, this time I am tanning his hide, Uncle Ernie muttered as he rushed off. Zhang Feng chuckled and got back to work. In the countryside, kids like that were everywhere roaming wild. A child who stayed home reading would be considered strange. Soon, he heard loud wailing from afar. Turning around, Zhang Feng saw Little Duck running toward him, clutching his rear and bawling. Clearly, he had been punished. You little bastard. Missed lunch again? Next time I will beat you to death, Uncle Ernie shouted behind him. Old habits die hard. Zhang Feng shook his head. Country kids grew up under strict discipline. Even after a spanking, they would be back to their antics the next day. Mischief was in their nature. Smiling, Zhang Feng returned to his work. Thanks to the genetic serum, his strength, speed, and reflexes had all been greatly enhanced. His actions became faster and smoother. He was as efficient as any professional roofer. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for completing the roof repair task. You have earned 1 lottery draw. Would you like to use it now? 2 hours later, Zhang Feng stretched his back, having completed the entire roof inspection. Looking at the freshly arranged, even roof tiles, he was filled with pride and a sense of accomplishment. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Feng smiled slightly. Not yet. Save it for now. He climbed down from the roof and looked around at the blue brick, black tile courtyard, neat and orderly. Though simple, it had a unique rustic charm. If he planted some wildflowers, it would be even more beautiful. Time flies. Early the next morning, after finishing his body-strengthening exercises, Zhang Feng followed his mother to the fields to weed. In the fresh morning light of Zhangjiawan, the sun shone brightly, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. The air was incredibly fresh, and a deep breath of it felt rejuvenating. Dewdrops along the mountain path glistened like crystals on the grass and soon soaked Zhang Feng's clothes. Just like the ancient poet Tao Yuanming once wrote, "The path is narrow and overgrown, evening dew soaks my clothes. But what do wet clothes matter, so long as I stay true to my heart's desire?" Zhang Feng no longer wanted to live as a lowly freeloader. He no longer wished to escape life or waste his days. Though the road underfoot was muddy, he pressed forward undeterred. Even living in the countryside, he was determined to live a life of purpose and brilliance. Arriving at the familiar yet strangely distant field, he saw lush green corn seedlings growing vigorously. Dewdrops shimmered in rainbow hues as they caught the light, and a gentle breeze stirred up waves of emerald green, a sight so soothing it lifted the spirit. Following behind his mother, Zhang Feng energetically pulled weeds from the field. The fourth lunar month marked the beginning of the rainy season, so the soil was well moistened. Crops flourished, but so did the weeds. Beneath the corn plants, they grew densely. The most common were green bristlegrass and wild peanuts, both resilient and tough to eradicate. Cutting only the visible parts was merely a temporary fix. Their roots would quickly sprout again. As the saying goes, if you do not remove the roots, spring winds will bring them back to life. Zhang Feng had done weeding before, so he was not unfamiliar with it. He quickly got into the groove, and thanks to his enhanced physique, he worked at lightning speed. With one sweep, he cleared wide patches, moving fast as if never tiring. Watching her son work, Wang Guilan was filled with comfort and pride. She smiled and nodded, seeing that her son had truly matured and stepped out of his once shut-off world. Very soon, 2 hours flew by. After their hard work, the field was finally cleared of weeds. Straightening up and looking over the clean, orderly cornfield, Zhang Feng felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Physical labor truly brought peace and joy. Now the sun stood high overhead. Weeding complete, Zhang Feng's mood relaxed. The soft spring breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and earth, easing his fatigue and filling him with a cool freshness. What is that smell? Zhang Feng twitched his nose. He had caught a strong fragrance. His face lit up, and he followed the scent, sensing something valuable. Ah! Mushrooms, lots of them. About 10 meters away, he saw a large patch of Jizone mushrooms and exclaimed in delight. "Mushrooms?" his mother called out as she approached. "Mom, bring the basket, there are so many." Zhang Feng could hardly believe his luck. Wonderful! Seems today's fortune is good. Wang Guilan walked over with a basket on her back. Seeing the mushrooms her son had found, she beamed with joy. The Jizone mushroom, also known as the king of wild delicacies, is not only delicious but highly nutritious. It can sell for over 100 yuan per half a kilogram and is very rare and sought after. These mushrooms typically grow on termite nests. Both mother and son worked carefully, afraid of damaging the termite mounds or mycelium, otherwise, no mushrooms would grow there next year. 1, 2. Soon they had picked them all. They filled a large basket and estimated 10 to 15 kilograms, a significant haul. Ha ha! Looks like my son's luck really has turned. The day before yesterday, he had earned over 3,000 yuan from fishing, equivalent to a month's wages for a migrant worker. Yesterday, he made over 1,000 selling eels. And now this full basket of mushrooms would fetch at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Wang Guilan quickly calculated in her mind nearly 6,000 to 7,000 yuan in just 3 days. The thought brought a broad smile to her face. Returning home, Zhang Feng immediately looked for a buyer. "Hello, Boss Neo? This is the guy who sold you the black fish the other day. My name is Zhang Feng." Yes, that's right. No, that fish was just luck. But today I found 10 to 15 kilograms of Jizone mushrooms. Do you buy those? That many? Of course I buy. Please save them for me, do not sell them to anyone else. I will be there right away. Boss Neo hurriedly hung up and rushed toward Zhang Jiawan. Is that really necessary? Zhang Feng muttered, puzzled. Brother, where are the mushrooms? Quick, let me see. In less than half an hour, Boss Neo arrived from town. As soon as he saw Zhang Feng, he could not wait to ask. No rush, Boss Neo. I will bring them out now. Zhang Feng poured him tea. Seeing the urgency in Neo's expression, Zhang Feng knew he might get a good price. Boss Neo gulped down the tea and waited anxiously. Zhang Feng soon brought out the basket and placed it before him. Wonderful! I am in for a real treat. Neo picked up a mushroom and swallowed hard, looking as though he wanted to eat it raw, clearly a true foodie. Forgive me, brother. I cannot help myself. Just look at my figure and you will understand, he explained, rubbing his belly. No worries at all. Zhang Feng held back a laugh. Loving good food is only natural. I enjoy it too. Is that so? Then I will not let you lose out. These are top quality. I will give you 150 yuan per half a kilogram. How does that sound? Much appreciated, Boss Nyo. Though Jizong mushrooms were rare, they usually sold for around 120 to 130 yuan per half a kilogram, sometimes even as low as 100. Zhang Feng had not expected such a generous offer. Call me Brother Nyo, no need for formality. And if you find more treasures, be sure to let me know. Of course. Next time I will save them just for you, Zhang Feng promised. They settled the bill. 14 kilograms of mushrooms came to a total of 4,200 yuan. Brother, do not forget to call me next time. Brother Nyo, do not rush off. If you are not in a hurry, why not stay for a simple meal? I caught 1 kilogram of yellow eel yesterday. Let us enjoy a drink together. Wild caught? As expected of a foodie, the moment he heard food, his departing steps froze. Of course, caught from the stream. No way they were farmed, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Well, I will not say no then. Boss Nyo rubbed his hands together, a bit embarrassed. Make yourself comfortable, Brother Nyo. I will go clean the eels. No need, I will come alone to watch. Oh wow, these are some fine eels. Today I am truly in for a feast. Seeing the lively yellow eels swimming in the basin, Boss Nyo's eyes sparkled, and he swallowed hard. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Zhang Feng moved even faster than the day before. Soon the ingredients were prepared, the stove was lit by his mother, and all was ready. He began cooking. Since they had a guest, Zhang Feng prepared more than just stir-fried eel. He also made stir-fried red mushrooms with green peppers, cured pork with fish mint, and a simple stir-fried cabbage dish. Before long, the kitchen was filled with rich aromas. Boss Nyo stared hungrily into the kitchen like a greedy child, with none of the usual airs of a restaurant owner. This made him feel more genuine, sincere, and easy to get along with. Delicious, absolutely delicious. In front of the food, Boss Nyo devoured the meal without the slightest concern for appearances. Brother, your cooking skills are truly unmatched, the rotund Boss Nyo praised while chewing. I have eaten at many 5-star restaurants, but none compare to your food. To be honest, with your skills, you could easily land a head chef job at a top hotel with 1 million yuan annual salary. What do you think? Want me to make some introductions? Boss Nyo could not stop praising Zhang Feng's culinary mastery. Thank you, Brother Nyo. I am not an ambitious man. I am used to a relaxed life and afraid I could not handle that kind of pressure, Zhang Feng replied with a smile, politely declining. Ah, that is fine. This kind of life is great too, it means I can come around more often for food and drinks. Cheers, brother. Boss Nyo, though slightly disappointed, consoled himself at the thought of having regular access to Zhang Feng's cooking. You are always welcome here, Brother Nyo. Cheers. With that, Zhang Feng downed a glass of beer in one go. Ah, that hit the spot burp. Boss Nyo let out a satisfied belch after enjoying the yellow eel and flavorful red mushrooms. Ah, excuse me, auntie, he quickly apologized to Zhang Feng's mother. No worries. Being able to eat well is a blessing, Wang Guolan replied cheerfully, clearly happy to have such a hearty guest. She preferred guests like him. Some people nitpicked everything, and those were difficult to host. After the meal, the two sat in the courtyard sipping tea leisurely. That meal was phenomenal. I have not eaten so well in ages, said Boss Nyo, rubbing his round belly, utterly content. As long as you enjoyed it, Brother Nyo, Zhang Feng said modestly. By the way, does your restaurant buy other kinds of mushrooms? We have a good amount of red mushrooms in Persini around here. Of course. I have been wanting to develop new mushroom dishes for a while, but I could not find a stable supplier. Brother, you are my lucky star. Whatever you can find, I will buy, Boss Nyo replied excitedly. Their interests aligned perfectly. After some discussion, they agreed that Zhang Feng would collect wild mushrooms in the village, do some basic cleaning, and then sell them to Boss Nyo. The prices were 30 yuan per half a kilogram for red mushrooms, 20 yuan per half a kilogram for Persini, and similar prices for other varieties. With the agreement settled, Boss Nyo prepared to leave. Zhang Feng gave him 1 kilogram of yellow eel from the backyard stream and some dried mushrooms from last year. Boss Nyo gratefully accepted and left happily, carrying the goods. Xiaofeng, who was that just now? Second uncle asked curiously when they met at the gate. Just a restaurant owner from the county, the same one who bought the black fish the other day, Zhang Feng replied honestly. Oh, that guy. What did he come for today? Nothing much. I just sold him over 10 kilograms of G-zone mushrooms. Zhang Feng smiled and explained everything that had happened. Wow. You made over 4,000 yuan just this morning, his cousin, who had quietly walked up, exclaimed in disbelief. 4,000 yuan? Uncle Ernio came over with a cow, likely after grazing it, just in time to hear the news. It is true, the cousin went on excitedly, explaining how Zhang Feng had made over 4,000 yuan in just a few hours. The news shocked Uncle Ernie. He stood there wide-eyed, his face filled with envy. He pinched Zhang Feng's arm and demanded a treat. Zhang Feng promised to buy him drinks that evening, which finally appeased him. "Oh right, second uncle, Uncle Ernie of Bosnia also asked me to help him collect mushrooms. He will pay 120 yuan per half a kilogram for G-zone, 15 yuan for red mushrooms, and 12 yuan for porcini." Zhang Feng then shared his plan and asked them to spread the word. Seriously? The two were stunned. Everyone knew that G-zone mushrooms were expensive, but who would have thought that red mushrooms and porcini, which grew everywhere in the mountains, could also fetch such a good price? Of course. Why would I lie about this? Cash on delivery, no delays or excuses, Zhang Feng assured them firmly. Great, great. Looks like our village is about to gain a new source of income. Uncle Ernio's eyes lit up at the thought of all the mushrooms in the hills, and he was eager to set off immediately. Well done, Xiaofeng. You have truly grown up. Second uncle was relieved and proud to see his nephew stepping up and supporting the family instead of hiding away with a computer. Thanks to their efforts, the entire village soon learned that Zhang Feng was buying mushrooms at high prices. One by one, people came to his house to confirm. Xiaofeng, I heard you are buying mushrooms? Third aunt was the quickest to arrive and immediately asked. Yes, starting tomorrow, Zhang Feng once again explained the types of mushrooms and their prices. Xiaofeng, I heard you were buying mushrooms. As soon as he sent third aunt off, second grandpa came in, out of breath, eagerly asking. Yes, second grandpa, please sit and rest. Do not worry yourself out. Seeing the 70-year-old man gasping for air, Zhang Feng genuinely worried for his health. More and more villagers came to inquire, and Zhang Feng realized answering them one by one would not do. So he posted a notice at the front gate listing the mushroom types and prices. Once the notice was up, the questions finally stopped. Everyone crowded around to read it, and soon his yard was filled with villagers. Who would have thought the mushrooms we always ignored could be worth so much? Right? They cost more than vegetables these days. More than vegetables? They are worth more than meat. Come on, mushrooms are even more expensive outside. Dried red mushrooms can go for hundreds or even thousands per half a kilogram. Then why do you not go sell them? Exactly. You need reputation and the right channels. Illiterate farmers like us should not dream too big. Be content, earning over 10 yuan per half a kilogram is already great. If I can find 5 kilograms a day, it beats doing hard labor any day. The villagers buzzed with excitement at the gate. Everyone was happy about Zhang Feng's mushroom buying project. They used to ignore the mushrooms covering the hills, but now they could sell them for money. They were grateful to Zhang Feng and full of praise. As the excited crowd gradually dispersed, Zhang Feng and his mother began preparing for the next day, cleaning up, washing large basins and bamboo trays. Finally, mother and son agreed to hire 2 helpers the next day. If the whole village went mushroom hunting, they could easily collect hundreds of kilograms per day. Weighing, accounting, and cleaning all that would be too much for just the 2 of them. Help was essential. Xingshan County. Located in the great southwest of the country, Xingshan County is under the constant influence of the southwestern monsoon. As a result, the climate is mild and humid, with spring-like conditions year-round. Being situated on a plateau, the region experiences neither harsh winters nor scorching summers. Its climate is exceptionally pleasant. During the rainy season, rainfall increases significantly, with heavy showers every few days. This ideal climate provides excellent conditions for the growth of wild mushrooms. Whenever it rains, mushrooms burst through the soil and grow abundantly throughout the mountains. It just so happened that there was a timely rain the night before. The entire village was overjoyed and thankful, believing it was a blessing from heaven. Everyone anticipated a bountiful harvest the next day, since mushrooms only grow after rain, and only then is it worth going into the mountains. Before dawn the next day, Zhang Jiawen was already alive with activity. Men, women, the elderly, and even the very young joined in. Except for schoolchildren, nearly everyone headed into the mountains to gather mushrooms. It is not a difficult task. Even toddlers as young as 2 or 3 can manage it. As long as they are careful on the slippery mountain paths and look out for one another, there is nothing to worry about. Zhang Feng also got up especially early. After finishing his body-strengthening exercises, he breathed in the crisp morning air, feeling fully invigorated. Outside the window was a blanket of white, thick mist covered the entire world. Zhang Jiawen looked like a celestial paradise, veiled in dreamlike fog. It had a kind of mystical beauty. Xiaofeng, you are up so early and look so sharp, off to meet a potential bride? Uncle Ernio suddenly appeared in the courtyard, teasing Zhang Feng as he exercised. Meet a bride? My future wife is probably still growing up in some mother-in-law's house, Zhang Feng quipped, poking fun at himself. Through the mist, Zhang Feng saw that Uncle Ernia had a small shadow trailing behind him, little duck, still half asleep, carrying a bamboo basket, clearly dressed for a mountain trip. Uncle Ernia, you're bringing that rascal into the mountains too? Ha, this little brat talks back now. After getting a spanking yesterday, he said he doesn't need me anymore, he wants to earn money and find a wife on his own, Uncle Ernia said, amused. Ha! Little duck, how old are you? Already thinking about finding a wife? Zhang Feng pinched the boy's cheeks and could not help but burst out laughing. He had not even found a girlfriend yet, and this little guy was already dreaming about marriage. How adorable. Come on, that's not what I meant. I meant earning money to find a wife, not that I already have one. Little duck, flustered, tried to explain. But he was too young to know that wife and bride are the same thing. Ha ha ha. Isn't a wife the same thing as a bride? Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard, I'm tearing up. Xiaofeng, looks like you'd better hurry up. Even little duck is looking for a wife. That's right, Xiaofeng, want me to set you up with someone? Before he knew it, the conversation veered off topic, and Zhang Feng found himself the target of good-natured teasing. He could only smile helplessly, like the saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer too. After the laughter, everyone hurried into the mountains. Though the forest was vast, competition was fierce. Those who got ahead would find the most. No one wanted to follow behind and pick over leftovers. Xiaofeng, we're heading out first. See you later. Uncle Ernia, tugging little duck by the hand, quickly caught up with the group. Uncle Ernia, why not leave little duck at my place? No way. I'm not staying behind. I want to gather mushrooms and make money for candy. Little duck protested loudly. Children from mountain villages grow up independent, learning to earn pocket money from a young age. Zhangjiawen faces south, with the beautiful Moon Lake to the south and vast mountains to the north. The village is surrounded by lush greenery and flowing water, with trees lining the edges and hills stretching into the distance. The natural landscape is picturesque and serene. Beyond the village lies a vast and rugged mountain range covered in dense, ancient forest spanning dozens of kilometers. It is the most pristine and well-preserved primeval forest in the entire Qian province. On the outskirts of these mountains are groves of oak trees, the ideal environment for red mushrooms. Deeper within are wild pine forests, where porcini thrive. Red mushrooms are particularly valued for their flavor and nutritional value. In other regions, they are in high demand and sell for a high price. Dried red mushrooms can fetch hundreds, even thousands of yuan per half a kilogram. For example, the renowned Zhang red mushroom from Fujian is nationally famous. Because of its strong brand, a single half a kilogram of dried mushroom can cost over 1,000 yuan and still be hard to find. Other regions' mushrooms are less expensive, generally selling for a few hundred yuan per half a kilogram. Porcini are also a treasured variety of wild mushroom. Their rich aroma and flavor have earned them popularity among food lovers both in China and abroad. Despite Qingshan County's abundance of mushrooms, there is no real consumer market. Without proper development, these delicious mushrooms have remained hidden in the mountains for years. As the saying goes, live off the mountain if you're near it, live off the water if you're by it. Zhang Feng hoped that his partnership with Bosnio could bring these mushrooms to market, unlocking a treasure trove in Qingshan and helping the villagers earn new income and build a better future. In the mountains, the mist comes fast and leaves just as quickly. When the sun rose, a gentle breeze scattered the thick fog until it vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there. Not even half an hour had passed when an unexpected figure appeared in Zhang Feng's courtyard. It was second grandpa, slowly making his way with a basket on his back and a cane in his right hand. Grandpa, you're back already? Zhang Feng rushed over and took the basket. It was surprisingly heavy and already filled with fresh mushrooms. Ha, with these old bones of mine, do you think I could keep up with the others? I wouldn't get anything. Second grandpa's tired face lit up with a sly smile as he shook the flashlight in his hand. Zhang Feng suddenly understood he must have gone into the mountains before dawn. Truly, the older, the wiser. Though he was 72 years old, his experience outmatched all the younger folks. You could say, using internet slang, he was an old driver. No one would have expected the first one back would be the elderly grandpa. It was astonishing, admirable, and a little worrisome. It was inspiring that the old man returned first with a full basket, but Zhang Feng was concerned. The forest is dark before dawn, the paths wet and slippery. What if he had fallen? I'm fine, Xiaofeng. No need to worry. We farmers work as long as we live. If I sit idle for a day, I feel uncomfortable, the old man said, waving away Zhang Feng's concern. Just be careful, okay? Zhang Feng said no more. Rural elders often do not treat their own lives as particularly precious. Grandpa, take a seat. I will weigh your basket. Zheng Feng had him sit, then began weighing the mushrooms. Wow, 17.5 kilograms. That's a good haul, Zheng Feng said with a smile. Exactly what I expected. Second grandpa laughed happily. At 15 yuan per half a kilogram, that's 525 yuan. Here, please count. Perfect, that's the right amount. I'm off again, the old man said, licking his fingers to count the bills before heading back into the mountains. Little Duck is back already? Zhang Feng was surprised again. The second person to return was the mischievous little duck, the kid from Uncle Ernie's house who wanted to earn money to get a wife. Ugh, it's all my dad's fault. He gave me such a tiny basket, it filled up too fast. It doesn't even hold as much as Big Mao's backpack, the boy complained with a pout. Huh, your dad was just being kind, he was worried you couldn't carry too much. Zhang Feng laughed as he began weighing and calculating for Little Duck. So, what are you going to use your money for? Buying a wife? Ha! This rascal wants a bride before he even grows chest hair. That's not true. I never said that. Auntie and fourth granny, who were washing mushrooms in the courtyard, could not help but tease him. Embarrassed, the little guy finally understood what getting a wife really meant and denied it with a shy laugh. 2.5 kilograms in total, 75 yuan, that was Little Duck's harvest this time. Little Duck, I will keep this money for you for now. I will give it to your dad when he comes. Why? This is my money, alright? You are all just bullying me. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Little Duck pouted and looked so aggrieved that he was on the verge of tears. Oh come on, don't cry. How about I give you 5 yuan now, and the rest later? Yes, we will help you hold on to it. When you come back, we promise to return it. What if you lose it in the mountains? Everyone chimed in to console him. Really? You must return it to me when I come back. Little Duck took the 5 yuan, still somewhat skeptical. Of course. How could we lie to you? Then Little Duck picked up his bamboo basket and, though a bit unwilling, walked out the door only to dash off excitedly toward the small village shop. What a little glutton, as soon as he got money, he ran off to buy snacks. Wang Guilan laughed and shook her head as she watched Little Duck bouncing down the path. Beep, beep. While everyone was busy washing mushrooms in the courtyard, the sound of a car horn rang out at the gate. Zhang Feng turned his head, it was Fatty Niu. Ha ha ha, you've collected this much so early already? Seeing the big basin full of freshly washed mushrooms, Niu Chong was all smiles, visibly pleased. Yo, brother Niu, this is nothing, this is just from one person. Zhang Feng quickly brought out a stool for him to sit. Oh, so there are lots of mushrooms in the mountains, huh? Niu Chong was surprised. That's right. If we go all in today, we could get over 500 kilograms. Zhang Feng was a bit worried whether Niu Chang's restaurant could handle that much. Haha, no problem. I will take as much as you can gather. Whatever I do not use right away, I will dry into preserved mushrooms. They can be used later. Niu Chong chuckled, seeing Zhang Feng's concern. Truthfully, he hoped for as many as possible. Good mushrooms were always welcome. Xiao Wang, bring out all the crates from the back of the truck. Then he said, Brother, I brought some plastic crates. You can put the washed mushrooms in those, and I'll come pick them up. Good thing Niu Chong had thought ahead, otherwise Zhang Feng would not have had enough bamboo baskets. He let out a sigh of relief. Being new to business, it was natural to overlook a few things. Before even sitting for 3 minutes, impatient Fatty Niu had his driver load 15 kilograms of red mushrooms and hurried off to test the market. Before leaving, Niu Chong gave Zhang Feng a 10,000 yuan deposit for mushroom purchases, truly a timely rescue. Although Zhang Feng had made some money in recent days, it was only about 8,000 yuan in total, enough to buy 250 to 300 kilograms of mushrooms. Without that money, he might have had to borrow from his mother. About an hour later, the villagers who had gone into the mountains began returning one after another. The courtyard was packed with people jostling to weigh and settle accounts. It was lively and bustling. Hey, do not rush, do not push. Line up properly. If the mushrooms get crushed, I will not buy them. Zhang Feng shouted as he sweated profusely, seeing the chaos around him. After hearing his words, everyone calmed down. If the mushrooms got squashed, then the whole morning's work would be wasted. What a shame that would be. Uncle Dashan, 10 kilograms of red mushrooms, 7.5 kilograms of porcini, 480 yuan, correct? Correct. Here is your money. Third great uncle, 7.5 kilograms of red mushrooms, 225 yuan. Please take it. Sister Suilian, 12.5 kilograms of red mushrooms, 5 kilograms of porcini, 495 yuan. Please count it. Auntie Hohot, 350 yuan. Third uncle 510 yuan. Uncle Ernio 550 yuan. Little duck 30 yuan. Plus 70 yuan from last time, 650 yuan in total. Uncle Ernio, please take it. Ah, crazy brother, why did you give my money to my dad? I was going to buy a transformer. Little duck grabbed Zhang Feng's sleeve, protesting in frustration. Buy what? I'll get you some buns next time at the market, said Uncle Ernio as he took the money and dragged the little rascal home. Poor little duck, who had gotten up before the chickens and worked all morning, saw his 100 yuan earnings vanish into his father's pocket. After sending off the last villager, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But when he turned around and saw the mountain of mushrooms piled in the courtyard, he collapsed mentally. Over 500 kilograms, and only 4 people to wash them. Who knew how long it would take? Mom, there's no way we can wash all these mushrooms alone. Please go get a few more people from the village to help. Wang Guilan then called Sister Ringzi, Sister Suilian, second aunt, and 5 or 6 others. Plus second uncle's family of 3, there were about 10 people in total. The speed improved dramatically. With everyone's help, and after a short period of adjustment, the pace picked up. Seeing the progress, Zhang Feng rushed back inside to prepare food. Luckily, he had cooked 2 pieces of preserved pork the night before. He planned to make steamed preserved pork, fish mince stir-fried with preserved pork, spicy yellow eel, green pepper stir-fried with red mushrooms, and finally, a soup dish, pumpkin and cowpea soup, a rural favorite. Zhang Feng had completely absorbed the basic cooking skill module. Preparing home-style stir-fried dishes like these was a breeze. In less than an hour, he had finished a large table of fragrant, mouth-watering dishes. Brother, this yellow eel is delicious. Cousin Zhang Yi had been lured in by the smell. While Zhang Feng was not looking, he stole a bite and could not stop praising it. You rascal, already grown and still stealing food. If second uncle sees you, you are in for a scolding. Zhang Feng was happy to see his cousin enjoy the food. Ha, then I just will not let him see. Zhang Yi grinned and popped another piece of eel into his mouth. Thank you, everyone. Let's eat first and wash the rest later. Yes, come eat, everything is ready. We will finish up afterward. Wang Guilan called everyone over. You all worked hard today. Please eat, do not be shy. As everyone sat down, she greeted them with a warm smile. Ha, we are all family, what is there to be shy about? Exactly. If we were not family, we would not be under the same roof. Everyone was a fellow villager, many were even related, so no one stood on ceremony. Facing Zhang Feng's delicious dishes, they all ate heartily and praised his cooking non-stop. After a morning of picking, the nearby mountains had been cleaned out. There was barely anything left to find, so fewer villagers went back in the afternoon, and the harvest could not compare to the morning. Just as Zhang Feng had expected, by evening they had only gathered a bit over 50 kilograms, just 1/10 of the morning's haul. The setting sun dipped below the horizon. Brilliant red clouds lit up the entire sky like a blazing oil painting. The afterglow of the sunset pierced through the clouds like golden flying swords, slicing through the heavens and earth, casting a sacred golden glow over the entire moonlight lake. When Boss Neo took away the final basket of mushrooms, the helpers gradually dispersed. After a whole day of hard work, Zhang Feng and his mother finally sat down on chairs, able to rest at last. Meanwhile, cooking smoke rose from every household in the village, carrying the aromas of various delicious dishes. The playful children ran about in the courtyards and drying yards, snacking, chasing and playing, no shortage of cheer and laughter. The adults too sat in their courtyards, chatting and relaxing with smiles on their faces, talking about the events of the day and making plans for tomorrow, hoping every day could bring such good harvests. Just in this one day of stir-frying and selling mushrooms, the household with the biggest haul made over 1,000 yuan, comparable to half a month's regular income. And as long as they entered the mountains, even the lowest earners made at least over 100 yuan. Take Little Duck, who was only 5 years old, he too earned over 100 yuan. Thus, for the villagers, mushroom picking became an extraordinary source of income, a veritable mountain of gold, far better than farming or working out of town. After resting a bit, and taking a sip of water, Zhang Feng impatiently took out the money made from selling mushrooms. Looking at the thick stack of bright red bills, he was visibly moved, a faint smile spreading across his face. Just a few days ago, he had still been a pathetic recluse, nicknamed Lazy Scholar, well known near and far. Whenever he went out, people would point and whisper. He had no dignity whatsoever. But now, Zhang Feng felt a deep sense of achievement. In just a single day, he had made over 10,000 yuan, almost equivalent to the family's entire yearly income from farming. It was his first time making so much money, and the thought alone filled him with excitement and confidence about the future. Xiaofeng, hurry and count how much we earned today, his mother said with excitement as she watched him. She knew they had definitely earned quite a bit. "Alright, Mom, let's count it together," Jung Fong replied joyfully, handing half the money to his mother. He too was eager. Together, their speed would be much faster. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Jung Fong counted it 3 times. It came to 18,000 yuan. "Mom, I have 18,000 here," he said, seeing that she had finished counting as well. "I have 15,000, she said with a smile, handing the money to Jung Fong. 18 plus 15, that's 33,000, Jung Fong exclaimed, surprised. "That much? Ha! Silly child, did you forget to subtract your costs?" his mother reminded him, smiling happily at his delight. "Ah, that's right, we invested over 8,000. Her words snapped him back to reality. He had indeed put in everything he earned over the last few days. After calculating again, 33,000 minus just over 8,000 left a net profit of around 24,000 yuan. 24,000 in just one day. That was many times more than what they earned from farming in a year. If every day were like this, wealth would be just around the corner. But Jung Fong quickly reminded himself that he was only dreaming. Mushrooms only grew for 1 to 2 months out of the year. Even excluding sunny days when they did not grow, if they could collect freely for about 20 days in that window, they could still make 4 to 500,000 yuan. As the saying goes, happiness comes from contentment. Earning even that much in a year was more than enough. Jung Fong did not dare to be greedy. "Mom, you go rest. I will cook." Once he calmed down, his stomach began rumbling, and night began to fall. Moonlight Lake Village lit up with scattered lights, as if a swarm of fireflies flickered from afar, tiny, twinkling, and stunningly beautiful. After dinner and a bath, Jung Fong returned to his room and began practicing his health cultivation technique. The 38th cosmic health technique truly lived up to its extraterrestrial origins. Even after days of practice, Jung Fong had barely mastered the first movement. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden system mission, first pot of gold. You have been awarded 100 points. Please check your account. Ding dong! The system shop is now officially open. Please check the new items available. Just as he finished a round of practice, the system brought him a delightful surprise. He never expected that making money from mushrooms would count as a hidden mission. Even more surprising, the system's long-awaited shop had finally opened. Ha, what a pleasant surprise, Jung Fong thought happily, and then opened his personal stat panel. Host, Jung Fong. Strength, 20, plus 16. Speed, 19, plus 13. Reflexes, 18, plus 10. Endurance, 17, plus 14. Flexibility, 14, plus 10. Spirit, 18, plus 11. Note, the average adult score is 10. Skills. Basic hunting skill. Basic cooking skill. Points, 150. Note, points can be used in the system shop to buy various items. 100 points equals 1 lottery draw. Lottery chances, 1. Main quest, Phase 1, cure laziness syndrome within 1 month and change others' perceptions of the host. Reward, 10,000 points plus 3 lottery draws. Progress, 80/100. System assessment, host's combat strength is low. Laziness syndrome has been partially cured, further observation in progress. System recommends early sleep, morning exercise, and persistent practice of the health technique. Goal, become a strong, diligent, forward-thinking modern farmer. Jung Fong opened the system shop. Not many items were listed, just a handful. Aromatic rice seeds, 10 points/kg. Fragrance booster agent, 10 points/bottle. Solar growth formula, 50 points. Lunar growth formula, 100 points. 38th cosmic health technique, 100 points. Basic gene solution, 500 points. Basic calligraphy and painting skill, 500 points. Foreign language mastery, 800 points. Basic hunting skill, 800 points. Basic cooking skill, 800 points. Note, 100 yuan equals 1 point. What the fuck, bloody extortionists? 100 yuan for just 1 fucking point? Seeing this, Jung Fong cursed out loud at the Huanyu Technology Corporation. No wonder the system shop only opened once he had made some money. Jung Fong checked his total, only 150 points, 50 from the last lottery, 100 just now from the hidden task. Not enough to buy much. He was instantly deflated. Even earning over 20,000 today only equaled 200 points. He shook his head, it was all just out of reach for now. I did not expect the main mission, curing laziness, to be 80% complete. What a nice surprise. Jung Fong reviewed his stats again, this time spotting the change. Ha, seems like my efforts these past days were not in vain. This is true mutual benefit. Yesterday, the system had not changed at all. Clearly, it was the villagers making money from selling mushrooms today that shifted their opinions of him. An unexpectedly great start. The next day, due to unfavorable weather and a lack of rainfall, there were not many mushrooms in the forest, so work ended early today. After dinner, Zhang Feng decided to take a walk up the mountain. A gentle breeze blew. The evening glow lit up the entire sky. Birds and insects chirped across the hills, and the wild animals returned to their nests. At this moment, Zhang Feng strolled along the mountain path, looking at the clouds in the western sky, enjoying the refreshing and beautiful scenery of the village in the evening. Ever since acquiring the Super Farmer system, taking the basic gene serum, and undergoing modifications from the body strengthening exercise, Zhang Feng's physical abilities had improved rapidly. With each step he covered several meters. His movements were light, and even on rugged mountain paths, he walked as if on flat ground. Climbing hills and wading through water felt like practicing lightness skill. It took no effort at all. This used to be the mountain god temple. Zhang Feng looked at the ruins of the shrine. The rooftop was missing tiles, and the beams had long been taken by villagers. The once revered statue of the mountain god had broken into pieces and lay abandoned among the weeds. A trace of sorrow stirred in Zhang Feng's heart. This was the once famous mountain god temple of Qinglong Mountain. According to legend, the incense offerings here were once so prosperous that even people 100 li away came to pray for blessings. Sadly, the green mountain remained, but the god had vanished. What was once a magnificent shrine had become ruins. The former glory had become fleeting dust, long gone. Walking around the ruins, he could still see traces of childhood play, graffiti on the walls, marks carved into the trees in front of the courtyard. Every brick and tile had borne the footsteps of childhood friends. Hide and seek, pretend games. He and Zhang Yi used to wrestle here while herding cattle. Those childhood memories were so wonderful and joyful. Those events seemed like they had happened just yesterday, yet looking back, more than a decade had passed. Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Time flies like water, flowing day and night. In the blink of an eye, he was already 25 or 26, but those childhood scenes were still clearly etched in his mind. Time had passed so quickly, it had already been more than 10 years. Very soon, the sun had vanished beyond the distant horizon. The light dimmed, and night slowly descended. It is time to head back, Zhang Feng thought to himself. If he stayed out any longer, his mother would surely worry. There is a saying, it's easy to climb a mountain, hard to descend. But that did not apply to Zhang Feng at all. With his extraordinary physical strength, going downhill was as easy as drinking water or eating. There's such a large patch of wildflowers here? Zhang Feng, walking downhill while enjoying the scenery, came across a vibrant sea of flowers halfway down. It is truly as the saying goes, one searches high and low only to find it effortlessly. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. His courtyard lacked flowers and plants, and he had not expected to encounter such beautiful wildflowers just by taking a walk on the mountain. What a delightful surprise! This field of flowers stretched hundreds of meters in all directions. Blossoms of every color bloomed in profusion. The beautiful purple alfalfa resembled a natural colorful carpet spread across the flower field. The lush green leaves and purple flowers connected leaf to leaf, forming a stunning painting. The sea of flowers was sprinkled with yellow wild chrysanthemums, red spider lilies, gorgeous hyacinths, and even elegant white wild lilies. There were many wildflowers Zhang Feng could not even name. Everything imaginable was here, nearly all commonly seen wildflowers. Looking at the beautiful flowers, Zhang Feng immediately started collecting a few of each kind, especially the wild lilies and golden yellow chrysanthemums, which he liked. At this moment, Zhang Feng felt like a monkey descending from the mountain, seeing a watermelon and wanting to toss away the corn. So many brightly colored blossoms dazzled him. Unconsciously, he had already gathered a large pile of various flowers in front of him. If he planted these in his courtyard, it would become more beautiful and carry a rustic charm. Xiaofeng, where did you go? When Zhang Feng returned home, it was already pitch dark. His mother was still sitting at the door waiting for him. I went for a walk behind the mountain and picked some wildflowers to plant in the yard, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Yes, planting wildflowers in the yard will make it look nicer. His mother nodded in agreement. Afterward, Zhang Feng buried the roots of the wildflowers in the flower bed to keep them fresh and hydrated so they would not wither the next day. In the following days, Zhang Feng secretly watered the flowers with diluted formula. Thanks to the modification from the Rihua growth serum, the flowers in the bed grew thick and lush, and even their quality improved. All kinds of wildflowers became even more vibrant and beautiful. But the biggest transformation came from the wild chrysanthemums. Once the size of a coin, their blossoms had now grown to the size of a fist. Someone unaware might even mistake them for a new variety. Luckily, this was the countryside, and no one would investigate such things, so it did not seem odd. Time flew by. Soon, a week had passed. It was Friday again, the day his two younger sisters returned home. Wow, brother, where did you get all these flowers? As soon as the second and youngest sister stepped into the yard, they saw it filled with wildflowers of every color. Their jaws dropped in surprise. Hee hee, pretty, right? I brought these back from Feng Mountain, Zhang Feng said, full of pride at their delighted reactions. Wow, these are wild chrysanthemums, right? But their flowers are usually not this big. The youngest sister stared in awe at the enormous chrysanthemums, while the second sister smiled quietly, admiring the blossoms. Brother, what kind of flower is this? Its blossoms are small, but somehow they are incredibly pleasing to look at. Zhang Lin looked at the plant with green leaves and purple flowers and asked her brother. This is alfalfa. Its compound leaves usually consist of 3 leaflets, so it is also called 3-leaf clover. It is said that if you find one with 4 leaves, it brings good luck, so it is also known as the lucky 4-leaf clover. Zhang Feng carefully explained the legend of the lucky clover to his sister. Alfalfa has bright green leaves, reproduces quickly, and is great for greening land. It is both cost-effective and beautiful, so Zhang Feng planted it all over the empty spaces in the yard. This one is wild coxcomb, that one is wild orchid, and those red ones are spider lilies. What about this one? That is a daisy, and over there is a white crystal chrysanthemum. The most abundant flower in Zhang Feng's courtyard was the wild chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemums come in many varieties and were deeply loved by poets and scholars in ancient times, like Tao Yuanming with his famous line, "Picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence," and Huang Chao with "When my flowers bloom, all others wilt." It is said that a scholar in ancient times named Wang Shangjin even wrote a book called The Compendium of Flowers, classifying chrysanthemums. According to that book, there were 92 varieties of yellow chrysanthemums, 73 white, 32 purple, 35 red, 22 pink, and 17 rare types, 6 categories and 271 varieties, with at least 16 flower shapes. In modern times, through generations of cultivation, many new varieties have emerged, making chrysanthemums even more diverse than in ancient times. Looking at the 10+ types of wildflowers blooming in his courtyard, Zhang Feng took a deep breath. The air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. Seeing his handiwork, he felt deeply satisfied. Mom, we are back. After admiring the wildflowers in the courtyard, the little girl happily ran into the house. Ah, Xiaolin, Xiaoye, you are back? Upon hearing her daughter's voices, Wang Guilan immediately came out to greet them, her face filled with joy. She had missed them dearly over the past week. Mom, has everything been all right at home lately? Xiaolin asked thoughtfully. Hee, everything is fine. Your brother recently. Their mother then began telling them everything that had happened at home over the past few days. Hearing that their elder brother Zhang Feng had earned over 30,000 yuan in just a few days, Zhang Yu and Zhang Lin were utterly stunned. They were speechless, unable to believe that their previously lazy brother had changed so drastically. In just a matter of days, he seemed like a completely different person. Truly, as the saying goes, judge a man anew after 3 days apart. They were genuinely happy about their brother's transformation. This way, their mother would have less to worry about and not bear such heavy burdens alone. Xiaoye, what would you like to eat today? I will cook for you, Zhang Feng said as he entered the house after weeding the flower bed. Since both sisters studied in the county and only came home once a week, Zhang Feng planned to show off his skills and make something delicious to nourish them. Brother, I want to eat eel. I want to eat eel. Zhang Yu eagerly raised her hand and shouted. All right. I will go catch some from the backyard later and make it for you. Seeing his little sister excitedly tugging on his arm, Zhang Feng smiled helplessly and affectionately patted her head. Zhang Lin, what about you? Zhang Feng turned to his quiet sister and asked. We have mushrooms at home. Just stir-fry some mushrooms later, Zhang Lin replied with a gentle smile. Her temperament had always been gentle and calm, unlike her lively and talkative younger sister. All right, you two wash the mushrooms. I will go catch the eel in the backyard. Brother, I want to go too. Zhang Yu could never sit still for long. Carrying a small bucket, she followed closely behind Zhang Feng to the water ditch in the backyard to catch eel. Seeing Zhang Feng sprinkle something into the ditch, Zhang Yu curiously asked, Brother, what are you putting in there? Just some bait. This time, Zhang Feng did not use the Rihua solution directly. Instead, he mixed the diluted solution with fish bait to make a new kind of bait. Very soon, the eels in the ditch caught the scent of the Rihua growth serum and swarmed out of their holes. In the blink of an eye, the whole ditch became lively, with countless eels writhing toward the bait, unaware of the impending danger. Wow! So many eels! Zhang Yu was stunned by the sight. Other than the last time, she had never seen such a huge swarm of eels. This time, there were even more than before. The Rihua growth serum not only enhanced growth but also promoted reproduction. Zhang Yu was not mistaken, there were nearly twice as many eels as the previous week. Some of them had likely been drawn from other areas, as the water ditch extended from the backyard of the Zheng home all the way to Moonlight Lake. Zheng Feng said nothing. Seizing the moment, he struck decisively, sweeping his net through the water and catching a full load in one go. Catching eels had never been so easy. Xiaoya, pick out the smaller eels and release them back into the water. As the old saying goes, surround on 3 sides, leave one side open. Since the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, people had understood that hunting and fishing must not be done to extinction. Only by preserving the ecosystem can survival be sustained. Okay, brother. Though mischievous, Zhang Yu understood that one must not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. In the countryside, children grow up knowing that everything must be done in moderation. Going to extremes invites retribution. Alright, that's enough. Let's go. Soon, the siblings finished catching the eels. Zhang Feng weighed the catch over half a kilogram. Hee, alright. Zhang Yu happily carried the bucket and followed Zhang Feng home. About half an hour later, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. At this moment, Zhang Yu was like a greedy little kitten, eyes fixed on the pot, not blinking. Ah! Let me have a taste. Unable to resist, she tried to sneak a bite but was caught red-handed by Zhang Feng. You greedy girl, it is not even cooked yet. Zhang Feng swatted her hand away with a laugh. Really? Zhang Yu pouted. Zhang Yu, come wash the dishes, their mother called from inside the house. Okay. Coming. Soon, Zhang Feng had prepared all the dishes: spicy stir-fried eel, green pepper mushrooms, stir-fried wood ear with pork slices, preserved meat with fish mint, oil-splashed eggplant, and tomato egg soup. Ah! Smells so good. Zhang Yu sniffed eagerly, her anticipation clear. You little rascal, go get the rice. Wang Guilan smiled and shook her head, thinking to herself, when will this little girl truly grow up? The dinner, though simple, was filled with warmth and the cozy feeling of home. With no more pressure from daily survival, the family could sit together, chat, and enjoy a meal with laughter and ease. That, too, was a kind of happiness, a kind of joy. After dinner, the 2 sisters got to work on their homework. Zhang Yu was preparing for the upcoming secondary school entrance exams, and Zhang Lin was about to take the highly competitive National College entrance examination. Both of them were racing against time, diligently reviewing. Zhang Feng, meanwhile, climbed upstairs, lay on the bed with his eyes closed, and began checking his system attributes. Character status: Zhang Feng. Strength: 20, with a bonus of 16. Speed: 19, with a bonus of 13. Reaction: 18, with a bonus of 10. Endurance: 17, with a bonus of 14. Flexibility: 15, with a bonus of 11. Mental focus: 18, with a bonus of 11. Note: the average adult level is 10. Skills acquired: basic hunting techniques, basic culinary skills. Points available: 150. Points can be used in the system store to purchase various items. Every 100 points allows for 1 lottery draw. Available lottery draws: 1. Main quest, Phase 1. Overcome lazy disease within 1 month and change others' perception of the host. Reward upon completion: 10,000 points and 3 lottery draws. Current progress: 95 out of 100. System evaluation: compatibility remains low. Laziness has been largely cured, but the host is still under observation. The system advises early rising, consistent training, and diligent practice of physical exercises. The goal is to become a strong, hardworking, and positive modern farmer. Zhang Feng noticed a surprising change in his flexibility stat. It had increased by 1 point. It must have been the result of consistent training with the body strengthening routine. He also saw that his main quest progress had increased by 15%. The mission was nearly complete. The thought of soon receiving a reward of 10,000 points and 3 lottery draws made his heart race with excitement. Just then, the task from a few days ago was finally completed. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, Renovate the Countryside Courtyard. Reward: 200 points and 1 lottery draw. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He had been waiting so long that he nearly forgot about it. Just as he was becoming numb from the wait, a surprise dropped in his lap, completely unexpected. Although this task took a long time to complete, the reward was substantial. Zhang Feng did the math. He now had a total of 350 points and 2 lottery draws available. He planned to use both chances and see what valuable items he might win. Zhang Feng clicked on the lottery button. The prize will appear just like before, divided into 6 sections, each with a different item. 50 points. 100 points. 300 points. 1 bottle of Moonlight Growth Solution, 100 milliliters. Basic driving skill. Basic calligraphy and painting skill. Start the draw. At Zhang Feng's command, the pointer on the prize wheel spun rapidly. It was impossible to tell where it might stop, it all depended on luck. Stop. As soon as he said it, the pointer gradually slowed and finally came to rest on basic calligraphy and painting skill. Basic calligraphy and painting skill? That feels kind of useless. Zhang Feng muttered. He always thought of himself as a cultured man but had no idea how this skill would help him. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining basic calligraphy and painting skill. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. Even if it was somewhat trivial, Zhang Feng figured it could still help him cultivate some artistic taste, at least superficially. Would the host like to continue the draw? Continue. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bottle of guagua fragrance agent. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. Soon, Zhang Feng held the bottle in his hand, wondering, what exactly is guagua fragrance? According to the system's explanation, this agent was used during the fruit-bearing stage of trees. It helped fruits grow larger, taste better, become more fragrant, and have better overall quality. In essence, it was like the ripening agents and fruit enhancers commonly used by farmers, but because this was a product of the system, it was in an entirely different league. The guagua fragrance agent was an all-natural formula, completely harmless to humans and even beneficial to the body. It could even be consumed directly without any negative effects. The system also explained that this was a concentrated agent. Although only 100 milliliters, it was enough for a fruit grove of 10 mu. Naturally, its price was also high, 10 points, equivalent to 1,000 yuan. After storing the guagua fragrance agent in the system, Zhang Feng began learning the basic calligraphy and painting skill. System, begin learning. As soon as he gave the command, countless images and techniques related to calligraphy and traditional painting flooded Zhang Feng's mind. Character strokes moved like dragons and snakes, sometimes flowing like clouds, sometimes sharp as blades etched into wood. There were vivid ink wash paintings, some lifelike, some mysterious and difficult to interpret. Zhang Feng felt as if he were being enlightened, becoming one with the figures in his mind, wielding brush and ink effortlessly. It was as if he had practiced calligraphy for decades, the knowledge flowing naturally within him, completely integrated into his experience. By the time Zhang Feng woke up, the night was quiet and deep. His mother had gone to bed. The lights were still on in his sister's rooms. 10 years of hard study, all for a shot at success. This was a knowledge-based society. If one could not get into a university, they would be eliminated by the system, especially for ordinary people who were not born into wealth or privilege. Only by entering university could one change their destiny, avoid losing from the very start, find a ladder to climb out of poverty, and work their way to the middle or upper class. A man must rise from the mountains and not return without success. Zhang Feng had once been full of ambition, eager to leave the mountains and explore the world beyond. He was accepted into a top university, achieving what he had dreamed of, but success slipped away at the final step. Once at university, he became lax, turning into a student even he despised. Though he graduated, barely, he lost all his previous confidence. After changing jobs 5 or 6 times, he eventually slunk back to his hometown an insignificant, idle man. But all of that was now in the past. With the super farmer system, even life in the countryside could become fulfilling. He could make his family happy and live with dignity. Thinking of all this, Zhang Feng slowly drifted off to sleep. In the early morning, birds were already fluttering among the trees, chirping joyfully to greet a new day. The sky outside was perfectly clear, another sunny day. Bright sunlight shone on Zhang Feng's face, and he stirred, gradually waking up. Ah, another great day. He took a deep breath, immediately turned over, got out of bed, and began practicing his physical routine in the courtyard. Zhang Lin, you are up? Would you prefer noodles or porridge for breakfast? Having just finished his training, he saw his sister had also gotten up. As for the younger sister, she was probably still in bed. Noodles. Zhang Lin replied. She usually got up early to make breakfast for everyone, but today her brother had risen earlier and was already cooking. She felt warm inside, happy that someone cared for her. Zhang Lin, go wake up that lazy pig. Your brother's noodles are nearly done. Their mother, freshly washed and dressed, gave the order. All right, Mom. Zhang Lin went into the room. Little lazy pig, time to get up and eat breakfast. Just let me sleep a little longer. Still sleeping? If you keep this up, you will turn into a real pig. After much teasing from her sister, Zhang Yu finally dragged herself out of bed, grumbling all the while. The sky was bright and clear. It seemed there would be no mushroom harvesting today. After breakfast, Zheng Feng informed his mother and rode his family's tricycle into town. Their house had been standing for over 10 years, and the walls were chipped and peeling. Zheng Feng decided to buy some supplies and repaint the walls. Although he had never done such work before, his late father had been a professional painter, so Zheng Feng had some familiarity with it. He figured he could figure it out. Soon, Zheng Feng arrived at the building supply market, bought a few bags of materials, loaded them onto the vehicle, and drove back home. "Big brother, what did you get from town?" he was asked by his cousin Zhang Yi as he re-entered the village. "Some materials. I am going to repaint our house. By the way, if you are free, come help out." Zheng Feng spoke casually. They had grown up together, stealing melons and catching shrimp, closer than brothers. "Sure thing. I will be there right away." Zhang Yi had the day off. Normally, he and his father made a living through market trading, buying low, selling high, doing whatever turned a profit. Back at home, their mother and sisters had already cleaned the house. Furniture was moved away from the walls, an old line was scraped off, an essential prep step before painting. They mixed the plaster, dampened the walls, and got to work. Being complete novices, they made plenty of blunders at first. The walls ended up lumpy and uneven, and they both burst out laughing at each other's clumsy results. But with practice, their skills quickly improved. The surfaces became smooth and clean. The progress they made was remarkable. After a whole day of labor, they finally finished repainting all the interior walls. Looking at the freshly white, smooth surfaces, they were filled with a sense of accomplishment. Neither had expected to do such a professional-looking job. "Hee, Mom, look, does it not look like a brand new house?" The younger sister looked around the sparkling clean room. The walls looked new and glossy. If not for the old roof beams and tiles, no one would guess the house was over a decade old. Yes, repainting really makes a big difference. Their mother smiled, pleased with both the new look of the house and her hard-working son. The next day, Zheng Feng's mother stayed home to collect mushrooms, and his two younger sisters were at home reviewing their lessons. Zheng Feng, carrying a bamboo basket on his back and a large pair of shears over his shoulder, headed to the orchard. On the way, he ran into Uncle Ernio, who joked, "Hey, Zheng Feng, walking around with those big shears, why do you look like Yu Lao-san?" Zheng Feng quickly replied, "Have you ever seen a Yu Lao-san as handsome as me? Heh, you narcissist. So, you are off to prune the branches?" Uncle Ernio asked with a smile. "Yes, the branches have grown too densely. I am going to trim them a bit." Some people might wonder, what is wrong with having thick, lush branches on fruit trees? Of course, it is a problem. When the branches and leaves grow too thick, they compete with the fruit for nutrients and block sunlight. This affects photosynthesis and the accumulation of sugars in the fruit. In simpler terms, without enough sunlight, the fruit will not grow properly and will taste bland, which makes it hard to sell at a good price. After chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. Uncle Ernio continued on to release his cattle into the sinkhole, while Zheng Feng continued up the mountain. Zhangjiawan is located in the southeastern part of the Dianshan Plateau, with rolling hills and interlocking peaks, ravines and caves scattered throughout, a classic karst landscape. As the saying goes, peach trees bear in year 3, plums in year 4, and walnuts in year 11. It had been several years since farmland was retired for reforestation. The oil peaches and April plums planted on Zheng Feng's land began bearing fruit on a large scale 2 years ago. The improved varieties mature faster and produce higher quality fruit. Their orchard, though not huge, covers about 10 mu. Besides peaches and plums, it includes small plantings of pears, mandarins, walnuts, and loquats, quite a variety. Since it began producing, the orchard has brought in several thousand yuan each year, becoming an important part of the family's income. Today, Zheng Feng's task was to prune branches and thin the fruit. In the past, villagers believed the more fruit on a tree, the better. Why pick some off and waste it? So they ignored expert advice. But once harvest time came, the difference became clear. Pruning and thinning may seem like wasting fruit, and many people feel reluctant to do it, but it is actually a vital step. A fruit tree has limited nutrients. If it bears too many fruits, each one receives less nutrition and ends up small, dry, and poor in flavor. Such fruit cannot fetch a good price if it sells at all. It is like a household earning 5,000 yuan a month. Raising 4 or 5 children becomes a struggle, but with only 1 or 2, the children can be well fed and better educated. Thus, pruning and thinning is like reducing the burden on a tree. By keeping only a suitable number of fruits, each one gets enough nutrients and can grow large and tasty, fetching a better market price. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit makes you wiser. Since then, everyone remembered the importance of pruning and thinning. Snap. At the orchard, Zheng Feng raised his large shears, cutting skillfully through the branches. For each main branch, he left only the 2 or 3 strongest offshoots, the rest were removed. His strong physique made the work smooth and efficient. Though a little awkward at first, his speed increased quickly, astonishingly so. Anyone watching would have been shocked. Each tree took less than 2 minutes to prune, a speed no human farmer could match, not even the most seasoned veteran. Flap! As Zheng Feng was hard at work, a wild pheasant suddenly burst from the bushes, catching him off guard. It was too late to catch it, it had already flown off. The environment really is improving, he muttered. In the past, this area was heavily affected by rocky desertification. Wild pheasants had no habitat. But since the reforestation project, pheasants and rabbits were returning in growing numbers. In the last year or two, they were even becoming overabundant. Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. Ha! Zheng Feng tilted his head. That was definitely the sound of a pheasant, and it was very close. He had eaten wild pheasant before, and the taste was unforgettable. Picking up a few clumps of dirt, he decided to try his luck. Cluck cluck. Ha! So it's right here, he whispered. Thanks to his enhanced senses from training, Zheng Feng quickly pinpointed the bird's location. He picked up a dirt clump and crept closer. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3. The pheasant finally noticed the intruder and tried to take flight. But in that split second, Zheng Feng hurled the dirt, striking the bird's wing with pinpoint accuracy. The pheasant flapped frantically and dropped a short distance away. Ha! I can't believe that worked. Zheng Feng was thrilled. He had only intended to test his aim and reflexes but succeeded on the first try. Even the best hunters would find this difficult. Clearly, his physical condition, eyesight, and reflexes had reached an extraordinary level. Otherwise, catching a pheasant like this would be impossible. Nice, it is quite fat. Probably weighs around 1.5 kilograms. He lifted the colorful bird and weighed it in his hand, satisfied. Wild pheasants are usually small, so 1.5 kilograms was impressive. Looks like we have a fine dish for today. Perhaps due to the impact, the pheasant had died after struggling for a while, perfect for a mushroom and pheasant stew. A few more pheasants appeared after that. However, Zheng Feng did not always have a chance to act. Wild pheasants are fast, they can disappear 8 or 9 meters in the blink of an eye. Plus, he had not come specifically to hunt. Still, he made 2 more attempts. Though one failed, a 66% success rate was already excellent. With more practice, it would surely improve. A pheasant in the left hand. A pheasant in the right hand. Brother is so damn happy today. Zheng Feng sang cheerfully as he worked, delighted by the unexpected haul of 2 pheasants. His tuneless, wailing singing voice, fortunately unheard by others, might otherwise have scared someone to death. From around 6 o'clock in the morning until noon, he worked tirelessly, over 5 hours total. At last, all the trees in the Tenmu orchard were pruned, and many fruits had been thinned. Ah! Finally done! Stretching and sighing in relief, Zheng Feng surveyed the freshly trimmed orchard. Though the work had been tiring, his heart was filled with satisfaction. It had been a rewarding and meaningful day. Hey! Xiaofeng, where did you catch those 2 pheasants? Uncle Dashan asked in surprise when he saw Zheng Feng on the road. In my orchard. Uncle Dashan, you're not off work yet? Zheng Feng replied. Just about done. You lucky rascal. Uncle Dashan looked at the 2 pheasants in Zheng Feng's hand, full of envy as he packed up his fangs. Luck? Dashan, try your own luck and see. At that moment, Uncle Ernio, herding his cattle, appeared behind them and chimed in. Wild pheasants show up all the time, but catching one is a whole other story. That's right, pheasants are way too skittish. A slight rustle and they fly off immediately, Uncle Dashan agreed, nodding. Hee, I was just lucky today. Threw a clump of dirt and hit 2 at once, Zheng Feng said cheerfully, unable to hide his excitement. Kid, you're such a damn show-off, I'll give you a full score for that act, Uncle Ernio said bitterly, consumed with envy. This brat hit the jackpot, managing to take down 2 birds with 1 throw. Your luck today is really something. Even Uncle Dashan was left speechless. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the village, the pheasants in Zheng Feng's hand catching everyone's attention. People were full of admiration and envy for his incredible luck. Young man, are you selling those pheasants? I'll give you 300 yuan each, a tourist called out as they neared the village and the crowd thickened. His eyes lit up at the sight and he rushed over. 300 yuan? Both Uncle Dashan and Uncle Ernio were tempted. They considered advising Zheng Feng to sell. After all, wild pheasants have more bone than meat. 300 yuan could buy over 5 kilograms of pork. Sorry, not for sale. I'm keeping them, Zheng Feng shook his head. While 300 yuan was not a small amount, he was not short of money anymore. Why not enjoy the meat himself? Just thinking about a mushroom and pheasant stew made his mouth water. But you've got two. Keep one and sell me the other. I'll give you 350, no, 300. The man was clearly a gourmet with a soft spot for rare mountain delicacies. He looked at Zhang Feng with hopeful eyes. Truly sorry. I am keeping them both. But if I catch another next time, I'll save one for you. Seeing Zhang Feng's firm refusal, the tourist had no choice but to give him his business card. He looked disappointed but not angry. All right then, brother. Please let me know next time you catch one. Absolutely, I'll let you know, Zhang Feng replied. Taking a glance at the card, he realized the seemingly ordinary tourist was actually the boss of a real estate company and a member of the Provincial Photography Association. People really can be full of surprises. Xiaofeng, why didn't you sell them? 300 yuan each. Your fifth grandpa sold one at the street market last time for only 180, said Uncle Ernie after the man left. Exactly, the pheasant may taste good, but there's not much meat on it, added Uncle Dashan. It's fine. Zhang Lin and Zhang Yu are about to take their college and high school entrance exams. I brought them back to give the girls some nourishment, Zhang Feng replied with a warm smile, knowing the two elders meant well. After all, earning money in the countryside is no easy task. Hearing this, both men fell silent. Everyone in the village knew Zhang Feng's sisters were excellent students, both in the top class of the county's best school. They even earned scholarships every year. If nothing went wrong, they were guaranteed to get into prestigious universities. In the countryside, they were stars of academic success. And now Zhang Feng, once a model of laziness, had turned over a new leaf. In just a few days, he had made tens of thousands of yuan, a dramatic transformation no one expected. As the three parted ways in the village, Uncle Dashan sighed and said, "Looks like Xiaofeng really struck gold with those mushrooms." "I would take out the looks like." "He definitely did," replied Uncle Ernie. They both shook their heads in amazement. The formerly notorious lazy scholar had reformed himself and was now earning a living like a pro. Brother's back. Mom, second sister. Look what Big Brother brought back. Little Zhang Yu ran out at the sight of the pheasants, thrilled, shouting all the way. Wang Guilan and Zhang Lin came out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing her younger sister hugging a pheasant excitedly, they both smiled with delight. "Hee hee, brother, how about pheasant and mushroom stew this afternoon?" the little foodie Zhang Yu asked, drooling at the sight. "Eat? That thing's worth over 100 yuan, their mother scolded lightly. Little Yu puffed up her cheeks in protest. It was an adorable sight. "Mom, it is fine. It is not worth that much. Let's treat ourselves to some pheasant and mushrooms," Zhang Feng said with a smile. Thinking it over, Wang Guilan gave in. The family had made 30 or 40,000 yuan recently. A little treat seemed reasonable. After lunch, Zhang Feng slaughtered one pheasant and began cleaning it in the yard. His sisters helped wash fresh red mushrooms. Red mushrooms are highly nutritious, rich in rare amino acids, known for beautifying the skin, replenishing iron and blood, relieving back and leg pain, and even rumored to have anti-cancer properties. According to online sources, they are the ultimate miracle food. Although the health claims might be exaggerated, their flavor was indisputable. Zhang Feng found red mushrooms even tastier than meat, delicate, sweet, and never greasy. Few meats could compare. Just as the famous gourmet Su Dompa once said, "Eat 300 lychees a day, and I would gladly live in Lingnan forever." Zhang Feng's love for red mushrooms was no less than Su Dompa's love for lychees. He chopped the pheasant and boiled it in clean water over high heat, no seasoning needed. A rich aroma quickly filled the air. Once the chicken softened, he added the mushrooms. Since they were fresh, their flavor released quickly. Dried mushrooms would need to be added earlier. 2 hours later, the pheasant and mushroom stew was done. Zhang Yu could hardly contain her excitement, practically drooling. "Brother, let me try it first to see if it is good," the little girl said cheekily, grabbing a bowl and spoon and filling them up. "You little rascal, only thinking of yourself," Wang Guilan said with a laugh, patting her youngest on the head. Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin were used to her mischief and loved their spirited sister dearly. "Hee hee," the little one grinned and served everyone. This pheasant tastes amazing. Way better than the chicken at school," she said while eating. "Well, of course. The stuff at school is all 40-day-old factory chickens," Zhang Feng laughed. "Everyone eat. These mushrooms are just as good," he added. The rich flavor of the pheasant was extraordinary, but the mushrooms were even more fragrant. Soon, the whole pot was gone. Not a drop of soup remained. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a meal. After dinner, the girls resumed their studies. Zhang Yu was preparing for her high school entrance exam, and Zhang Lin for the national college entrance exam, both in intense review mode. Zhang Feng tidied up the courtyard, pruning flowers, watering, and weeding. Thanks to his care over the past few days, Their courtyard had become the most beautiful one in the village. April's weather changes in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago the sky was clear and cloudless. And in the next instant, dark clouds gathered, fierce winds arose, and the entire world seemed to plunge into darkness. Soon, raindrops the size of beans began pounding the ground with a crackling sound. Countless dense drops fell like a barrage of arrows from the heavens, leaving no room to dodge. As the heavy rain poured down, the entire village of Moon Lake burst into action. Those working in the fields rushed home in a panic, and those at home hurried to bring in their laundry. Though many were caught off guard and ended up drenched to the bone, their hearts were filled with joy. A downpour like this would make mushrooms in the mountains grow quickly. If it rained enough, everyone could go into the mountains the next day to pick mushrooms and make money. So, people were actually hoping for even more rain. Perhaps the heavens heard the villagers' prayers. A torrential downpour in the evening continued well into the night. The mountains and lands, parched for a week, were finally nourished with ample rain. The flowers, grass, and trees seemed reinvigorated, bursting with vitality. That night, Zhang Feng practiced his fitness routine, closed the window, and went to bed early to rest and recharge, ready to pick mushrooms the next day. Ah, that was a great sleep. The morning air in Zhangjiawan was especially fresh. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and instantly felt refreshed and clear-headed. He opened the window and looked out over the small village, now shrouded in mist. It felt like being in a fairyland, mysterious and ethereal. Though the sky was still dim, lights were already flickering throughout the village. He could faintly make out people on the road. Upon closer look, he saw that some had already strapped on baskets and were preparing to head into the mountains. Zhang Feng quickly went downstairs. After washing up, he began making breakfast. He ate with his mother, and by the time they finished, daylight had fully broken. Those who had left for the mountains early were probably on their way back. Sure enough, about 15 minutes later, villagers began to return one after another, baskets full. Third great uncle, you are back so early, did you go into the mountains in the middle of the night? Zhang Feng asked in surprise, seeing the first person return. It seemed the elders of Zhangjiawan were truly diligent. Of course not, I just left earlier than the others, the old man replied, waving his hand with a smile. Here, take a look, 15 kilograms in total, 450 yuan. Third great uncle checked the scale, nodded, accepted the money, then quickly hoisted his basket and rushed back into the mountains. Antasmanthus, 10 kilograms of red mushrooms and 2.5 kilograms of boletus, 360 yuan in total. Sister Suilian, 12.5 kilograms of red mushrooms and 5 kilograms of boletus, 495 yuan altogether. You too, double-check the amounts. They're right, both women replied with smiling faces, accepting the money. Earning 300 to 400 yuan in just one morning made them very happy. It was much more profitable than farm work, and not nearly as tiring. By the way, Aunt Guilan, sister-in-law, are you still hiring people to wash mushrooms today? It seemed the two women were not planning to head back into the mountains, so they asked Zhang Feng's mother. Of course. How could just the two of us wash so many mushrooms? Wang Guilan replied with a laugh. Then she asked, so, you two are not going back in? No. Too many people in the mountains, every corner has already been combed through. There is probably nothing left to pick, they explained, shaking their heads. With their help, Wang Guilan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, almost everyone in the village, young and old, was up in the mountains. It was hard to find anyone to hire. A few more helpers came later, and the cleaning process finally sped up. Second uncle, second aunt, you are back too. Before long, Zhang Feng's second uncle and his family returned from the mountains, each of the three carrying a mushroom-filled basket. We are back. There seems to be less this time, our baskets are not even full, second uncle said with a shake of his head, clearly dissatisfied. It is still a decent haul, especially considering there were more people in the mountains today. Last time, everyone had made good money, so people had been eagerly waiting for this day. Many would rather skip work or farm duties just to go mushroom hunting, it was far more lucrative. When they tallied it up, the second uncle's family had earned 680 yuan, a decent middle to upper range income. After all, nearly 3 times as many people went into the mountains this time compared to before. With the number of mushrooms in the mountains fixed, more people naturally meant smaller earnings per person. By noon, most mushroom pickers had returned. Thanks to help from the second uncle's family and Aunt Osmanthus and others, the group finally managed to finish washing over 500 kilograms of mushrooms. Mr. Nyo's workers soon came to transport them. Mushrooms from Zhangjiawan had recently taken the market by storm, demand far outstripped supply, with daily sales reaching 100 to 150 kilograms. As the mushrooms from Zhangjiawan became more famous, Many food lovers even came directly to the village to purchase them. Since supply could not meet demand, Mr. Nyo's restaurant had to implement a limited supply policy. Customers who could not get the tasty mushrooms at the restaurant came to the village instead. This not only increased villagers' incomes but also boosted tourism to the Moon Lake scenic area. Though the mother and son were exhausted and sore from the day's work, they were overjoyed by the income. Today alone, they had earned over 25,000 yuan. Including earnings from previous days, they had already made more than 80,000 yuan from selling mushrooms in just 1 week, an enormous sum for a rural household. It would take 7 or 8 years of farming to make that kind of money. Under the dim yellow light, Zhang Feng and his mother were eating dinner. "Mom, big sister does not make much working in Zhejiang. Why not ask her to come back and help?" Earlier, his mother had mentioned her back was hurting. Zhang Feng knew she must be overly tired. Squatting to wash mushrooms all morning must have triggered her old condition again. He could not bear to see his mother so worn out. His sister also worked long hours away from home, earning only 3 to 5,000 yuan a month. After rent and living expenses, there was barely anything left. So, Zhang Feng thought it was time to ask her to return and lighten their mother's load. "Sigh, your big sister has worked hard these past 2 years for the family. And we really do need more hands. I will call her later," his mother said, pausing with her chopsticks and sighing. She had always felt guilty about her eldest daughter. This time, besides needing help, she also hoped to help her settle down. At 27, the daughter was already at marriageable age. In the past, she had been held back by the family's situation. Now that things had improved, Zhang Feng's mother hoped she could finally find a good partner. The hearts of parents always hoping their children will lead better lives. Rain continued over the next 2 days. With moisture from the rain, mushrooms quickly reappeared. Every morning before dawn, villagers rustled into the mountains. Though earnings were no longer as high as the first day, they still brought in 2 to 300 yuan daily. By the end of the rainy season, each household could earn 10 to 20,000 yuan. The nearby forests had essentially become a treasure trove for the village, a veritable gold mine and a new path to prosperity. Zhang Feng, by collecting mushrooms, had earned his first 100,000 yuan. He successfully changed how others viewed him. Once known far and wide as the lazy scholar, he had now become a hard-working, down-to-earth new farmer. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, earning the first 100,000 yuan. You have received 300 points and 1 lucky draw chance. Please check your rewards. Ding dong! The system has issued a new task, become a millionaire within 1 year. Completing the task will reward 500 points and 1 lucky draw chance. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of 1,000 points. God damn it! You lose points if you fail a task? With no way to alter the task once it was issued, Zhang Feng could only accept it. With the system's help, he believed completing it would not be too difficult. Zhang Feng then opened his attribute panel. Host, Zhang Feng. Strength, 21. Speed, 19. Reflexes, 18. Endurance, 18. Flexibility, 15. Spirit, 18. Note, the average adult level is 10. Skills, basic hunting, basic cooking. Points, 650. Note, points can be used in the system shop to purchase various items. 100 points allow for 1 lucky draw. Lucky draws remaining, 1. Main task, Phase 1, cure chronic laziness within 1 month and change public perception of the host. Reward for completion, 10,000 points and 3 lucky draws. Task progress, 99 out of 100. Side task, become a millionaire within 1 year. Reward for completion, 500 points and 1 lucky draw. Penalty for failure, deduction of 1,000 points. System evaluation, host's combat strength is weak. Chronic laziness has been preliminarily cured, still under observation. The system recommends going to bed early, rising early, exercising regularly, and diligently practicing bodybuilding routine number 38. It hopes the host will soon become a strong, hard-working, and positively motivated new era farmer. Zhang Feng noticed a pleasant surprise. His strength and endurance had both increased by 1 point. It seemed his persistent practice of the bodybuilding routine over the past few days had paid off. Zhang Feng then opened the system shop to check for updates and available items. Super fertilizer, 5 points per bag, 50 kilograms. Super pesticide, 5 points per bottle, 100 milliliters. Fragrant rice seeds, 10 points per kilogram. Fruity aroma agent, 10 points per bottle. Super weed clearing goat, 50 points each. Solar growth hormone, 50 points. Lunar growth hormone, 100 points. Bodybuilding routine no, 38, 100 points. Basic genetic serum, 500 points. Basic driving skill, 500 points. Basic calligraphy and painting skill, 500 points. Foreign language mastery skill, 800 points. Basic hunting skill, 800 points. Basic cooking skill, 800 points. Basic carving skill, 800 points. Note, 100 yuan equals 1 point. Haha. The system shop has finally been updated. Zhang Feng noticed 5 new items in the store: super fertilizer, super pesticide, super weed clearing goat, basic driving skill, and basic carving skill. Among them, super fertilizer was a highly concentrated natural organic fertilizer, 10 times more effective than regular fertilizer. Super pesticide could eliminate all pests. It was a non-toxic pesticide, and 100 milliliters could eradicate pests on 100 mu of land. Its effect was powerful. Super weed clearing goat? What the hell is that? Do goats weed now? Zhang Feng exclaimed, bewildered by such an odd item. According to the system, the super weed clearing goat really could assist humans with weeding. They would eat all edible weeds in the field, and for inedible ones, they would either pull them out by the roots or trample them. Moreover, they were extremely efficient, capable of clearing half a mu of land per day. Most importantly, they did not harm crops. This made them highly popular throughout the galaxy, especially in mountainous agricultural regions. Additionally, the meat of the super weed clearing goat was delicious, and they grew quickly, making them a favorite among gourmet enthusiasts. The other 2 new skills were fairly basic: driving standard vehicles and carving, which included wood carving and stone carving. For Zhang Feng, the driving skill might be useful, but the carving skill was of little value to him at the moment. Besides, he did not have enough points even if he wanted it. System, exchange 2 super weed clearing goats for me. 1,000 years ago, a great poet wrote, "Hoeing crops at noon, sweat drips onto the soil, showing just how grueling weeding is." So Zhang Feng felt that spending 100 points for 2 goats was well worth it. After the exchange, he had 550 points remaining. Understood, host. Please wait. Suddenly, 2 adorable little goats appeared in the courtyard. Upon seeing them, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. The goats were extremely cute, with short, chubby legs, resembling boar goats, except their fur was pure white. As they stepped into the unfamiliar yard, they seemed a bit timid, but the moment they saw Zhang Feng, they adorably ran over to him. So cute! Seeing the 2 little goats rub their heads affectionately against his legs, Zhang Feng joyfully stroked their heads in soft, smooth fur. Perhaps it was the system's influence, but the goats were extremely close to him. One was male, the other female. Zhang Feng named the male Big White, and the smaller female naturally became Little White. "Alright, from now on you are Big White, and you are Little White, understand?" Zhang Feng said as he rubbed their heads. "Bah, bah." The goats seemed to understand and happily responded, rubbing their heads against him again. "Hee hee, Big White, Little White, sit." Wow, so obedient and clever. When he saw the goats really sit down, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. Truly system-made, no ordinary goats could be this intelligent. Big White, stand. Little White, lie down. Through repeated testing, Zhang Feng discovered that Big White and Little White could actually understand some simple commands. Of course, they needed accompanying gestures. If he only spoke, they would just look at him adorably, without understanding. While Zhang Feng was amusing himself with the 2 silly goats, the phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Is this Zhang Feng?" "Yes. I am Zhang Feng. Who is this?" Zhang Feng saw that it was an unfamiliar number. "I am from XXX Express Delivery. I have arrived at the village entrance." "Where exactly is your house near Moon Lake?" Zhang Feng immediately realized that the home appliances he ordered online had arrived. "There is a large cypress tree in my yard. You can see it from the village entrance." "Oh, I see it, I see it. I will be right there." The delivery man must have been in a rush. He hung up right after Zhang Feng finished speaking. "Over here. This way." 2 minutes later, the small delivery truck arrived at Zhang Feng's gate. Zhang Feng stood outside waving. "Ah, finally. Your place is really hard to find," the delivery man exclaimed. "Thanks for the trouble, brother. Here, have a cigarette and take a break. I will call 2 people to help unload." Zhang Feng handed the delivery man a cigarette. Meanwhile, some villagers resting at the village entrance followed the truck, curious to see who had ordered so many appliances. The truck was full. There was a television, a refrigerator, a washing machine, and a water dispenser. "Oh, Xiaofeng, it is your house that bought all this? Are you getting married?" Aunt Third teased upon seeing the goods. "We were wondering who got rich and bought so many appliances at once. This must have cost at least 10,000 yuan. If not 10,000, then at least 7 or 8,000, the villagers chattered. "Xiaofeng, how much did all this cost?" Uncle Ernio asked curiously. Not much, really. There was a big discount on May 15th. It was pretty cheap, only about 3 or 4,000, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Well, that is not expensive at all. Indeed, a television that size costs 3,888 in town. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's answer, everyone agreed it was a good deal. Wow, brother, you bought all this? Hearing the commotion, Zhang Yi and Zhang Feng's second uncle and aunt came out too. Seeing the appliances, Zhang Yi was thrilled, as if his own family had bought them. Second uncle, Zhang Yi, and Uncle Ernio, could I trouble you to help move these? He, it is no trouble at all. A few other villagers joined in as well. Soon, they had moved all the appliances into the house. They even helped install and set them up. After about half an hour of busy work, everything was done. And so, the Zhang family finally said farewell to the primitive era and stepped into the new age of household electrification. Everyone finished their cigarettes and watched TV for a while before heading off, leaving only Zhang Yi, Zhang Feng's younger cousin, still hanging around. Ah, watching a brand new 55-inch TV really is satisfying, Zhang Yi said excitedly, eyes glued to the screen. Big brother, you have no idea how ancient our old TV is. It feels like it's been in use for 2 centuries. Every time we turn it on, it makes this loud static noise. I'm always afraid it might explode. Zhang Yi got more and more animated as he spoke. 2 centuries? Then it must be an antique by now, Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. That's right. We bought it in 1999. What else would you call 2 centuries? Zhang Yi replied, clearly annoyed by the old TV. Zhang Feng suddenly understood and asked, don't you have a computer? Why do you still watch TV? The computer screen is too small. Watching shows on it just is not the same. Heh, if you think it's too small, why not buy one yourself? TVs are not that expensive nowadays. I only paid 1,888 yuan for this one, not even 2,000, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Forget it. If I had to buy it myself, I would rather stick to watching shows on the computer. Zhang Yi immediately shook his head in dismay. He had worked tirelessly with his father at markets for 3 years, saving just over 10,000 yuan. There was no way he was spending 2,000 of it on a TV. Zhang Feng smiled quietly. He had already figured the boy would think that way. After watching for a while longer, Zhang Yi was called home by his mother. Zhang Feng turned off the TV and lay back in his recliner. He felt a little bored. As his gaze landed on the bare walls of the house, a thought suddenly struck him. He quickly jumped up and rushed into his room. Soon, he came out holding several sheets of rice paper along with an old brush and ink stone set. These had belonged to his grandfather, who had attended private school for 2 years before the liberation and had beautiful calligraphy skills. These items had been stored in an old box for years, until Zhang Feng began learning calligraphy in middle school, and his father brought them out again. Later, his 2 younger sisters also used them for practicing calligraphy. These tools had become a sort of heirloom, used by 3 generations of the Zhang family. Looking at the empty walls, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered his basic painting and calligraphy skill and thought, why not paint something to decorate the house? So he prepared the ink, spread out a sheet of rice paper, and got ready to paint. What should I paint? He murmured, then suddenly his eyes lit up with inspiration. With confident strokes, he used his brush to outline the body and tail of a yellow ox. Clearly having a solid image in mind, his brushwork was precise. Within 15 minutes, the main figure was completed. In no more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the painting was finished. The artwork depicted a child wearing a bamboo hat, riding on a yellow ox, singing joyfully. Hearing the chirping of a cicada, the child turned his head toward the sound, spotting a black cicada perched on a willow tree. Looking at his first creation, Zhang Feng smiled with satisfaction. It seems this basic painting skill is actually quite good. Zhang Feng could not help but marvel at how incredible the system was. He had never learned painting before and had no natural talent, yet after gaining the basic skill, he could create elegant ink paintings. He added a poem by Qing dynasty poet Yuan made to the painting. A herd boy rides a yellow ox, his song echoing through the woods. He wants to catch the singing cicada, but suddenly falls silent and stands still. Hanging such a painting at home gave off not only a rustic charm but also a delightful countryside atmosphere. Inspired, Zhang Feng created several more paintings. Most were based on the works of renowned masters. One piece was a playful imitation of the modern ink painter Huangzhou's 7 donkeys, which Zhang Feng humorously titled The Donkey of Qian. He then painted several rural-themed works, a flock of chickens, an imitation of Zhang Daqian's lotus, a kite painting inspired by the ancient poem Village Dwelling by Gao Ding, and finally, a landscape titled Boating on Moon Lake. Since these were only trial pieces, they were not particularly intricate. The 5 paintings took him just over 2 hours in total, about 30 minutes each. Even though they were not his best works, The overall quality was quite high, certainly better than what many so-called experts could produce. Wow, crazy brother, are you painting? Is this homework from your teacher? At some point, the little boy nicknamed Duckling had wandered in. Seeing the paintings on the table, he asked in amazement. No, Zhang Feng chuckled and shook his head. He had already graduated years ago. Homework? Hey, crazy brother, why does this kid look a bit like me? Duckling asked, puzzled and surprised as he looked at the herd boy in the painting. Really? Maybe you just have one of those common faces. In fact, Zhang Feng had drawn the boy based on Duckling, but he teased him instead. What does common face mean? It means your face is plain and easily recognizable. Oh, crazy brother, do you still have cucumbers at your house? The boy's thoughts jumped rapidly. Within seconds, the painting was forgotten, and his mouth watered at the thought of Zhang Feng's cucumbers. As long as there was food, nothing else mattered. They are in the backyard. Go pick them yourself. Yay, crazy brother, I am going. Hey, do not break the vines, Zhang Feng reminded him as he watched the little one dash off. Got it. The boy soon disappeared into the house. Zhang Feng used paperweights to hold down the 5 paintings on the table, then went online to search for shops selling framing supplies. Sure enough, the internet had everything. Soon, he found a highly rated store and placed an order. The items should arrive within 2 or 3 days. Since Qingshan County was too small to have a dedicated framing shop, he would have had to go to the city. But Zhang Feng was not impressed by the quality there. Besides, his basic painting skill included framing techniques, so he figured he would try it himself. Since these were just practice pieces, even if he messed up, he could simply paint more. Crazy brother, why are your cucumbers so delicious? Duckling came out carrying several large cucumbers, munching on one as he walked. Do you not know? Other people's things are always the best, Zhang Feng replied with a laugh. It really seems that way. One time Demao and I snuck up to the top of East Mountain and stole cucumbers. They tasted amazing. You little rascal, that land on East Mountain belongs to old lady San. You even dared steal her cucumbers? If she caught you, she would tell your father, and you would get a proper beating. Oh no, crazy brother, please do not tell her. Duckling was clearly familiar with old lady San's reputation and immediately panicked. She was known as the fiercest woman in the village, extremely petty. If any child stole from her, she would come knocking on their door. Because of this, she was not well liked. Zhang Feng had also been mischievous as a child and knew how mean she was. He and Zhang Yi used to steal corn from her fields when they were herding cattle, then secretly roast it on the mountain. At first, they were lucky and never got caught. But, as the saying goes, if you walk by the river long enough, your shoes will get wet. One foggy day, they slipped into her cornfield and had just picked one ear of corn when Zhang Yi was caught by old lady San. She dragged them straight to their homes. Their father and second uncle had to apologize profusely and even paid 10 yuan in compensation before the old woman would let it go. In the end, both Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi were given a severe beating, and from that day on, they never dared steal from her again. Little duck, where the hell did you run off to? Oh no, my dad is calling me. As soon as the little guy heard his father's voice, he immediately ran out. Dad, I am here. You little bastard, where is the ox you were tending? Go find it, now. The moment Uncle Ernie saw Little Duck, he flew into a rage. This mischievous brat never paid attention while herding cattle. He had no idea where the ox had gone. Oh no, where is my ox? Wasn't it just on the riverbank? The little one looked around and found the ox had indeed vanished. You monkey, are you not going to look for it right now? Uncle Ernie angrily yanked on his ear. Ah, Dad, stop pulling, I will go right now. The child pulled free from his father's grip and immediately ran toward the riverbank. Hee, Uncle Ernie was scolding Little Duck again? Zhang Feng walked out, finding the pair rather amusing. This brat runs off while herding cattle. If I do not give him a good scolding, he will never remember anything, Uncle Ernie said with a helpless smile. Hee, did you not used to be like this when you were little, too? Zhang Feng grinned, remembering how back in the day, Uncle Ernie, and Zhang Yi would always leave the cattle on the mountain and run off to play climbing trees to find bird nests or peeing on dung beetles. They would only start looking for the oxen at dusk. And you are calling me out? You were the wildest one of all. Uncle Ernie glared at him. Even though their family ranks were different, they were close in age and had grown up playing together. They knew everything about each other. Uncle Ernie had just married early, tying the knot at 20. Now Little Duck was old enough to tend cattle. Zhang Feng laughed awkwardly, then asked, by the way, if the ox is missing, why are you not looking for it? What for? It has already come back on its own. Uncle Ernie took a drag from his cigarette and replied nonchalantly. Watching little duck anxiously search for the ox, drenched in sweat, Zhang Feng almost wanted to ask, "Are you serious? Is this really your biological son? What kind of father does that?" Seeing Zhang Feng's odd expression, Uncle Ernie smiled knowingly and said, "This monkey forgets everything. If he does not suffer a little, how will he learn?" Zhang Feng could only smile and shake his head. Rural children were too wild. Their parents were always busy making ends meet and had little education, so parenting was simple and rough. If a child misbehaved, they would get beaten. People believed in the saying, "Spare the rod, spoil the child," and strict teachers produce outstanding students. Time passed quickly. Before long, it was dusk, and Zhang Feng's mother had returned from the market. "Ha! Xiaofeng, did you buy all this?" As soon as Wang Guilan stepped into the house and saw the brand new television and refrigerator, she was so surprised she thought she had entered the wrong home. "Yes, there were discounts online a few days ago. I saw the prices were good, so I bought them." "Good prices? How much did you spend?" Wang Guilan put her things down and asked immediately, concerned. "This TV cost 1,888 yuan, the refrigerator 1,200, the washing machine 600, and the water dispenser 150. Altogether, I spent less than 4,000 yuan, Zhang Feng explained quickly, knowing his mother would worry he had spent too much. "That really is a good deal." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's mother was relieved. She had not expected the prices to be better than those in the county, and they were all brand-name products with reliable quality. "Oh, right, Xiaofeng. Your eldest sister called earlier. She said she would arrive at the bus station around 8. Go pick her up." Wang Guilan remembered her eldest daughter and reminded Zhang Feng. "All right. I will go soon." Zhang Feng had not seen his sister in 3 years. Hearing she would arrive tonight, he was overjoyed. Since it was Friday, and knowing their big sister was coming home, his 2 younger sisters were also preparing to come back to see her. Overjoyed by the news, Zhang Feng decided to cook a hearty meal for everyone. He grabbed a bucket and headed to the backyard to catch some swamp eels. After sprinkling some bait, he stood by the ditch with a net, ready for action. Why are there so many fish? Soon, Zhang Feng noticed a large number of small fish in the water. He quickly realized that the ditch connected to Moon Lake, and these fish had probably swum in from there. He had no time to think about it. Spotting a few large swamp eels, he made a decisive move. With one sweep of the net, he caught 5 or 6. Attracted by the solar growth hormone, the swamp eels, fish, and shrimp came rushing toward the bait like moths to a flame, throwing themselves into danger for food. Just like the saying, "Humans die for wealth, birds die for food." These mindless creatures could not escape the fate of hunger, like all animals. After catching over half a kilogram of swamp eels, Zhang Feng stopped. He noticed a carp in the ditch and thought it would be good for braised fish that evening. He scooped up a few more with the net. The fish were not large, the biggest about half a kilogram, the rest only about the size of 2 fingers. He planned to cook the large carp as braised fish. The smaller fish and shrimp would be deep-fried into a crispy snack. His younger sister Zhang Yu, a little foodie, would surely love it. Having prepared the meat dishes, Zhang Feng went to the garden in the backyard and picked several vegetables, along with green onions and garlic. Because too much meat could be overwhelming, he decided to prepare a few vegetarian dishes, a cucumber salad, stir-fried bok choy, and lettuce with sauce. Thanks to his recent care, the vegetables were not only vibrant and lush but also incredibly flavorful. After tasting them, his younger sisters often asked him to send vegetables, which their dorm mates would devour immediately. Zhang Feng's homegrown vegetables had already become famous in their school circle. Time flew, and before long it was 6:30. Zhang Feng rode his tricycle at top speed toward the county. He arrived early at the bus station and waited over an hour before the long-distance bus from the provincial capital finally pulled in. "Big sister, I am over here." As soon as his sister got off the bus, Zhang Feng ran over, shouting excitedly, "Xiaofeng, big sister, let us go. Mom and the others are waiting at home." Zhang Feng carried her luggage and joyfully led her to the tricycle. Zhang Qin was so excited that she wished she could grow wings and fly home immediately. She had not returned in 3 years. As the saying goes, the closer to home, the more anxious one becomes. She was eager to see her mother and sisters. "Xiaofeng, how is Mom? Is everyone all right?" she asked on the way home, full of concern. "Mom is in great health, apart from a little rheumatism. She has not even had a cold." As for Zhang Lin and Zhang Yu, they are both fine and currently busy preparing for the college and high school entrance exams, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. As they chatted, in less than 15 minutes, the two of them arrived at the home Zhang Qin had dreamed of for over 1,000 days and nights. Hearing the sound of the vehicle, their mother and sisters came running out. "Mom, I am home. My dear girl, you are finally back. You are back. At the sight of her mother, Zhang Qin ran forward and embraced her. The longing of over 3 years burst forth at once. The two of them held each other tightly. The two younger sisters also rushed over, and soon the mother and daughters were all shedding tears of joy. Zhang Feng's eyes turned red as well. At that moment, he became even more determined to give his family a better, happier life. In the early morning, Zhangjiawen was shrouded in mist and drizzle. Thick fog enveloped the entire world, and Moon Lake lay covered in a milky white haze. Streams and wisps of mist rose from the surface of the lake like elegant white-clad fairies, dancing gracefully in the wind. Their movements were so light, so ethereal, they took one's breath away. Zhang Chen opened the window and gazed out at this fairy tale world. The swirling mist made it feel like he was in a celestial realm, an illusion of floating upward, as if riding the wind and ascending to the immortal world. Such beauty felt like a dream, a surreal movie scene, yet it was real, vividly present, and profoundly intoxicating. The eastern sky grew brighter by the minute. Even the thickest fog could not withstand the power of sunlight. A red sun slowly emerged from behind the mountain ridge, half hidden, like a shy beauty behind a peeped, delicate, radiant, and captivating. The red sun rose in the east, casting its mighty brilliance across the land. No matter how dense the fog, it could not resist the power of nature. A strong wind blew through, scattering the mist that cloaked the mountains. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, it was gone, carried away on the wind, as if returning to the heavens. The blazing morning sun began to shine freely upon the earth. The still waters of Moon Lake were instantly dyed red, like a brilliant ruby embedded in the earth, emitting a dazzling glow. Even the reeds along the lakeshore turned golden in its light. Ah, how beautiful! Upon opening the door and seeing the gorgeous morning glow in the east, even Zhang Lin, who was usually calm and composed, could not help but cry out in awe. Nature's beauty was truly breathtaking. Brother, look at the morning clouds in the sky, they are so beautiful. Her finger pointed upward at the clouds, which had formed the shape of a soaring phoenix with outstretched wings. The graceful body, the majestic wings, and the elegant, flowing tail were lifelike, so real it seemed the phoenix might truly be there. It was a miracle of nature, perhaps a divine painting by heaven itself, drawn with wind as a brush and sunlight as paint, a magnificent masterpiece, a sublime spectacle carved by the heavens. Click, 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 click. Seeing such a beautiful phoenix in the sky, how could Zhang Feng stay still? He grabbed his phone and began snapping pictures rapidly, as if trying to capture the phoenix and lock it inside his photo album. Ah, I want to take pictures too. Zhang Lin, who had been too focused on admiring the sky, suddenly realized she had not captured it. She rushed inside, grabbed her phone, and began photographing the sky non-stop. Zhang Feng did not know that this breathtaking phenomenon had already stunned the entire village. Many visitors from the city, out for their morning exercise, raised their phones and cameras to capture the scene. A few professional photographers even managed to catch the phoenix in their lenses. People rushed to post their images of the phoenix-shaped morning clouds on social media. Within moments, the dazzling beauty of this scene had gone viral, causing a stir among followers. The images were shared rapidly, spreading across the internet. Several major news portals reposted them, igniting widespread attention. Unfortunately, beauty is fleeting. Within a minute or two, the blazing phoenix dispersed with the wind, as if it had taken flight and vanished into the sky. Sigh, what a pity, Zhang Lin sighed with regret. Second sister, what are you doing? Their younger sister mumbled, groggily rising from bed. Seeing both her brother and sister holding phones, she asked in confusion. Hee, the morning sky was stunning. Look, this is what I just took. Ah, let me see, wow. It is so beautiful. Is that really a phoenix? The youngest sister was completely stunned by the image, unable to distinguish whether the phoenix was real or not. It was simply too vivid and lifelike. Could it be a special effect from some television drama? Zhang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Feng and Zhang Lin both laughed. Second sister, why did you not wake me up? I missed such a beautiful scene. I am going to repost this. I will say I took it myself. The youngest sister first grumbled, then grabbed Zhang Lin's phone and ran toward the computer. Wait for me, Zhang Lin followed closely behind. This little rascal. Having such a mischievous younger sister made Zhang Feng feel quite amused. Watching his sisters leave, Zhang Feng began washing up. Afterward, he started his daily exercise routine. The universal bodybuilding technique truly lived up to its extraterrestrial origins. After just 10 days of practice, Zhang Feng could already feel changes in his body. Not only had his strength and speed improved, but his vitality seemed to have increased as well. It was indeed a miraculous cultivation method. Once he finished exercising, Zhang Feng watered the flower beds in the courtyard. Nourished by the solar growth hormone, the once plain wildflowers had transformed into stunning swans. They bloomed vividly, full of life and color, exuding a rich fragrance. As the breeze blew gently, the entire courtyard was immersed in the scent of flowers. Xiaofeng, did you plant all these flowers? At some point, his eldest sister had come outside and stood behind him. Yes, I picked them from Feng Mountain. Zhang Feng smiled. Every time he looked at the garden in full bloom, his heart filled with pride. They are really beautiful. Zheng Qin inhaled deeply, savoring the faint floral aroma, her face glowing with enjoyment. After watering the flowers, Zhang Feng eagerly began photographing them. He captured blooming golden chrysanthemums, elegant wild lilies, fiery coxcombs, and even unremarkable clovers, all added to his photo collection. When he finished, he immediately uploaded the photos to his social media and chat groups. The stunning images caused a stir among the silent observers. Everyone was awestruck. Damn, is that really a phoenix? It is unbelievably beautiful. No way, is that phoenix real? Please, it is obviously fake, probably photoshopped. Agreed. Looks like a special effect from some drama. Are you blind? Check the timestamp. These were taken today. Yes, these photos look completely natural, no sign of editing. If this is real, I will eat shit live on stream. Yes. If that is real, I will chop off my balls. Hee hee, what is the point of arguing? Let Crazy explain. He took the photos. Exactly. Crazy, come out and explain, is that phoenix real? Crazy, the party is calling you. Crazy, the organization needs you. Crazy, the motherland needs you. Everyone began tagging Zhang Feng. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Who would have thought I would one day be summoned by the party, by the organization, by the motherland? Zhang Feng finally emerged after being relentlessly called upon. I swear to the heavens, the photos are real. They were taken just this morning. A lot of people saw it and took pictures too. Just search online, you will find it quickly. Really? Let us search right now. Within moments, the chat group went silent. Everyone had gone to search. Soon after, similar photos began to surface, shocking everyone. No one had expected to witness such a fantastical sight. They could only marvel at Zhang Feng's dumb luck to encounter such a once-in-a-lifetime miracle. Very soon, everyone found the photos of the phoenix spreading its wings. They were awe-inspiring. Nature's craftsmanship had created a masterpiece of such beauty that people were overwhelmed, exclaiming in wonder at the marvel of the world. The phoenix was so beautiful that words could not describe it. Only those who had witnessed it could truly understand its grandeur, its unparalleled elegance. Ah, I feel like I have gone back to kindergarten. I cannot even describe its beauty. Did I get a fake degree in Chinese language and literature? One university classmate joked in the group chat. Sigh, same here. I suddenly realized how poor my vocabulary is. What now? Should I go do a postdoc? Another friend pursuing a doctorate commented helplessly. Ha ha. While everyone is still admiring the phoenix miracle, is it just me or does the garden in Crazy's yard look pretty amazing too? Yes, Crazy's garden is really stunning. My favorite is that golden chrysanthemum. Come on, man, that's some heavy taste. I am a gentleman, I prefer the noble orchids. Too lewd up there. I think the prettiest are the wild lilies. Get out of here. How am I lewd? And someone who likes lilies dares to call me that? Heh, maybe you are right. I am indeed the legendary king of lewd. Damn it, stop derailing the topic. Are we not supposed to be discussing Crazy's photos? Crazy, is that really your yard in the pictures? It is unbelievably beautiful. Yes, living in such a picturesque countryside home is truly enviable. Black tiles, green bricks, the scent of wildflowers in the air, shaded by lush trees and surrounded by clear mountains and water, absolutely stunning. Though the dazzling lights of the city had their appeal, they also came with enormous pressure. Seeing Zhang Feng's leisurely countryside life made everyone long for that peace. They could not help but envy it. Crazy, how about we come visit your place this weekend? Old friends from high school, Monkey, Chubby, and a few others, could not help but privately message Zhang Feng. They were deeply attracted by the beauty of the place. If it were not for work, they would have already set off on a spontaneous trip. No problem. Just count how many of you are coming and let me know. I will get the place and meals ready. Zhang Feng was also happy to have guests. Ah, great. I will let you know once we finalize the count. See you this weekend. See you on the weekend. At the same time, Zhang Feng also uploaded food photos he had taken over the past few days: stir-fried swamp eel, braised carp, wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, and a rich red mushroom soup. The dishes, with their vibrant color, enticing aroma, and mouth-watering presentation, made everyone drool and attracted countless food lovers. Crazy, how are we supposed to keep living our lives? Exactly, crazy. Posting beautiful scenery and delicious food, are you trying to drive us to commit crimes? Damn you, crazy. What if I do not want to work anymore? Screw it. Let us all go to his house this weekend and eat him out of house and home. Let us see how smug he is then. Great idea up there. Whoever wants to go, register with me. Do not disturb if you are not serious. I will count the number for crazy so he can prepare. Monkey, count me in. Senior brother, add me too. I am free this weekend. Sigh, I am in S City. Will you reimburse the plane ticket? Crazy, I am in New York. Can you reimburse mine? Crazy, I am in London. Can you reimburse mine? Damn it, you people are too close. I am on Mars. Can you reimburse my spaceship ticket? I have prepared super teleportation talismans. Whoever wants to come, just teleport here yourselves. Seeing these jokers, Zhang Feng laughed and replied. The high school class chat group grew livelier by the minute. Although everyone wanted to come, many were working in other provinces, making a weekend trip unrealistic. In the end, only 5 or 6 classmates working nearby finalized their plans to visit Zhangjiawan and enjoy a feast. After chatting for a while, Zhang Feng went offline to start preparing lunch. Since his elder sister had just returned, and his 2 younger sisters were also at home, Zhang Feng decided to slaughter a wild chicken to make wild chicken stewed with mushrooms for lunch. Brother, are you home? I am. What is up? You are not doing business today? Zhang Feng was in the middle of slaughtering the chicken when he turned and asked. It is the off-season. There is not much business, so I did not go. Zhang Yi shook his head. What is that you are holding? Zhang Feng asked curiously when he saw the basin in Zhang Yi's hands. Oh, these are snails I caught a few days ago. Since Big Sister is back, I brought them over for her to try. Zhang Yi smiled. You have cleaned them properly, right? Zhang Feng took the half basin of snails and asked. They have been soaked in salt and vegetable oil for 2 days. Field snails are a common rural delicacy. They usually live in ditches and reservoirs. Summer and autumn are the best seasons for catching them, this is when they are the tastiest. What did Xiaoyi bring over? Zhang Feng's mother came out just then. Nothing much, just some snails. Xiaoyi is all grown up now. Come in and let your big sister take a look at you. His eldest sister, Zhang Qin, waved happily upon seeing her cousin Zhang Yi. Hey, sister, Zhang Yi replied with a big grin. I have not even had time to visit second uncle and second aunt yet. Are they doing well? They are great, healthy and hearty, Zhang Yi answered playfully. You little rascal. Go home and tell your mother not to cook. Come eat here later, got it? Wang Guilan smiled as she gave instructions. Got it, aunt. About 15 minutes later, second uncle, second aunt, and Zhang Yi came over. Their homes were only 50 to 60 meters apart, making visits convenient. Seeing their niece for the first time in 3 years, second uncle and aunt were delighted. Zhang Qin personally handed out gifts she had brought, a sweater for second uncle, a down jacket for second aunt, and one for Zhang Yi as well. They were thrilled to receive the gifts. The house was full of laughter as they chatted about life. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng, as the head chef, retreated into the kitchen to start cooking. The main dishes for lunch were wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, spicy beef, dry-fried swamp eel, stir-fried snails, and green pepper with ham. Zhang Feng also made a few side dishes, stir-fried bok choy, vinegar eggplant, smashed cucumber salad, and, finally, a delicious red mushroom soup. The beef and ham had just been brought over by second uncle and aunt. With so much good food planned for lunch, Zhang Feng could not help but swallow in anticipation. He was fully energized for cooking. Hearing the sound of sizzling from the kitchen and smelling the rich aromas, Zhang Yu and Zhang Yi, those 2 little gluttons, could not help but rush in. You 2 showed up at the perfect time. Xiaoyi, start the fire. Xiaoye, help me chop the ginger and scallions. As soon as they entered, Zhang Feng put them to work. Ah, brother, we come in and immediately become your assistants? What are you complaining about? Am I not cooking this for you to eat? Well, that is true. The girl pouted, then reluctantly started chopping vegetables. You are chopping too slowly. Move aside, let me do it. Seeing his sister's lazy pace, Zhang Feng pushed her aside. Instantly, his knife flew like a phantom. Within seconds, the ingredients were ready. Zhang Yu and Zhang Yi were dumbfounded, stunned by Zhang Feng's knife skills. They had never seen such expert chopping, better than most professional chefs. Then they watched in awe as Zhang Feng effortlessly stir-fried dish after dish. They were completely floored by his cooking skills. Brother, from now on, I bow to no one but you. Hee hee, you silly girl. The 3 of them bantered and laughed as they cooked, making time fly. After about an hour and a half, Zhang Feng finally finished preparing all the dishes. Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu carried them out to the table. Looking at the spread of rich, delicious food, the two gluttons had already sneaked several bites. Knock. Just as everyone was preparing to eat lunch, a series of knocks came at the door. Is my brother home? Zhang Feng immediately recognized the voice. It sounded like Niu Pangzi. He hurried outside. Ah, brother Niu, you are here, Zhang Feng said as he stepped outside and saw Niu Pangzi standing with a beautiful woman, about 27 or 28 years old. The two were holding hands. Brother Niu, is this your wife? Hee, little brother, this is your sister-in-law, Li Qingqing, Niu Pangzi introduced her with a grin. Nice to meet you, sister-in-law. Welcome to our home. You must be Xiaofang? Sorry to bother you. I saw the Phoenix phenomenon online today and could not resist coming to see it in person, Li Qingqing said with a gentle smile. You are not bothering us at all. We are honored to have you. Brother Niu, sister-in-law, please come in. Zhang Feng led them into the courtyard. Oh, it is brother Niu. Come on in and have a seat. The rest of the family came out as well, warmly welcoming them. Hello auntie, hello uncle, hello everyone. This is my wife, Li Qingqing. After the introductions, the two guests were invited to join the family for lunch. Knowing Niu Pangzi enjoyed drinking, Zhang Feng called Uncle Ernie to come over. Uncle Ernie, come drink with us. And do not forget to bring 1 kilogram of glutinous rice wine. Uncle Ernie laughed and scolded him, you little rascal, asking someone to drink and making them bring their own liquor? Hee, it is just that your rice wine tastes the best, Zhang Feng said shamelessly with a smile. Soon, Uncle Ernie arrived with 2 jars of glutinous rice wine. Come on, Uncle Ernie, pour us some. Brother Niu is visiting today, let us drink properly. Soon, the men were drinking freely while the women chatted over their meal, discussing the incredible phoenix clouds that had appeared that morning. Everyone was amazed by the spectacular sight. Those who missed it felt deep regret. Especially Li Qingqing, she had been drawn here by the phoenix phenomenon. When she learned that Zhang Yu and Zhang Lin had taken photos of it, she was full of envy. If it were not during the meal, she would have immediately asked them to show her the pictures. Li Qingqing loved traveling in beautiful scenery, and this rare natural wonder had captivated her even more. In traditional Chinese culture, the phoenix often appears as a sacred and beautiful creature. Whether in the poetic elegance of the phoenix flies together from the classic of poetry or the passionate love expressed in Phoenix Seeks a Mate, the phoenix symbolizes beauty, nobility, and unattainable grace. That is why the appearance of the phoenix-shaped clouds had caused such a stir, going viral online and drawing many tourists to visit Moon Lake. Little brother, your cooking has improved again. These dishes taste even better than last time, Niu Pangzi praised as he ate. Hee, glad you like them, brother Niu. Zhang Feng was clearly pleased to see someone enjoying his food. But little brother, the ingredients you used must be quite special, right? Niu Pangzi had traveled far and wide and tasted countless delicacies. He could practically write a complete guide to Chinese ingredients from memory. Ha! Brother Niu, you can tell? Zhang Feng was surprised. He knew exactly why his vegetables tasted different. They had been watered with a diluted solution of solar growth hormone, which greatly improved both flavor and quality. Hee, your brother here is a true gourmet, Niu Pangzi said proudly, winking. Take this cucumber, for instance, its surface is crystal clear, like a piece of green jade. The taste is crisp and fragrant, with not a hint of bitterness. This is the best cucumber I have ever eaten. Those who know cucumbers well understand that they often have a slight bitterness, especially near the stem. Some are so bitter they are inedible. And this cabbage, crisp, translucent, like a work of art. Its taste is sweet and delicious, not bland like the usual store-bought ones that need heavy seasoning to taste good. Hey, that is true. Niu really knows his stuff. Uncle Ernie tasted some and immediately agreed it was different from the vegetables grown at home. Hee, it is nothing. I work in the food industry after all, Niu Pangzi said modestly, though his smile nearly reached his ears. Come on, uncle, brother Ernie, Xiaofeng, let us toast, said Niu Chong, lifting his cup with enthusiasm. To us. Meanwhile, the women had finished eating. Mother and auntie were chatting under the eaves, while Li Qingqing and the 3 Zhang sisters were chattering about the photos taken that morning. Each photo of the phoenix clouds drew gasps of wonder, true masterpieces of nature, awe-inspiring and magical. They could not help but imagine, perhaps this was a divine phoenix robe, specially woven by the Jade Emperor for the Queen Mother of the West. Only the heavenly artisans, with scissors made of wind and threads of cloud, could craft such a magnificent celestial garment. Ah, I feel so tired. About half an hour later, the youngest sister flopped into a lounge chair, sprawled out, and muttered in exhaustion. Yes, let us rest for a bit. Maybe everyone got a bit too excited earlier. The others soon followed, stretching and breathing deeply as they sat down. Ha! After resting a bit, Li Qingqing looked around the courtyard and her eyes lit up. Oh, I did not notice before, there are so many beautiful wildflowers here. She inhaled the faint fragrance in the air, her face full of contentment. Are those wild chrysanthemums? And that, is it coxcomb? Wow! Are those wild lilies over there? So pure and elegant. Who planted all these flowers? They are really stunning. Li Qingqing was full of admiration and could not help but wish she had a beautiful countryside garden like this. Hee, beautiful, right? My brother picked all those flowers from Feng Mountain, Zhang Yu said proudly. Li Qingqing completely fell in love with the wildflowers and the charming rural courtyard of the Zhang family. Meanwhile, Niu Pangzi had his eye on something else in Zhang Feng's home, the vegetables. As a restaurant owner, he was especially sensitive to high-quality ingredients. Discovering such produce, he was not about to let it go. Xiaofeng, how about selling your vegetables to me? Niu Pangzi asked, looking at him with anticipation. Sell them? If you like them, just pick as much as you want, Zhang Feng replied casually. He thought it was no big deal, his family could not finish them all anyway. No, you misunderstood. I mean supplying vegetables for my restaurant. Niu Pangzi smiled. Supplying your restaurant? Zhang Feng thought for a moment. But my backyard garden probably is not enough. He had been to Niu Pangzi's restaurant. It was always packed. How could his small plot of vegetables possibly meet the demand? That is true, but I am planning to open a few high-end private dining rooms. With your vegetables, it will definitely be a hit. Niu Pangzi was always quick to spot business opportunities. The moment he tasted Zhang Feng's vegetables, he knew they were a potential goldmine. I see. In that case, no problem. After hearing his plan, Zhang Feng agreed. The two reached a verbal agreement. From now on, Zhang Feng would supply Niu Chang's restaurant with 10 to 15 kilograms of vegetables per day. Cabbage would be 10 yuan per half a kilogram, cucumbers, eggplants, and lettuce 15 yuan, green onions, garlic, ginger, and cilantro 30 yuan per half a kilogram. Zhang Feng was delighted with the generous price his vegetables would fetch. Niu Pangzi was even more thrilled. These ingredients could bring in high-end clientele, boost profits, and, most importantly, expand his network of valuable connections. Zhangjiawan is nestled along the shores of Moon Lake. As Moon Lake has become a tourist attraction, another name for Zhangjiawan, Moon Lake Village, has gained broader recognition, and its original name has slowly been forgotten. After finishing the wine and lunch, the young people went to enjoy the scenery around Moon Lake. Walking under the viewing trees by the lake, a gentle breeze blew, willows swayed, and the shimmering water reflected the surrounding mountains, a truly beautiful landscape. There was once an ancient poet who wrote a verse like this. The shimmering water is best on sunny days, the misty mountains most enchanting in rain. To compare West Lake to Shizi, she is always charming, whether lightly or richly adorned. The beauty of West Lake is beyond question, but in Zhang Feng's eyes, Moon Lake was no less splendid. West Lake has its boundless lotus leaves stretching to the horizon, while Moon Lake has its moonlight reflections, where people see themselves and lose awareness of who they are. If West Lake is like a dazzling celebrity, then Moon Lake is like an elegant and demure beauty awaiting discovery, each with their own charm, each uniquely captivating. Ah! Beautiful Moon Lake! Beautiful mountains, beautiful waters, beautiful wind, beautiful rain. I truly love you, love your natural freshness. Ha ha! What do you think, dear wife? Seeing such beautiful scenery, your husband suddenly became inspired and composed a poem. Please, everyone, critique it, Niu Pangzi, slightly drunk, said with a laugh. Ugh, you idiot. Always making a fool of yourself, Li Qingqing glared at Niu Zhong, then looked around at everyone, clearly embarrassed by her husband's antics. He. Brother Niu's poem is hilarious, the youngest girl could not help laughing out loud. Heh, I never expected Brother Niu to be so poetic. Honestly, it is better than those so-called modern poems by the Provincial Literary Federation president, Zhang Feng joked. Heh, you all have good taste, Niu Pangzi replied, winking mischievously. His words made everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Feng remembered that once viral president of the Literary Federation, whose works were known for being shockingly bad. One of his poems went like this. Praise for the International Health Consumption Guide. There is guidance for global spending, clearly written in a tiny pamphlet. Health-related consumption is obvious. I write poetry to praise it. All technicians offer fine service. All customers leave with joy. Today I wash my feet happily. Tomorrow I hike up a mountain. Zhang Feng thought it was not even worth commenting on such poetry. He could not understand how anyone had the nerve to publish it online. Yet, as the poet hoped, it went viral across the internet. Indeed, people were stunned by the greatness of this so-called modern poet. He became known as the most dazzling, unique flower of the poetry world. Borrowing from classical language, his work could be described as the final masterpiece of the school of shit, a rhythm-free version of the Lee Saw. Everyone criticized him. Who would have thought such absurd poetry could exist? A child of 7 or 8 could have done better. Even the street vendors yelling in front of discount stores had better rhythm. After hearing that masterpiece, Nyo Pangzi laughed heartily. He finally felt some psychological balance, at least someone out there was worse than him. That kind of poem could not even be called doggerel. Joking and laughing, the group strolled along the scenic path, enjoying the view of the lake and mountains. In truth, beauty is never far from us. We simply rush through life too quickly to stop and appreciate it. As one great philosopher said, life is not lacking in beauty, only in the eyes to discover it. So, amid your busy life, do not forget to pause and admire the beauty around you. It will not only relieve stress, but also add joy to your days. Walking along Moon Lake's edge, the gentle breeze caressed their faces. It was incredibly refreshing. The lake's beauty attracted many visitors daily. Since it was only 4 or 5 kilometers from the county town, many elderly folks came here to relax, sitting by the water or fishing. Thus, along the lakeshore, one could see old men and women sitting on mats or stools, fishing. There were also young couples chatting and enjoying time together. Ah! Someone caught a big fish, the younger sister suddenly shouted, wide-eyed. Following her finger, they saw an elderly man, about 70 years old, gripping a fishing rod tightly. A large fish was thrashing violently in the water, bending the rod nearly into a right angle. This is bad. Seeing the size of the fish, almost a meter long, Zheng Feng had a bad feeling. The old man might not be able to hold on. He quickly walked over to help. Sure enough, with a sudden dive, the fish yanked hard. The old man stumbled and was about to fall into the water. In that split second, Zheng Feng reacted swiftly and grabbed the old man. In the blink of an eye, the rod was pulled from the man's hands and dragged into the lake. It was a close call. Without Zheng Feng's quick reflexes, the result could have been disastrous. My fishing rod! My fish! The old man cried out, struggling to rush forward and grab it. Zheng Feng was shocked. He had never seen someone so obsessed with fishing that they would risk their life. Oh no, the fish got away. Old man, are you crazy? You were about to dive in after a fish, the younger sister scolded with a frown. Her words brought the old man back to his senses. He bowed repeatedly to Zheng Feng and everyone else. Ah, I am terribly sorry. Thank you, young man. I made a fool of myself. It was my first time hooking such a big fish, and I got carried away. I apologize for the trouble. It is nothing, sir, but fishing must be done with safety in mind. Next time, if the fish is too big, ask someone to help, and if needed, just cut the line, Zheng Feng replied with a smile. Yes, Grandpa, safety first. You can always catch another fish. Yes, be careful next time. The earlier scene had shocked everyone. The onlookers now gave the old man earnest advice. No fish is worth a human life. When you hook a big one, stay calm and collected. Otherwise, it might not be you catching the fish, but the fish catching you. Damn it, you old fool. Are you trying to die? Diving into the lake for a fish? If you want to die, just jump in already. No one noticed when the old man's wife ran over, anxiously pulling him aside and scolding him thoroughly. Once they saw that the man had been properly scolded and realized the danger, Zheng Feng and his group slipped out of the crowd and continued on. Honey, how about we take a boat ride? As they reached a small dock and saw several rowboats moored there, Li Qingqing grew excited and made her suggestion. Sure. Let us take a ride. Sir, how much for a boat trip? Niu Zhong also showed interest. Uncle 7, how is business? Uncle 7. The boatman was a relative from the village, Zheng Feng's cousin uncle. Zheng Feng and his siblings quickly greeted him. Oh, Xiaoqin, Xiaofeng, you want a ride? No need to pay. Hop on. His boat was small, only fitting 7 or 8 passengers. Zheng Feng's group did not stand on ceremony. They boarded the boat and put on life jackets, required by law, or else you would be fined. Uncle 7 untied the anchor and started the engine. The boat slowly drifted out into the lake. A gentle breeze blew across the water. Every trip on Moon Lake felt different. Sitting at the bow, with the wind brushing their faces and clothes fluttering, was invigorating. It reminded Zheng Feng of Su Donpa's famous ancient line, vast and free, as if riding the wind through the void, unaware of where it ends. Light and unworldly, as if transcending the mortal realm and soaring into immortality. Zheng Feng shamelessly sighed, realizing that great minds think alike. Who would have thought that even a poet praised for 1,000 years once felt the same as he did? Mist enveloped Zhangjiawen in the early morning. Just as the sky began to brighten, Zheng Feng, his mother, and elder sister were already busy in the backyard, harvesting various vegetables to sell to Niu Pangzi's restaurant. Because Zhang Feng had secretly used solar growth hormone, the vegetables matured more than 10 days earlier than usual. They looked fresh and tender, and their flavor was far superior to ordinary vegetables, carrying a subtle, indescribable fragrance. Looking at the jade-green cabbages, the ruby-red, glossy tomatoes, and the brightly colored peppers that resembled handicrafts, Zhang Feng felt deeply satisfied. He had not expected the vegetables from his own yard to look this good. He was certain they would be well received on the market. He never imagined the effects of the solar growth hormone would be so drastic. These ordinary vegetables had been completely transformed, not only beautiful in appearance but also uniquely delicious. Very soon, in less than half an hour, the three of them had harvested all the vegetables for the day. After a quick cleaning of the soil, they packed them into plastic crates, waiting for Niu Zhong to pick them up. "Brother Niu was here, come in and have some water." "Oh, you have already harvested everything?" Niu Pangzi entered with his purchaser, Xiao Wang, and smiled broadly when he saw 2 crates of exceptionally good-looking vegetables in the courtyard. "You came just in time, Brother Niu. We just finished harvesting. And here you are, ha," Zhang Feng said with a grin. "Ha ha, as the saying goes, better to be lucky than early, right?" Niu Pangzi laughed heartily. Vegetables this good, he had never seen anything like them. Their quality far surpassed even those so-called organic and pesticide-free vegetables. With these vegetables, his restaurant would surely break through its current bottleneck and achieve even better performance. He was confident his restaurant would outpace all competitors in Qingshan County, standing out from the crowd with no rivals in sight. "Xiao Wang, hurry and weigh these vegetables and load them up." Niu Zhong was so eager that he looked as if the vegetables might fly away if he did not get them onto the truck. "On it, boss." Purchaser Xiao Wang came here daily to collect mushrooms, so he was very familiar with the process. He immediately began moving the crates to the scale. Cabbage, 15 kilograms. Cucumbers, lettuce, etc., 7.5 kilograms. Ginger, scallions, coriander, 2.5 kilograms. According to the prices agreed on yesterday, cabbage was 10 yuan per half a kilogram, cucumbers and lettuce were 15 yuan per half a kilogram, and herbs like scallions and coriander fetched as much as 30 yuan per half a kilogram. These prices were 3 to 5 times the market rate. With such high prices for his vegetables, Zhang Feng was understandably pleased. Both parties were happy, a true win-win. After calculations, just 25 kilograms of vegetables sold for 675 yuan. Zhang Feng was very satisfied and wore a bright smile on his face. "Brother, that's 675 yuan. Is that correct?" Niu Pangzi immediately took out several large bills and handed them to Zhang Feng. "Yes, that is right." Zhang Feng took the money and counted it right away. As the saying goes, even among brothers, accounts should be settled clearly. Counting on the spot avoids problems and preserves personal relationships. "Alright then, brother, I will head out now." Now that the vegetables were in hand, Niu Pangzi could not wait to get back and test the market response. This was crucial for the future of his restaurant, and he dared not take it lightly. "Go ahead, and drop by whenever you have time." Seeing how anxious he was to leave, Zhang Feng did not insist he stay. After Niu Pangzi left, his mother and sister immediately walked over to ask, "Xiaofeng, how much did the vegetables sell for today?" "Over 600 yuan," Zhang Feng replied with a smile. "That much?" Both of them were in disbelief. Just a few dozen kilograms of vegetables had sold for that much? It seemed too good to be true. Unless the vegetables were made of gold, how could they sell for such a price? And this was just one day's income. If it continued like this, they could make 10 to 20,000 yuan a month. No wonder they were shocked. He, it is not really that much. Our vegetables taste a lot better than regular ones, so naturally they fetch a higher price, Zhang Feng explained, seeing their astonished faces. "How much are our vegetables priced at?" they both asked in unison. When they heard from Zhang Feng that cabbage was 10 yuan per half a kilogram, other vegetables 15, and even scallions sold for 30, their jaws dropped in disbelief. They were completely stunned. They were not inexperienced youths. Both had been farmers for many years and knew exactly what vegetables cost in the market. Even during peak prices, cabbage would only sell for 2 to 3 yuan per half a kilogram. The most expensive herb, coriander, had never exceeded 15. What Zhang Feng had sold today was indeed a sky-high price. "Sis, you know how expensive green vegetables are in supermarkets. Our vegetables are even better, so why shouldn't they be worth more?" Zhang Feng gently explained. "That is true. Our vegetables are definitely more delicious," his sister slowly nodded, finally coming to terms with it. His mother also quickly accepted it, recalling the high price of their mushrooms. "Mom, take this money to help cover household expenses." "I do not want it." Save it for yourself, you will need it when you start a family, his mother firmly refused, waving her hand. Mom, you grew these vegetables. If not you, then who else should get the money? Besides, I have already earned a lot from buying mushrooms, so just use this to help with household costs. After much persuasion, Wang Guilan finally accepted the money. Thinking about how much her son had earned recently, over 150,000 in just half a month, this few hundred yuan was really nothing. Baba, just then, Dabai and Xiaobai, two little goats grazing in the backyard, suddenly bleated and ran over. Oh, Dabai and Xiaobai are here. You two are the true heroes today, those weeds in the vegetable patch were all eaten by you. Later, big sister will give you some cucumbers. Seeing the two adorable goats, his sister squatted down and gently stroked their heads. Yes, our Dabai and Xiaobai are so obedient, they deserve a good reward. Their mother picked two fresh, green cucumbers to feed them. Thanks to their recent outstanding behavior, the two goats had gradually been accepted and loved by the family. Because of their cuteness and intelligence, they had become the household pets, favorites of everyone. Xiaofeng, I saw that the orchard has overgrown with weeds again. Later, take Dabai and Xiaobai over there to help clear them out. And be careful, do not lose them. His mother especially reminded him, showing how much the family valued these two adorably dumb creatures. Do not worry, Mom. I will watch them carefully, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Baba, hearing their names, the two stubby-legged goats looked adorably at everyone, as if to say, we are eating something tasty, what do you want from us, human? Hee, what cute little guys. Seeing their innocent expressions, Zhang Feng could not help but rub their fluffy heads. After breakfast, Zhang Feng took the two adorable goats, Dabai and Xiaobai, and headed to the orchard behind the hill. Oh, Xiaofeng is walking his goats? Uncle Ernio, who was herding cattle in the mountains, immediately teased when he saw the two little white goats following Zhang Feng. Yes, just letting them roam around the orchard a bit, Zhang Feng responded casually, then fired back. What about you, Uncle Ernio? Taking your cows for a stroll? Stroll, my ass. Do you think I have the time to take a damn cow for a walk at the crack of dawn? Uncle Ernie rolled his eyes and replied, clearly speechless. What's so strange? Some people walk frogs, even cabbages, Zhang Feng chuckled, recalling some bizarre stories he had seen online. Then why don't you walk one for me to see? Uncle Ernie retorted with a laugh. Thinking of those absurd stories, Zhang Feng could only sigh at how city folks really knew how to amuse themselves. By the way, where's your little duck? Zhang Feng asked with a grin. Him? He was still snoring when I left. He probably hasn't gotten out of bed yet. Uncle Ernie shook his head, clearly exasperated with the little rascal at home. If you ask me, you should just send him to kindergarten already. Otherwise, your wife has to work, you have to farm, who has time to watch over him? Zhang Feng knew exactly how difficult little duck was to manage and gave his suggestion. Kindergarten costs over 3,000 yuan per term. My wife and I plan to enroll him in a preschool next term instead, it's only a few hundred yuan. Uncle Ernie lamented how expensive kindergarten had become, rural families simply could not afford it. After discussing little duck's education for a while, Zhang Feng continued toward the orchard with his two super weed-clearing goats. The Zhang family's orchard covers about 10 mu. Most of the trees are peach and plum, with some scattered citrus, pears, and loquats, common fruits in the southwestern region. Soon, Zhang Feng and the two adorable goats reached their destination. Dabai, Xiaobai, do not run off. You can only graze around here, understand? Zhang Feng instructed while gesturing with his hands. Ba, Dabai and Xiaobai tilted their little heads, watching their master gesture for a while. They finally understood his meaning and responded with a bleat before burying their heads in the grass. With the goats settled, Zhang Feng started wandering around the orchard, carefully observing the area, as if searching for something. This is the spot. Zhang Feng noticed signs that wild pheasants frequently pass through here. He took out a makeshift trap he had brought from home, essentially a chicken coop made of bamboo strips. After a few modifications, it became a pheasant trap. He placed the trap in the area where pheasants were most active, then scattered some corn kernels soaked in solar growth hormone inside his bait. All set, just waiting for the wind to blow now. Zhang Feng clapped his hands with pride, feeling accomplished at crafting his first hunting trap. After setting the trap, he glanced at the goats again and saw them still contentedly munching away on the grass. So, he left them alone and began spraying the orchard trees with a special fruit growth enhancer. The fruit trees had already borne thumb-sized fruits, the ideal stage to apply the fruit fragrance solution. With this treatment, the fruits would grow larger and better, fetching a higher price. Zhang Feng filled his sprayer with water from the pond, added a few drops of the solution, and began treating the peach trees. The orchard had about 3 mu of peach trees, roughly 1 or 200 trees. Zhang Feng hoisted the sprayer and got to work quickly. Each tank of solution weighed 15 to 20 kilograms, not exactly light. Carrying that much weight while working for long hours was no easy task and required serious endurance. If it had been the old Zhang Feng, he would have struggled to lift the tank, let alone hike around the orchard and spray trees for hours. But ever since the system-enhanced transformation, Zhang Feng's physical strength had become almost inhuman. Even Uncle Ernio, known in the village for his brawn, likely could not compare now. Just a few days ago, Zhang Feng had tested himself and found that he could lift the granite millstone at home with one hand. That millstone weighed at least 100 to 150 kilograms, unthinkable. He had never truly understood expressions like the strength of 10 men before, always wondering if such heroes had taken some kind of strength potion. Now, with that power himself, farm work had become effortless. In just over an hour, Zhang Feng had sprayed 4 full tanks, covering all 3 mu of peach trees. Ah, finally done. Zhang Feng set down the sprayer and stretched, rubbing his slightly sore shoulders. Dabai, Xiaobai, where are you? With the tall grass and dense vegetation, the 2 short-legged fluffballs were hard to spot. Ba ba. Baba, the goats lifted their heads and called out in response when they heard Zhang Feng's voice. Oh, there you are. Carry on, Zhang Feng said, waving to them and letting them continue grazing. Afterward, he returned to check the trap. No pheasants yet, but Zhang Feng was not disappointed. Wild pheasants, while common in the mountains, were not everywhere. And since this was his first time trapping them, coming up empty was not surprising. Zhang Feng left the area to avoid alarming the birds. He found a shady spot and lay down on a smooth rock. Looking up at the blue sky and drifting clouds, he took a deep breath and felt refreshed. The peaceful country life was truly intoxicating. Coo, coo. Half asleep, Zhang Feng was suddenly startled awake by a sound. He sat up and listened closely. Coo, coo. The sound was coming from the direction of his trap. A pheasant really came. Zhang Feng's heart leapt with joy, and he smiled knowingly. He did not rush over immediately but remained patient, an essential trait for any seasoned hunter. Although this was his first practical attempt, the basic hunting skills he had learned included patience and discipline. Sure enough, the pheasant could not resist the bait, especially corn soaked in solar growth hormone, which was even more delicious and tempting. Step by step, it walked into the trap Zhang Feng had carefully prepared. Birds die for food, true enough. The fat pheasant became Zhang Feng's prey. He soon heard the flapping of wings from the trap and quickly dashed over. If the pheasant escaped now, it would be a waste. Ha ha. I cannot believe my trap actually worked. Zhang Feng rushed over, grabbed the coop, and tied the pheasant's legs and wings with a grass rope. There was no way it could escape now. When the sun stood high in the sky, the weather was gradually growing hotter. Even though Zhang Feng hid in the shade of a tree, he still could not escape the surging waves of heat. So he packed up his belongings and picked up his spoils of the day, a plump wild pheasant, then looked around to see if he had missed anything. Oh no! There's still Dabai and Xiaobai. If I forget those 2 silly fluffballs, Mother will definitely scold me when I get home. Zhang Feng slapped his forehead, finally remembering the 2 adorable pets who were probably still grazing somewhere. Dabai, Xiaobai, time to go home. Dabai, Xiaobai. Zhang Feng shouted loudly. Ba ba, ba ba. The 2 lambs, who were buried in the grass, raised their little heads upon hearing their owner's voice. With their cute and innocent faces, they looked around as if trying to locate him. Hurry up, we're going home. Finally spotting the 2 in the tall grass, Zhang Feng waved at them. The lambs noticed him too and bounded over on their short little legs, hopping happily toward him. Let's go, heading home now. Zhang Feng led the way, carrying his things, while the 2 silly little lambs followed behind. The strange trio made their way home. Xiaofeng, back from the fields? At that moment, Zhang Feng ran into someone familiar, a figure deeply etched in his childhood memories, the notorious gate blocker, 3rd Great Aunt. Yes, 3rd Great Aunt, where are you off to? Zhang Feng asked politely, smiling, since she was an elder after all. I'm heading up to East Hill to pick some vegetables. Oh, and Xiaofeng, the cucumbers on the East Hill in my garden are big and sweet. Whenever you feel like eating some, just go pick them yourself. She added hospitably before leaving. Sure, sure. Zhang Feng felt a chill and shivered all over, thinking, who'd dare pick anything from your place again? The trauma from the gate-blocking incident in his childhood still lingered. Thinking of 3rd Great Aunt brought a wave of emotion. Their families had barely interacted for years, practically strangers. Even if they met on the road, they would pass by without a word. He never expected her to take the initiative to greet him. He figured it probably had something to do with him recently collecting mushrooms and getting a hold of local sales channels. She must have wanted to improve relations. After all, no one says no to money. Shaking his head, Zhang Feng slowly made his way home with his two adorable lambs in tow. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on completing the first stage main quest. Cure your laziness within 1 month and change how others view you. Reward, 10,000 points, 3 lucky draw chances. Quest completion, 100 out of 100. Haha, finally completed the first stage main quest? Zhang Feng felt delighted, though not surprised. Just a few days ago, he had already completed 99% of the quest. With only 1% left, he knew it was about to end. What he did not expect was that meeting third grade aunt today would bring such a surprise. She had unknowingly provided the final push that completed the quest. With the first stage quest done, Zhang Feng felt as if a great burden had been lifted. He had finally shed the label of lazy scholar, and from now on, he felt more confident and optimistic. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on receiving 10,000 points and 3 lucky draw chances. Would you like to claim them now? The system's prompt interrupted his thoughts. Claim. Now that the quest was done, Zhang Feng was energized. He had overcome his previous obstacles, and from this moment, his life would only get more exciting. He stored the rewards in the system. With his spirits lifted, he and his two fluffy lambs walked with a spring in their step. It felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Even the scenery along the mountain path seemed more beautiful. Dabai, Xiaobai, you are back? Come in quickly, your sister has prepared delicious cucumbers for you. As Zhang Feng stepped through the door with his fluffy companions, his mother came out, beaming with joy. Xiaoqin, hurry and get something for Dabai and Xiaobai to eat. Look how hard they have worked today, she said dotingly, stroking their little heads. Mom? I have not even eaten yet, Zhang Feng said with a grin. You silly child, it is not like the family lacks food for you, his mother chided him affectionately. Seeing that his mother was smiling more and more lately made Zhang Feng truly happy. All he wanted was for his family to live with ease and joy. Hey! Xiaofeng caught another wild pheasant. His older sister came out with the cucumbers and exclaimed in delight upon seeing the bird in his hands. Yes, I set a trap today. Never thought the pheasant would be so dumb, it rushed right in for food, Zhang Feng chuckled, feeling a little proud. He thought to himself that the system's basic hunting skill was indeed effective. Xiaofeng, let us sell this pheasant. We have already eaten 2 in the past few days, his mother Wang Guilan said. Yes, wild game is best enjoyed fresh, and we have had enough lately. Better to sell this one, his sister agreed. After all, a wild pheasant could sell for 200 to 300 yuan, and eating it all in one go seemed a bit extravagant for their household. Alright, mom, sis. I was planning to sell it anyway. I already promised someone, Zhang Feng smiled and explained. He understood their frugal ways. He recalled how last time, when he caught a pheasant, a tourist had wanted to buy it, but Zhang Feng had refused, promising instead that he would sell it the next time he caught one. He still had that man's business card. After lunch, Zhang Feng took out the card and looked at it. It read, Zhang Hong, chairman of Qingshan Real Estate, member of the Provincial Photography Association. The number was written beneath. Following the number, Zhang Feng gave him a call. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Hong? This is Zhang Hong speaking. Who is this? The man answered. You wanted to buy a pheasant from me last time, remember? Zhang Feng reminded him. Oh, it is you, my friend. Did you catch another one? The man suddenly remembered and asked excitedly. It was clear he was a passionate foodie. Yes, caught another today, about 1.5 kilograms in weight. Great. Please save it for me, I will send someone over right away. All right. There is a big cypress tree in my yard, easy to spot. Tell him to come straight over. After the call, just over 10 minutes passed before Zhang Feng's special visitor arrived and paid 300 yuan for the bird. Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Some people really do have money. Although Zhang Feng had made around 1 to 200,000 yuan recently, compared to the truly wealthy, he was still just a poor and ordinary fellow. If he had to spend 300 yuan on a pheasant, he would definitely hesitate unless he had caught it himself, of course. After sending off the special agent, Zhang Feng brewed a pot of tea and leisurely lay down on a deck chair in the courtyard. He gazed off into the distance at the lush green mountains and the moonlight lake with its surface smooth as a mirror. Such breathtaking scenery reminded Zhang Feng of a beautiful little poem. Gazing afar at Daunting's verdant shore, a green snail rests upon a silver plate. At that moment, the words felt vivid and real. The distant mountains reflected in the crystal clear water, and under the sunlight, the moonlight lake shone like polished silver. As he admired the humble beauty of the mountain village and breathed in the fresh air, Zhang Feng thought that even if someone offered him a rich bride or the title of CEO, he would not want to leave this place, nor its picturesque mountains and rivers. Sigh, just lying here with nothing to do feels pretty boring, does it not? After lying down for about half an hour, Zhang Feng suddenly sat up, deciding to find something to do. Suddenly, he thought of the eels in the backyard that were almost overflowing in numbers. So he decided to catch dozens of kilograms to sell. Otherwise, with how crowded they were, many of them would probably die of starvation. One had to admit, the effect of the Rihua growth enhancer was incredibly powerful. In just half a month, the number of eels in the drainage ditch had tripled or even quintupled. These extra eels were not only newly bred ones, but also others that had been drawn in by the Rihua enhancer. So in just half a month, the ditch was on the verge of being overrun. If Zhang Feng had not noticed in time and installed an insect-attracting lamp, quite a few would likely have died of hunger. Zhang Feng was already quite experienced in catching eels. With a net and a bucket in hand, he went to the ditch. He scattered some bait, and before long, there was movement in the water. One eel, two eels, countless eels came squirming out in a dark mass, scrambling madly toward the bait. The entire ditch was packed with writhing eels. The scene was downright terrifying. Enlarged, it could have been mistaken for a scene from a horror film like Anaconda. Even though Zhang Feng did not suffer from trypophobia, the sight made his scalp tingle. But then Zhang Feng thought, these are all stacks of yuan. With that thought, he immediately grew excited and began scooping them up rapidly. In just 5 or 6 minutes, he had filled a large bucket, at least 15 to 20 kilograms. Xiaofeng caught so many eels again? Seeing her son walk in from the backyard with a heavy bucket, Wang Guilan asked in surprise. Yes, just a few days of neglect, and the eels nearly overran the backyard. I had nothing else to do, so I thought I would catch some to sell, Zhang Feng explained with a slight smile. His mother quickly went into the house and brought out the large vegetable basin. Zhang Feng poured the eels into it, and the mother and son carried it out into the courtyard to sell to tourists passing by. Hearing that her younger brother was selling eels, the elder sister also came out, bringing a small stool, plastic bags, and a balance scale. She sat in the shade by the courtyard gate, and the family began selling eels. Xiaofeng, will we really be able to sell all these eels? The elder sister asked with concern. After all, they were selling at 50 yuan per half a kilogram, not exactly cheap. Absolutely. Last time we had even more, and it all sold out in less than half an hour. Do not worry, sister, Zhang Feng replied with a calm smile. Really, she said, still somewhat skeptical. Of course. Rest assured. If they do not sell, I will just sell them to Brother Niu. His restaurant needs eels anyway, Zhang Feng replied with another reassuring smile. The reason Zhang Feng did not directly sell them to Fat Niu was that he had his own plan in mind. He was preparing to open a rural inn and wanted to build popularity by selling local specialties first. Since everything was not yet ready, today he was only selling eels. In the future, he would prepare more mountain goods and aquatic products to sell to city tourists, gradually building a brand for his rural business. Fresh eels for sale. Wild eels, just caught. 50 yuan per half a kilogram. Soon, Zhang Feng's voice echoed along the shores of Moonlight Lake. Hearing the calls, many tourists wandered over to check out the commotion, and several began pulling out money to buy. Ha ha, young man, it is you again. Give me another 2.5 kilograms. After I bought some last time, my picky grandson actually ate 3 whole bowls. The old man who had bought 2.5 kilograms last time returned and immediately placed another order, dispelling everyone's hesitation. Young man, give me 1 kilogram, an older woman called out. She too had a picky eater at home who gave her headaches during meals. Hearing the elderly man's praise, she decided to try 1 kilogram, despite the price. With the 2 elders leading the way, the rest of the crowd rushed in. 1.5 kilograms here, 1 kilogram there, the basin of eels was emptied in no time. Watching the frenzy of customers, Zhang Feng's elder sister was momentarily dumbfounded. She never expected their eels to be this popular. It seemed people really were living more prosperous lives now. Let us go, sister. Zhang Feng smiled and reminded her after he and his mother finished packing up. Oh right. She snapped out of her daze and, walking beside him, sighed. I never thought we would sell out so quickly. There really are a lot of wealthy people these days. Evening. After completing another round of health-boosting exercises, Zhang Feng lay on his bed, gazing out the window at the bright starlit sky. Occasionally, a shooting star streaked across the heavens. The crystal-clear moonlight bathed the earth, casting the mountains and trees outside his window in a shimmering veil, a soft and beautiful haze. Ding dong! Side quest activated. As a promising farmer of the new era, how can you not have a business of your own? Host is required to establish a rural inn within 1 month. Reward, 1,000 points. Penalty for failure, deduction of 2,000 points. Does purchasing mushrooms not count as my business? Zhang Feng asked in confusion upon seeing the new task. It does not. The host must have a long-term and stable venture, the system replied mechanically. Oh. Zhang Feng suddenly understood. Buying mushrooms was seasonal. The system did not see it as a sustainable business. Once the rainy season ended, mushrooms would stop growing in the mountains, and his reselling trade would come to a halt. Zhang Feng gladly accepted the new quest. Even without it, he had already planned to open a rural inn. This way, his mother could stop doing hard labor, and the family would have a stable source of income. Then, Zhang Feng opened his attribute panel. All physical attributes remained unchanged, it was still the same as before. Gaining even a single point was not easy. Skills: basic hunting, basic cooking. Points: 10,450. Note: points can be used in the system store to purchase various items. 100 points are required per lucky draw. Draw chances: 4. Incomplete quests. Side quest: become a millionaire within 1 year. Reward upon completion: 500 points, 1 lucky draw chance. Penalty for failure: deduction of 1,000 points. Side quest: establish your own rural inn. Reward upon completion: 1,000 points. Penalty for failure: deduction of 2,000 points. System evaluation: host's combat power is low. Laziness has been successfully cured. It is hoped that the host will continue working hard and become a strong, diligent, and progressive farmer of the new era. Seeing that he already had over 10,000 points, Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of sudden wealth. And with 4 lucky draws remaining in the system, he could not help but marvel main quest rewards really were generous. He was now filled with anticipation for the arrival of the second stage main quest. After nightfall, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside the window. Just as the revered poet Du Fu once described, a timely good rain knows its season. When spring arrives, it brings life. It follows the wind, slipping into the night, and moistens everything silently. The fine mist of spring rain silently nourished the mountains and the earth. Mushrooms in the forests, like bamboo shoots after the rain, began to emerge one after another, densely carpeting the woodland. It seemed tomorrow would be another day of abundant harvest. Although the spring rain came quietly, it did not go unnoticed by the farmers. Listening to the rhythmic dripping of water under the eaves, everyone naturally understood it was a rain-filled night to look forward to. Even though the night was already deep, everyone was still too excited to sleep. Some elderly people, who barely slept anyway, simply got up, prepared their baskets, and got ready to head out, eager to seize the first opportunity. It seemed even the rain understood their urgency and began to taper off in the second half of the night. As summer approached, the sky brightened earlier and earlier. Shortly after 5 in the morning, daylight had already begun to break. The village gradually came alive, with lights flickering on in every home. The mountain paths grew increasingly crowded, as people strapped on their gear and rushed eagerly into the forests. Everyone was hoping to get a head start and bring in a better harvest, because earning money in the countryside was unimaginably difficult. Every cent represented a drop of sweat. However, picking mushrooms was not as laborious as farming. Though one had to enter the mountains before dawn, as long as it rained, it was possible to earn 300 to 500 yuan per day. Over the course of a rainy season, one could easily make 10 to 20,000 yuan. That was equivalent to what most families earned in 2 years of farming. So, without hesitation, everyone rushed into the mountains before dawn. Zhang Feng's family also got up early, waiting for the others to return fully loaded. Uncle Dashin, red mushrooms, 19 kilograms, that will be 570 yuan. Just after 7 o'clock, Uncle Dashin was the first to return. Second uncle, 17.5 kilograms, that comes to 525 yuan. Please count it. Zhang Feng reminded him. No need. Do you think I do not trust you, Xiaofeng? Second uncle grinned broadly as he took the money, waved it off, and carried his basket home. It seemed Zhang Feng had truly changed everyone's opinion and gained their trust. By purchasing mushrooms and creating a new source of income, he had also built a strong reputation for himself in the village. Since daylight came so early and most people had entered the mountains around 5, by 9 in the morning, everyone had already returned. The day's mushroom purchasing was essentially complete. After tallying the total, today was another bumper harvest. Over 750 kilograms of mushrooms had been collected, mostly red mushrooms and porcini. Zhang Feng made a rough calculation. Today's income would be no less than 20,000 yuan. In just over half a month, mushroom purchasing alone had brought him more than 200,000 yuan. His family had finally escaped the difficult situation they once faced. After seeing off the truck that transported vegetables and mushrooms to the restaurant, Zhang Feng wandered along the path by the lake. As he reached the riverbank, he spotted Little Duck and Big Mao with a few other kids catching fish using small nets. Zhang Feng walked closer. Wow, quite a haul. These little rascals had already caught more than half a bucket of small fish, each only about the size of a finger. Ahem. Little duck, what are you all doing here? Zhang Feng asked deliberately. Oh, crazy brother, we are catching fish, Little Duck turned around and replied. Yes, look, we have filled a whole bucket. Big Mao pointed proudly at the nearby bucket, tilting his head up. Really? You are quite something. Zhang Feng patted Big Mao's head. He. Hearing the compliment, the kids laughed joyfully. By the way, what are you catching all these little fish for? These fish were of no real value, only children caught them for fun. Catching so many at once was rare. We are taking them home to feed Little Duck, Big Mao said, looking at Little Duck with a cheeky grin. Pa. Not me, it is for the little yellow duck I keep at home. Little Duck quickly retorted. Is a little yellow duck not just a little duck? No, it is not. And so, the two little troublemakers began arguing loudly. Hearing their innocent chatter, Zhang Feng could not help but smile. All right, stop arguing. Little duck, how about selling these small fish to me? Seeing so many fish, Zhang Feng thought it would be a waste to feed them to ducks. He planned to make crispy fried fish for his younger sister and bring it to school for lunch. How much will you give us? The children's eyes lit up. They never expected these unwanted little fish could be sold. They were immediately intrigued by the idea of making money. How about 5 yuan? Zhang Feng proposed. After a bit of haggling, Zhang Feng bought over half a bucket of small fish for 6 yuan. He drained the water. The fish weighed about 500 to 700 grams. With the deal done, the children carried the bucket and followed Zhang Feng, skipping happily, chatting and laughing the whole way. Crazy brother, do you want more small fish tomorrow? They soon arrived at Zhang Feng's yard, and the children poured the fish out of the bucket. Little Duck asked hopefully. Are you not herding cattle tomorrow? I am, but I can catch fish while herding, right? Do you want them or not? Little Duck asked anxiously, clearly already enjoying the thrill of earning money. Sure, bring whatever small fish you catch tomorrow. I will give you 6 yuan per bucket, but be careful, and stay away from deep water. Dried small fish were a local specialty. Zhang Feng planned to buy more, dry them, and later serve them as crispy fried fish in his countryside guesthouse. He was confident guests would love it. Really? Little Duck asked with excitement. Of course. Do you want to pinky swear? Zhang Feng smiled. Pinky swear and stamp, it must never change for 100 years. After sending off the delighted little rascals, Zhang Feng began preparing the crispy fried fish. He cleaned the small fish, coated them in flour, and dropped them into a pan of sizzling oil. The crackling sound of frying and the rich aroma filled the house, making Zhang Feng swallow involuntarily. Once the crispy fried fish was done, Zhang Feng immediately called his sister. Hello? Are your classes over? Yes. Are you bringing us something delicious? Oh, and do not forget to bring more cucumbers and lettuce from home. Everyone really enjoys them. All right, you little brat, always so many requests. Zhang Feng chuckled indulgently. After hanging up, he picked about 2.5 to 3 kilograms of cucumbers, gathered washed lettuce, and packed the freshly made crispy fried fish. He told his mother and elder sister he was heading to the town. Make sure they study in peace and do not stress too much. As he left, his mother and sister reminded him, since his little sister and her classmates had a grueling exam coming up next month and would not be coming home for a while. I know. Zhang Feng called back from a distance. After about 15 minutes, Zhang Feng arrived at the gate of the county's top high school. His little sister and Zhang Lin were already waiting there. Brother, we are over here. Seeing him from afar, the little girl ran over and happily hugged her favorite crispy fried fish. You little rascal, I thought you were this happy to see me, but it turns out it is all for the fish I made. Zhang Feng shook his head, smiling. The girl stuck out her tongue and picked up the vegetables from the car. Brother, you came. At that moment, the quiet Zhang Lin also walked over. Yes, although the exam is coming up, you should not be too nervous. Just take it as it comes. Zhang Feng gave the two girls a few words of encouragement. Got it, brother. All right then, go back inside now. Do not miss your lunch break. Zhang Feng waved at them. Goodbye, brother, goodbye. At noon, Zhang Feng was once again lying under the shade of a tree, taking a nap. 2 adorable and clumsy sheep lay by his feet, slowly chewing the weeds from the ground. The cicadas on the large cypress tree chirped nonstop, and under the scorching sun, the wildflowers in the courtyard drooped listlessly. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's phone rang. Beep beep, beep beep. Hello? Who is this? He looked at the screen, it was an unfamiliar number. Annoyed that his pleasant dream had been disturbed, Zhang Feng answered with a hint of irritation. Is this Zhang Feng? I am from XX Express. Your package has arrived. Could you come to the village entrance to collect it? The person on the other end seemed momentarily surprised, but still spoke politely. A delivery? I will be right there. Saying this, Zhang Feng jumped onto his three-wheeled electric scooter and rushed to the village entrance. It must be the mounting tools and materials he ordered online a few days ago. When he arrived and saw the packages, Zhang Feng gave himself a mental thumbs up. Good thing he had brought the tricycle, otherwise, he would have had a hard time carrying the two large parcels home by himself. Are these your packages? Yes, I am Zhang Feng. Thanks, brother. No problem. Zhang Feng and the courier loaded the parcels onto the electric tricycle. Zhang Feng thanked him with a smile, then drove off toward home. Xiaofeng, what are all these things? His elder sister saw Zhang Feng carry in two large bags and asked curiously. Oh, just some stuff I bought online. You will see in a moment. Zhang Feng smiled and set the parcels down. Then he carefully unpacked the packages, taking out various materials and tools for mounting paintings and calligraphy. Though these items looked unimpressive, they had cost Zhang Feng several hundred yuan. As the saying goes, 3 parts painting, 7 parts mounting. Mounting is like dressing a painting. When done well, it enhances the artwork's visual impact significantly. That is why most of the calligraphy and paintings you see on the market are mounted. It makes them more aesthetically pleasing, artistic, and marketable. Zhang Feng then cleared off the long table at home, laid out a smooth cloth, and began unpacking the tools and materials for mounting. Relying on what he remembered, he cautiously began to experiment with mounting calligraphy and paintings. Wow, Xiaofeng, are these your paintings? They are stunning. His elder sister was astonished when she saw him take out a few sheets of painting paper. When she opened one titled Lotus Blossoms, she was even more shocked upon seeing the signature. Yes, I painted them a few days ago. The walls at home looked a bit bare, so I casually painted a few pieces. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. They are truly beautiful. By the way, when did you learn to paint? Looking at the vibrant lotus flowers, his sister could not help but sigh in admiration. I learned in college. I joined the school's calligraphy and painting club in my freshman year and studied under the instructors for a while, Zhang Feng said casually, making it up on the spot. In truth, although he had joined the university's calligraphy club, he had barely attended any workshops and could not even remember what the instructor looked like. Everything he knew had been acquired through the basic knowledge provided by the system. Xiaofeng, whenever you have time, you must paint a piece like this lotus blossoms for me. I want to hang it in my room. Holding the imitation of Master Zhang Daqian's lotus blossoms, she was reluctant to let it go. No problem. You can take this one once I finish mounting it. I can always paint another when I have time, Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly, seeing how much his sister liked it. Really? Then I will not be shy about it. His sister was overjoyed by Zhang Feng's response. With everything ready, Zhang Feng carefully began the mounting process, while his sister watched intently from the side. Every time he made a slight mistake, she grew nervous, fearing he might damage the beautiful painting. In the end, Zhang Feng successfully mounted the first piece without incident. With that experience under his belt, the remaining mounts were completed with fewer mistakes and much greater speed. In just over an hour, he managed to mount 4 paintings. The last was an artwork based on a poem by Yuan Mei, titled Boy Herding a Buffalo. Hey! Why does the boy in this painting look like Little Duck? His sister suddenly found the herd boy familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized he looked exactly like Little Duck from Uncle Ernio's family. Heh, good eye, sister. The herd boy was indeed modeled after Little Duck. Zhang Feng smiled. By the way, Xiaofeng, I think you should paint our courtyard too. His sister suggested. Oh, that is a great idea. I will paint it shortly. Thinking of their lovely rural courtyard, Zhang Feng agreed. It could also serve as a bit of self-promotion. Having practiced with these pieces, Zhang Feng's mounting skills had become much more refined. He carefully placed the mounted paintings in the cabinet, then took out fresh Xian paper and brushes to paint another lotus blossoms and a countryside landscape. Sometimes his brush flew across the page with vigor, other times he painted with careful precision. He alternated between soft pastels and bold ink lines. Soon, a fresh and beautiful lotus blossoms painting was complete. If the lotus blossoms was like a peony vivid and eye-catching, then the countryside landscape was like a wildflower by the roadside, modest but elegant, evoking the pure charm of rural life. All done at last. With the final brushstroke, Zhang Feng exhaled deeply. Painting did not demand physical strength like farm work, but it consumed just as much mental energy. After mounting several pieces and painting 2 new ones without pause, Zhang Feng was feeling a bit exhausted. However, looking at the beautifully mounted artworks, he was filled with satisfaction. a contented smile appearing on his face. By the time Zhang Feng finished cleaning his brushes and ink, the sun was setting. His mother returned home from the orchard with the two adorable sheep. Ba, ba. Fluffy Dabai and Xiaobai ran joyfully toward Zhang Feng as soon as they saw him, rubbing their soft heads against his legs. Oh, you two heartless fluffballs. After all the good food I give you every day, the moment you see Xiaofeng, you forget all about me. Their mother, Wang Guilan, scolded jokingly. Ha! Zhang Feng scratched his head in embarrassment, then patted Dabai and Xiaobai to calm them down before letting them run off and play. You went to the school today. How are Xiaoye and the others doing? His mother then asked seriously. They are doing well. They do not seem nervous at all. I am sure the exams will go fine. Zhang Feng reassured her. That is good to hear, very good. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Wang Guilan's face broke into a smile once again. With the college entrance exam and the high school entrance exam fast approaching, Wang Guilan had been constantly worried about her two precious daughters, afraid they were under too much pressure. In truth, Zhang Feng and his elder sister were also concerned, but neither of them showed it. After all, worrying would not help, they could only silently pray for their younger sister's success. The evening sky was illuminated by fiery red clouds. The calm moon lake, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, sparkled like a radiant golden jade. It was dazzlingly beautiful. As the sun gradually sank in the west, birds returned to their nests. It was like a vivid painting, where the setting sun and the solitary wild goose fly together. The autumn waters share the same hue as the sky. Truly unforgettable. The scenery was so captivating that countless tourists stopped involuntarily, taking out their phones to capture the rare and breathtaking view of the sunset. After dinner, Zhang Feng, bored and restless, decided to take a walk by the lake. As he arrived, he saw pairs of young couples walking hand in hand or sitting close together. As a single man, Zhang Feng could only cover his face and turn away. Sigh, couples hand in hand enough to kill a single dog with envy, he muttered with a bitter smile. There is a saying, brothers are like limbs, wives are like clothes. If that is the case, then has he not been running around naked for over 20 years? The thought made Zhang Feng shake his head again with a wry grin. Big brother, I was just about to come find you. What a coincidence running into you here. As Zhang Feng walked back toward home, he ran into Zhang Yi at his doorstep. What do you need me for? Zhang Feng asked curiously. How about we go burn a hornet's nest tonight? Zhang Yi whispered as he leaned closer. Where did you find it? I found a big one in the beech forest while picking mushrooms earlier today. It must weigh around 15 kilograms, Zhang Yi said with pride. That big? Such large hornet nests are rare. Zhang Feng was thrilled. Let us go grab Uncle Ernio and head out. Although excited, Zhang Feng knew proper preparation was key. Burning out a hornet's nest is no small task, it is downright dangerous. All three of them suited up carefully, fully protected from head to toe, as even a single sting could be excruciating or even life-threatening. Wearing their custom-made one-piece suits and helmets, they eagerly made their way into the forest. What a huge hornet's nest! Zhang Feng had mentally prepared himself, but even so, he was shocked when he saw the nest on the beech tree. It was shaped like a giant egg, about 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter. He estimated the nest weighed at least 15 kilograms, a rare find indeed. Looks like luck is on our side tonight. Uncle Ernio exclaimed with delight. Well, what now? Do you want to go up, or should I? Uncle Ernio asked Zhang Feng. That tree is too tall, you better go. I will keep watch from below. Among the three, Uncle Ernio was the most skilled climber, so it was natural for him to take the lead. Alright, you two stand back, I am going up now. Uncle Ernio gave a reminder, spat into his palms, rubbed them together, and swiftly climbed up toward the hornet's nest. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi immediately backed away from the tree. Burning a hornet's nest causes hornets to drop en masse, and even the fallen ones can be dangerous. As the saying goes, dead hornets still sting. Following the rule that a wise man does not stand beneath a dangerous wall, the two kept their distance about 20 to 30 meters away. They kept their eyes fixed on Uncle Ernio as he climbed higher and higher. Zhang Feng grew nervous watching from below, but Ernio did not slow down in the slightest. His skill matched his courage. What others saw as vicious hornets, he saw as a delicacy. At last, when he was about a meter from the nest, he paused to assess his surroundings and the area below. Satisfied that Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi were far enough away, he gave them an okay hand signal. The two nodded, understanding he was about to begin. Uncle Ernio pulled a kerosene-soaked torch from behind his waist and lit it with a lighter. With a whoosh, the torch ignited in a burst of flame, casting light across the treetop. At that moment, the hornets finally sensed something was wrong. They buzzed loudly and began flying out, but it was too late. The torch was already under the nest, and the emerging hornets were instantly scorched, crackling and falling like raindrops. The hornets inside desperately tried to escape the blaze, but it was all over. Those that did break free were immediately consumed, and any stragglers had no chance against the fully armored Uncle Ernie. After 2 or 3 minutes, the nest fell silent. Thousands upon thousands of hornets had perished and were now destined for the dinner table. Seeing that the hornets had been wiped out, Uncle Ernie pulled out a snakeskin bag, swiftly placed it over the nest, cinched it tight, then snapped off the branch. The hornet nest was now secured in the bag. He tossed it down, and Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi rushed over to retrieve it. They began gathering the dead hornets from the ground. Though scorched, they were a rare delicacy. Uncle Ernie, your hornet roasting skills are truly impressive. Zhang Yi gave a thumbs up when he came down from the tree. That is right. Not to brag, but there is no one in all of Qing County who can burn hornets better than I can. Uncle Ernie said smugly. Uncle Ernie, your act earns 99 points. 1 point off for being too arrogant, Zhang Feng said, patting him on the shoulder. Oh please. Ernie, never brag. My greatest strength is honesty, Uncle Ernie replied with deadpan seriousness. Heh, Zhang Yi, do you know why he is called Ernie? Why? Because his skin is thick as a bull's. Zhang Feng shouted as he bolted away. You little bastard. You just wait. Realizing what he meant, Uncle Ernie immediately gave chase. Zhang Yi, seeing them run off into the pitch-black woods, hurried after them. Hey, wait for me. The three of them laughed and joked, chasing and teasing each other all the way out of the forest, back to Zhang Feng's home. About 2 hours later, a large bowl of golden, crispy, fragrant fried hornets was served on the table. Ah! Smells amazing, Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, completely captivated. Delicious. These hornets are perfectly fried, crispy on the outside, bursting with flavor, and with a texture like crunchy chicken. Everyone, dig in. Uncle Ernie could not wait and grabbed the first bite. Not bad at all. The hornet larvae are excellent too, chewy and rich with umami, Zhang Feng exclaimed with delight. Wait here, I still have beer in the fridge. Zhang Feng added after taking another bite. Beer and fried hornets? Say no more, bring it out. Fried hornets are the ultimate beer snack. The combination of fragrant, crispy hornets with ice-cold beer was simply irresistible. Come, let us toast. Zhang Feng raised his glass after pouring the drinks. To us. To us. The three of them drank happily, munching on the delicious hornets and reminiscing about childhood mischief, climbing trees to catch birds, fishing in the river, skipping school to play in the water, herding cattle, and stealing melons. They had done just about every mischievous thing a country boy could do. Remembering those days made them burst into hearty laughter. Life in the countryside was so simple, and its ways passed down through generations. Whenever Zhang Feng saw Little Duck and Big Mao, it was like seeing his younger self again. The mark of rural life was etched deeply, it had become part of his very blood. Zhang Feng's mother and elder sister only had a taste of the hornets, just a few bites, before they went off to watch television. The remaining three continued clinking their glasses, reminiscing about childhood memories with excitement, and chatted late into the night before finally parting ways. After seeing the two guests off, Zhang Feng took a shower, climbed the stairs, lay on his bed, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Cock-a-doodle-doo. He slept soundly until full daylight. The early rising roosters had already crowed countless times. His mother and sister had already harvested vegetables and sent off the delivery truck. Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and saw that it was already 7:30. I did not expect it to be that late. Since receiving the system, Zhang Feng had been waking up around 6 every morning. Perhaps because he had some wine last night, he slept exceptionally well, waking naturally for the first time in a while. Zhang Feng stretched, his joints cracking as he moved, feeling full of energy. He took a deep breath and felt refreshed, invigorated, and alert. After washing up, Zhang Feng, as usual, practiced the first set of the physical strengthening exercise. He clearly felt himself making progress day by day. The first stage was becoming more familiar, and the effectiveness of his training was steadily improving. After finishing the exercise, Zhang Feng began jogging along the path by the lake, enjoying the beautiful scenery as he ran. Hey! Young man, wait a moment, young man, wait a moment. As he ran, someone called out to him. Zhang Feng turned around and saw it was the elderly man who had first bought eels from him. Oh, it is you, sir. What can I do for you? Yes, it is me. I wanted to ask, do you still have any eels at your place? The old man asked as he approached. Eels? The ones I caught yesterday were already sold, Zhang Feng explained. Are you planning to catch more today? The old man asked hopefully. I will go check shortly and see if I can catch some more. If I do, I will let you know. How does that sound? Seeing the anticipation in the old man's eyes, Zhang Feng agreed without hesitation. After all, catching eels in the backyard was easy and took little effort. That would be wonderful, young man. The elderly man replied gratefully, giving Zhang Feng his name and phone number, and asking him to call once he had some eels. After saying goodbye to the old gentleman, Zhang Feng finished his jog around Moon Lake. The exercise left him feeling invigorated, as though his whole body was brimming with inexhaustible strength. Back at home, Zhang Feng grabbed a bucket and a net and headed to the backyard. Upon arriving, he scattered some bait. Just like moths to a flame, the eels in the water canal surged toward the food, instantly disturbing the calm surface with splashing and swirling, creating a lively commotion. Zhang Feng acted quickly, locking onto his targets and striking decisively. Each sweep of the net brought in large eels. After about 10 tries, the large bucket, able to hold around 20 to 25 kilograms, was full of wriggling eels. He then returned the smaller eels to the water and cast his net twice more, refilling the bucket before finally stopping. Xiaoqin, bring out the big basin. Xiao Feng has caught more eels, Zhang Feng's mother, Wang Guilan, shouted to her elder daughter, who was watching TV. Coming. I will bring it right away. His sister put down the remote and quickly brought out the basin. Oh my, you caught so many again, she said with delight. Heh, it is probably because the soil and water in the backyard are clean, free from chemical fertilizers and pesticides, that is why there are so many eels, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Yes, yes. Quick, pour them out, I will take them to sell right away. His sister could hardly wait. These dozens of kilograms of eels would easily bring in over 1,000 yuan. While his mother and sister were busy preparing, Zhang Feng quickly called the old man to share the good news. The old gentleman was overjoyed and rushed over immediately, buying 8 kilograms at once, saying he would store some in the freezer. Before Zhang Feng could even start calling out to advertise, the large basin of eels was snatched up by returning customers who had already heard the news. Onlookers were stunned, some thought the eels might even be free. Hey, brother, are their eels cheap? Why is everyone rushing to buy them? A tourist, unable to hold back his curiosity, asked someone who had just bought some. Cheap, they cost 50 yuan per kilogram, the customer replied, rolling his eyes. How much? The tourist asked in disbelief. 50. But their eels are truly wild, better even than most other wild-caught ones. Unfortunately, I came late today and only got a little over a kilogram, the customer said regretfully. This scene repeated itself over and over. Many curious tourists asked those who had bought eels, and word spread rapidly. Soon, Zhang Feng's wild eels had a strong reputation. Many tourists became eager to buy them. Meanwhile, loyal customers also left their phone numbers, hoping Zhang Feng would notify them when more eels were available. Such delicious eels were rare, a true delicacy. After packing up and returning home, Zhang Feng grabbed a hoe and headed to the backyard. What is Xiao Feng going to the backyard for? His mother asked curiously. There was not much work to be done back there. There are too many eels in the canal. I plan to dig another trench to give them more room to move around, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Do you need my help? His mother asked. No need, Mom. You go rest and watch some television. I can dig the trench in no time. Zhang Feng waved her off and headed to the backyard. Watching her son's back, Wang Guilan felt a wave of warmth. Her son had truly grown up, he now cared for her and took responsibility for the family. In that moment, she felt the weight on her shoulders lift, her whole body relaxing. The canal in the backyard was not small, but after housing hundreds of kilograms of eels, it had become overcrowded. So Zhang Feng planned to dig a few more trenches in the open space to relieve the pressure and provide more room for the eels. Once he found the right spot, he got to work. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he had finished digging a trench over 10 meters long and about 20 centimeters deep. Then, he installed several insect-attracting lamps along the trench. Once night fell, the bright lights would draw many insects, some of which would inevitably fall into the water and drown, providing the eels with a natural food source. After setting up the lights, Zhang Feng threw a handful of feed soaked in plant growth solution into the new trench. Soon, large numbers of eels surged in, fighting fiercely over the food. It was a chaotic battle, lasting more than 10 minutes before finally calming down. In the end, most of the eels returned to their original dens, but quite a few stayed behind, as though they had taken a liking to this new piece of paradise. In this way, Zhang Feng successfully diverted the population in the main canal, cleverly relocating the eels. It significantly reduced the overcrowding problem. By digging that one trench, he decreased the eel density in the canal, increased their living space, and improved conditions for healthy growth. When the cicadas hum, the forest seems even quieter. When birds sing, the mountains grow more serene. After lunch, Zhang Feng lay leisurely in the courtyard under the shade of the large cypress tree, gazing up at the clear blue sky, without a single cloud in sight. At that moment, the sky seemed ethereal and vast, and yet so near and visible it felt within reach. This was the countryside sky, pure and beautiful, a sight one could never tire of. ZZ. Suddenly, the cicadas in the tree fell silent, breaking Zhang Feng's thoughts. Just then, Zhang Feng remembered he still had 2 system tasks pending. The first was to become a millionaire, but there was still a year to accomplish that. The second task was to open his own farmhouse in, and this one had a deadline of just 1 month. Completing it would earn him 1,000 points, but failure would deduct 2,000. Zhang Feng realized he needed to get moving and finalize the preparations. Looking around his courtyard, where wildflowers were blooming and their fragrance filled the air, he nodded with satisfaction. The next step would be to renovate the interior, especially the toilet, which was still a traditional rural-style pit latrine. That definitely had to be rebuilt. Suddenly, Zhang Feng remembered, wasn't Uncle Dashan a construction expert? Building a proper toilet and bathroom should be no problem for him. So, Zhang Feng immediately called him. "Hello, Uncle Dashan?" "Yes, this is he." "Xiaofeng, what is the matter?" Uncle Dashan was a bit surprised to get Zhang Feng's call. "Here's the thing, I am planning to renovate the toilet at home." Zhang Feng explained his requirements. "That is easy. Just remodeling a bathroom, right? Wait for me, I will come take a look now." Uncle Dashan patted his chest in assurance. He happened to be free these days. As soon as he hung up, he rushed over to Zhang Feng's place to do an on-site assessment and discuss the project face-to-face. "Uncle Dashan is here." Soon, he arrived in a hurry. "Come, show me where you plan to build the bathroom," he said, getting straight to the point. Zhang Feng led him to the backyard and said, "Uncle Dashan, I plan to build it here in the backyard. What do you think? This spot is fine. No issues." Uncle Dashan nodded in approval. "When do you want to start?" "The sooner the better, ideally, tomorrow." Zhang Feng and Uncle Dashan quickly agreed on the price. Zhang Feng gave him a 2,000 yuan advance for materials, and Uncle Dashan rushed off again to buy supplies in town, ready to start construction on time the next day. Having resolved the bathroom issue, Zhang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Opening a farmhouse in was clearly no simple task. Then he suddenly remembered something important. The guys. It dawned on him that some high school classmates and friends were planning to visit that weekend. Food was not a concern, but there definitely were not enough beds. Zhang Feng decided to head into town immediately to buy a few more beds and replace the old wooden ones. After all, they would be useful once the inn opened. He planned to recruit Zhang Yi in his small truck to help transport everything. Spring is not for study, summer is made for sleep. Autumn brings the bugs, and winter snow runs deep. So pack away your books and wait for New Year's feast. "Zhang Yi, what are you mumbling about?" Zhang Feng had just entered the yard, planning to ask Zhang Yi to drive into town, and overheard him muttering a rhymed folk verse. Nothing. What do you need, big brother?" Zhang Yi scratched his head and grinned awkwardly. "Come on, get your truck. We are heading to the county to buy some stuff." "Okay, let me grab the keys." The two drove straight to a home furnishings mall and began a massive shopping spree. After considering his needs, Zhang Feng bought 2 double beds and 3 single beds, 2 more than he had initially planned. He had 2 spare rooms at home and intended to set one up as a double room and the other as a triple, allowing for 5 guests. The extra double bed was to replace the one his mother used. Her old wooden bed was not good for her back. They continued by buying bedding. Fortunately, the shop agreed to deliver, as Zhang Yi's small truck could not hold it all. With their purchases complete, they drove home. Zhang Yi and Zhang Feng led the way, followed closely by the delivery truck. In less than half an hour, they arrived. "Hey, Uncle Ernie, give us a hand," Zhang Feng called out when he saw Uncle Ernie chatting with people by the lake. "Whoa, Xiaofeng bought so many beds?" Uncle Ernie rushed over and asked. "Yes, some high school classmates are coming to visit. I figured it was time to replace the old wooden beds," Zhang Feng replied with a smile. The 3 of them, along with the delivery man, carried the new beds into the rooms. After about half an hour of work, everything was in place. They saw the delivery man off and sat in the courtyard to rest. "Xiaofeng, your courtyard is so beautiful. Why not open a farmhouse in here?" Uncle Ernie looked around, admiring the wildflowers and fluttering butterflies. "Yes. With your cooking skills, it would be a big hit," Zhang Yi added. Great minds think alike." "I am already preparing for it," Zhang Feng said sheepishly. "You sneaky brat. No wonder your house has been freshly painted, new beds bought, even the courtyard looks fancy. You had it all planned." Uncle Ernie shook his head, pointing at Zhang Feng with a mock scolding. "Well, you never asked." "Ha!" Zhang Feng chuckled. After resting for a bit, they each went their separate ways. Uncle Ernio had left his cattle up in the mountains. If they wandered off, it would be a disaster. One cow was worth at least 7 to 8,000 yuan. Wait, your share of the hornets is still at my house. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered. Leave mine there for now. I will pick it up later. I need to head up the mountain. Uncle Ernio waved. Zhang Yi, take yours back and let your uncle and aunt try some. Got it, big brother. The hornet haul from yesterday had been impressive. They had collected about 15 kilograms of hornet larvae, with each person receiving roughly 3 kilograms. The rest had already been devoured the previous night. After seeing them off, Zhang Feng tidied up the rooms, setting the beds in place to welcome his friends. By the time he finished, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Zhang Feng sighed. Busy days passed so quickly. At the moment, he was home alone. His mother and elder sister had taken the 2 silly goats to the orchard for weeding. After resting a bit and having some tea, Zhang Feng began preparing dinner. Since his mother preferred lighter food, the dishes he planned included stir-fried baby bok choy, smashed cucumber salad, and shredded potatoes with green peppers. For himself and his sister, he made black fungus with pork slices and minced pork with eggplant. The sun had set. His mother and sister returned from the pasture with the goats. As Zhang Feng finished preparing the meal, he heard the distant bleating of their furry companions. In the golden afterglow of dusk, his mother and sister came home. In the warm glow of the lights, the family sat down to enjoy a simple meal together. Though ordinary, this kind of life was full of quiet happiness. At the entrance of Zhangjiawan village stood an enormous banyan tree. It was said to be over 500 to 600 years old. Its thick trunk required 2 or 3 adults to encircle it fully. The giant banyan had become one of the village's most iconic sights. In summer, its dense branches and lush foliage formed a vast canopy, shading the entire square at the village entrance, covering an area of several hundred square meters. Every evening, villagers gathered under the tree to rest and cool off, chatting and exercising. The place was always bustling with life. Today was Friday, the day Zhang Feng had agreed upon with his classmates. After work, they would head out from the city or the county, meet up in the county seat, and then go together to Zhang Feng's home. Evening. The entire sky was bathed in golden hues, as though a massive treasure trove of glowing light had just been unlocked. Sitting beneath the banyan tree, Zhang Feng gazed down the smooth asphalt road stretching into the distance. Watching the splendid sky, he quietly awaited his classmates' arrival. As the sun sank behind the mountains and its afterglow faded, a brown Chang'an Ford appeared on the distant road. It had to be the new car that Monkey had just purchased. Indeed, the vehicle drew closer and finally stopped in front of Zhang Feng. Several incredibly familiar faces stepped out, his best high school classmates and friends. Ha ha! Monkey, you finally made it. Madman. It has been 3 years, I missed you like hell. I missed you too, the 2 old friends embraced with joy. Fatty, Bear, Louie, sure too welcome. Zhang Feng hugged each of them. Though they had not seen each other in years, everyone had changed, a steadier, more mature demeanor all around. Fatty, forever cheerful and carefree, remained round as ever. Bear was actually named Xiong. He was honest and dependable. Though he did not exactly have the frame of a bear, the nickname had stuck. Shirtu, whose name was Shirlei meaning Stone Thunder, carried 4 stone characters in his full name, so everyone called him Stone. He had a quirky sense of humor and often wore a mischievous grin. As for the only girl, Louie, despite her soft and elegant name, she was a wild child, a tomboy at heart, loud and spirited, always rushing around like a whirlwind. Monkey, just park the car in the lot. Got it. Zhang Feng offered to carry the luggage for their only female friend, and then led the group toward his home. Come on, let us head back. I cooked a big table full of dishes just for you. Really? That's amazing. Fatty exclaimed, thrilled. You glutton. All you ever think about is food, Bear teased with a laugh. I am proud to love food. What are you going to do about it? Fatty said, tilting his chin defiantly. You rascal. Everyone laughed and chatted as they walked into the village. The stunning scenery along the way captivated them all. They kept stopping to gasp in admiration. Wow, this is just too beautiful. Madman, is this Moon Lake? It is absolutely gorgeous. When they reached the lake's edge, Louie let out a delighted cry, completely taken in by the view. The evening breeze rustled the willows, the shimmering lake sparkled faintly, and a waning moon hung high in the quiet night sky. Its reflection on the lake created an illusion. One could not tell which was the lake and which was the moon. It was mysterious and dreamlike. Yes, this is the beautiful Moon Lake. Willows on the shore, morning breeze, and a waning moon. Zhang Feng was mesmerized too. Though he often saw this view, it never failed to enchant him. Is this the fabled peach blossom spring? This is my own peach blossom spring, Zhang Feng chuckled, half joking but half sincere. though night had fallen quickly. The bright moonlight lit up the entire mountain village. Bathed in silvery light, the 6 friends reluctantly left the breathtaking scenery behind. What should have been a short walk of a few hundred meters took them 5 or 6 minutes. They simply could not stop admiring everything. "This is my mother, and this is my elder sister," Zhang Feng introduced as his family stood waiting at the door. "Hello, auntie. Hello, sister. Hello, hello. Come, come, let us get inside," they said, warmly ushering the guests into the house. The sleeping arrangements were quickly sorted, 4 boys in 1 room, and the remaining double room reserved for Louis. Once their things were put away, it was time for dinner. "Wow, this looks amazing. Madman, you really went all out, so much meat just for me," Fatty said with a grin. "Get over yourself, Fatty. This is for all of us, not just you. Go munch on cucumbers and lettuce instead," Bear mocked. "Yeah, Fatty, stick to the veggies. Might help you lose some weight." The others chimed in, teasing him. "That won't work, I gain weight even from drinking water. So I came up with a new method, a meat-based weight loss plan," Fatty said with a straight face, squinting his eyes in mock seriousness. "Alright, everyone, let us start with a bowl of chicken soup," Zhang Feng's sister said, serving it out. "Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister," everyone echoed in gratitude. This soup is so rich and tasty. Free-range chicken just tastes better. None of that gamey smell like factory-farmed meat." The pot of mushroom chicken soup was soon half gone. Everyone loved it. Even Louis, who usually watched her figure, could not resist having a small bowl. They had not eaten since lunch and had been traveling all afternoon. Though the meal was a simple rural feast, without any exotic delicacies, everyone thoroughly enjoyed it. After dinner, they moved to the courtyard. Bathed in moonlight, they gathered around a stone table, chatting about everything and reminiscing about their high school days. They recalled those youthful years filled with shared dreams to get into a prestigious university. They encouraged and competed with each other, driving one another forward, ultimately stepping through the gates of top-tier colleges. They remembered how confident and driven they had been, longing for the world beyond the mountains, admiring the lights and prosperity of the big cities. A man sets out from the deep mountains, vowing not to return without success. Let his bones lie wherever, they will find green hills just the same. Zhang Feng had once stepped boldly into the city, but after college, he returned home with his tail between his legs to the village by Moon Lake he had long left behind. Had it not been for the system, he might still be that lowly, idle dreamer, the so-called lazy scholar known across the area. Thinking back, Zhang Feng felt a wave of emotion. Time flies. 7 or 8 years had passed, and the person he once was now belonged to the past. Here, at beautiful Moon Lake, he was finally beginning to live the life he had always dreamed of. The group sat in the courtyard late into the night, still talking, unwilling to go inside and sleep. Yawn, you must all be tired. Let us get some rest, tomorrow we have a full day of sightseeing ahead. Seeing Fatty yawning non-stop, Zhang Feng suggested they turn in. All right, see you tomorrow. Good night. After settling his guests, Zhang Feng climbed upstairs and lay quietly in bed, staring out at the moonlit world outside his window. The full moon hung high in the sky. Its gentle, silvery light bathed the entire land, as if draping the whole village in a translucent white veil, crystal clear and radiant with purity. The small mountain village felt like a world out of a fairy tale, like a city of light, enchanting and beautiful, filled with starlight that inspired longing and wonder. Under the starry sky, Zhang Feng closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. Dawn. The eastern sky gradually brightened. A red sun slowly rose above the mountains, finally revealing its shy face. The intense sunlight fell upon Zhang Feng, causing his eyes to flutter open. He got up at once, dressed, and walked to the window to quietly gaze at the beautiful mountain village outside. In the distance, the clouds flowed like a vast serpent, writhing in the wind with open jaws and flaring claws. Its massive body was awe-inspiring. Sometimes it curled tightly around mountain peaks, other times it soared into the sky, never straying too far, as if the distant green mountains were its sacred territory. Closer to home, the village seemed to awaken with the morning light. People and livestock moved along the quiet mountain paths, breaking the tranquil silence of the village. The scene reminded Zhang Feng of that idyllic rural imagery, roosters crowing atop mulberry trees, dogs barking deep in the alleys. Taking a deep breath, he felt instantly refreshed. Seeing the time was no longer early, he headed downstairs and out into the courtyard to wash up. But upon entering the courtyard, he was stunned by the breathtaking sight before him. The yard was alive with fluttering butterflies and the sweet fragrance of flowers. Vibrant butterflies danced among the blooming blossoms, flitting lightly from flower to flower in search of nectar. At this moment, the courtyard seemed like an ocean of butterflies, a playground for these winged sprites. They swarmed in waves, soaring freely through the flowers in a mesmerizing, back-and-forth ballet. Just as the ancient poet once wrote, lingering butterflies dance constantly, flying into 100 flowers, vanishing from sight. These colorful butterflies were like spirits of nature, embellishing the countryside with beauty, composing a vivid and natural rural painting, a living image of butterflies in love with blossoms. Ah, this is so beautiful. So many butterflies. Louis had just stepped out of the main hall when she, like Zhang Feng, was stunned speechless by the scene. After a moment, she shrieked in amazement. No way! I have to capture this. Louis dashed back to her room, quickly returned with her gear, and began photographing the enchanting spectacle, determined to preserve this fleeting natural wonder. This is incredible. It feels like a fairyland. Oh wow! That butterfly is stunning. The tomboyish Louis chased after the butterflies with her phone, snapping photos constantly. But with so many butterflies dancing and flowers blooming, the scene changed with every second. It was overwhelming. Hearing her exclamations, the 4 boys hurried out, and they too were utterly shocked by the extraordinary display. You two are so unfair. How could you enjoy this alone without calling us? Brothers? Louis? Are we still friends after this? The boys feigned outrage, jokingly accusing Zhang Feng and Louis, who apologized profusely, though neither paused their photo-taking. I cannot resist anymore. Monkey, inspired by their enthusiasm, ran inside to grab his phone and join the photography frenzy. The others, catching on at last, scrambled for their gear, all eager to record this miraculous display of butterflies and flowers. Everyone was shouting and cheering with joy, thrilled to have come to Moon Lake. It was truly worth the trip. Such a magnificent butterfly display naturally attracted many tourists as well. They too entered the courtyard, photographing the beautiful scene, a gift from nature in its purest form. But as always, beauty is fleeting. As time passed, the sea of butterflies slowly dispersed, until only a few playful stragglers remained, still hiding among the blossoms, reluctant to leave. Ha ha! Quick, post this to the group chat, make the ones who didn't come green with regret. Wait for me. I want to post it too. Although the dispersal of the butterflies brought some regret, everyone quickly recovered. Such marvels of nature could not be forced. It was a blessing just to witness them in person. One after another, they uploaded their butterfly photos to their social media feeds, triggering an explosion of exclamations in their group chat. Those who had not come were filled with regret, gnashing their teeth with envy. Heh, you guys did not want to come before. Now look at you finally realizing what you missed. Sigh. Such a spectacular sea of butterflies, and some people missed it. Seeing everyone's shock, envy, and jealousy, Louis felt utterly delighted, poking fun at them in the chat, reveling in their regret. Oh heavens, I truly regret not going. Oh God, I regret it so much I could die. Is it still too late if I rush over now? There's still time. We saved videos for you. The others replied with sneaky grins. After goofing around for a while, they sat down for breakfast. How about we go for a picnic on the mountain across from here? The view is great, you can see the whole of Moon Lake from up there, Zhang Feng suggested while eating. Yes. I love picnics. Fatty immediately raised both hands and feet in excitement, fully revealing his foodie nature. Grilling on the mountain sounds perfect. From that height, Moon Lake must look amazing. Everyone agreed. Fatty was ecstatic. The group began discussing the plan enthusiastically, chattering like middle schoolers before a field trip. So, what do you all want to barbecue? Zhang Feng asked, smiling at their excitement. I want grilled chicken wings. I want grilled potatoes. I want grilled chicken. Will there be grilled fish? I want grilled fish. Yes, and luckily, I already prepared everything. Beef, lamb, whatever you want, we have it. Zhang Feng had stocked up the day before in anticipation of their visit. Really? That is perfect. Madman's vegetables are amazing too. Let us pick some cucumbers, tomatoes, and lettuce, how about that? Louis was especially fond of the vegetables from Zhang Feng's farm and had been thinking about them ever since yesterday. Great. And Fatty, come with me to the backyard to pick vegetables. Monkey, you guys take the meat out of the fridge, wash and prep it. The group split into 2 teams, one for vegetables, the other for meat. Everyone was full of energy, and in less than an hour, all the preparations for the barbecue were complete. Hello? Xiaoyi, are you home right now? Yes, I am. What is up, brother? We are going on a picnic. Come quickly, we are about to leave. Alright, I will be right there. As soon as he heard his cousin mention a picnic, the fun-loving Zhang Yi immediately rushed over. This is my cousin, Zhang Yi. And these are my classmates, Monkey, Louis. Zhang Feng introduced Zhang Yi to the group. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Moon Lake. Hello. Everyone exchanged greetings. Being young and close in age, they quickly found common topics and grew familiar in no time. With Zhang Yi along, Zheng Feng felt more at ease. After all, none of them had much experience with outdoor activities, and having someone to help would lighten his own load. Everyone carried the picnic supplies and set out in high spirits. Leaving the house, they followed the shaded lakeside path, enjoying the stunning scenery of Moon Lake as they made their way toward the hillside on the opposite shore. They were in high spirits, walking briskly and joyfully, just like Tao Yuanming returning to his pastoral life after resigning from office. By day I sing and drink at will, with youth as my companion I return home still. Crossing Moon Lake and reaching the base of the hill, Shirley once again revealed his playful nature by loudly singing a mountain patrol song, acting like a mischievous sprite. The king sent me to patrol the mountains. I patrolled the southern hills and now the northern slopes. Damn, sure too, when did you become a little mountain demon? Ahem. What, can't a guy sing for fun? Sure, why not? Sure too the goblin. You damned black bear demon, how dare you insult me? Take this. Then Sure Tu and Dishion leaped about on the trail, playfully scuffling. Ha ha, you two are real clowns. Everyone laughed as they watched the antics, warmed by the sight. Only among true friends could one so freely shed the masks of daily life, relax completely, and be utterly at ease. Walking along the winding mountain path, joking and playing, they soon reached halfway up the mountain. There was a meadow several hundred square meters wide. The terrain was gentle and relatively flat, often used by villagers to graze cattle. Due to the grazing and trampling of livestock, the grass remained low and resembled a manicured lawn. Scattered wildflowers added color, catching everyone's eyes. Wow, Zheng Feng, what are these little yellow flowers? Louis asked excitedly, pointing at the ground. These? They are dandelions, something everyone knows well, Zheng Feng explained with a smile. Ha, they look like wild chrysanthemums to me. Monkey came over in surprise. Heh, here, this is a wild chrysanthemum. Zheng Feng picked one and handed it over. Smell it, does it not have the fragrance of a chrysanthemum? It really does smell like chrysanthemum. Monkey sniffed it and nodded. But, they look so similar. Louis also smelled both, still puzzled. Well, besides the scent, look at the petals. Wild chrysanthemums have curved petals, while dandelions do not. Zheng Feng smiled and continued his explanation. Oh, that really is true. With his clarification, everyone finally understood the difference between dandelions and wild chrysanthemums. Alright, it is getting late. Time to get to work. Zhang Yi, take your Tu and Dishiong to find some large stones, we need them to build the stove. Yi and Monkey, start skewering the vegetables and meat with bamboo sticks. Zheng Feng clapped his hands and gave out the tasks. Madman, what about you? Monkey blinked at him, teasing as if to say, are you trying to slack off? If I do not build the stove, what are you going to barbecue on thin air? Zheng Feng rolled his eyes and snapped back. Ha! Monkey scratched his head sheepishly and got to work with Louis. Soon Zhang Yi and the others returned with 4 or 5 large stones. Madman, are these enough? Shirley asked lazily. Not quite, we need 5 or 6 more at least. Sigh. I must have been born to collect stones. Ha, what do you expect? Your name is Shirley, Stone Thunder, after all. Dishiong joked. How is that my fault? Blame my dad for naming me. Sure Tu grumbled and went off with the others to collect more stones. This guy. Zheng Feng shook his head with a laugh. Shirley had a humorous personality and was easy to get along with, though a bit crafty at times. Zheng Feng scouted the area and quickly chose a spot to build the stove. Once the stones were in place, he set up a simple earthen stove in no time. He lit a fire inside and added the charcoal he brought from home. Soon, the charcoal caught flame and burned steadily, growing hotter by the minute. With the fire going strong, Zheng Feng placed the grill on top. Everything was ready. Monkey, how are the skewers coming along? Zheng Feng looked back to see them still hard at work. Feng Ji, there is too much food. Can someone help us out? Monkey pleaded, exasperated. Alright, we have enough now. Whoever wants to eat more can make their own. Zheng Feng placed the completed skewers next to the stove. Finally. I, Monkey, am free at last. He bounced around the grass like he had just escaped from the Buddha's 5-finger mountain. Amit Ba. Liu Kang, your master told you not to jump around so recklessly. What if you trample the flowers and grass? Shirley clasped his hands together, mimicking a pious monk. Damn monk. I will poke you to death with my staff. Monkey laughed as he ran over and poked at Shirley with his imaginary sword. Spare me, brother monkey. I swear I will never offend you again. This monkey show is truly entertaining, Louis giggled. Hearing her words, both froze like they had been hit by a pressure point. Then Monkey walked over with a pained look and asked, can we still have fun together after this? While the others were goofing off, Zhang Feng, his cousin, Deshion, and Fatty, who had been standing guard by the grill, had already started eating. The grilled beef and lamb were golden brown, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, bursting with meaty flavor. Hey, you guys already started eating? Damn it, those are our skewers. Smelling the delicious aroma in the air, Louie and Monkey snapped out of their antics, sprinting toward the grill like Olympic sprinters. Each grabbed a skewer and began to eat with delight. This is so good. Monkey looked blissfully satisfied. I nearly bit off my tongue. Shirley licked his lips, full of praise. Sigh, what if I get fat and no one wants to marry me? Louie could not stop after just one skewer and muttered with resignation. Haha, then just marry our madman. Shirley grinned mischievously. Are you fucking kidding me, sure too? Louie shot him a glare, but her heart fluttered strangely. She sneaked a glance at Zhang Feng, who looked calm and unbothered. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, look at this scenery. It is like a hidden paradise. If you married madman, would that not be perfect? Monkey chimed in, teasing her. Piss off. How did this conversation suddenly become about me? Zhang Feng laughed and cursed, not taking it to heart. In his eyes, Louie was a tomboy and a good buddy, nothing more. Everyone continued eating and joking, the atmosphere warm and lively. It felt as if they had returned to their carefree youth. Here, there were no pressures of life, only the joy of delicious food, stunning scenery, and the boundless freedom of nature. The sky was cloudless, as blue and clear as if freshly washed. Though the sun blazed down on the meadow, a steady, cool breeze kept blowing, making everyone feel clear-headed and refreshed. They all sat in the shade of the trees, enjoying the breeze while savoring the barbecued food. Only Zhang Feng and Monkey remained by the grill, still busy cooking. Self-reliance brings abundance. We grill our own food and enjoy it ourselves. Zhang Feng laughed as he grabbed a skewer of grilled meat, slowly walking over to the shade to eat. Exactly. You all are not masters sitting on thrones, Monkey added with a grin. But I am a beginner. I have never grilled before, what am I supposed to do? Fatty asked anxiously. A beginner? What, did your hands just grow out today? Shirley joked. Screw you, you damn expert. I cannot outtalk you anyway. In the end, Fatty could not resist the temptation of the food and climbed up, awkwardly joining the grilling effort by the fire. Soon everyone followed suit, pitching in and joining the barbecue themselves. The area around the fire quickly became a bustling hub. Though it was hot, the hard-earned food tasted even better. Everyone ate with unrestrained joy. Bathed in a refreshing breeze, surrounded by beautiful mountains and lakes, under the blue sky and white clouds, and enjoying authentic countryside delicacies, they felt incredibly relaxed, more at peace than they had in a long time. They all agreed that this barbecue trip had truly been worth it. The idyllic scenery and rustic cuisine were so captivating that no one wanted to leave even at midday. However, just as the saying goes, the weather in the mountains changes faster than one can prepare. Suddenly, a mass of dark clouds appeared on the horizon. The wind began to howl, the trees on the mountains rustled violently. The clouds rolled in with the wind. The dark clouds crossed over the mountains like an army of warriors clad in black iron. The pressure in the air thickened, the atmosphere grew stifling. Though reluctant, no one wanted to become a drenched mess. Moreover, being caught in a thunderstorm in the mountains was truly dangerous. So everyone hurriedly packed up and dashed down the slope. Just as they reached the foot of the hill, raindrops the size of beans began to fall from the sky, hitting the ground with sharp slaps. A torrential downpour was imminent. Everyone, get on the boat. Hurry! By sheer luck, Uncle Little Seven's boat was moored by the shore. Zhang Feng grabbed Louie and jumped on board, calling back to the others. They had all thought they would be soaked to the bone, but to their surprise, they were saved by the sudden appearance of a small boat. Like grabbing a lifeline, everyone leapt aboard with joy. Uncle Little Seven, we really owe you one. If not for you, we would all be drowned rats right now. Zhang Feng said gratefully. What are neighbors for? No need for thanks, Uncle Little Seven replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Once everyone was safely on board, he started the small motor and slowly guided the boat toward the opposite shore of the lake. At that moment, the rain poured down like a barrage of arrows. The surface of the lake, smooth as a mirror moments before, erupted into ripples and splashes. The sky was cloaked in dark clouds, and heavy rain poured down. Visibility was reduced to almost nothing, everything blurred as if the world had returned to primordial chaos. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, its blinding light tearing a rift through the chaos, but the crack quickly vanished, and the world returned to its formless haze. Thunder and lightning roared overhead, wind and rain lashed from all sides. Waves surged on the lake, and the small boat rocked back and forth. Uncle Little Seven stared ahead with focus, constantly adjusting their course. Everyone held their breath, praying for a safe passage. The storm raged for about 15 minutes before the thick clouds in the sky began to disperse, leaving behind only a few wisps floating on the wind. The sky brightened, the rain thinned, and visibility improved. Seeing the storm begin to clear, everyone finally exhaled in relief, their expressions relaxing. Ah, we made it to shore at last. As soon as the boat docked, everyone sighed with joy. Though it was still raining lightly, they stayed aboard for now, enjoying the rainy landscape. The atmosphere on the boat gradually became lively again. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, the waters calmed, and the lotus flowers by the shore, washed clean by the storm, looked even more delicate and radiant. Soon, the clouds above began to break. Beams of sunlight pierced through like blades, cutting through the sky. The sun emerged once more, bathing the land in light, and the skies cleared. Ah, a rainbow, look, everyone, a rainbow. Louis suddenly cried out in excitement, pointing toward the horizon. Wow, it really is a rainbow. Following her gaze, everyone saw a stunning arc spanning the heavens like a heavenly bridge connecting both shores of Moon Lake. The beauty of the rainbow left them all stunned. With worsening pollution and constant smog in the cities, even a clear sky had become a luxury, let alone such a breathtaking rainbow. Now, to see one this close and in person filled them with joy. They shouted in excitement, whipped out their phones, and eagerly took photos, knowing their friends and co-workers in the city would be green with envy. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, who holds this colorful ribbon to dance in the sky? Looking at the rainbow stretching across heaven and earth, Zhang Feng was struck with awe. He recalled a line from Chairman Mao's poetry, which captured the grandeur and imagination of this natural wonder so vividly. The seven-colored arc looked like a ribbon, swaying in the air with the grace of a celestial dancer. It was as though the world had turned to fairyland. Everyone stared in rapture, lost in this rain-kissed spectacle. But beauty is always fleeting. The rainbow slowly faded with time, like a fairy waving her sleeve and disappearing after a dance. Sigh. As the sky emptied, a hint of regret passed through everyone's heart. But excitement soon returned. Just to witness such a rainbow was a stroke of rare luck. One should not ask for too much more. As the sun returned and the rainbow vanished, they thanked Uncle Little Seven and followed Zhang Feng home. Quack, quack, quack. It rained, but I did not go home. I got soaked and turned into a drenched duck. Ha ha ha. At the entrance to the house, two scruffy children surrounded a little duck dripping wet and laughed heartily. It is not my fault. It was all De Mao's idea. He dragged me under the big tree to hide from the rain. Little Duck puffed his cheeks in indignation. The two kids had thought the tree would provide cover, but the rain had been too heavy, and they got soaked. Heh, this kid is so cute. Louis said with a smile, watching the little one pout. Little Duck, you had better go home and change. If you catch a cold, your dad will deal with you. Ah. Brother Feng, please do not tell my dad, okay? Relax. I will not tell him. But next time, do not hide under a tree in the rain, got it? Zhang Feng shook his head with a gentle smile. Why not? Little Duck asked, puzzled. Because Thunder God loves to strike little kids hiding under trees. Oh, okay. Scratching his head, Little Duck still looked confused but headed home nonetheless. After warning the two little rascals, Zhang Feng led the others back into the house. Back home, Zhang Feng used the leftover ingredients from the barbecue to prepare a few side dishes. Everyone, come eat, he called out as he brought the dishes to the table. Ah, the food things he makes is just too good. The fragrant aroma of the food lured Fatty over without anyone needing to call him. Fengzi's cooking skills are impressive, not inferior to those of a 5-star chef, Monkey said admiringly. Everyone immediately praised Zhang Feng's cooking, showering him with compliments. Even though they had already eaten a lot of barbecue, the sight and smell of Zhang Feng's delicious food made it hard to resist. Even Louis, who had been trying to watch her figure, could not help but eat more than half a bowl. After lunch, no one felt like going out again. They lounged lazily under the big cypress tree in the courtyard, chatting and relaxing. Fengzi, do you have fishing rods? What do you say we go fishing? Monkey suggested after a short rest. Sure do. Who else wants to go fishing? Zhang Feng stood up and asked everyone. I'll go. Me too, and me. Soon, everyone had raised their hands. Luckily, Zhang Feng's father often fished in Moon Lake, so there were plenty of fishing rods at home, 4 or 5 of them. For the rest, Zhang Yi could go home and fetch a couple more. Everyone looked eager, full of energy. If you did not know better, you might think they were all seasoned anglers. In reality, most of them were complete novices. Get yourselves ready. I'll head to the backyard and dig up some worms, Zhang Feng said as he picked up a hoe and headed out. Wait, we're coming too. Louis, Monkey, and Dexiong quickly followed. The others, lazier by nature, stayed sprawled on the chairs, gazing at the blue sky and drifting clouds, their minds wandering. The soil in the backyard was fertile. With each swing of the hoe, large earthworms wriggled into view. Wow, look at all these worms. Tomboy Louis immediately crouched down to start collecting them. Zhang Feng continued digging, while the other three collected the worms behind him. In just 5 or 6 minutes, they had gathered over a kilogram, proof of just how rich the soil was and how potent the plant growth stimulant was. Alright, we've got plenty. Let's head out. Zhang Feng led the group back to the front yard. Each person grabbed a fishing rod and slung a bamboo-woven creel over their back. The fishing squad set off toward Moon Lake in high spirits, drawing curious glances from the tourists nearby. Let's go over there, under the big willow tree. It's quieter and fewer people fish there. Because it was the weekend, the lakeshore was crowded with people fishing or relaxing. Zhang Feng led them to a more secluded spot. Watch me. I'm definitely catching a big one today. As soon as they arrived, Louis eagerly baited her hook and cast her line. Fishing is about patience. If you rush it, you won't catch anything. Shirley offered a sincere reminder, despite his usually sly demeanor. You jerk. Then let's see who catches one first. Louis challenged him defiantly. Fine, but don't come crying if you lose. TCH. Do I look like a toddler to you? Enough, you two. Stop talking or you'll scare away the fish. Dexiong said with a chuckle, trying to keep the peace. The others smiled and cast their lines, settling into silence to wait for a bite. A gentle breeze stirred the lake's surface, creating ripples. The willows along the bank swayed, their green tendrils dipping into the water like a maiden's hair, casting a curtain against the blazing sun. Because they were using backyard worms infused with a hint of growth stimulant, the fish detected the scent immediately and were drawn in. Soon, Zhang Feng's float started to move. But he did not rush, he knew the fish might just be testing. Sure enough, the float bobbed, then stilled again. Moments later, it plunged underwater. Zhang Feng grabbed the rod and tightened the line so the fish could not escape. Fengzi, did you catch one? Monkey asked, jealous. Yeah. From experience, Zhang Feng judged it to be small. With a flick of the wrist, he reeled in a carp about 1 kilogram in weight. Wow, Fengzi already caught one. We need to step up our game. The rest suddenly felt the pressure and focused harder. Maybe the bait really was that good. Soon, everyone was reeling in fish, one after another. Within a couple of minutes, someone would have a new catch, much to the envy of nearby anglers, who wondered if this spot was some magical fishing ground. Fengzi, are you guys fishing here? A young voice rang out from behind them. It was Little Duck. Hey, Little Duck, where are you off to? Zhang Feng turned and smiled. Damao and I are going to the riverbank to catch crabs. Be careful, alright? Zhang Feng reminded him. We will, Fengzi. Little Duck darted off, waving as he disappeared. Fengzi, you can catch crabs around here too? Louis asked, curious. Yeah, over by the rocky riverbank. There are plenty over there, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Let's go crab hunting too. I've never done that before, Louis said excitedly. Our creels are almost full already. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Crab catching sounded like fun. It was decided they would move to the riverbank for their next adventure. They dropped off their gear at home and headed to the river with empty creels. The Dabang River was the mother river of Qingshan. Where it flowed through Zhangjiawan, it pooled into a low-lying area, forming Moon Lake. In essence, Moon Lake was part of the Dabang River. Their destination was the riverbank upstream, a flat area where the water was shallow, only 20 to 30 centimeters deep at most, and no more than half a meter at its deepest. With smooth pebbles and small caves, it was ideal for crabs. Children from the village often played there, and even city tourists came to experience crab catching. Because it was the weekend, the riverbank was lively. 4 or 5 groups were already there. Everyone, do not flip over rocks randomly. Crabs usually hide in small holes or beneath stones, Zhang Feng said with a wry smile as he watched his friends turn the riverbank upside down in excitement. You should have told us earlier, Fengzi. Zhang Feng thought, isn't that obvious? Following Zhang Feng's method, they gradually started finding crabs. Louis was especially lucky. She caught one that was 7 or 8 centimeters wide, a rare size considering most were just 4 or 5. Excitement surged. Everyone got pumped, searching for crabs like they were on a treasure hunt. It was like a childhood game come to life. Not every dig yielded a crab, but no one cared. Their spirits were high, lost in the joy of the moment. They had so much fun that they completely forgot the time. Only when dusk fell and their vision grew dim did they finally head home, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The moon hangs atop the willow's tip, and people gather after dusk. At night, Moonlight Lake reveals a kind of hazy beauty. After dinner, everyone walked along the dim moonlight to the edge of the beautiful lake, admiring the tranquil night scenery. A gentle breeze stirred the air, rustling the willows and rippling the water's surface, bringing a sense of refreshing clarity. The crescent moon in the western sky cast a faint glow, draping the entire lake in a thin veil of gauze. The willows along the shore looked like princesses from a fairy tale, dressed in white gowns, their skirts swirling lightly in the breeze, stunningly beautiful. Under the hazy moonlight, the entire world seemed to transform into a fairy tale. Bathed in moonbeams, Moonlight Lake appeared like a celestial lake for fairies, flickering in and out of view in the misty night. The willows on the shore seemed like heavenly maidens, their white garments fluttering in the wind, each movement elegant, natural, and utterly enchanting. This misty evening, with willows swaying gently, what an exquisite scene, someone exclaimed in awe at the stunning nightscape. With scenery like this, a boat ride by moonlight would be, Louis imagined aloud in excitement, then turned and asked, Fingsy, how about we go boating? No problem. I'll borrow one in a moment. On Moonlight Lake, there might not be many things, but there were certainly plenty of boats. In the past, nearly every household owned one. Though fewer now, borrowing a boat was still easy. Really? That would be amazing. Boating on Moonlight Lake at night, everyone lit up with joy. The lake was so lovely that they all wanted to immerse themselves in it and experience its serene beauty firsthand. Of course. Wait here, I'll be right back. With that, Zhang Feng headed to Uncle Yu's house. Uncle Yu, are you home? Who is it? So late. Uncle Yu was smoking by the door. When Zhang Feng approached, he realized, oh, it's Xiao Feng. What do you need? Uncle Yu, I wanted to ask if I could borrow your boat. It's moored just outside. If you need it, go ahead and take it. After a puff on his pipe, Uncle Yu asked, what do you need a boat for this late at night? A few classmates came to visit, and I thought I'd take them out to enjoy the lake. Zhang Feng handed him a cigarette and smiled. Oh, I see. Go ahead then, just bring it back afterward, said Uncle Yu, tucking the cigarette behind his ear and waving his hand casually. All right, Uncle Yu. I'll take the boat now. Take it, take it. Uncle Yu waved, muttering under his breath, city folks sure know how to have fun, even this late. He didn't understand anything about poetic beauty or misty charm. All he knew was that the darkness held nothing worth looking at. To Uncle Yu, a boat was simply a tool for fishing. 365 days a year, he practically lived on it. Taking a boat out onto the lake at night for fun seemed like something only someone with too much time on their hands would do. Zhang Feng, whose hearing was sharp, chuckled and shook his head at the old man's words. He quickly made his way to the dock, untied the boat, and rowed it with force toward his friends. The reason Zhang Feng chose Uncle Yu's boat was that it was an old-fashioned wooden rowboat, with no modern motor, simple and rustic, full of countryside charm. Ah! Fingsy, you're the best, it's actually a fishing boat, someone cried out in delight as they spotted him rowing from afar. Though primitive, the boat had a poetic charm that made it perfect for a moonlight ride. Ha, this boat is quite vintage, right? It has that a boat, an oar, and a fisherman kind of poetry. Thanks to the system's upgrades and constant training, Zhang Feng was now much stronger and could easily row the boat quickly. Soon, he arrived before them. Not quite fisherman's poetry, but more like a child paddling a boat, sneaking back with white lotuses, joked Hosey mischievously. Screw off. What, do your eyes see through time? Turning me, a grown man, back into a child? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes with a groan. Ha. Alright everyone, get on the boat, Zhang Feng called as he stopped the boat. Let's go. Set sail. Everyone climbed aboard excitedly. Once they were steady, Zhang Feng took up the oars, and the wooden boat began to glide, parting the floating duckweed as it made its way toward the center of the lake. This night is so beautiful, I feel poetic. Listen up, I'm going to recite a poem. Night Voyage on Moonlight Lake. Ah, the gentle moonlight, the hazy mountains, the lovely lake, the little boat. I love your misty grace. And your ethereal charm. Bullshit, Lei Ji, that's a poem? Seriously, Lei, did your PE teacher teach you literature? Jesus, that poem is garbage. My ears are bleeding. Everyone laughed and jeered at Lei's poetic attempt. Lei Ji, that was awful. Listen to mine, Moonlight Lake, you're full of water. Crescent Moon, you're an open mouth. This time, Fatty was the one struck with inspiration, but his poem was stopped halfway for everyone's safety. Stop. Do not desecrate this beautiful scenery. Louis finally snapped at the group of uncouth guys, clearly having had enough of their butchery of art. Exactly. If you can't compose a poem, then just do what I do, quietly be a handsome man, said Hosey, shamelessly praising himself. Everyone booed at his thick skin. After that, everyone quieted down. They sat in the boat, gazing at the bright moon above and the vast stars. It was just like that song, look up at the moon in the sky, it is always rounder back home. The moon is rounder in my hometown, and the water tastes sweeter there. One breeze, one sip of homesickness, and the ends of the earth do not feel cold, for dreams bring me back home. Looking at the familiar mountains at night, Zhang Feng felt his hometown was truly beautiful, so much that it captivated his heart. Just as the old saying goes, no water is more beautiful than your hometowns, no people more dear than those from home. Gazing at the moon, at the distant mountains, Zhang Feng suddenly realized how deeply he loved and longed for his home. The little boat kept drifting forward. Sitting at the bow, watching the hazy reflections in the water, it felt like poetry itself. Just as the old poet wrote, sailing atop clear waves, as if journeying through a painting. The boat, and those aboard, had become part of the scenery, essential elements of this moonlight lake by night. On the boat, it felt like everyone had returned to something pure and original, merging with the universe itself, drifting as if riding the wind, floating as though stepping beyond the world, ascending like immortals. Together, they cruised on Moonlight Lake, basking in the stunning beauty of its nighttime mountain and water charm. Due to a torrential downpour at noon, mushrooms in the forest began to sprout rapidly, as if spring bamboo shoots after the rain. The next morning, before dawn, the villagers of Zhangjiawan had already gotten up early. After gathering their gear, they hurried into the mountains. For them, mushroom picking had become a major source of income aside from farming. Although it had only been about 20 days, almost every household had already made between 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, which was equivalent to half of their farming income. So, everyone was highly enthusiastic about picking mushrooms. As usual, Zhang Feng got up early and finished a round of physical exercises. His mother and sister had also finished washing up, and the three of them headed to the backyard to harvest vegetables for the day. The vegetables from Zhang's family sold extremely well. If it were not for Niu Pangzi's limited supply policy, demand would certainly outstrip supply. To maximize profits, Niu Zhong designated Zhang's vegetables exclusively for high-end private dining. Because it was high-end private dining, a single table would cost over 1,000 yuan. Even though they only served 4 tables per day, it remained highly sought after. While it had not yet become a countywide sensation, it had successfully broken into the upscale markets of Qingshan and the county. Therefore, Zhang Feng's family had to prepare about 10 to 15 kilograms of vegetables each day, earning 600 to 700 yuan each time. At that rate, they were making close to 20,000 yuan per month just from selling vegetables. This was unimaginable in the past. Back then, people would toil from dawn to dusk, facing the earth with their backs to the sky, yet the annual gross income rarely exceeded 10,000 yuan. Even in the best years, it only reached 20 or 30,000. Unlike now, where simply selling a modest amount of vegetables each day could bring in over 10,000 per month. Because of this, Zhang Feng's mother and sister felt somewhat uneasy. But after Zhang Feng explained, they finally understood why their vegetables tasted so good. It was thanks to new technology their son, or brother, had introduced. Zhang Feng also told them that in Niu Pangzi's restaurant, a single meal cost over 1,000 yuan, and even a simple stir-fried bok choy was priced at 88 yuan. Hearing this, the two women were stunned. They thought Niu Pangzi looked honest, but his business tactics were like those of a crafty merchant. However, since their vegetables sold well and fetched a high price, they finally felt reassured. Once they finished picking vegetables, Xiao Wang, the delivery guy, arrived with his vehicle. He weighed the day's produce, settled the payment, and left quickly with the goods. Take care, Xiao Wang. After sending him off, they had earned over 600 yuan again, a good start to the day. You are already up? Why not sleep a little longer? Wang Guolan gently asked the only girl present, thinking that if her son had such a sweet girlfriend, it would be wonderful. Thank you, Auntie. I slept really well last night. Any more sleep and my head would have gone flat, Lu Yi replied gracefully with a gentle smile. Crazy one, who was that just now? Lu Yi asked curiously. That was a restaurant's buyer, here to pick up vegetables, Zhang Feng answered directly. Your vegetables are really top-notch, the best produce I have ever seen. By the way, crazy one, could you send me some vegetables when I leave today? No problem, they're all homegrown. Take whatever you want, Zhang Feng said with a dismissive wave, not thinking much of it. Really? That is great. My grandfather loves high-quality vegetables like these. He will definitely be thrilled this time, Louis exclaimed in delight. No worries. If your grandfather likes them, you can come pick them often. After all, your place is not far from here. The city center was only 50 to 60 kilometers from Zhangjiawan, just a 30-minute drive. Soon, the mushroom pickers began returning from the mountains one after another. Because it had rained at noon the day before, there were not too many mushrooms today. Uncle Ernio, how are the mushrooms in the mountains today? Zhang Feng asked upon seeing him. Sigh, the rain came too late. Most of the mushrooms have already sprouted, and there are not many suitable ones left to pick. You see, it only took about an hour for everyone to finish picking. I started early, so I got about 10 kilograms, but the others only got 5 or 6 kilograms each. But this was within Zhang Feng's expectations. After harvesting mushrooms for several days, he had already gained a preliminary understanding of their growth patterns, so he was not disappointed. 10 kilograms earning over 300 yuan is not bad at all. What more could you want? Zhang Feng laughed as he handed a few red banknotes to Uncle Ernie. True enough, this is much easier than farming. At that thought, Uncle Ernie smiled with relief. Soon after, the other villagers also trickled back from the mountains. After some busy sorting, by around 8 a.m., all the collected mushrooms were gathered. With help from several classmates, Zhang Feng's family spent about half an hour thoroughly washing over 150 kilograms of mushrooms. Shortly after, Xiao Wang from Nyo's restaurant came and picked up 50 kilograms. Zhang Feng planned to dry the remaining 100 plus kilograms into mushroom jerky, since Nyo Pangzi's restaurant could not consume that much. The mushroom drying oven had been assigned to Uncle Dashin during the recent bathroom renovation. The oven's structure was simple, so it had been completed in one morning. Zhang Feng envied the red mushrooms online that sold for several hundred or even over 1,000 yuan per kilogram. He did not expect his dried mushrooms to fetch such a high price. Even if they could sell for 300 to 500 per kilogram, it would be good enough. If it took about 5 kilograms of fresh mushrooms to make 1 kilogram of dried ones, that meant the fresh mushrooms were essentially selling for 60 to 70 yuan per kilogram, far more profitable than selling them directly to Lu Pangzi. Of course, that kind of business was harder to run. Selling to Lu Pangzi was more stable and secure, and involved bulk transactions. It was not easy to find large buyers for dried mushrooms right away. Let's go. I'll take you to catch eels. After about half an hour of rest, Zhang Feng remembered that the eels in the backyard needed to be caught. If he did not sell off a batch every 2 or 3 days, the ditch would become overcrowded. You can catch eels here? Monkey asked in surprise. Of course. Anyone who wants to fish, follow me. Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously, picked up a bucket, and walked toward the backyard. Let's go. We want to see too. Everyone eagerly followed. Monkey, go dig up some earthworms first. All right. Monkey was excited by the novelty of eel fishing and soon dug up plenty of earthworms. That's enough, that's enough. Zhang Feng quickly stopped him, then handed each person a fishing hook and a thin string. Just attach the earthworm to the hook and drop it into the water channel. That's all you need to catch eels. Crazy one, are you messing with us? Everyone looked at Zhang Feng skeptically, thinking this all seemed like child's play. Heh, you do not believe me? But it really is that simple. Without further explanation, Zhang Feng dropped his own hook into the ditch. Sure enough, even the earthworms faintly infused with the Rihua growth enhancer had an irresistible appeal to the eels. As soon as Zhang Feng dropped his line, within 5 or 6 seconds, an eel took the bait. He gave a slight tug, and a thick, thumb-sized eel was pulled out, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What the hell? Are these eels brain dead or something? Why are they so easy to catch? Everyone exclaimed in amazement and hurried to put their own lines into the water. Soon, eels were being pulled out one after another. Using such simple gear and still catching eels excited everyone to no end. They fished enthusiastically and tirelessly. Alright, if we keep fishing at this rate, we'll wipe them all out. After about half an hour, both buckets were full. Seeing how excited everyone still was, Zhang Feng quickly called it off. What? We already caught this much? Looking at the 2 big buckets filled with eels, no one could believe their eyes. Did we really catch all of these? No way, I have to take pictures of this. Those who didn't come will be dying of envy. Me too, I want pictures. One by one, everyone put down their fishing lines and posed for various staged photos. The eels were handled in all kinds of ways, probably unable to rest in peace even after death. Zhang Feng picked out 2 kilograms of eels to prepare a stir-fried eel dish for everyone. He then called several regular customers, including Elder Wang, to let them know. Orders came in quickly, and half of the catch was sold almost immediately. The remaining 30-some kilograms were just brought outside by his mother and sister when, within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they were snapped up by nearby tourists who had heard the news. It was clear that the reputation of Zhang Feng's eels was beginning to spread, earning a solid word of mouth among visitors. For lunch, Zhang Feng cooked spicy crab, stir-fried eel, pickled fish, and stir-fried mushrooms with green peppers using the fresh mushrooms picked that morning. He also prepared several light vegetable dishes. Thus, a full table of visually appealing and delicious food was ready. Come on, everyone, time to eat. It smells so good. Just seeing the food makes me hungry. Come on, let's raise a glass, here's to a great time. Cheers! Soon everyone was joyfully feasting. Zhang Feng's cooking had completely won them over. Though it had only been a day and a half, they had already become desensitized to how amazing his culinary skills were. They just did not know how they would manage after going back to their regular meals. Another unbelievably good meal. Fengzi, how are we supposed to survive back home after this? Xiaopeng sighed and smiled wryly. Exactly. If only we could eat like this every day. Lu Yi added wistfully. Fengzi, after tasting your food, I do not know how I can ever eat at the work cafeteria again. Yeah, Fengzi, you have totally ruined us. You owe us compensation. That is right. You should pay us back. Better yet, let us come here every week and eat you poor. Ah, you make me sound like some terrible villain. My door is always open. If you want to come every day, go ahead. Zhang Feng laughed heartily. Alas, it is a shame we have to leave this afternoon. Yeah, it feels like we barely got to enjoy anything. Why not just buy a house here and move in permanently? Monkey joked. Though they were reluctant, it was time to leave. After lunch and a short rest, Zhang Feng saw his friends off. Come visit any time, he waved and called out. Do not worry, we will be back next week. Haha, do you all really plan to eat Fengzi into bankruptcy? Hey, he is the landlord now. Who else would we sponge off? Their banter faded as the car drove off. Zhang Feng turned and walked back home. The house felt empty. His mother and sister had already gone up the hill to harvest honeysuckle flowers, which were in full bloom during this season. Honeysuckle flowers bloom for only a short period, just a day or two. If they were not harvested in time, they would wilt and wither. So they had to be picked promptly. Honeysuckle is a common traditional Chinese medicinal herb, known for clearing heat and detoxifying, treating colds and coughs, and boosting immunity. Years ago, almost every household in the village grew it. Unfortunately, some damned organization later reclassified all honeysuckle in the southwest as mountain honeysuckle, drastically reducing its value. Farmers who had planted it suffered a huge blow. What once sold for 20 to 30 yuan per kilogram fresh could now barely fetch the same price when dried, a 5 to 6-fold drop in price. After sighing for a while, Zhang Feng slung a snakeskin bag over his shoulder, brought traps for catching wild chickens, and locked the door behind him, heading up the slope to join his mother in harvesting honeysuckle. Meh. As soon as Zhang Feng reached the field, the goofy Dabai and Xiaobai bounced toward him. Xiaofeng, your friends all left? His mother asked, hearing the noise and turning to see her son. Yeah, they just left. He patted the two fluffy creatures and waved them away. Mom, this honeysuckle is not even worth much. Why bother picking it? It is such a hassle for so little. Zhang Feng grumbled, thinking how tedious it was to pick such small flowers, barely managing 10 to 20 kilograms in a day, which after drying would not even sell for 100 yuan. You child, just because you made a little money now, you forget the value of frugality? Sitting at home does nothing. Picking even a little bit helps. There will be plenty of places we need money for later. His mother scolded, frowning. I know, Mom. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly, just hoping his mother would not overwork herself. Then Zhang Feng set a trap in a place where wild chickens might frequent and joined his mother and sister to harvest honeysuckle. The Zhang family only had 1 or 2 acres of hillside planted with honeysuckle. Originally there were around 100 plants, but after the price crash, they stopped maintaining them and many died. Now only 20 to 30 plants remained, which could probably be picked clean in one afternoon. He opened the bag, and his fingers moved like butterflies dancing among flowers, quickly plucking the honeysuckle blossoms. His speed stunned his mother and sister. They had not expected that even flower picking could look this graceful and artistic when done by Zhang Feng. Xiaofeng, how are you picking so fast? It is like you have mastered some ancient martial art technique, his sister exclaimed, comparing his agile fingers to the embroidery skills of a wuxia master. Big sis, do you really have to describe me like that? Zhang Feng said, laughing and crying at the same time. Haha, my bad. Let us keep picking so we can finish early and go home, she chuckled. With Zhang Feng's help, the three of them finished harvesting all the honeysuckle in just 1 hour. He checked the trap he had set, nothing but an empty chicken cage. He reset the trap and packed up their things. Zhang Feng walked ahead carrying the honeysuckle. His mother and sister followed behind, leading Dabai and Xiaobai, who nibbled weeds along the path. The family made their way home at a leisurely pace. Once back, his mother and sister spread the honeysuckle out to dry. Zhang Feng took a sip of water, grabbed a hoe, and headed to the backyard. That morning he had cleared a small patch of bok choy, so he needed to replant quickly to keep the garden productive and continue supplying vegetables to Niu Zhong's restaurant. Their backyard had become a veritable treasure trove. Based on Zhang Feng's rough calculations, They were making about 2,000 yuan a day just from selling eels and vegetables, around 50 to 60,000 a month. That was an enormous sum, earned with minimal effort. The backyard had truly become a never-ending goldmine. It looks like I will not make it into the top 10. Everyone, just do your best. Thank you all for your support. If you enjoy the book, please recommend it to others and add it to your favorites. Special thanks to the readers Thunder Shakes the Sky, Lienshin, Reign of the Lost Knight, Master of Perfection, and My Precious Baby for your generous donations. Crazy brother, what are you doing? Little Duck appeared in the backyard at some point without Zhang Feng noticing. I am planting vegetables. Why are you not properly herding the cattle? If your father finds out, he will beat you, Zhang Feng said with a smile when he saw Little Duck. He won't. My dad is not even home. How would he know? The little guy was clever, he could not be easily fooled. Crazy brother, let me help you dig the soil. No need, Zhang Feng said, waving his hand. Then how about I water the plants? Little Duck moved closer again. You little rascal, I bet you just want to eat some of our cucumbers, Zhang Feng said knowingly. He could easily tell what the kid was up to. No one offers help for no reason. Hee, crazy brother, how did you know? Little Duck asked with a guilty smile. You always come here to pick cucumbers, don't you? If you want some, just pick them yourself. Do not distract me while I am working, Zhang Feng said, shaking his head with a smile. Hee, crazy brother, you are the best. The little guy happily bounced over to the cucumber vines. Crazy brother, these cucumbers are clearly green. Why are they called yellow cucumbers? A few minutes later, the boy came back with 2 fresh, juicy cucumbers and asked curiously. These are a new variety, alright? The local heirloom cucumbers, the ones grown by the old lady on top of East Mountain, turn yellow when they are ripe, Zhang Feng explained with a smile. Many city folk might not know that detail. Oh, no wonder they looked different. Crazy brother, I am leaving now, okay? The boy could not sit still. Very soon, he was off again, running with 2 cucumbers in his arms. After dinner, Zhang Feng sat with his mother and watched a bit of television, then returned to his room. He practiced his bodybuilding technique once and then lay down to review his stats on the system panel. Host, Zhang Feng. Strength, 22, base 16 plus 2 from training and 4 from items. Speed, 19, base 13 plus 6 from enhancement. Reflexes, 19, base 10 plus 9 from bonuses. Endurance, 18, base 14 plus 4. Flexibility, 16, base 10 plus 6. Mental strength, 18, base 11 plus 7. Note, the average adult has a value of 10 in each category. Skills, basic hunting, basic cooking, basic calligraphy, and painting. Points available, 10,450. Note, points can be used to buy items in the system's online shop. One lottery draw costs 100 points. Remaining lottery draws, 4. Unfinished tasks. Side quest, become a millionaire. Time limit, 1 year. Reward, 500 points and 1 lottery chance. Failure will result in a penalty of 1,000 points. Side quest, open your own farmhouse in. Reward, 1,000 points. Failure will result in a penalty of 2,000 points. System evaluation. The host's combat power is currently weak. However, the chronic laziness has been successfully cured. Please continue to work hard and strive to become a strong, diligent, and forward-thinking modern farmer. Zhang Feng was pleasantly surprised to see that his strength, reflexes, and flexibility had each increased over the past 2 days. It confirmed that practicing the bodybuilding technique daily had significantly improved his body. He could feel himself getting stronger with every passing day. Seeing that he still had 4 chances left to draw prizes, Zhang Feng decided to use them. After all, he still had plenty of points. System, start the lottery draw. Please wait a moment. When he opened the prize draw page, the wheel showed 6 options: 50 points, 100 points, 300 points, 1 bottle of solar growth serum, 100 milliliters, 1 bottle of lunar growth serum, 100 milliliters, and 1 skill transfer card. This lets you teach one of your skills to someone else. That skill transfer card looks pretty useful, Zhang Feng thought. His older sister had been trying to learn cooking from him, but the results were not great. If he got the card, her learning speed would increase 10 times. She would be guaranteed to learn at least 50% of the skill, and with effort and talent, she could even surpass him. Start drawing, Zhang Feng pressed the button. The needle spun rapidly across the wheel. There was no way to predict where it would stop. Stop, he shouted a few seconds later. A bottle of solar growth serum? That is a bad draw, Zhang Feng muttered. In the system shop, 1 bottle only costs 50 points. He continued drawing. The second time, the prize options changed: 10 bags of super fertilizer, 100 points, 300 points, 1 bottle of lunar growth serum, basic brewing skill, and 1 portion of enlightenment liquid. This makes animals as intelligent as a 3 to 5-year-old child. The prizes looked much better this time. Zhang Feng pressed the draw button with excitement. A few seconds later, he called stop, again, and the pointer landed on the lunar growth serum. Zhang Feng shook his head, still not satisfied. The lunar growth serum cost just 100 points in the shop. Then he used his third and fourth draw chances. The third was a disappointment, only 50 points. But he was lucky on the fourth. He won a portion of enlightenment liquid. Too bad I did not get the skill transfer card, Zhang Feng frowned. He opened the system shop, and just as he expected, any new items from the lottery appeared in the store too. In the shop, 1 portion of enlightenment liquid costs 150 points. 1 skill transfer card costs 1000 points. Basic brewing skill costs 1000 points. System, buy 1 skill transfer card, Zhang Feng ordered. He wanted to improve his sister's cooking skills quickly. That way, when they opened the farmhouse inn, he would not be overwhelmed. Then Zhang Feng checked his remaining points and items. Remaining points, 9,500. Lottery draws, none. Items owned: 2 bottles of solar growth serum, 1 already used. 1 bottle of lunar growth serum. 1 portion of enlightenment liquid. 1 skill transfer card. After closing the system, Zhang Feng sat down at his computer and uploaded some beautiful photos he had taken recently. He wanted to advertise his upcoming farmhouse inn and also show off the stunning scenery of Moon Lake. He uploaded themed pictures titled Phoenix Wonderland, Butterfly Flower Fields, Rainbow Bridge, and Moon Lake at Night to local forums and message boards, adding short descriptions to each one. After waiting a few minutes and not seeing many comments, Zhang Feng went offline and quietly gazed out his window at the moonlit mountain village. What he did not realize was that his photos were already being discovered by countless internet users. They were blown away and began sharing them rapidly. In just one night, the photos had spread all over the country. Famous bloggers and major websites reposted them. Moon Lake became nationally famous overnight. This is the most beautiful mountain village I have ever seen. How can such a stunning place exist? I was almost brought to tears by the beauty. So this is where those Phoenix Wonderland pictures were taken. I thought they were photoshopped. Oh wow, those butterfly flower fields and Rainbow Bridge. I must go there during the Dragon Boat Festival. So jealous of the people who live in Guizhou province. What about those of us thousands of miles away? Too bad for those far away. I live nearby, being close has its advantages. I will go check it out tomorrow. Thousands of people left comments. With such breathtaking scenery, many tourists from all over the country expressed their desire to visit Moon Lake, just as Zhang Feng had hoped. Morning. Outside the window, birds chirped noisily as they flew back and forth among the trees, searching for food. Due to his internal biological clock, Zhang Feng woke up quickly. Opening his eyes, he saw the bright sunshine and smelled the fragrance of flowers from outside the window, immediately feeling refreshed and clear-minded. Zhang Feng did not stay in bed any longer. He got up at once, washed up, and began his daily exercise. As soon as he finished a round of the bodybuilding routine, his mother and older sister were also awake. So, Zhang Feng joined them in the backyard to harvest vegetables for the day. Looking at the lush greenery of the vegetable garden, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was all the result of his recent hard work. Thanks to the regular use of solar growth serum, the Chinese cabbages in the garden were growing vibrantly green and full of life, like pieces of bright green jade, shining and dazzling. The fiery red tomatoes and vivid green peppers glistened like gemstones. Someone unaware might even mistake them for finely crafted artworks. Even the purple eggplants emitted a seductive sheen, exuding a strange charm that was hard to resist. It could be said that the backyard resembled a massive natural art gallery, filled with various masterfully crafted works of art, lifelike and dazzling, a true treasure trove. Soon, the three of them finished picking the vegetables they needed for the day. They washed the dirt off simply, placed them into plastic baskets, and waited for the buyer to arrive. At exactly 7:30, Xiao Wang, as punctual as ever, arrived. He weighed the vegetables, settled the bill, and left in a hurry with the produce. In just one morning, they earned another 600 to 700 yuan. Zhang Feng's mother collected the money with a big smile on her face. As the family's situation improved, her smiles became more frequent, and it seemed she even looked younger than before. Big brother, big brother. Zhang Yi came running in just as Zhang Feng lay down on a chair to rest for a while. What is it? Zhang Feng asked curiously, seeing the excited look on Zhang Yi's face. Good news. Grandpa Runner from the mountain is selling his wolf dogs, Zhang Yi said excitedly. What? Zhang Feng was shocked. How could he bear to sell them? You see, Grandpa Runner's wolf dogs were no ordinary dogs. His dogs carried wild wolf blood. 3 years ago, he brought back a wolf cub from the mountains. After it grew up, it mated with his hunting dog and produced 3 wolf dogs. Grandpa Runner cherished them like treasures, more than he loved his own sons. He would even argue with his family over them. So Zhang Feng was naturally shocked to hear that he was selling them. It is not the 3 big wolf dogs, it is the pups born last month, Zhang Yi explained, and Zhang Feng understood. That made sense, otherwise, Grandpa Runner would never agree to sell them. Then let us go quickly. Because there were many people eyeing the wolf dog pups, Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi ran as fast as they could to Grandpa Runner's home, hoping they were not too late and that the pups had not all been sold. When they arrived, there was already a crowd gathered in the yard. Some were there just to watch, but many were genuinely interested in buying. Strangely, Grandpa Runner was not present. Instead, it was his wife managing the sale. You are all here for the pups, right? There are 6 in total this time. Take a look first, and we can discuss prices afterward. Auntie, Grandpa Runner is not here, will that be a problem? Some worried aloud. After all, the dogs were his most beloved possessions. What if he got angry when he found out they were sold? It is fine. The old man is inside. We have already discussed it. Do not worry. Clearly, the elderly couple had agreed in advance. Grandpa Runner was probably too reluctant to come out and face the sale. All right, as long as it is settled. Let us take a look. Everyone knew these wolf dogs would not be cheap, so each person wanted to pick the best one. Unfortunately, more and more people arrived, including some from the city who rushed over after hearing the news. These urban collectors loved rare and exotic dogs. There was no way they would pass on genuine wolf dogs. All right, now that everyone has looked, we will sell them one by one. Anyone interested in this one? Although Grandma Runner was just a farmer, she was shrewd. She picked up a shiny black pup with bright, sharp eyes, clearly trying to spark competition. Yes. Yes. How could I not want it? 5 or 6 hands shot up immediately. Everyone wants it. It would not be fair to choose randomly, so we will sell to the highest bidder. Now, please make your offers, she said with a smile. The potential buyers looked at each other cautiously, no one wanting to speak first. After a few seconds, someone finally called out a bid. 500. I will pay 800. 1,000. 3,000. 3,000. This gentleman offers 3,000. Anyone else? No? Then the pup goes to him, Grandma Runner announced naturally, like a seasoned auctioneer. Seeing the first pup sold for 3,000 yuan, the crowd buzzed. Most people shook their heads and gave up. The price was too high for the average person. Damn, one dog sold for 3,000 yuan, Zheng Yi said in disbelief. I did not expect the competition to be this fierce, Zhang Feng muttered, shaking his head. Although he could afford 3,000, if he brought such an expensive dog home, his mother might disown him. With their desire to buy gone, Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi stood back and watched the drama unfold, arms crossed, amused by the bidding wars among the wealthy city folks. Soon, all 6 pups were sold. The cheapest went for 1,500 yuan, while the best one fetched an incredible 5,000 yuan. Word was that the buyer was a coal tycoon. Zhang Feng did some quick mental math. 6 pups brought in a total of 18,000 yuan. Grandma Runner could not stop smiling. It was obvious she was thrilled. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi had never seen dogs sell for such high prices. After the auction ended, the crowd slowly began to disperse. Just as they were about to leave with the others, Grandma Runner called out to them. Xiaofeng, are you two looking to buy a pup too? No, we were just watching. We cannot afford dogs that expensive, Zhang Feng said quickly, waving his hand. Ha, who does not know that Xiaofeng is doing well now? Actually, we still have 2 pups left. If you are interested, come in and take a look. The 2 exchanged glances, then followed her curiously into the house. These 2 here, you can take one for 1,000 yuan. We are all neighbors, after all, Grandma Runner said, pointing at 2 frail-looking pups. These look like they are about to die, Zhang Yi muttered, clearly dissatisfied. No. They are just a little weak. A few days ago, during feeding, they got trampled by the other pups, Grandma Runner explained awkwardly. Zhang Feng frowned at the half-dead pups. Grandma Runner was being really shameless. Did she take them for fools who would pay for sickly animals? So, it is Xiaofeng and Zhang Yi. Grandpa Runner appeared, frowning. You old woman, stop messing around and go feed the pigs. If it were not for me insisting on selling the pups, would we have made this much money? Grandma Runner snorted, gave the 2 young men a guilty look, and left. If you like those 2, just take them. I checked, they have minor internal injuries. Take care of them, and they will recover. Grandpa Runner sighed. He had wanted to keep them, But the rest of the family disagreed, so he had no choice. That would not be right. How much should we pay? Zhang Feng did not want to take advantage of them. Given how stingy the old lady was, it could cause trouble if they took the dogs for free. Do not worry about the money. Just take them. In the end, Zhang Feng insisted on leaving 1,000 yuan and went home with Zhang Yi, each carrying a pup. It looks like Grandpa Passion's family is about to get rich, Zhang Yi, carrying a puppy in his arms, said with a sigh as he walked behind. Why would they get rich? Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. Think about it, if their dog gives birth 10 times a year, 8 puppies each time, how could they not get rich? Zhang Yi replied enviously. Oh come on, do you think their dog is a rat or something, giving birth once a month? At most, a dog can only have 2 litters a year. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes, realizing how Zhang Yi had calculated it. Hee, I just didn't think it through. Zhang Yi scratched his head awkwardly after Zhang Feng's explanation made things clear to him. Shall we, just take this dog home and raise it? That way we'll each have one, Zhang Feng said as they approached his home. No way, big brother. You paid for it, after all. Besides, we already have 2 big dogs at home, and my mom keeps complaining about selling them. There's no way she'd let me keep another one. Zhang Yi quickly waved his hands in refusal. Although he also liked the wolf dog, he had no choice but to turn it down. Alright then, I'll raise both myself. His second uncle's 2 big dogs already ate enough food daily to feed a pig. At least a pig could be slaughtered for meat, but the dogs were just a burden. His second aunt was already distressed about it, so Zhang Feng decided not to push it and raise the puppies himself. When he got home, his mother and elder sister had already finished selling vegetables and had probably gone to the orchard after locking the door. These past few days, whenever they had time, they would take the 2 cute pets out for a stroll in the orchard. Opening the door, Zhang Feng placed the 2 puppies into a bamboo basket and hurried into the house to cook some rice porridge for them. He even added some Manhwa growth supplements, hoping to nurse them back to health quickly. The 2 little puppies were just a month old, fluffy like tiny bear cubs, and incredibly adorable. Zhang Feng placed the porridge into a small bowl and held it in front of them. They twitched their noses as if smelling the aroma of the rice, then stretched out their little heads and began eating greedily. They quickly finished more than half a bowl of porridge, showing that they were not seriously ill. After eating, the 2 little ones whimpered, rolled onto their sides, and lay comfortably in the basket to rest and recover. Zhang Feng hoped the Manhwa supplement would really help them get better quickly. Having taken care of the pups, Zhang Feng took out his calligraphy tools and, recalling the beautiful scenery he had seen these past few days, Phoenix Heavenly Scene, Rainbow Sky Bridge, Butterfly Flower Sea, Night Toured Moon Lake, he prepared to paint each one of them. Once completed and mounted, he would decorate his home with them to make it more beautiful. With the system's help, Zhang Feng's painting skills had improved rapidly. With confident strokes and fluid movements, he vividly captured the scenic views on paper. Each image came to life with remarkable detail and realism. After about 2 hours, Zhang Feng finished all 4 landscape paintings. He laid them out on the table to dry. Seeing that it was getting late, he put away his brushes and ink and began preparing dinner. Ah, Xiaofeng, you've been painting again? His sister exclaimed in surprise as she walked into the house and saw the inkwash paintings spread out on the table. Yes, I had some inspiration today, so I painted a few, Zhang Feng called from the kitchen. Wow, this one Phoenix Heavenly Scene is stunning. And this one, Rainbow Sky Bridge, is also gorgeous. She was almost overwhelmed by the beauty of the paintings. Mom, look at this one, doesn't it look just like Moon Lake near our door? It's so beautiful, the sister asked excitedly, pointing at another painting. Indeed, it's lovely. Xiaofeng paints really well, their mother nodded proudly. Even though she did not understand art, she could still appreciate the beauty of her son's work. Woof woof, the puppies started barking when they heard unfamiliar voices. Oh, where did these puppies come from? The mother asked curiously. Those 2? I bought them from Grandpa Passion's house, Zhang Feng quickly explained. How much did the 2 puppies cost? She asked. A few hundred yuan, Zhang Feng answered vaguely, worried his mother would scold him. You child, why spend a few hundred yuan to buy 2 dogs? She replied with displeasure. To her, the dogs were not useful, and now the household had to bear the extra burden of feeding them. Mom, I just thought it'd be good to have dogs around to guard the house when no one's home, Zhang Feng said with a forced smile. Alright, since you already bought them, so be it. But really, you need to be more frugal, she sighed, not pressing further. She just wanted to remind him to develop good habits, not to prevent him from spending altogether. After his sister tidied up, the family sat down to eat. The meal was simple, stir-fried bok choy, eggplant with oil, and shredded potatoes with green peppers. Though the dishes were plain, the flavor was far from ordinary. Even the simplest ingredients, when prepared by Zhang Feng, turned into delicious meals. A top-tier chef could turn the ordinary into the extraordinary, elevating even basic vegetables into culinary delights. Ordinary cooks might preserve a dish's original taste, but they could not elevate it. That was the difference between a master chef and a regular one. Xiaofeng, your cooking is so good. You must teach me someday, his sister said, eating happily and full of admiration. The latest novel first released on 6ix9ine Book Bar. No problem. From now on, I will invite you every time I cook. I guarantee you'll learn it all, money back guarantee if you fail. What? There is a tuition fee? Hee, I was just joking, Zhang Feng replied with an embarrassed laugh. You'd better be. Otherwise, I think I accidentally enrolled in New Oriental. She rolled her eyes at him. After dinner, Zhang Feng lounged in the courtyard, resting as he gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, gradually drifting into sleep. Brother crazy. Brother crazy. Ha? Little duck, Demao, what brings you here? Zhang Feng was half asleep when the little kids woke him. Brother crazy, we brought you some small fish. Little duck lifted the small bucket in his hand. Oh, wait here a moment, Zhang Feng said, grabbing the bucket and heading into the house to pour the fish into a vegetable basin. Got it, brother crazy. The two kids, already used to this routine, plopped themselves into chairs, elbowing each other to try and lie down alone. After pouring out the fish, Zhang Feng gave the two boys 5 yuan each and sent the little rascals on their way. He then cleaned the small fish thoroughly, lit a fire, and added oil. Soon, a pot of fragrant, crispy fried fish was ready. This type of crispy fried fish not only tasted great but could also be preserved for a long time. It could last in the refrigerator for months and be served to guests at any time. His little foodie Zhang Yu especially loved it. Every 2 or 3 days, Zhang Feng had to make some for her. If he did not buy a bucket of small fish from the kids every day, he would never be able to save any. Mom, I am taking some food to my younger sisters. Zhang Feng packed the crispy fried fish into a lunchbox, made a home-style stir-fried pork dish, and a bowl of fish soup. He also took along a few cucumbers. After informing his mother and elder sister, he prepared to deliver the food to his sisters. Go ahead, but come back early. His mother cared deeply for her 2 daughters and always worried that they might not be eating well at school. In the past, she could do little due to their circumstances, but now that things had improved at home, she would have her son bring them good food every few days. Got it, Zhang Feng responded to her reminder and drove off toward the county town on his electric tricycle. When he arrived at the entrance of the county's #1 high school, Zhang Feng looked at the familiar gate. Not seeing his 2 sisters around, he quietly waited, trusting that they would arrive as promised. Sure enough, after only a short wait, the 2 girls came running out, beaming with joy. Brother, we are here. Did you bring my favorite crispy fried fish? The younger sister ran over excitedly, grabbed Zhang Feng's arm, and asked coquettishly. I did. Would your dear brother dare to come without your favorite? Zhang Feng shook his head with a wry smile. I knew it. Big brother is always the best, the younger sister said, rummaging through the lunchbox as she spoke. Xiaolin, how is your studying going recently? Do not stress too much. As long as you stay calm, there will be no problem with the exams. Zhang Feng knew that Zhang Lin's college entrance exams were approaching and could not help but ask with concern. Do not worry, brother. I am not nervous at all, Zhang Lin replied with a gentle smile. Really, brother, do not worry. Second sister scored 5th in the entire school on the recent mock exam. She is sure to get into a top university, the younger sister added with a bright smile. And what about you? Zhang Feng asked his younger sister. I will be fine too. I only need to get into the honors class at #1 high, she replied proudly. The younger sister also performed well academically. She always ranked in the top 20 of her grade. Getting into the honors class was practically guaranteed, which was why she remained carefree and playful, showing no sign of exam stress. Here, I made this fish soup especially for you too. Drink it while it is still hot, Zhang Feng said, taking out the soup, 1 bowl for each. This was no ordinary fish soup. It contained Moonlight Growth Supplement, which provided significant benefits to the human body. Unlike the more aggressive Sunlight Growth Supplement, the Moonlight variant was mild and very suitable for human use. Regular consumption not only improved overall health but also enhanced brain development. Furthermore, it could eliminate hidden ailments, relax the body and mind, and relieve negative emotions. Zhang Feng planned to have both of his sisters take it regularly, and he would also give it to his mother and elder sister. His mother suffered from rheumatism and frequently experienced back pain. With regular use, she would likely recover completely. After bidding farewell to his sisters, Zhang Feng drove his tricycle back home. Ah! Brother crazy, come help me. Just as Zhang Feng arrived at the village entrance, he saw Demao clinging desperately to a large tree and shouting, "Brother Crazy, please save Demao." Little Duck was standing below, drenched in sweat with worry. "What happened? What are you two doing?" Zhang Feng stopped his vehicle by the roadside and asked Little Duck. "Demao climbed the tree to catch a bird and now he cannot get down." "Ah, so that is it. Do not worry, I am coming right away." Zhang Feng had thought something serious had happened, but it turned out this little rascal had climbed up easily and was now too scared to get down. Zhang Feng drove directly under the tree. Demao was hanging there like an octopus, clinging tightly about 2 meters off the ground, trembling and too scared to move. Zhang Feng climbed onto his tricycle, reached up, and easily pulled Demao down by grabbing his thighs. "Ah, Demao, you are finally down." Little Duck rushed over and held him tightly in joy. "Oomph, it is all your fault. If you had not asked me to climb up to catch that bird, would I be in this situation?" Demao complained, still shaken. "How can you blame me? You were the one who said you climb trees fast, remember?" Little Duck quickly defended himself. Watching the two children bicker endlessly, Zhang Feng could not help but laugh. All right, you are both to blame. Just promise me not to climb trees with no branches again, okay?" Zhang Feng chuckled and patted their heads, giving them a little warning. "Got it, Brother Crazy." Knowing they had messed up, the two boys responded like obedient children. "Okay, now look at the time. Go home quickly." Zhang Feng waved his hand to send the little rascals away. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Feng noticed a small bird in Little Duck's hand. "Let me see the bird you are holding. This is the bird you just caught?" Zhang Feng took it and saw that it was a myna, probably 1 to 2 months old. Its feathers were fully grown, and it would likely be able to fly soon with a bit more care. "Yes, Brother Crazy, I caught it from the tree." Demao raised his head proudly, clearly expecting praise. "Very good. But next time, do not climb such tall trees. I am confiscating this bird now." The latest novel first released on 6ix9ine Book Bar. "What? Brother Crazy, how can you do this?" Little Duck and Demao immediately protested. "Can you even keep it alive?" "How about this? I will trade it for 2 cucumbers, Zhang Feng offered. "2 is not enough. We want 5, the two boys whispered and bargained after a quick exchange. "Fine, 5 it is. Go pick them yourselves from the backyard," Zhang Feng said. After finalizing the deal with the 2 kids, Zhang Feng continued driving into the village. "Uncle Dashin, just coming back from the fields?" As he reached his house, Zhang Feng saw Uncle Dashin carrying a bundle of herbs down from the back mountain. "No, I went up the mountain to gather some mugwort." "Is it not the Dragon Boat Festival tomorrow?" Uncle Dashin raised the mugwort and smiled. "Yes, it is already that time." "Where did you pick that mugwort?" "I would like to gather some too," Zhang Feng asked. "There is plenty near the mountain god temple." "You will definitely find some there." Time flew by, and it was almost the Dragon Boat Festival. After bidding Uncle Dashin farewell, Zhang Feng returned home. At home, he took out his grandfather's old songbird cage and cleaned it briefly. Then he placed the myna inside and added some feed soaked in growth supplement to the food bowl. The myna seemed famished and quickly devoured the food. After settling the bird, he found that his elder sister had already cooked rice and cleaned all the vegetables. She was just waiting for the family chef to arrive so she could continue learning to cook. Sure enough, the cooking skill card had a noticeable effect. His sister's comprehension seemed to skyrocket, and she eagerly absorbed all the knowledge Zhang Feng shared. She quickly mastered the essentials of several homestyle dishes. Although she still could not match Zhang Feng's level, she already cooked better than the average chef. Clearly, she was quite talented. Zhang Feng believed that in no time, she would be on par with him. After dinner, Zhang Feng headed toward the back mountain. The winding mountain path was rugged and uneven, but he walked with swift, steady steps, moving as if on level ground. Before long, Zhang Feng reached his family's orchard and went straight to where he had set a trap the day before. Lucky day, there really is a catch. As Zhang Feng arrived, he saw a vibrantly feathered wild pheasant caught in the cage. It was clearly a male. Everyone knows male pheasants have more colorful plumage than females. This is one way to distinguish them. But why are male birds more colorful? Could it be that roosters are more vain? In truth, it is to attract hens and gain their favor, just like peacocks spreading their tails. It is all about getting attention from the opposite sex. Zhang Feng did not take the pheasant right away. He still had to go up Qinglong Mountain to collect some mugwort, which Uncle Dashin had said was growing near the mountain god temple. So, Zhang Feng left the pheasant there for the time being. The area was remote and rarely visited, so there was little risk of it being discovered. He then continued into the mountains. Once off the main path and into the forest, Zhang Feng fully unleashed his pace, leaping several meters with each stride, climbing hills and crossing ridges as if walking on flat ground, like a martial arts expert practicing lightness skills. His figure darted rapidly through the forest. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Feng reached the top of Qinglong Mountain, where the ruins of the mountain god temple were located. Upon reaching the summit, Zhang Feng felt a deep sense of nostalgia as he looked at the temple ruins. He remembered his childhood, when he would often herd cattle up here and play with friends, pretend games, hide and seek, chasing and joking around. The memories were vivid and joyful. It all felt like yesterday, but as the saying goes, year after year the flowers remain the same, but year after year the people change. The green hills remain, but old friends do not return. Time, once lost, is like the river flowing eastward, irreversible and indifferent to human will. Soon, Zhang Feng found a patch of mugwort, lush and thriving atop the mountain. He picked 5 or 6 stalks and stopped. Hanging mugwort by the door during the Dragon Boat Festival is a common southern custom. Just hanging 1 or 2 stalks is symbolic enough. It is said to repel insects and evil spirits, protecting the household with peace and safety. While circling the summit, Zhang Feng suddenly noticed several old tea trees in the courtyard behind the ruined temple. He guessed they were likely planted by the former temple caretakers. In fact, others had discovered these tea trees before. At first, everyone thought they were some rare variety, but experts from the county later identified them as the most common bitter tea, nothing valuable at all. Thus, these trees were left to grow wild, ignored by all. Zhang Feng chose a lush, upright tree about 1 meter tall to transplant to his own courtyard. He dug around the base and quickly uprooted it, roots and all. Pleased with the unexpected find, Zhang Feng took the tea tree and mugwort and began heading downhill. Standing atop the mountain, he admired the fiery red sunset stretching across the sky. But as the saying goes, the sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is near dusk, beauty is always fleeting. The view from the mountaintop was stunning, but time was running out. Night was approaching fast. If he did not descend soon, he might not make it home before dark. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng leaped down the mountain path at speed. Despite the rocks and ravines, he moved as if gliding over level ground, quickly reaching the foot of the mountain. Returning to the orchard, he retrieved the pheasant, reset the trap in a new location, and left. By the time he reached home, the sky was already dotted with stars, night had fully fallen. Xiaofeng, you are back? Oh, where did you get that mugwort? His mother, resting in the courtyard, asked curiously upon seeing it in his hand. I just picked it by the mountain god temple, Zhang Feng replied with a slight smile. You caught another pheasant too. Only when he set down the mugwort and tea tree did she notice the brightly feathered pheasant in his hand. Her face lit up with joy. Yes, I checked the trap I set in the orchard yesterday. Luck was on my side, I caught this one, Zhang Feng said with a grin. Lock it up properly. When someone comes to buy, sell it right away. To his mother, this pheasant was worth 2 or 3 bright red bills, money that used to take days of hard labor to earn. Got it, Mom. Zhang Feng knew she would not eat it. They had already eaten 2 pheasants recently, and he was not particularly interested in the taste. Though wild pheasant tasted good, it was only a novelty. The flavor was not much better than free-range chicken. He locked up the pheasant, hung the mugwort on both sides of the front door, then took a hoe and prepared to plant the tea tree in the courtyard right next to the gourd vines. Within 5 or 6 minutes, the tree was planted. Zhang Feng brought out the watering can and poured in water mixed with sunlight growth supplement. This would not only ensure the tree's survival, but also help it grow more lush and vibrant. Sis, what are you stir-frying in the kitchen? Zhang Feng asked as he entered the house, hearing the sound of a spatula hitting the wok. Little brother, you are back. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival, so I am stir-frying glutinous rice to wrap some zonzi later, she replied. Skilled and meticulous, she always made zonzi that were not only delicious but also aesthetically pleasing. Back when she lived at home, she was the one who prepared them every year. Oh, do you need help? Zhang Feng stepped into the kitchen and asked. The latest novel first released on 6ix9ine Book Bar. Perfect timing. Help me cut the pork belly into small pieces and marinate it with seasoning. We will use it for the zonzi, she said as she continued working. No problem. Leave it to me. Zhang Feng was already highly skilled at cutting vegetables and meat. Ever since he acquired basic cooking skills, his knife work had improved rapidly. While not yet at the legendary level of slicing an ox with ease, he was quite accomplished. Eating zonzi during the Dragon Boat Festival is a custom passed down for centuries. Even in a remote place like the deep southwest, the tradition remains alive. It is said that the Dragon Boat Festival commemorates the ancient poet Chu Yuan. When he lost hope of saving his country, he drowned himself in the Miluo River. Hearing the news, The people of Chu wrapped rice into leaf-covered bundles and threw them into the river to prevent his spirit from starving, an expression of their mourning. This gradually evolved into the tradition of eating zongzi. Of course, this is just one of many legends about the festival's origins. To Zhang Feng, whether eating zongzi or racing dragon boats, the most important thing is that the family is happy, healthy, and safe. Though life was plain, Zhang Feng cherished it deeply. He had no grand ambitions, his greatest wish was simply for his family to live in happiness and joy. In the early morning, Moon Lake was calm and still. The sky was a clear, vibrant blue without a single cloud. It looked like it was going to be another bright and sunny day. Today was the Dragon Boat Festival, and the village had been lively since early morning. The little rascals were on holiday, and as soon as they got up, they ran through the village, laughing and playing without a care. The normally quiet village paths were now filled with joyful commotion. At 6 o'clock, Zhang Feng was already awake, as usual. After washing up, he began his daily exercise routine. Once he had finished practicing his health exercises, he was about to go to the backyard to help his mother and sister pick vegetables when suddenly two people burst into the courtyard. "Wow, Xiaoqian, come look, this is it, this is the place," one of the girls shouted excitedly. Zhang Feng turned around and saw two unfamiliar young women entering the courtyard. One of them, a long-haired beauty, seemed to have discovered a hidden treasure and was shouting with excitement, "Who are you?" Zhang Feng had barely spoken when the two girls stepped into the courtyard and, upon seeing the sea of flowers, cried out again in delight, "Ah! The butterfly flower sea! This is the butterfly flower sea! Excuse me, is this really the butterfly flower sea?" "Yes, this is the butterfly flower sea," Zhang Feng replied with a gentle smile as he watched their excitement. "Ah, so this is where the butterfly flower sea photos were taken?" The two girls were thrilled and almost could not believe that such a beautiful place was right in front of them. "Yes, the butterfly flower sea was photographed right here." Zhang Feng nodded openly, assuming they must have seen the photos he posted online and had come during the Dragon Boat Festival break to find the location. "So you are the mountain water farmer, then? This place is truly beautiful." "That's right. I posted those pictures online. My name is Zhang Feng. May I ask your names?" Zhang Feng asked politely. "My name is Chen Xian, and this is Zhang Shi. We found this place after seeing your photos online," said the short-haired girl. Zhang Feng took a moment to glance at the two. The short-haired girl looked energetic and neat, while Zhang Shi had a delicate and graceful appearance. Though neither of them was strikingly beautiful, they were both youthful and attractive, clearly city girls on vacation. "Really? Welcome to our home. I am sure your trip will be worthwhile," Zhang Feng said with a smile. "Thank you. The scenery here is indeed stunning," Chen Xian said softly, then added, "By the way, Mr. Zhang, is there any place to stay around here? Xiao Shi and I plan to stay for 2 or 3 days. Actually, my family has some vacant rooms. I can show you. If you do not mind, you can stay here." "Really? That is wonderful." The two were pleasantly surprised. They had not expected to find accommodations so easily and followed Zhang Feng inside. "Wow, these paintings on the wall are beautiful. Did you paint them?" "Yes, I did. Thank you." "Xiaoqian, look, is this one the butterfly flower sea? And that one, is it the rainbow sky bridge?" As they entered the house, the two girls looked as if they had discovered a whole new world. The paintings on the walls captivated them. They ran toward the artwork, as if they wanted to absorb every image into their eyes. After admiring the paintings for a while, they followed Zhang Feng to see the rooms. The guest room was fresh, elegant, clean, and spotless. Several ink paintings hung on the walls. Both girls were quite pleased and decided to stay. "Mr. Zhang, we are very satisfied with this room. May I ask how much it costs?" Chen Xian asked, brushing her hair back. "Just call me Zhang Feng. You are our very first guests. I will give you a discount 100 yuan per person per day, including food and lodging. How does that sound?" Zhang Feng replied with a smile. "No problem. We will stay for 2 days first," the two girls said, handing over 4 crisp red bills. "All right. Feel free to settle in. If you need anything, just call me." With that, Zhang Feng left the room, and the two girls began unpacking. What a sly businessman, 100 yuan a day and he calls that a discount. After Zhang Feng left, Zhang Shi pouted and complained. Good thing he did not hear that, or he might have cried out in injustice. 100 yuan a day was not expensive at all. In fact, it was quite cheap. Zhang Feng's meals used only the best ingredients. At a city restaurant, the cheapest dish would cost at least 88 yuan. "Come on, Xiao Shi. I think this place is great. The environment is lovely, and the price is reasonable," said Chen Xian, clearly satisfied. "I know, I was just saying. But seriously, the guy has two beautiful women staying at his house and still charges us. If he did not charge you, then you should be careful, it might cost you your body instead, Shin Shin teased. Ah, Xiao Qian, you are awful. Hearing their laughter and teasing inside the room, Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Xiaofeng, who was just here. At that moment, his mother and sister returned from picking vegetables and, having heard the commotion, asked him curiously. Two tourists from out of town. They are staying with us for a few days, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Oh, then I guess our farmhouse guesthouse is officially open today, his sister said, surprised. In fact, Zhang Feng had not expected that his guesthouse would open so quietly and spontaneously. Xiaofeng, how much are you charging? His mother asked, clearly focused on the practical details. 100 yuan per person per day, including food and lodging. Isn't that a bit expensive? Other families in the village only charge 80 a day, she said with some concern. Expensive? This is a discounted rate for opening day. It will be even more expensive later, Zhang Feng replied confidently. Given the accommodations and meals, he believed people would still be eager to stay even if he raised the price. Exactly, Mom. Our family's conditions are much better than others in the village. It is perfectly reasonable to charge more, his sister added. Having lived in the city for a few years, she knew that 100 yuan was already quite cheap. Staying in a hotel would cost at least double that, and the food here was far better than in most restaurants. The latest novel first released on 6ix9ine Book Bar. Well then, I will not worry about the pricing. You two handle it, said Wang Guilan, no longer pressing the issue after hearing their explanation. Hello, this is my mother, and this is my sister. If you need anything and I am not around, you can go to them, Zhang Feng said as the two girls came out of the room. Nice to meet you, Auntie. Hello, sister. I am Chen Qian. I am Zhang Shi. Sorry to trouble you. No trouble at all. You are most welcome here. Let us know if you need anything, his mother and sister replied with warm smiles. Sister Qin, your garden is so beautiful. Did you grow all these flowers yourself? The two girls soon warmed up to Zhang Feng's sister. Zhang Shi, holding her hand, asked curiously. No, my little brother planted all of these. He collected wildflowers from the mountains, the elder sister replied with a proud smile, clearly pleased by the compliment. Oh wow, are these coxcomb flowers? Yes, those are coxcomb. And are these daffodils? They are lovely. No, those are lilies. Ah, so these are the legendary wild lilies? The girls were amazed as they looked at the pure white blooms. Who would have thought wild lilies could be so beautiful? What about this one? And that one? They had never seen so many beautiful wildflowers. The colorful blooms in the yard dazzled them. This is spider lily, that one is orchid, over there is wild chrysanthemum. See those flowers on the wall? Those are morning glories. Morning glories? Aren't they all supposed to be red? Why are these so multicolored and beautiful? They stared at the wall covered in morning glories, which looked like a sea of blossoms. Their eyes widened in wonder. Morning glories come in many colors. Look, there are red ones, blue ones, purple ones, the sister explained, pointing to the vibrant wall. Wow, it is just like a multicolored painting hung on the wall. The two were utterly enchanted. Then they took out their phones and began snapping pictures non-stop, chrysanthemums, lilies, orchids, one after another, unable to get enough of the garden's beauty. After about half an hour, they were finally tired, resting on a stone bench and quietly marveling at how breathtaking it all was. Their excitement for the next 2 days only grew stronger. Zhang Feng, are there any interesting places around here? Right outside the door is Moon Lake, which is very beautiful. You can follow the scenic path around the lake and enjoy the reflections of the lake and the surrounding mountains. You can also climb the hill to watch the sunrise or sunset. At those times, the clouds and sky are truly stunning. Oh, do you think we might get to see colorful clouds like those from the Phoenix phenomenon? Zhang Shi asked with great anticipation, clearly excited. The Phoenix phenomenon is a once-in-a-century miracle. It is almost impossible to see it again. But the environment here is great, and you can see beautiful cloudscapes almost every day, especially at sunrise and sunset, so you should not miss those moments, Zhang Feng replied with a slight smile. Ah, that's really a pity. Hearing Zhang Feng's answer, the two girls sighed in disappointment, their small hope dashed. Xiaofeng, call them in for breakfast, his mother said, having already finished preparing the meal. Got it, Mom. You two have not had breakfast yet, right? Come on, let's go in and eat. Thank you. The two girls followed Zhang Feng into the house. Breakfast at Zhang Feng's home was simple, a pot of plain rice porridge and a small dish of pickled vegetables. But the pickles were no ordinary pickles, they were spicy and flavorful, perfectly suited to local tastes. Delicious. This is the best pickled vegetable I have ever had, Jiangxi said, praising it as she ate. It really is good. Auntie, did you make this? It's incredible, both girls said, thoroughly enjoying the food. Hee hee, I'm glad you like it. But this was not made by me, it was made by our Xiaofeng. If you enjoy it, please eat more, the mother said proudly to the guests. Wow, I would never have guessed you had such a talent. Jiangxi looked at Zhang Feng in amazement, and Chen Xian was equally surprised. Hee hee, it's nothing really. Our vegetables are good to begin with, just a little processing and this is the result, Zhang Feng said modestly. In his view, making such pickles was no big deal. With good ingredients, anyone could make them. Just then, his younger sister suddenly appeared at the door and shouted loudly, Mom, we're back. Oh my good girls, why are you home? Did you not say you would stay at school to review? Wang Guilan stood up joyfully when she saw her daughters. Hee hee, we wanted to surprise you, the younger girl said mischievously. Everyone has already left school to celebrate the holiday, so Xiaoya and I decided to come home too, Zhang Lin explained as she entered with her backpack and smiled at everyone. Good. Put down your bags and come eat breakfast. The eldest sister quickly served them porridge. Got it, sis. The two girls put their bags in the room and immediately came out again. Seeing two unfamiliar women at the table, Zhang Yu asked in surprise, Mom, who are these pretty ladies? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. These two ladies are guests from the city, staying with us for the next few days. These two girls are my daughters. The younger one is Zhang Yu, and the older one is Zhang Lin. The mother introduced them to Zhang Xi and Chen Xian. Wow, you two older sisters are so beautiful. Hee hee, you two little sisters are very beautiful too. As the saying goes, three women make a show, and sure enough, they hit it off within minutes. Chatting away, they quickly became close. They talked about the most beautiful views around Moon Lake, the recently viral Phoenix phenomenon, the Rainbow Sky Bridge, and the Butterfly Flower Sea. Excited by the conversation, they began gesturing animatedly. When Zhang Xi and Chen Chen found out that Zhang Yu and Zhang Lin had seen the Butterfly Flower Sea with their own eyes, they were incredibly envious. After breakfast, I'll take you two to tour Moon Lake and show you the most beautiful spots, Zhang Yu said with a cheerful smile. Really? Thank you so much, Xiaoye. The two girls were thrilled, being unfamiliar with the area. They were glad to have a guide. After breakfast, Zhang Yu and Zhang Lin took the guests on an enthusiastic tour of Moon Lake. Meanwhile, the eldest sister and mother started preparing to cook zongzi. The firewood in the stove crackled and popped. The big pot of water soon began to boil, releasing the fresh fragrance of zongzi. After breakfast, Zhang Feng took care of the family's two puppies. He filled a porcelain bowl with rice porridge, added some sunlight growth supplement, and the puppies eagerly gobbled it down. Soon, the big bowl of porridge was completely gone, even the bowl had been licked clean. Seeing the puppies eating so well, Zhang Feng was relieved, confident they were in good health. He let them out into the courtyard to stretch and play. Afterward, he fed the little myna bird in the cage. The bird was still not used to its new environment, fluttering around the cage restlessly. But it clearly loved Zhang Feng's food. As soon as he poured it into the small dish, the bird swooped down and pecked away energetically. It seemed that the food with sunlight growth supplement was popular among all the animals. Watching the lively, energetic myna bird, Zhang Feng was reassured. Such half-grown birds were not easy to raise, and the supplement seemed to be working very well. Ba ba. Oh, I almost forgot about you two. Hearing the bleating of Daba and Xiaba, Zhang Feng remembered the two adorable goats in the backyard. He quickly went to the pen to let them out. Seeing their owner approach, the fluffy little creatures ran over, eyes wide with innocent affection, trying to nuzzle up to him. But the pen was still closed, so they could not get through. Daba, Xiaba, I'll let you out now. As soon as Zhang Feng opened the gate, the two animals pounced forward, overwhelmed with excitement. Hee, all right, go graze in the field now. Zhang Feng patted their heads and waved them off. Watching them quietly munch on grass, Zhang Feng felt that his last trade had been well worth it. Ever since they arrived, no one in the family had to worry about weeds in the yard. Every 2 or 3 days, they would clear them out completely. Truly loyal helpers. Ring ring ring. Just then, Zhang Feng's phone rang. Hello, is this Elder Wang? What can I do for you? Zhang Feng saw the call was from an old regular customer. Yes, it's me. Xiaofeng, do you have any eels today? You know, it's the festival, the elderly man asked apologetically. I'll check shortly. If I find any, I'll let you know, alright? Please do. Be sure to let me know. The old man loved Zhang Feng's eels and reminded him repeatedly. After hanging up, Zhang Feng grabbed 2 large buckets and headed for the backyard. Since today was the Dragon Boat Festival, demand would surely be high, and sales would be good. So Zhang Feng planned to catch as many as he could. He was already an expert at catching eels. He baited the traps and acted quickly. Soon, the buckets were full. He estimated about 70 to 80 kilograms. He kept about 10 kilograms to share with family and friends, so they could also enjoy the flavor of his homegrown eels. He reserved some for regular customers, and the rest, within just half an hour of putting them out by the lake, were snapped up by tourists. It was a frenzy. Brother crazy, here are the little fish we caught today. Nice job. Pour them into the basin for me. The two boys obediently dumped the fish into the basin, then waited for their payment. Hee, big brother, are you exploiting child labor again? At some point, his younger sister had returned and teased him with a smile. You little rascal. I'm just helping them earn some pocket money, alright? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes, not amused. Little duck, wait a minute. Just as the boys received their payment and were about to leave, Zhang Feng called them back. What is it, brother crazy? They turned around curiously. This is some eel for your family. Take it straight home and don't go wandering around, Zhang Feng said, handing over a bagged portion. Got it, brother crazy, the two kids replied in unison. Yay! We're having eel today. They ran off joyfully, clutching their prize. Those little rascals, Zhang Feng chuckled and shook his head as he watched them bounce away. Xiaoya, remember to be back before 12 for lunch, alright? Got it, brother. The little girl filled her water bottle and rushed out. That girl is really unreliable, Zhang Feng said with a smile as he watched his sister's figure disappear. Seeing that it was already past 10, Zhang Feng began rinsing the rice to cook. Nowadays, the family no longer used a traditional clay stove, everything was done with a rice cooker. Looking at the yellowed, 7 or 8-year-old rice cooker before him, Zhang Feng felt deeply nostalgic. It used to be the only electrical appliance in their home. Thinking back to the days of poverty, Zhang Feng sighed with emotion. Their house was once completely barren. If a thief had broken in, they would have left empty-handed. It was only after obtaining the system that Zhang Feng experienced a complete transformation. The family's circumstances had steadily improved, and now they were considered moderately prosperous in the village. It could be said that poverty was never by choice, but with the right help, even the sky was within reach. Thanks to the super farmer system, the family's life had changed dramatically. From utter poverty to earning tens of thousands of yuan a month, or even more, within just a month, the family had completely escaped hardship and was living a happier, easier life. He used to be like a frog in warm water, apathetic and waiting for death, lazy and emotionally numb, living entirely in his own world. As the saying goes, in poverty, tend to your own virtue, in prosperity, help the world. Now that he had hope and ambition, Zhang Feng no longer focused only on himself, he wanted his family to live with joy and comfort. Once the rice was ready and the cooker switched on, Zhang Feng headed to the backyard to pick vegetables. All the vegetables the family ate were fresh. Whenever they needed to cook, they would simply pick some from the backyard. This was the best way to ensure quality ingredients. Since there were guests at home, Zhang Feng picked extra vegetables, cucumbers, lettuce, yard-long beans, bok choy, cabbage, and several eggplants. When it seemed like enough, he stopped. Then he pulled up some green onions and garlic sprouts, essential seasonings for cooking, as they made dishes more flavorful and appetizing. He carried the vegetables to the sink, turned on the tap, and began washing them. Since Zhang Feng's crops were grown without any fertilizers or pesticides, they were very clean and healthy, just a bit of soil needed rinsing off. Once washed, the vibrant, glistening vegetables looked like works of art. Looking at their beauty, Zhang Feng could not resist taking a bite. He grabbed a cucumber and took a big crunch, sweet with a faint fragrance and no trace of bitterness. It was a rare treat. Delicious. No wonder little duck dreams about these every day. Zhang Feng rarely ate cucumbers raw, but the flavor was exceptional. If they were not growing in the backyard, those mischievous kids would have stolen them long ago. Xiaofeng, come eat zongzi. At that moment, his mother came out carrying a batch of zongzi. Mom, they're already cooked? Zhang Feng asked in surprise. He had a deep fondness for the local style of zongzi. Of course, they've been boiling on high heat for over 2 hours. How could they not be ready? His mother said with a smile. Zhang Feng took one. Still steaming, it released a rich aroma as he peeled away the bamboo leaves. Inside, the zongzi was piping hot and fragrant. The smell made his mouth water. He quickly split it in half. The pork belly inside had been simmered until it was meltingly soft. The fat had fully fused into the glutinous rice, blending together perfectly. The remaining lean meat gleamed a tempting red, its appearance alone enough to spark appetite. Ignoring the heat, Zhang Feng took a huge bite, his mouth instantly filled with rich flavor. This is a taste from heaven. Xiaofeng, your second uncle's family did not make any zongzi. Take a few over to them, his mother instructed. Alright, Mom. Zhang Feng got up, grabbed 7 or 8 zonzi, and walked next door to his second uncle's house. Xiaoyi, are you slaughtering a chicken? Entering the courtyard, he saw Zhang Yi holding a kitchen knife, preparing to butcher a bird. Big brother, why is killing a chicken so hard? Zhang Yi had no idea where to start. Upon seeing his cousin, he immediately called out for help. Heh, you seriously do not even know how to kill a chicken? Zhang Feng teased. Big brother, I am just not good at taking lives. Zhang Yi grinned sheepishly. Really? Then how come you're so efficient when slaying monsters in games? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Hee hee, that's different, it's just a game, Zhang Yi said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Alright, go take the zongzi inside. I'll handle the chicken. Thanks, big brother. Zhang Yi happily carried the zongzi indoors. Once he left, Zhang Feng got to work. Watch carefully. Grabbing the chicken by its wings and head, he exposed its neck. With one swift motion, the knife cut cleanly, blood gushed out, and though the bird flapped desperately, its fate was sealed. So that's all there is to it? Of course. What did you think? That it was hard? Zhang Feng said impatiently. It was absurd that a grown man did not know how to kill a chicken. After helping Zhang Yi, Zhang Feng returned home to prepare lunch. His elder sister had already scooped out the zongzi and cleaned the large pot, waiting for Zhang Feng to cook. Zhang Feng entered the kitchen and began cutting vegetables, teaching his sister some knife skills along the way. Since she had done household chores from a young age, her technique was already decent. With the added boost from the skill education card, she picked things up even faster. Then Zhang Feng made braised carp, caught earlier while fishing for eels. There were 2 small fish, each about 0.5 kilograms, just enough for a dish. After the carp, he made spicy and sour eggplant, smashed cucumber salad, cold lettuce, hand-shredded cabbage, and braised yardlong beans. Finally, he stir-fried some pork with baby bok choy, the latest novel first released on 6ix9ine Book Bar. It smells amazing. Without anyone noticing, Zhang Yu had returned. Lured by the aroma, she wandered into the kitchen. You are back from your outing? Zhang Feng asked, surprised. Aha! I am back, she replied, stealing a piece of cucumber as she spoke. You rascal! We have guests today. She was about to grab another piece when their elder sister smacked her hand away. Come on, I was just trying to help serve the dishes. Zhang Yu put on a pitiful expression. Hee hee, so now we are the bad guys? Of course not. But I, being a magnanimous lady, shall forgive you both, she said, nodding grandly. You little rascal. Their sister looked at her fondly, shaking her head. Everyone, lunch is ready. Zhang Yu carried the dishes to the table and called out loudly. Girls, come have lunch, the mother called to the 2 guests in the courtyard. Coming, auntie. Zhang Shi and Chen Shen responded quickly. Please, make yourselves at home. No need to be formal, the mother said once everyone was seated. Got it, auntie. This is delicious. Xiao Chen, try this eggplant. Zhang Shi was amazed after one bite. She had never tasted eggplant like this before. It really is delicious, Chen Shen said, trying a piece and quickly joining the chorus of praise. Hee hee, all the dishes are tasty. Xiaofeng is a great cook, you should try everything, their mother said proudly, seeing how much the girls enjoyed the food. Everything is so good. After trying other dishes, the 2 girls were wide-eyed and full of admiration. They had not expected Zhang Feng to be such an incredible cook. The meal was a great success. The guests and hosts all ate to their heart's content. The girls were so full, they could barely walk and had to retreat to their room, embarrassed. At that moment, they truly felt that the 100 yuan they paid was worth every penny. It was like enjoying 5-star hotel service at a farmhouse price, an incredible bargain. Oh, I nearly forgot, I still haven't delivered the eels to second uncle's house. After finishing lunch, Zhang Feng lay in the courtyard when the thought suddenly struck him. Xiaomei, take the bucket of eels to second uncle's house, Zhang Feng instructed his younger sister. Humph, you just love bossing me around, she grumbled as she got up, reluctantly picking up the bucket of eels and heading off. Zhang Feng chuckled and got up himself to personally deliver the portion meant for little 7th uncle. After all, he had taken rides in the man's boat countless times, expressing gratitude was only right. This kind of neighborly goodwill could not be neglected. Is little 7th uncle home today? From afar, Zhang Feng spotted him working on a table in the yard. Hey, Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Come on in and have a seat, little 7th uncle called out warmly. No need to be so formal, uncle. I caught some eels today and brought you a few to try. You're too kind, Xiaofeng. Come in and sit, I'll make you a cup of tea, he said, smiling as he took the eels and ushered Zhang Feng in. Thank you, uncle. After a cup of tea and a brief chat, Zhang Feng said his goodbyes and headed home. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd gathering near the lakeside. Curious, Zhang Feng walked over. That's a massive fish. What incredible luck. As he got closer, Zhang Feng overheard the crowd's chatter. Someone had apparently caught a big fish. Pushing through the crowd, he saw that Uncle Fisher had caught a huge carp about 1.5 meters long and estimated to weigh between 70 and 80 kilograms. It was an exceptionally rare catch. Xiaofeng, come give me a hand. Suddenly the big carp started thrashing violently, seemingly trying to jump off the boat back into the lake. On it! Zhang Feng quickly jumped on board to help pin down the fish. With the help of others, Uncle Fisher finally managed to tie it up and lift it ashore. No matter how much it struggled now, escape was impossible. Sir, are you selling that fish? A curious tourist asked. Sure, what are you offering? Uncle Fisher turned and asked, how about 500 yuan? 500? No way. This fish weighs at least 70 to 80 kilograms. At 10 yuan per kilogram, it should fetch 700 to 800 easily. 500 is way too low, Uncle Fisher replied, shaking his head. True, but it's so big, who's going to buy a fish this size all at once? The tourist tried to persuade him. No, not a yuan less than 800, Uncle Fisher said firmly. They could not reach an agreement. Several others came by to inquire but offered only 400 to 500 yuan, no deal. Uncle Fisher, want me to ask Boss Nyo? His restaurant might need a fish like this, Zhang Feng offered. Though many had gathered to watch, few were actually interested in buying. The fish was simply too large for ordinary buyers. Really? Thank you, Xiaofeng, Uncle Fisher said gratefully. Everyone knew that Zhang Feng sold his vegetables and mushrooms to big city restaurants, so maybe his help would work. No problem. Zhang Feng believed in helping neighbors. Hello? Boss Nyo? Someone in the village caught a 70 to 80 kilogram live carp. Interested? It's still alive, Zhang Feng quickly called Fatty Nyo. A live carp that big? Of course I want it. Tell him to hold it for me. I'll send Xiao Wang over right away. Fatty Nyo hung up hurriedly. About 15 minutes later, Xiao Wang arrived in a small truck. The carp was sold for 1,000 yuan and was taken to be kept in the restaurant's aquarium as both decoration and promotion. The 200 yuan extra left Uncle Fisher beaming with joy. He was so thankful to Zhang Feng that he insisted on giving him 2 silver carps in return. Carrying the gift fish, Zhang Feng headed home. Just as he reached the gate, he saw Little Duck emerging from his own yard. Little Duck, what were you doing at my house? Zhang Feng asked curiously. Ah, crazy brother, I was just digging for worms in your yard, Little Duck said, startled, stepping back. Worms? What for? Isn't the fishing competition about to start? Damao and I signed up, Little Duck answered excitedly. And you plan to use that bamboo stick to compete? Zhang Feng looked at the kid's gear and tried not to laugh. Well, my dad wouldn't lend me his fishing rod, the boy complained. Hee, alright, off you go, the match is about to begin. Zhang Feng waved him off. Bye, crazy brother. The little rascal ran off with his makeshift rod. What's this, Xiao Ye? You're entering the fishing contest too? Zhang Feng asked as he stepped into the courtyard and saw her holding a rod. Hee, not just me. Sister Cici and Sister Chanshan are joining too, Zhang Yu giggled. Of course we are. Want to join us? Zhang Shi came out holding a rod. Yeah. The more, the merrier, Qin Qian added. Alright, wait for me. Zhang Feng turned back inside to get his gear. He believed that fishing was more about participation. Living beside Moon Lake, almost everyone in the village knew how to fish. From elderly folks in their 70s and 80s to 5- and 6-year-old kids like Little Duck, all were joining the county-sponsored fishing competition. The rules were simple. Whoever caught the heaviest total weight of fish would win. The first prize was 8,800 yuan, second prize 3,800 yuan, and third 880 yuan. Places 4 through 10 would receive gift items. Last year, Uncle Fisher had the best luck and took first prize. He bragged about it for an entire year. Even more incredible was a 7- or 8-year-old kid from a neighboring village who beat the adults and took third place, winning 880 yuan. That story made every local child green with envy. No wonder even Little Duck was eager to join this year. Almost everyone from Zhang Feng's household joined in except his mother and elder sister. To avoid being the only guy among the girls, Zhang Feng invited Zhang Yi along. Along the way, Zhang Feng saw many villagers and tourists, most carrying fishing rods. Even people from nearby villages had come, hoping for a lucky win. Compared to farming, catching fish and winning cash seemed much more appealing. Uncle Ernia, you two planning to sweep the top prizes again? Zhang Feng joked as he passed by. Get out of here. That rascal's just tagging along. But you 3 siblings entering together, trying to take all the top spots? Uncle Ernia laughed in return. Well, maybe we will. Zhang Feng grinned. Put. By the way, I heard you've got 2 guests at your house today? Yep. So your guest house is officially open, huh? I was going to send a flower basket, but now I can save that money, Uncle Ernie said jokingly. Forget the flowers, just give me a red envelope instead. Buzz off. The two of them continued chatting and joking by the lake as the fishing competition was about to begin. You little brat, get your ass over here already. As soon as the competition began, Uncle Ernie quickly called his son over so he could keep an eye on him. After all, the kid was too mischievous, and there was a risk something could go wrong. Damo, you come over too, and do not stray too far from us, understood? Zhang Feng called out to Damo, who was not far away. Got it, crazy brother. Damo, unlike Xiaoyatsi, was more obedient. He quietly picked up his fishing rod and walked toward the adults. Xiaoyatsi, however, pouted and looked reluctant, as if standing near his father made him completely uncomfortable. Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Truly a little wild monkey. Who knows how much of a headache Uncle Ernie you must deal with. Hopefully, the kid would learn some discipline once he got older and started school, just like putting a golden circlet on Sunmyokong. With the fishing competition officially underway, participants lined almost the entire lakeshore. Zhang Feng looked around and estimated there were probably 200 to 300 people. Everyone brought out their gear. Some had high-end rods made of synthetic materials, while others, like Xiaoyatsi, used the most basic bamboo rods. At that moment, everyone wore serious expressions, holding their breath. Even the bystanders quieted down. The only sound was the rustling of willow branches. Everyone baited their hooks, cast their lines into the water, and fixed their gaze on the calm lake surface, waiting for a bite. Hee, Sister Chanshan, you have to hook the bait like this, otherwise the fish will steal it right away. Once the contest began, Zhang Shi and Chen Chen fumbled clumsily to bait their hooks. Unfortunately, they were total beginners, with zero experience, and were currently receiving advice from Xiaoye, their unofficial little coach. Watching their awkward efforts, Zhang Feng smiled and turned away to begin his own fishing. He baited his hook with his own super bait earthworms dug from his backyard. These worms had absorbed Rihua growth nutrients from the eels, making them especially enticing to fish. He was confident he would get results soon, and maybe even place in the rankings. But Zhang Feng did not have high expectations. After all, using earthworms was very primitive. Catching big fish with it was not easy. Plus, most of the competitors were seasoned pros, with expensive gear. Some rods cost over 1,000 yuan. Compared to his own rod, which cost just over 100, breaking through the ranks would not be easy. Oh, movement. Just a minute or two after casting his line, Zhang Feng noticed something. A fish in the water had found the bait. He stared intently at the bobber. One lapse in focus and the fish might steal the bait. That would be a total waste. The fish could not resist the temptation. After circling for a while, it finally bit down hard. The moment the hook was in, the fish thrashed violently, trying to dive and escape. But the sharp hook was firmly embedded in its mouth. It could not get away. Zhang Feng felt the tug, gripped the rod tightly, and judged from the tension that the fish was probably not big, maybe around 1 to 2 kilograms. Xiaofeng, pull it up. Uncle Ernie shouted from nearby, watching the action. Zhang Feng reacted instantly. With a practiced flick of the rod, the fish leaped out of the water like a carp ascending a dragon gate and landed on the shore. Wow, big brother, you caught one already, his younger sister exclaimed, eyes wide with envy. You lucky bastard, did you step in dog shit this morning? Uncle Ernie shook his head. Who would have thought the first catch would go to Zhang Feng? Hee, I must be favored by the goddess of fortune, no? Screw you, I pray to the gods of wealth every day, Uncle Ernie cursed, then added, but come on, it's just one small fish. Look at how smug you are. Oh, the fish took the bait. The fish took the bait. Just then, Xiaoyatsi suddenly shouted. The fish in the water was struggling wildly to get away. Xiaoyatsi clenched his teeth and held tightly to his rod. Uncle Ernie rushed over to help, and soon they had landed a crucian carp. Since Xiaoyatsi was only 4 or 5 years old, the referees did not count it as a violation, and the other competitors had nothing to say. Damn, these worms really are too effective. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly. He had just been showing off in front of someone's father, and the next second Xiaoyatsi had stolen his thunder. Ha, my son is amazing, he caught one too. Uncle Ernie looked smugly at Zhang Feng. What are you so smug about? Let's have a real contest, see who can catch more fish. Zhang Feng had full confidence. His bait was no joke. Even Xiaoyatsi had used it to catch fish. Bring it on. You think I'm afraid of you? Uncle Ernie replied with full confidence. Soon, everyone around Zhang Feng started catching fish, especially those using earthworms. They had a noticeably higher success rate. Watching Zhang Feng and the others reel and fish one after another, nearby competitors were green with envy. They thought Zhang Feng's group must have stumbled upon a fish hotspot. How else could they catch so many with bamboo rods and worms? Many began thinking they had found a lucky location, a true feng shui treasure spot. Some were tempted to switch spots. Most did not act, but a few bold ones did move closer, hoping to catch some of the luck. Sadly, they were disappointed. Zhang Feng's group kept pulling in fish, while the others got nothing. Even a little kid like Xiaoyatzi was catching more than them. In shame, they packed up their gear and left quietly, too embarrassed to stay. I don't think fishing is that hard. Look, I caught 5 or 6 fish in just half an hour, Zhang Shi said happily to their little coach, Zhang Yu. I also think we're catching more today than usual. Zhang Yu tilted her head, puzzled. Something's definitely up. Look, our side has caught way more than the others. Chen Xian noticed the anomaly. Well, not exactly. Those people who left earlier didn't catch anything either. I think it has to do with our bait. Zhang Lin, ever observant, quickly pointed out the truth. Oh, that's true, just look at how many that little brat Xiaoyatzi caught, Zhang Yu suddenly realized. Uncle Ernia, a seasoned expert in Zhangjiawan, quickly noticed something off about the bait. Without caring for Xiaoyatzi's protests, he forcibly took some of the boy's bait. Sure enough, his catches quickly caught up to those of Xiaoyatzi, Zhang Shi, and Chen Xian. As the competition continued, Zhang Feng's group drew more and more attention. Their speed was impressive, especially since even toddlers were outperforming seasoned adults. The other participants were disheartened. 2 hours later, the fishing competition finally ended. Xiaoyatzi and the others had long since put down their rods and were chasing each other around the lake, but they had still managed to catch a lot. After more than an hour of weighing and evaluation, the championship went to a professional angler from out of town, who won the 8,800 yuan grand prize. Zhang Feng's group did very well. Zhang Feng himself took third place with a total catch of 78 kilograms. Uncle Ernio came in fifth with 56 kilograms. The sisters also performed admirably and all received small prizes from the organizers. Especially Xiaoyatzi, he won a special youth prize for catching 20 kilograms of fish. He received a toy car model and jumped around with excitement. The girls were happy too. Though the prizes were small, they had caught plenty of fish and sold them to tourists by the lake, each earning more than 100 yuan. Zhang Shi and Chen Xian were especially thrilled. It was their first time earning money like this. They immediately began snapping pictures like mad, eager to show off their bounty to the world, even more excited than Xiaoyatzi. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have completed the hidden task, placing in the top 3 of the fishing competition. Reward: 1 lottery draw opportunity. Just as Zhang Feng received his third-place award from the organizers, he heard the system notification. It was truly a double blessing. Not only had he won third place and received a cash prize of 880 yuan, but he had also completed a hidden system task. Clearly, entering the competition had been a great decision. What a pleasant surprise. Hee, big brother won a big prize. You'd better give out red envelopes later. As soon as Zhang Feng accepted his award, his little sister ran over cheerfully. All right, I'll send them now. Okay, Zhang Feng then sent an 88 yuan red envelope to the group chat, which was snatched up in seconds. Hey, you all have phones to grab red envelopes, what about me? Xiaoyatzi saw his dad grab a 10 yuan envelope and began shouting anxiously. Grab what? If you want one, just ask your crazy brother for it. He's a tycoon now. Uncle Ernie was quick to deflect. What's a tycoon? Xiaoyatzi tilted his head, confused. It means super rich. Oh, I get it now. Xiaoyatzi nodded in sudden understanding. Crazy brother, you gave them red envelopes. What about mine? Xiaoyatzi ran up and grabbed Zhang Feng's hand. Yeah, crazy brother, what about mine? Dama joined in too. Mine too, me too. 6 or 7 kids nearby also joined the uproar. In the end, Zhang Feng had no choice but to give away all his loose change to the pack of little troublemakers to finally settle them down. All right, I'm out of change, Zhang Feng quickly declared. Crazy brother, we'll take 100 yuan bills too. Yeah, we won't mind if you hand out 100 yuan bills. You little rascals, scram. Zhang Feng scolded them, half exasperated, half amused. After fending off the kids, Zhang Feng hurried away. If he stayed any longer, who knew how many more kids would show up asking for red envelopes? Although he only gave out a yuan each, he simply didn't have enough change to go around. Zhang Feng and those kids are hilarious. Watching Zhang Feng flee in a panic, Zhang Shi and Chen Xin couldn't stop laughing. With the fishing competition over, everyone began packing up to go home. Sitting by the lake for over 2 hours had left them tired. After sorting through their catch, they picked up their rods and baskets and headed home. It was already past 4 p.m., and the tourists from the city were also starting to leave. After all, it was the Dragon Boat Festival, and people wanted to go home to have a reunion dinner with their families. The lakeside gradually returned to its usual tranquility. Ah! Murder! My dad is going to kill me. You little bastard, stop right there. If you run again, I'll break your damn legs. Wah, only if you promise not to hit me, then I'll stop, the child cried as he ran. Zhang Feng looked over at the commotion. Wasn't that brother Zhuzi and his son Taidan? Why were they fighting and making such a scene? From the way Taidan was limping, it was clear brother Zhuzi was furious. He would not have hit the kids so hard otherwise. Zhang Feng hurried over to see what was going on. Brother Zhuzi, what happened to Taidan? Isn't that a bit harsh? Zhang Feng stepped in to mediate. Harsh? I wanted to beat him to death, brother Zhuzi said, furious. What did Taidan do to make you so angry? Uncle Ernio asked, curious. Normally, Zhuzi was a mild man, not prone to anger. But when quiet men explode, it can be terrifying. Oomph, that little brat. Yesterday after school, I asked him if he had taken any exams recently. He said yes, he had 3 tests lately and scored 80 or 90 points each. I was thrilled, praised him thoroughly, and even gave him a 5 yuan reward. Usually, I'm thankful if he even passes. I was so happy, I had an extra 2 shots of liquor that night. Well, good performance deserves encouragement, Uncle Ernio nodded. Nothing wrong so far. Sigh. Brother Zhuzi let out a heavy sigh before continuing angrily. But today I ran into his homeroom teacher in town. I greeted her and mentioned how Tiedan's grades had improved a lot recently, and thanked her for her guidance. But the teacher looked at me strangely and said, your son Zhang Shashan has shown some progress. He got 8 points on the first test, 9 on the second, and 10 on the last. Still a lot of potential to develop toward 80 or 90, but the parents need to supervise homework more closely. When I heard that, I was so embarrassed I wanted to crawl into a hole. You tell me, doesn't this brat deserve a beating? Brother Zhuzi's eyes were red with fury. This kid, Zhang Feng and Uncle Ernie were speechless. So that 80 or 90 points story was just a clever trick. Truly a creative kid. One test with 8 points, another with 9, and the last with 10 added together, they made 80 or 90. Zhang Feng had to admit the boy was clever, but it was the wrong kind of cleverness, not the kind used for learning. You little brat, stop right there. At that, brother Zhuzi couldn't contain himself and chased after Taidan again. Whoa whoa. I won't stop, the boy cried as he ran. Watching the father and son chase each other, Zhang Feng and Uncle Ernie fell silent. Parenting rural children was no easy task. Kids these days really give parents a headache. Just look at my Zayawayatsi, he's only 5 and already getting out of hand. If this keeps up, I have no idea what to do when he gets older. Uncle Ernie shook his head. Every household has its own challenges, and his own rascal was not much better than Taidan. Well, children have their own fates. Enroll him in preschool next term, maybe he'll start learning some rules. Zhang Feng sighed. Rural parents were mostly uneducated, working themselves to the bone just to get by. They had neither the time nor energy to supervise their children properly. So most rural kids grew up wild. Only a few ever succeeded, while most ended up as migrant workers or stayed in their hometowns doing the same hard labor as generations before, faces to the dirt, backs to the sky, scraping a living from the land. After parting ways with Uncle Ernio, Zhang Feng returned home. Soon after, his sister and the others arrived too. Big brother, what happened earlier between brother Zhuzi and Taidan? On the way back, they had seen brother Zhuzi chasing after his son, so they were curious. What else? All because of that rascal Taidan. Zhang Feng then recounted the full story. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They never expected that 80 or 90 points could have such an alternate explanation. Who knew Taidan was so cheeky, getting 80 or 90 like that? His sister giggled. That kid's got some nerve. She could not help but laugh. That's not cleverness, it's just petty tricks, Chen Xian said after a moment. Exactly. If he were really smart, he would apply it to his studies, Zheng Lin agreed. Any parent would be furious to have such a dishonest, scheming child. With that, everyone launched into a full critique, denouncing the dishonesty and slippery antics of such children. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. Open your own agritourism homestay. Task reward, 1,000 points. Please check and collect. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhang Feng was instantly delighted. He had not expected the mission to start a rural guesthouse to finally be completed. Earning 1,000 points was a great bonus. Zhang Feng immediately rushed into his room to check the rewards. Host, Zhang Feng. Strength, 22, plus 16 plus 2. Speed, 19, plus 13. Reflexes, 19, plus 10 plus 1. Stamina, 18, plus 14 plus 1. Flexibility, 16, plus 10 plus 2. Mental, 18, plus 11. Note, the average level for an adult is 10. Skills. Basic hunting skill. Basic culinary skill. Basic painting and calligraphy skill. Points, 9,500. Note, points can be used in the system store to purchase various items. Every 100 points grants 1 lottery draw. Lottery draws available, 1. Ongoing mission. Side mission, become a millionaire. Time limit, 1 year. Reward upon completion, 500 points and 1 lottery draw. Penalty for failure, deduction of 1,000 points. System evaluation, host's combat ability is low. Chronic laziness has been successfully cured. Keep up the good work and strive to become a strong, diligent, and proactive farmer of the new era. Then Zhang Feng checked his remaining points and items. Points, 9,500. Lottery draws, 1. Items owned. Sunlight Growth Elixir, 2 bottles, 1 already used. Moonlight Growth Elixir, 1 bottle. Awakening Serum, 1 dose. System, exchange 2 doses of Awakening Serum. Zhang Feng planned to give it to the 2 puppies and the little mynah bird. Since he had already obtained 1 dose from a previous draw, 2 more would be sufficient. Okay, host. Please wait. Awakening Serum has been stored in the system. Please check and collect. A few seconds later, the 2 doses were successfully exchanged. Zhang Feng placed the 3 doses together, then looked again at the system store to see if there were any other items he needed to exchange for. After all, keeping so many points without using them was pointless. He clicked on the system store to see if there were any new additions. Awakening Serum, 1 dose, 150 points. Basic winemaking skill, 1,000 points. Basic skill teaching card, 1,000 points. Zhang Feng noticed that 3 new items had been added to the shop, all of which had appeared in the last lottery draw. System, exchange 3 bottles of Moonlight Growth Elixir. Zhang Feng had recently been giving it to his family in secret, and the bottle he had previously drawn was nearly empty, so he exchanged 3 bottles. This stuff was not expensive, only 100 points per bottle, which was about 10,000 yuan in monetary value. Spending a few tens of thousands of yuan to improve his family's health seemed incredibly worthwhile to Zhang Feng, since nothing mattered more than their well-being. Host, please wait. Items successfully exchanged. Please check and collect. The system was extremely efficient. In the blink of an eye, the items were exchanged and stored. Then Zhang Feng decided to exchange 2 more bottles of Sunlight Growth Elixir. This item was very beneficial for the family's vegetables and fruits, and they used it frequently. It made sense to stock up for emergencies. He spent another 100 points. Basic winemaking skill. Zhang Feng hesitated. Exchange it. System, give me the basic winemaking skill. Following the idea that one can never have too many skills, he ultimately chose to go through with the exchange. After all, 1,000 points was not too much. Once exchanged, the knowledge would become part of him, tangible and lasting, far more valuable than a pile of abstract points. Okay, host, please prepare to receive it. As soon as the system finished speaking, a massive stream of information surged into Zhang Feng's mind. Countless pieces of knowledge about winemaking were rapidly absorbed. These memories were firmly imprinted in his mind, becoming a permanent part of him. After about 2 to 3 minutes, the skill infusion was complete. Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if he were now a master winemaker with decades of experience. These techniques were fully integrated into his mind, without the slightest confusion or obstruction. The recent exchanges included 2 doses of Awakening Serum, 300 points. 3 bottles of Moonlight Growth Elixir, 300 points. 2 bottles of Sunlight Growth Elixir, 100 points. 1 basic winemaking skill, 1,000 points. Total spent, 1,700 points. Zhang Feng then checked his updated status. Remaining points, 7,800. Lottery draws, 1. Skills. Basic hunting skill. Basic culinary skill. Basic painting and calligraphy skill. Basic winemaking skill. Items owned. Sunlight Growth Elixir, 4 bottles, 1 already used. Moonlight Growth Elixir, 3 bottles. Awakening Serum, 3 doses. Zhang Feng closed the system and went downstairs. At that moment, the girls were sitting in the courtyard under the shade trees, chattering while sharing their latest beautiful photographs. especially Zhang Shi and Shen Xian, who kept exclaiming with amazement and envy when they saw the butterfly flower sea and phoenix phenomenon photos on Zhang Lin's phone. "Brother, I am hungry. Can you make us some cold noodles?" the younger sister asked sweetly as soon as she saw Zhang Feng come out. "You little glutton, all you think about is food." Zhang Feng gently flicked her nose and smiled indulgently. "Please, big brother." All right, I will make them for you." Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly but agreed. "Big brother is making cold noodles. Who wants some?" the little girl called out happily. "Cold noodles? Count me in." Me too. Faced with Zhang Feng's cooking, everyone abandoned their self-control and raised their hands eagerly. It was a hot day, perfect for cold noodles. Although Zhang Feng had never made them before, his basic culinary skills included several cold noodle recipes. His version was simple: boil the water, cook the noodles, then rinse them under cold water and drain them. As for the seasoning, they had everything at home. Zhang Feng had recently made a large batch of chili sauce, originally for his younger sister to take to school. His chili sauce was no joke. It included pork, beef, peanuts, Sichuan pepper, and cardamom. It was both nutritious and incredibly flavorful. According to his sister, it could rival even the most famous store-bought sauces. Zhang Feng then prepared a plate of shredded cucumber, a bowl of homemade pickled vegetables, and his sister's favorite crispy fried fish. With these side dishes and the custom chili sauce, each person could mix their noodles to taste. Delicious, it tastes amazing. The little glutton devoured the food, completely ignoring her appearance and stuffing her mouth full. "These cold noodles may not look impressive, but the flavor is phenomenal," Shen Xian said, her eyes lighting up after a bite. Everyone showered praise on Zhang Feng's cold noodles. They ate with such relish that all the bowls were emptied quickly. After the meal, Zhang Feng quietly went to the backyard to give the two puppies and the little minor bird their awakening serum. With a thought, 1 dose of serum appeared in his hand. The capsule, the size of a cold pill, intrigued Zhang Feng. Could just a few drops of clear liquid really work such miracles? "Xiaohei, open your mouth." He pried open the puppy's jaws and popped in the serum. According to the system, it absorbed like a capsule, so there was no need to worry about waste. Whimper. Soon after swallowing it, the pup looked drunk, its eyes dazed. It curled up in its basket and fell into a deep sleep. Once both puppies had taken the serum and were sleeping soundly, Zhang Feng turned to the little Mina. Since its beak was smaller, he administered the serum drop by drop. Fortunately, the bird cooperated and did not fuss. Zhang Feng quickly finished the job. The Mina, too, curled up and fell asleep in its cage. According to the system, animals that consumed awakening serum would sleep for 1 to 3 hours while their bodies absorbed and were transformed by the medicine. A few little ones fell into a deep sleep. Most likely, once they wake up, they will undergo a tremendous transformation. After making sure the little creatures were settled, Zhang Feng left the place. As soon as he stepped out from the backyard, he saw the girls standing up, backpacks on their shoulders, seemingly getting ready to head out. "Brother, we're going up the mountain to watch the sunset. Are you coming?" the younger sister asked as soon as she saw Zhang Feng. "You are not eating dinner?" Zhang Feng asked in surprise. "Didn't we just have cold noodles earlier?" she countered. "Yes, we can have dinner a bit later. The weather is so great today, the sunset from the mountain is bound to be beautiful," another chimed in. To catch a beautiful view, the girls were willing to skip dinner. Since he was worried about them, Zhang Feng had no choice but to go with them. Zhang Yi had already snuck into the group earlier, clearly another one who loved fun. The shaded path by the lakeside wound its way around Moonlight Lake. Along the pedestrian path, green willows cast their shadows. A gentle breeze stirred the willows by the water's edge like beauties from the south of the Yangtze River, their long hair swaying in the wind. Just as a poet once wrote, 3,000 strands of white hair, all from sorrow long endured. Perhaps these willow beauties were troubled by their long locks too. Walking along the winding lakeside path, they chatted and laughed, taking in all the beauty the lake had to offer. Maybe it was a pretty flower, a strangely shaped cloud, or a bird soaring past. Everything here was so natural, so harmonious, brimming with the simple charm of the countryside. For those who lived hectic lives in the city, it was an incredibly soothing escape. "Sigh, why is there no path up this mountain?" Zhang Shi wiped sweat from her brow. As a city girl, she had never imagined that climbing a mountain could be so exhausting. Don't people say this? There was no path in the beginning. The more people walk it, the more it becomes a path, the younger girl joked, laughing at Zhang Shi's disheveled look. "Yeah, who would have thought we'd become trailblazers?" Shen Xian added, pushing aside some wild grass and following closely behind. Although the climb was tiring, the view was even more breathtaking. The mountains echoed with birdsong and floral fragrance. Wildflowers bloomed everywhere, under trees, among weeds, even between the cracks of rocks, where the hardy dendrobium stood tall. Thanks to the plentiful rain and bright sunshine, wildflowers flourished recklessly, turning the entire mountain into a fairy tale castle. Looking at the colorful wildflowers, one could not help but think of the poem. When the mountain flowers are in full bloom, she smiles amidst them all. So Zhang Feng and the others were undoubtedly lucky to be in this season of blooming flowers, breathing the fresh air, admiring blossoms, marveling at the scenery, and witnessing the sunset. Such a beautiful experience, as some say. It takes 500 lifetimes of prayer to be lucky enough to meet in this one. Alright, this is the place, Zhang Feng said as they arrived at the same picnic spot they had visited before. The terrain was flat, covered in soft green grass, and the view was wide open. From here, they could see not only the distant mountains but also the village at the foot of the hill and the shimmering moonlight lake. Ah, finally! Zhang Shi exclaimed and flopped onto the grass. After climbing for over 10 minutes, everyone but Zhang Feng was slightly winded and quickly found places to sit down. Ah, the mountain breeze feels so good. A sudden gust of wind swept past, refreshing everyone instantly and blowing away their fatigue. Bathed in the breeze, they gradually recovered, curiously exploring the distant landscape. Mountains twisted like coiled serpents, stretching far into the distance. Below them, the rice fields were lush green, like an enormous verdant carpet. Looking from afar, it was a sight that cleared the mind and calmed the soul. At night, it would resemble a scene described by ancient poets. In the fragrance of rice flowers, we speak of a bountiful year, and the chorus of frogs fills the fields. Surely those ancient poets must have lived through such moments, otherwise, how could they describe summer nights so vividly? They say, one who has roamed the green mountains may age, but the beauty of the land remains unrivaled. Looking out at the distant hills, waters, skies, and the land beneath their feet, the scenery was too splendid for words. There was so much beauty to take in, it was endless and left everyone breathless as if fatigue could never reach them. As Zhang Feng gazed upon the serene countryside, he wished he could share it with someone he loved, to live in this tranquil mountain village, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, growing old together. Perhaps this love would have no grand declarations, no dramatic stories, but would be filled with sweetness and warmth in its simplicity. This kind of quiet love was what Zhang Feng yearned for most. Nowadays, what Zhang Feng loved most was this peaceful rural life. Just like the great poet Tao Yuanming once said, plucking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, I see the southern mountain in peace. Zhang Feng had no grand ambitions, he only wanted to live joyfully each day and let his family live happily too. That was his current state of mind. As the saying goes, have mountains, have water, a bit of land, a wife, children, a warm bed, show filial piety to parents, and care for family. That was all Zhang Feng desired. The mountain fell into a strange stillness. Everyone was lost in the beauty of the scenery, completely forgetting where they were. All they saw was the magnificent landscape. Time flowed quietly like a stream. The sun drew closer to the western ridge. Daylight was fading. Night was approaching. The sunset was gloriously beautiful, though close to dusk. The western sky glowed golden, shining brilliantly like a last blaze of glory, the final radiance before the sun disappeared. Bit by bit, the sun was hidden behind the mountains. Its brilliance dimmed, until only half its crimson face remained. A fading sun spreads across the water. Half the river is shimmering, half crimson red. Within the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the sun completely set, and the sky turned to twilight. The moon slowly began to shine with its own light. The stars are few, the moon is bright. The magpies fly southward. Seeing the birds returning to their nests, Zhang Feng and the others packed their things and turned on their phone flashlights, making their way back down the mountain under the starlight. Even though darkness had fallen, their spirits were still high, chattering away about the beautiful sunset they had just seen. Especially Zhang Shi and Shen Xian, the two girls were unusually energetic. Though the mountain path was rough, they were full of vigor, particularly Zhang Shi. While climbing up, she was dragging her feet. But after seeing the mountain's beauty, she was brimming with energy. It was as if the scenery had filled her with life. By the time they got home, the sky was completely dark. Moonlight Lake had returned to its quiet nighttime serenity. After dinner, everyone sat in the courtyard, bathed in the soft moonlight, staring up at the star-strewn sky, their hearts filled with tranquility. Lying on a chair, gazing at Vega and Altair, watching the vast sea of stars, Zhang Feng thought of the ancient poem Heavenly Questions, thought about the origins of humanity, thought about the possibility of life beyond the stars. Looking at the infinite sky, Zhang Feng felt just how small humans truly were, no more than a speck of dust, a single drop of water. Under the beautiful night sky, in a courtyard full of blooming flowers, everyone played a small card game, chatting and laughing, as if returning to their long-lost school days. They were carefree, without having to worry about the mundane affairs of daily life, enjoying the ease and comfort of the moment. As the saying goes, when life is good, one must fully enjoy it. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon in vain. Everyone played until late at night before reluctantly heading off to rest. Once everyone had returned to their rooms, Zhang Feng took a shower, went upstairs, lay on his bed, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Clearly, they had all tired themselves out with the day's fun. In the early morning, the little mountain village gradually became lively. Birds chirped noisily outside the window, hopping from branch to branch. Because of his internal body clock, Zhang Feng slowly woke up. As he opened his eyes, he saw a stretch of blue sky above. He did not linger in bed. He immediately got up, got dressed, walked to the window, and looked at the tall mountains in the distance, the blue sky, and the wisps of cooking smoke rising from the little village. Ah, starting today, I want to be a happy man, chopping wood, feeding horses, traveling the world. Looking at the beautiful view before him, Zhang Feng could not help but recall a line of poetry. This kind of life truly made one yearn and dream. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. Zhangjiawan was shaded by green trees and the air was fresh and clean. It was truly a natural oxygen bar. He went downstairs to wash up, and after finishing, began his daily body training routine. This had become a daily discipline for him. Xiaofeng, the peaches in our orchard must be about ready to ripen, right? His mother, Wine Goilan, had also gotten up. Older people tend to sleep less. Almost, I reckon they will be ready for sale in a few days. Zhang Feng had gone to the orchard the day before yesterday, and the peaches were already about the size of an egg, still a bit green, but they would probably ripen in 3 to 5 days. Sigh, I wonder how we will sell them this year, his mother said, worried. Because of the reforestation policy, many areas in Qingshan County had been planted with fruit trees, making fruit harder to sell. Mom, don't worry about selling the fruit. I will figure it out when the time comes. All right, his mother replied absent-mindedly. In her eyes, her son was just trying to comfort her. Seeing his mother's expression, Zhang Feng said no more. He was confident in the quality of their fruit, thanks to the fruit fragrance agent he had used. Because of that agent, their fruits not only grew better but also tasted sweeter. With such high quality, there was no fear of poor sales. Most importantly, Zhang Feng discovered their peaches seemed to ripen earlier than others by about a week. This time advantage meant their peaches would sell more easily and for a better price. Mom, I am heading to the orchard to spray the plum trees, Zhang Feng said, grabbing the sprayer. Go on, and take Dabai and Xiaobai too. Let them stroll through the orchard, his mother reminded him. Got it, Mom. Zhang Feng went to the backyard, called the 2 lambs, and headed toward the orchard. Their family's orchard was just behind the village and not very large, about 6 to 7 hectares in total, mainly planted with peach and plum trees. About 3 hectares were peaches, 4 to 5 hectares were plums, and the rest scattered with pear, orange, and walnut trees. The peach trees bore fruit first. Zhang Feng had already sprayed them a few days ago. The plums bore later, so it was now their turn. Soon, he arrived at the orchard with the 2 lambs and headed straight for the spot where he had set a trap the other day to see if it had caught anything. Sigh, came too late. The trap cage was overturned, and a few chicken feathers were scattered on the ground. Clearly, it had caught something, but the prey had escaped. Zhang Feng collected the trap and relocated it to another area where wild chickens were likely to pass by. He baited it again and waited for the next catch. Then he went to the water tank, filled it, and began spraying the trees. As for the 2 silly lambs, they began diligently performing their duty, grazing. They ate furiously, like bottomless pits. Zhang Feng was curious how large their stomachs really were. Carrying a tank of around 20 to 30 kilograms of pesticide felt light and effortless, a benefit of his system-enhanced body. In the past, he would have collapsed from exhaustion within a few minutes. He flipped the switch and began spraying. With 4 to 5 hectares of trees, it would take about 3 to 4 hours to finish. It was now 7 in the morning. He estimated he would be done around 11. Without further delay, Zhang Feng threw himself into the task. Thanks to his enhanced physique, his movements were fast and efficient. He could spray 1 tree in just 1 or 2 minutes, completing a whole hectare in about 50 minutes. With growing experience, his speed increased even more. Now he could finish a hectare in around half an hour. If this kept up, he would be done by 10. Dabai, Xiaobai, we are here. Just then, his younger sister and the other girls arrived at the orchard. Ba, ba. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the 2 lambs bounced excitedly toward Zhang Yu and the others. Dabai, Xiaobai, here are some veggies I brought for you. Wow, Dabai and Xiaobai are so smart. Chen Xian and Zhang Shi were amazed and could not resist coming up to pet them. What are you doing here? Zhang Feng asked, setting down his sprayer. We came to see you, Zhang Yu giggled. Zhang Feng gave her a skeptical look. Clearly, they had just come up the mountain to play, and seeing him was only an excuse. Xiaodia said there are lots of wild berries on the mountainside, so we wanted to come and take a look, Zhang Shi explained with a smile. You came to the right place. There are plenty of wild fruits on that path, Zhang Feng said, pointing to a nearby mountain trail. In recent years, due to reforestation, the environment had greatly improved, and wild fruits had become more abundant. Things like wild berries, goat milk fruit, red thumb berries, and spiny pears could be found everywhere. After playing with the lambs for a while, they bid Zhang Feng farewell, took plastic bags, and followed the trail he pointed out. Wow, are these the wild berries? Yes, these are called wild berries, or wild strawberries in some places. Let me taste one. Zhang Shi, looking at the small, red fruits, could not wait to try. Be careful, they have thorns. Zhang Lin quickly warned. Got it. Delicious. Sweet and a bit sour, great flavor. Xiao Chen, try one too. Really good. Who would have thought such tiny fruits would taste this amazing? The two girls could not stop once they started, continuously stuffing their mouths. Wild berries had a naturally sweet and fragrant taste, unlike the monotony of cultivated fruit. Everyone knows that most fruits are either sweet or aromatic, but wild berries are both sweet, tart, and fragrant, a much richer flavor. In the Ili Valley region, wild berries are a famous local specialty, loved by both locals and tourists. A kilogram can sell for dozens of yuan, and if made into jam, it is even more expensive. Often, they are used to entertain distinguished guests. Local herders make good income every year just from selling wild berries, a true example of living off the land. Unfortunately, in Zhangjiawan, aside from a few greedy kids, no one cared for them. Turning them into a viable local product was still a distant goal. Wild mountain berries are not only sweet and sour in flavor, but also rich in vitamins and flavonoid compounds, making them highly nutritious and beneficial for health. Their abundant vitamins serve as a good dietary source, while flavonoids help lower blood sugar and cholesterol. Therefore, eating wild berries is especially beneficial for the elderly. Zhang Shi and Chen Xian, who had never picked wild fruits before, were fully immersed in the joy of this harvest. Eating the berries they picked themselves made them taste even sweeter. Everyone excitedly gathered a variety of delicious wild fruits, but the wild berries remained the crowd favorite. Only after filling all their plastic bags did they reluctantly stop. Brother, are you almost done? After picking the berries, the girls chattered their way back toward the orchard. Almost. I just need another half hour, Zhang Feng replied, then added, Little sister, can you go check if the trap I set by the big rock caught any wild chickens? Sure. I'll go check right now. As soon as she heard that her brother had set a trap, Zhang Yu eagerly ran toward it. Wait, we're coming too. Chen Xian and Zhang Shi were also curious and quickly followed her. Ah, we caught one. Ha, we caught a big rooster. Little sister suddenly shouted in delight. Let us see, let us see. Chen Xian and Zhang Shi ran over in just a few steps, as if afraid the wild chicken might fly away if they were a second too late. So this is a wild chicken. So pretty. The feathers of the wild chicken were stunningly colorful, and in many places, they are even used for decorative art. The girls worked together to pull out the wild chicken and proudly carried it back to Zhang Feng like victorious generals showing off a trophy. Hee hee, big brother, look how beautiful this wild chicken is. I never thought you would know how to set traps. To them, hunting skills were something only old men had. Since when did a young guy like Zhang Feng know such things? Hee hee, practice makes perfect. Plus, now that the environment has improved, there are more wild chickens and rabbits around, so hunting has gotten easier, Zhang Feng explained with a smile. But what if the wild chickens go extinct from overhunting? Zhang Shi asked with concern. How could that happen? Wild chickens lay 1 or 2 clutches of eggs every year, with 7 or 8 chicks each time. As long as no one hunts them in a destructive manner, they will not disappear, Zhang Feng replied, thinking her concern was unnecessary. After all, few people know how to catch wild chickens. Zhang Feng's success was not only thanks to his hunting knowledge but also due to the effectiveness of this sunlight growth agent. Soon, Zhang Feng finished his work, reset the trap, and led everyone back home. Just as they returned home, someone came by. Is Xiao Feng home? Someone is here to see him. Auntie Hohot walked in with 2 elderly people. Hearing the voice, Zhang Feng quickly came out. Auntie Hohot, come in, come in. Then Zhang Feng noticed the 2 elderly people behind her and suddenly realized he had seen them before. Wait, are you the gentleman I met at the fishing competition? Yes, young man. Thanks to you last time, if it weren't for you, I might have been pulled into the lake by that big fish. The elderly man quickly said gratefully. Young man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my husband could have been in real danger. We came especially to thank you today, the old lady said sincerely. Xiaofeng, invite the guests inside, his mother reminded him from behind. Ah, yes, yes. Everyone please come in, let's talk inside, Zhang Feng responded, hurrying to welcome them. Xiaofeng, I won't bother you now, I've got things to do at home. Auntie Hohot waved her hand. Come visit any time, Auntie Hohot. Yes, I will if I have the time, she said, and then left. Once inside, the elderly couple handed over a gift. Young man, this is a little something we brought. We hope you do not mind. Thank you, you're too kind, Zhang Feng said, quickly accepting the gift. A quick glance showed that it contained local specialties, dried squid and similar seafood. Grandpa, Grandma, have some tea. Little sister brought them each a cup of tea. Thank you, little girl, how sweet of you. After chatting for a while, Zhang Feng learned that the elderly couple lived in the county town and were both retired civil servants. In their free time, they liked to take the bus out to the countryside. The old man loved fishing and had a scare last week when he was nearly dragged into the lake by a big fish. If Zhang Feng had not reacted quickly, he would have fallen into the water. After the incident, Zhang Feng left without a word. The couple realized what had happened but could not find their rescuer. Eventually, after asking around, they found Zhang Feng and came to thank him personally. Young man, we really owe you one. Sir, it was just what anyone would have done. I believe anyone in my place would have helped too. Zhang Feng said humbly. But please be more careful next time when fishing. Zhang Feng gently reminded him. I will, I really regretted being so reckless. The elderly man admitted. He had better. From now on, I will not allow him to go fishing unless someone is there to watch over him, the old lady added firmly. Yes, sir, next time you go fishing, try to go with someone else. That way, you can look after each other. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, his older sister called out, Xiaofeng, call everyone to come eat. Sir, ma'am, let's go have some lunch, Zhang Feng invited. Thank you so much for your hospitality. The couple had not eaten since early morning, and they were hungry after searching for Zhang Feng for so long. So they did not decline. Don't mention it, it's just a simple home-cooked meal. Zhang Feng led them into the dining room. Around the 8 immortal table sat the 5 members of Zhang Feng's family, Chen Xian and Zhang Shi, and the 2 elderly guests, a full table. Luckily, his older sister had prepared a lot of dishes. The table was filled with fragrant food that made everyone's mouth water. Please help yourselves, eat whatever you like. Just treat this like your own home, his mother said warmly. Thank you, we certainly will, they all replied with smiles. Try the braised fish I made and see how it compares to my little brother's cooking, said Zhang Qin, the older sister. Mmm, delicious. I can't believe big sister is this good at cooking, said little sister, surprised. Sir, ma'am, please try some as well. Zhang Feng gave them each a piece of the fish, carefully choosing parts with fewer bones. This is really good, your daughter's cooking is better than many restaurants, the old man praised. The old lady added, she is quite the cook. Whoever marries her will be lucky indeed. Thank you, I'm glad everyone enjoys it, the sister said modestly. This stir-fried pork is also very good. It looks like sister's cooking is not far behind Zhang Feng's now, Zhang Shi commented with a smile. Not at all. I still have a long way to go compared to him, the sister replied modestly. Oh, the young man can cook too, the elderly couple asked curiously. Of course. His cooking is top tier. Even chefs in 5-star hotels might not be as skilled as him, Zhang Shi replied without hesitation. Really? The couple was genuinely surprised. It's not as amazing as she says. If you have time this afternoon, I will cook for you myself, Zhang Feng said modestly, though he was quite confident in his skills. Then we are truly in for a treat. The couple, having nothing to do all day, happily agreed to stay and try Zhang Feng's cooking later. After lunch, with no pressing matters, Zhang Feng stayed in the courtyard with the old man to water plants and play chess, enjoying a relaxing afternoon. The old lady and his mother reminisced about the hardships of the past. 2 elderly guests spent the entire day at Zhang Feng's home, completely won over by his superb culinary skills. Before leaving, they showed some reluctance to go. Zhang Feng gave them some dried mushrooms, dried black fungus, and other mountain goods, then saw them off before nightfall. On the last day of the holiday, Chen Xian and Zhang Shi also reluctantly departed. For them, this had truly been a magical journey filled with beautiful scenery, delicious food, and kind-hearted people. That afternoon, Zhang Feng's 2 younger sisters also returned to school to prepare for their final reviews ahead of the upcoming college and high school entrance exams. In the evening, after dinner, Zhang Feng reclined leisurely in the courtyard. Xiaofeng, are you home? Xiaofeng, are you there? Came the voice of his eldest uncle from afar. Uncle, please come inside. Zhang Feng got up quickly to invite him in. Once they sat down, Zhang Feng asked, Uncle, what brings you here? Sigh. It's those wild boars again. They came down the mountain this evening and caused more damage. I'm thinking of gathering a few people to dig some traps near the mountain pass and maybe organize a patrol team. Then the village chief, Zhang Feng's uncle, explained the situation. Since most young people in Zhangjiawan had gone off to work in the cities, there were very few strong men left at home. So now they were recruiting anyone who could help. What? The wild boars came down again? I wonder if our cornfield was damaged, Zhang Feng's mother said anxiously. Wild boars were notorious for destroying cornfields. If they raided crops like mice, eating kernels one by one, that would be one thing. But when wild boars entered a cornfield, it was like a bulldozer had gone through, they would uproot entire swaths. Total loss. That is why wild boars were the most hated animals in rural areas. I checked. Your cornfield is fine. Only Ernie's soybean and peanut fields got hit. It's bad, the field looks like it was plowed by oxen, the uncle replied. Mentioning the wild boar damage made the uncle's brows furrow. The scene was truly miserable, the entire field wasted, all for nothing, enriching only those beasts. What a curse! And what's the government doing protecting animals like these? Zhang Feng's mother grumbled. Last year, one of their cornfields was also destroyed by wild boars, so she was quite dissatisfied with wildlife protection policies. We cannot do anything about the national policies, but I've spoken to the township authorities. They told us not to worry. The hunting permits will be issued shortly, the uncle assured them. Good. With the permits, things will be easier. Zhang Feng nodded. The biggest concern was doing something illegal. If wild boars appeared and they had no permit, there would be nothing they could do. They could only drive them away, which was not a lasting solution. With permits, they could act freely. If they encountered a large boar, they could just kill it. After all, there were still hunting rifles in the village. As the saying goes, 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Wild boars are not easy to deal with. Xiaofeng, you and your uncle must be very careful, Zhang Feng's mother said worriedly. Do not worry, sister-in-law. This time, I've invited old hunter Pao Shan along. He still has his hunting gear, the uncle said with a nod. Hearing that Pao Shanyi was joining, the mother felt more at ease. Pao Shanyi was the most experienced hunter in the village. He had spent his youth roaming the mountains, catching almost every animal imaginable, hence the nickname. Everyone in the village respected his hunting skills. With such an experienced hunter on the team, the success rate of the hunt increased and the danger was greatly reduced. Xiaofeng, remember, we're meeting at the foot of the mountain behind the village in half an hour. After giving a few more instructions, the uncle hurried off, likely to recruit a few more men. Got it, uncle. I'll be there on time. Xiaofeng, take out your father's old spear and sharpen it. It hasn't been used since he passed, that's been 6 or 7 years. Okay, Mom, I'll go get it now. Thinking about the hunt for wild boars, Zhang Feng felt a mix of nerves and excitement, eager to try. Ever since receiving the system, Zhang Feng had not only learned basic hunting skills but had also physically enhanced his body with gene serum. He was curious whether he could handle a wild boar himself. He eagerly pulled out the steel spear left behind by his father and began sharpening it on a large stone. Despite not being used for 6 or 7 years, the spear still gleamed with a cold light. It was said to be made of forged steel. Zhang Feng tested its weight, easily 30 to 40 kilograms, too heavy for most people. But with his current strength, he had no concern about tiring out. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng arrived at the foot of the mountain, carrying the dark steel spear. Ernie was already there, sitting on a rock with a hoe at his feet and a local dog lying nearby. Uncle Ernie, are you the only one here? Zhang Feng greeted him. Xiaofeng, you're here. The others should be along soon, Ernie replied, frowning, likely still upset about his crops. Anyone who lost their harvest to wild boars would feel the same. Uncle Ernie, I heard from my uncle that the damage to your fields was serious? Zhang Feng sat down beside him. Damn it, this year must be cursed. An entire moo of soybeans and peanuts, all destroyed by that beast. If I catch it, I'll skin it and eat it myself. Ernie cursed, furious at the destruction. Uncle Ernie, wild boar meat is more expensive than domestic pork. Even if you want it, it is not easy to get, Zhang Feng laughed. Wild boars were rare. If it were not for Zhangjiawan's proximity to Qinglong Mountain, they probably would not even have wild boars nearby. In recent years, with fewer people in the countryside and less exploitation of the mountains, the environment had recovered rapidly. Wildlife had reappeared, and forests were alive again. Uncle, Grandpa Paoshan, Uncle 7, you're here. A few minutes later, the village chief, Zhang Yi, old hunter Paoshan, and Uncle 7 arrived. Paoshan brought along 2 wolf dogs. Xiaofeng, Ernia, you two are early, the chief called out. Seeing the group arrive, Ernio quickly went to offer them cigarettes. This wild boar hunt was not only for everyone's benefit but especially important to him. Zhang Yi rushed over to greet Zhang Feng and began enthusiastically discussing the hunt. Pao Shan, are these dogs really up for the job? They look kind of dopey, the chief said, examining the dogs with concern. It had been a long time since anyone had seen Pao Shan hunt. Do not underestimate them. These dogs have wolf blood. I trained them myself as hunting dogs. Even if they face a wild wolf one-on-one, they won't lose, Pao Shan replied, eyes wide and clearly offended by the doubt. That is great news. With them, we'll be much safer if we run into wild boars. Hearing this, everyone felt more reassured. Aside from Pao Shan, the rest were all strong young men. Spirits were high. With Old Hunter leading the way, everyone finally felt reassured. Aside from him, the rest were all able-bodied men. Even if they encountered a wild boar, they would not flinch. In fact, they seemed eager to give it a try. This was everyone's first time hunting wild boars, and they were all excited, wanting to see whether the boars were really as ferocious as the legend said. Looking at the two dogs Old Hunter had brought, Zhang Feng could not help but wonder when his own two little dogs would grow up. Old Hunter, you have the most experience. What should we do? After finishing a cigarette, the village chief turned to ask. Among them, only Old Hunter had extensive hunting experience. The number of wild boars that had died by his hand was countless. Let's wait a bit. Which one of you can shoot? Old Hunter, carrying two black powder guns on his back, took one down as he asked. In China, guns are very strictly regulated. Most of the younger generation had never even touched one, much less knew how to use it. Back in the day I was a militia member in the village. Shooting is nothing, I could hit whatever I aimed at. The village chief immediately took the gun and looked smugly at everyone. Big brother, you can brag all you want, but don't piss your pants when you see the wild boar, seventh uncle teased him. I'm not afraid of anything, let alone some wild pig. You're the one who should be careful, the village chief said with feigned disdain. Alright, you two stop bickering. Let's go check the mountain pass first, Old Hunter said, leading the way with the dogs and his hunting rifle. Look here, these are wild boar tracks. Old Hunter was meticulous, truly a seasoned veteran. He quickly spotted the footprints and pointed them out to everyone. Ha! We might be in for trouble this time, he said seriously. What's wrong, Old Hunter? The village chief asked, his nerves tightening. There's more than one wild boar that came down the mountain. Look here, and here. These prints are clearly different sizes. I estimate there were 5 wild boars, 2 big, 3 small. Old Hunter's keen eyes and experience quickly deciphered the clues left by the animals. We better dig a few traps here. Otherwise, we'll be overwhelmed if they come. He instructed everyone to begin setting up traps along the path the wild boars were likely to take. But the mountain is full of rocks. We can't dig large pits here, the village chief objected. It's fine. Just dig a trench here. Leave the rest to me, Old Hunter said mysteriously, as though he had everything under control. Though puzzled, the group followed his instructions. After all, he was the expert. After about 30 minutes, they finished digging a shallow trench, about 1 meter wide and a foot deep. Everyone looked to Old Hunter to see what came next. Seventh, hand me that wire you brought. With a smile, Old Hunter began tying snares. It turned out this was one of his regular hunting methods. Due to the rocky terrain, they could not dig large traps like in the northern plains, so they had to use wire snares instead. Even though Old Hunter was over 60, his hands were deft from years of practice. In no time, he had set up 3 wire snares of various sizes along the boar path. Can these really catch a wild boar? Ernio could not help but question, seeing the snares were nothing but simple wire loops. Don't underestimate them. These snares are deadly. Set up 10 or so across the mountains and within a year or two, all the big game would be wiped out. Old Hunter spoke sternly. Is it really that powerful? Ernio asked, looking intrigued. Don't even think about it. The animals in these mountains are protected. If you dare try anything, I'll personally make sure you end up in jail. The village chief saw the look in Ernio's eyes and issued a warning. The chief is right. Not just Ernio, none of you are to use this method on your own. This way of hunting is brutal. If wild boars hadn't been coming down from the mountains so frequently, I wouldn't be using it myself, Old Hunter added. He was once the most renowned hunter in the region, having killed countless animals. In his youth, he felt no guilt, but with age came remorse. Seeing the animals vanish from the mountains because of him, he had given it up 10 years ago, choosing instead to gather herbs and farm. After their warnings, everyone let go of any reckless ideas. Even Zhang Feng, intrigued by the trap's power, reminded himself of his principles. Occasional hunting was one thing, using methods that could cause extinction was another. In the past, Zhangjiawan and the entire southwest region had plundered nature, cutting trees and burning fields. Forests vanished, soil eroded, and the land became barren. People grew poorer rather than richer. Now, after years of reforestation and rural depopulation, the environment had started to recover. The nearby Qinglong Mountains were once again full of life. Just as they finished setting the traps, a deep snorting sound came from the forest. "The wild boars are here. Find cover and wait for my signal," Old Hunter whispered urgently. He instantly recognized the sound. The wild boar king was coming down the mountain. Everyone quickly hid. "Shall we, uncle? This way, let's hide behind that big rock." Zhang Feng had already scoped the terrain. The boulder was about 2 to 3 meters tall and nearly square, impossible for a boar to climb. It even provided good cover. As everyone took their positions, the anticipated wild boars finally appeared. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Old really is gold. Zhang Feng silently praised Old Hunter. Just as predicted, exactly 5 wild boars. It was a family, 2 large adults, 1 male and 1 female, followed by 3 squealing piglets. The group wandered down the mountain path, completely unaware of the danger ahead. The wild boar did not discover it, did it? Seeing the leading boar stop by the newly dug trap and sniff around. How could that be? Do you think it is Zhu Beiji? There's no way it's that smart. Just be patient and wait, Zhang Feng reassured Zhang Yi, dismissing his worries. Sure enough, the wild boar was not that clever. It blundered straight into the disguised wire snare. Its large head and front hooves got caught. Snort, snort. The boar struggled but failed to free itself. It screamed in panic and lunged forward, tightening the snare further. It had no sense to pull back and escape. The other wild boars behind it panicked as well, looking around in confusion. Woof, woof, woof. Just then, the 2 hunting dogs leapt at the wild boars like tigers pouncing on prey. Bang! Old Hunter fired. Hearing the gunshot, Zhang Feng quickly looked in the direction where Old Hunter was hiding. Sure enough, the black powder gun was still smoking, and a splash of blood burst from the wild boar's head. Zhang Feng focused his gaze and could not help but admire him. Old Hunter truly lived up to his name as the best hunter in Zhangjiawan. He had hit the wild boar right in its most vulnerable spot, the eye. Unfortunately, the black powder gun lacked power. Although the eye was injured, the boar did not die. Nice shot. Now it's my turn, the village chief declared. Bang! Another shot rang out. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi watched expectantly, but the chief missed his target entirely. What are you staring at? I haven't touched a gun in over 10 years. Missing a shot is no big deal, he muttered, red-faced under the gaze of his 2 nephews. The 2 quickly looked away but were inwardly laughing hard. Who was it earlier claiming he could shoot anything on sight? Still, joking aside, both of them gripped their weapons tightly, a spear and a carrying pole, ready to jump in and help. Snort! The injured wild boar became even more dangerous. Sensing the threat, it launched a desperate struggle and miraculously tore through the wire snare. Crack! The trap snapped. No one expected the boar to be so strong that it could break a wire snare. Now crazed, the boar's bloodshot eyes locked onto Old Hunter. Wild boars are vengeful creatures and know who poses the greatest threat. Weighing 300 to 400 kilograms, it charged like a tank straight at Old Hunter. Damn it, Old Hunter was caught off guard, too far from his hiding spot. With no choice, he scrambled up a nearby tree. Woof woof! The 2 hunting dogs sensed their master's danger and threw themselves at the boar, risking everything. The 3 animals collided violently. The boar flashed its sharp tusks, the dogs their fangs, biting and clawing ferociously. But the boar, now utterly mad, overpowered them. One dog was seriously injured, its leg broken, and had to retreat. There's a saying, first the boar, then the bear, and finally the tiger. An injured beast is truly the most dangerous, Zhang Feng thought, gripping his spear tightly. If not for the chief holding him back, he would have charged in already. The boar kept charging the tree. It clearly would not stop until Old Hunter was shredded. Just then, the village chief fired again. Bang! The boar staggered, it had been hit. Snort! Shit, the shot only enraged the boar further. It rammed the tree with all its strength. Bang! Bang! Blow after blow, the tree trembled under the boar's assault. The female boar and her 3 piglets joined in, encircling the tree. The situation was dire. Old Hunter clung to the trunk, pale-faced as the tree shook violently. Seeing this, Zhang Feng knew he could not hesitate any longer. No one else could save Old Hunter. Even with a gun, the others were ineffective. Zhang Feng had to rely on himself. I guess it's up to me now, he thought. Ever since receiving the gene modification serum, his strength had greatly increased. He believed he could fight even a healthy wild boar, let alone this wounded one. Ha! He roared, gripping the steel spear and charging at the wild boar like a bolt of lightning. The others had no time to stop him. Snort, the boar slowly turned to face him, clearly underestimating the charging young man. Want to die? Zhang Feng saw the disdain in the boar's eyes. Tightening his grip, he thrust his spear at the boar's head with all his strength. Thud! The spear pierced the skin, but the skull was too hard, it got stuck. Snort! The boar was shocked by Zhang Feng's power and fell back on its haunches. Strike while it's weak! Zhang Feng roared again. Lifting the steel spear, he aimed at the boar's neck and stabbed fiercely. Schlunk! The spear plunged deep, severing the boar's main artery. Blood gushed out, and the boar let out a ghastly cry, struggling to rise. But Zhang Feng pressed down with all his might, hundreds of kilograms of brute force. The boar had no chance. In just seconds, Zhang Feng had killed a 300 to 400 kilogram wild boar. The scene fell silent. Only the boar's dying screams and the frightened squeals of its family broke the silence. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape, unable to speak. From the moment Zhang Feng charged in like a war god, the entire battle lasted mere seconds. The once fierce wild boar was pinned to the ground, powerless. The savage beast had become like a harmless kitten. When did wild boars become so easy to kill? Shock. Unprecedented shock. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that the once ferocious creature now lay in a pool of its own blood. Even more shocking was Zhang Feng's strength. How much power did it take to take down a raging wild boar? He seemed like a warrior of legend. Shocked. An unprecedented shock. Ah, hurry up and help. It was Grandpa Paoshan who recovered first and quickly called out to the stunned crowd. Shall we? Let's go. Coming back to his senses, Uncle rushed with Zhang Yi towards Zhang Feng. If anything happened to his nephew, how could he possibly be at peace? Soon, everyone snapped out of it and rushed forward to strike while the iron was hot. Realizing the danger, the mother wild boar quickly fled into the forest with her 3 piglets. All right, do not chase them. Let them go. I believe this group of wild boars will not dare come down the mountain again. Seeing everyone giving chase, Grandpa Paoshan quickly called them back, including his hunting dogs. Without the boar leading them, the rest were unlikely to descend the mountain to wreak havoc on the crops again. Killing them all would destroy the ecological balance in the mountain. You kid, where did you get so much strength from? This wild boar is as good as dead now. Grandpa Paoshan came down from the tree and stared at Zhang Feng as if looking at a monster. I've been eating power pills lately, and my strength skyrocketed. Zhang Feng laughed sheepishly, not caring whether they believed him or not as long as he believed it. Xiaofeng, you nearly scared me into a heart attack. You cannot be so reckless next time. If anything had happened to you, how would I explain it to your parents? Uncle looked at Zhang Feng sternly and lectured him. Uncle, I promise I will be more careful next time. Zhang Feng understood his uncle was worried, so he hurried to reassure him. Reckless? Thank goodness Xiaofeng acted in time. Otherwise, I would have been a goner. In fact, he saved my life. Before Zhang Feng could finish, Grandpa Paoshan cut in with an annoyed tone. Look at this tree. Noticing the crowd's skeptical faces, Grandpa Paoshan pointed to a nearby tree. He seemed irritated at everyone's earlier reaction, especially Zhang Xiaoqi and Uncle Ernio, who had been practically useless during the fight, too scared to even come out. Hiss! Following the direction of his finger, the crowd gasped. The thick trunk of the tree was almost completely cracked. Had Zhang Feng not stepped up, the tree would surely have been knocked over, and Grandpa Paoshan, still up in it. Everyone felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, Zhang Feng had taken action when it mattered. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. From that moment on, the crowd held even more admiration for Zhang Feng. If not for him, Grandpa Paoshan might not have survived at all, or at the very least, would have been seriously hurt. Big brother, were you possessed by some immortal? You actually have that much strength. Zhang Yi picked up the large harpoon and stared at the still twitching wild boar with awe. No immortals. I just took a super power pill, that's all, Zhang Feng replied jokingly. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison at his response. This boar must weigh at least 400 kilograms, right? Uncle Ernia nudged the boar's head in astonishment. Definitely. Just look at its size and all that fat. Who knows how many crops it's eaten, Zhang Xiaoqi added, inspecting the boar with amazement. You two sure hid well earlier. Now get the wire and the carrying poles. Help us move the boar, Uncle barked at the two who had been utterly useless in the fight. We did not have the right tools at the time, the 2 men replied sheepishly. They had wanted to help, but with no suitable weapons, they were of no use. Uncle Erniu in particular was embarrassed because of his dog, De Huang. Normally a fierce presence in the village, the dog had peed itself and fled at the sight of the boar. By the way, Uncle Ernie, why didn't we see De Huang earlier? Asked Zhang Yi. Hearing that, Uncle Ernie's face froze. Damn brat, bringing up the one thing he wanted to avoid. Hee, you don't know this, do you? That dog is a coward, looks tough, but useless. The moment it saw the boar, it pissed itself and ran home, Zhang Xiaoqi said, not caring at all about Uncle Ernie's embarrassment. Zhang Xiaoqi. Uncle Ernie blared at him, grinding his teeth. What? Am I wrong? Look over there, the ground's still wet, Zhang Xiaoqi replied casually, completely ignoring the mortified look on Ernie's face. Sure enough, everyone turned to look and saw a long yellow stain on the ground. They all burst into laughter. It looked like the village had just gained a new running joke. Alright, let's carry the boar back. Seeing Uncle Ernie's face turn dark purple from embarrassment, Uncle quickly changed the topic before Ernie exploded. After Grandpa Paoshan put away the traps, the group bound the boar. The animal weighed more than 400 kilograms, so it took 4 strong men to carry it. Uncle, Zhang Xiaoqi, Uncle Ernie, and Zhang Feng, the acknowledged strongest man in the village. As soon as the group entered the village, a crowd of curious villagers gathered around. Make way, make way. They carried the boar to the village head's courtyard, Uncle's home, and the crowd only grew larger. After all, no one had hunted a wild boar in Zhangjiawan for decades. The last time had been in the 1980s. So, what should we do with this wild boar? Uncle asked, scanning the crowd. What else? Butcher it and split the meat. Uncle Ernie stood up immediately, itching to vent his grudge. His crops had suffered the most from this boar. Grandpa Paoshan, Zhang Feng, what do you two say? Uncle did not decide unilaterally but instead asked the two people who had done the most. Their opinions were the most important. I have no opinion. Whatever you decide is fine, Grandpa Paoshan said calmly. I think we should divide it among us, Zhang Feng said after thinking for a moment. Good. Let's drain its blood, clean it up, and then split the meat, Uncle agreed with a nod. These days, it was no longer the era of collectivism. Those who hunted the boar shared it. No one would argue otherwise. While some might say this was no longer the simple countryside of old, that was the reality. Of course, in Zhangjiawan, many traditional values remained, like helping each other during planting and harvest or building houses. Those customs were still very much alive. In the countryside, almost every man knows how to slaughter pigs. Around the Lunar New Year, every household would butcher one. Even if someone had never done it personally, they would at least be familiar with the process. So, with a few quick moves, the group soon had the wild boar gutted and cleaned. Because Zhang Feng had contributed the most, he received a hind leg, weighing 50 or 60 kilograms. Since Uncle Ernie's family had suffered the most loss, he was given the other hind leg. Uncle and Grandpa Paoshan, the two gunmen, had also done their part, especially Grandpa Paoshan, who was nearly injured, so they each received a front leg. Zhang Yi and Zhang Xiaoqi, who had contributed the least, each got about 30 kilograms of meat. As for the internal organs, they were divided evenly. The most valuable part, the boar's stomach, was initially meant for Zhang Feng, since he had delivered the final blow. But he declined and instead gave it to Uncle Ernie, out of sympathy for his ruined crops. With the meat divided, everyone happily returned home. Uncle Ernie, are you planning to eat that wild boar meat yourself or sell it? Zhang Feng asked as they left Uncle's house. Of course I'll sell it. I'm going to take it to the market right away, Uncle Ernie said without hesitation. His family had taken a big hit, so selling the meat would help recover some of the loss. You might as well not take it to the market. I'll ask Boss Neo if his restaurant wants it. Zhang Feng offered, knowing the hunting permit had not been issued yet. Taking it to market could attract unwanted attention from the authorities. Good idea. Help me ask him. Uncle Ernie readily agreed. Selling to Boss Neo, a true rich guy, could fetch a much higher price than peddling it by the kilogram in the market. Hello, Brother Neo? Zhang Feng immediately dialed Niu Zhong's number. Xiaofeng? What is it? Niu Zhong asked. Here's the thing, we hunted a wild boar today and split up the meat. Do you want some? Zhang Feng explained in detail. Of course I do. Wait for me, I'll come over right away. Niu Zhong was thrilled. Wild boar was a great delicacy, and if his restaurant could offer it, it would surely attract many customers. Let's go, Uncle Ernie. We'll head to my place first. Boss Niu is on his way, Zhang Feng said after hanging up. Though it was already late, Niu Zhong still made his way to Zhangjiawan in the dark. Brother Niu, you're here, come in and have a seat. Zhang Feng had been keeping an ear out for sounds outside. When he heard Niu's car, he immediately went out to welcome him. Ah, brother, I was planning to visit tomorrow. These are some zongzi my wife prepared. As he spoke, Niu Zhong took out 2 bags of zongzi from the car. Oh, they're from Tianxiang Foods? Then I won't be polite. Tianxiang Zongzi were a famous brand in Xingshan, reportedly even exported overseas. Though the truth was uncertain, they were indeed very popular locally. Zhang Feng welcomed Niu Zhong into the house. After some tea, they got down to business. Whoa, this wild boar is huge, almost like a demon. Seeing the massive wild boar head, Niu Zhong was shocked. Wild boars of this size were rare and usually fierce, but Zhang Feng and the others had taken it down. He was genuinely impressed. That's right. This demon boar nearly killed someone, Zhang Feng said with a grin. Oh? What happened? Niu Zhong asked curiously. Well, here's what happened. Uncle Ernie took over, narrating the whole wild boar hunt. He clearly had a talent for storytelling, recounting the event with vivid and thrilling detail that left Niu Zhong stunned. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Xiaofeng, you really are something, Niu Zhong sincerely praised. That's nothing. With my skills now, I could probably slay a dragon, Zhang Feng boasted. Come on, that was the worst bluff ever. 0 points, Uncle Ernie retorted, and everyone laughed. Niu Zhong bought the wild boar meat from the three for 30 yuan per kilogram. Zhang Feng made 2,000 yuan in an instant, Uncle Ernie over 1,500, and even Zhang Yi, who did almost nothing, earned 1,000 yuan. Uncle Ernie also sold the boar's stomach for 500 yuan, bringing his total earnings to 2,000 yuan, enough to recover his earlier losses. A smile finally appeared on his face. Though the night had been dangerous, everyone gained something from it. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Sometimes, to earn money, one must take risks. In the end, Niu Zhong also bought up the wild boar meat from Uncle, Grandpa Paoshan, and the others. Hearing it was 30 yuan per kilogram, they all sold it. The wild boar was rare, most thought the meat was not as tasty as domesticated pork, so why not sell it and get some cash? Time flew by. The next day arrived. Xiaofeng, are you buying mushrooms today? Just as Zhang Feng was lying in the courtyard that morning, Second Grandpa came in. Oh, come sit, Second Grandpa. You found mushrooms today? Zhang Feng stood up immediately. Ha, lucky day, found a good batch of termite mushrooms, he said with a big smile. A kilogram of termite mushrooms could sell for 120 yuan. Congrats, Second Grandpa. Looks like today is your payday. Sit here, I'll get the scale from inside. Zhang Feng quickly returned with the scale. Second Grandpa, looks like it's exactly 12 kilograms. I'll round it to 12 for you. Sure, I trust you, said the old man. He had already waited at home, that's how elders are. 120 yuan per kilogram, that's 1,440 total. Does that look right? Zhang Feng smiled but did not call out the old man's earlier weighing. His mother, Wang Guilan, did the same all the time. That's correct. That's the amount. Even though he was over 70, the old man's math was still sharp. Take care on your way home, Second Grandpa. Ah. After seeing him off, Zhang Feng poured the mushrooms into a large basin and began cleaning them. He planned to make oil-preserved spicy termite mushrooms a true delicacy. The method was simple and required few ingredients: termite mushrooms, cooking oil, and chili peppers. First, pour oil into a large wok. Once it's boiling, add the shredded mushrooms. After frying out the moisture, add whole dried chili peppers until they are crispy and aromatic. Then the dish is done. Whoa, what are you frying? It smells amazing. At some point, the little rascal duckling had sneaked in, drooling. I'm frying human meat. Of course it smells good, Zhang Feng joked. Human meat? Is it tasty? Can I try some? The little guy stared at the pot, drooling. You eat human meat too? Zhang Feng was shocked. He had not expected this reaction. Why not? I saw in Journey to the West yesterday at Big Mao's house that the monk Tang Sanzang could be steamed and eaten, he said innocently. Turned out the kid had watched demons capturing Tang Sanzang's group and planning to cook them, hence the remark. Clearly, this little one had a vivid imagination. Heh, only monsters eat human meat. Are you trying to be a monster? Zhang Feng laughed. Put. No way, I'm not a monster, you are. He quickly shook his head. Alright, I was kidding. I'm frying mushrooms, Zhang Feng said, stopping the teasing. Mushrooms? No wonder it smells so good, the kid said, gulping. Of course. This stuff sells for over 100 yuan a kilogram, worth 10 kilograms of pork, Zhang Feng said. Thinking the mushrooms were that expensive, the boy figured they must be tastier than pork. He stared at the pot, wanting to sneak a bite. You little rascal, if you want some, go get a bowl. Seeing the kid nearly dip his head into the pot, Zhang Feng quickly sent him off. It was dangerous with the hot oil. Okay, crazy brother, the boy gleefully ran to the cupboard. Eat outside, alright? If you get burned, you'll look worse than a monster. Got it, crazy brother, he happily carried the treat out. Finally rid of the little rascal, Zheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stored the spicy mushroom oil in jars and put them away safely. These days, kids were more dangerous than wild boars. Crazy brother, why do you not have lanterns on your door? I saw some nice ones at third uncle's house, the boy said while eating outside. Hearing this, Zheng Feng suddenly realized what had felt off. He had opened a farmhouse inn but had no signboard or lanterns. No wonder there had been no customers recently. Ha! Good idea, little guy. I'll reward you with 2 cucumbers, go pick them from the backyard later. Zheng Feng stood up and went inside. Thanks, crazy brother. The boy did not understand, but he was still happy. Zheng Feng decided to carve his own signboard. He brought out the carving tools he had bought after learning beginner carving skills. Finally, he had a use for them. He set up in the courtyard, found a sturdy wooden board from the storeroom, and began carving carefully. With clear memory and confidence, he carved steadily. After about half an hour, the signboard reading Shanshui Nongjia, Mountain Water Farmhouse, was complete. Zheng Feng painted it red, and at last, a fresh new sign was ready. As for the red lanterns, he would go buy some later. He also planned to bring some wild boar meat to his sister, so it was all on the way. Early morning in Zhangjiawen was shrouded in mist, as if nestled in a beautiful fairyland. As the sky began to brighten, Zheng Feng's mother and elder sister were already busy in the backyard, picking various vegetables to sell to Niu Zhong's restaurant. Zheng Feng, meanwhile, had already shouldered a bamboo basket and gone to the orchard. The fruit was nearly ripe, so lately he had been checking on it almost every day. Tastes great. Zheng Feng picked the biggest, reddest one and gave it a try. It was delicious, juicy, fragrant, and pleasantly sweet. However, not many fruits were fully ripe yet, perhaps 3 to 5 on each tree. They needed to be picked carefully. Zheng Feng quickly got to work, harvesting the mature ones before they became overripe by the next day, which would make them hard to sell. Crazy bro, we came to help you pick peaches. Just as Zheng Feng was busy in the orchard, a group of little rascals, Duckling and Damao among them, suddenly appeared. Clearly, they had been eyeing the peaches for quite a while, as Zheng Feng's peaches were the first to ripen, and the greedy little ones had been drooling over them. Alright then, help me pick the red ones, but be careful not to break the branches. Do not underestimate these kids, they were skilled. Used to climbing trees for birds and fishing in the river, they were more than capable of picking peaches. Hee, got it, crazy bro. The kids cheered happily. With Zheng Feng's permission, they could finally eat peaches openly. Watching the bouncing monkey-like children, Zheng Feng thought of the phrase "monkey steals peach" and chuckled to himself. He knew their personalities well. If he had not let them help today, they would probably sneak in the moment he left, causing more damage. So he simply let them eat as they pleased. This way, he could keep an eye on them and prevent any problems. Watching their gleeful faces, Zheng Feng was reminded of his own childhood. Now that they had an adult's trust, the little monkeys worked extra hard. They climbed trees nimbly, picked the best peaches, and of course, kept munching non-stop. Crazy bro, your peaches are really delicious. Yeah, better than ours at home. The kids did not hold back their praise, devouring peaches in just a few bites and stuffing their cheeks like squirrels. Tastes good, huh? If you come help again tomorrow, I'll let you eat as much as you want. Zheng Feng shamelessly used peaches to lure the children into being free labor. If his little sister were here, she would have accused him of exploiting child labor again. Really? Crazy bro? Of course. Then we'll definitely come tomorrow. Hearing that they could eat more tomorrow, the kids excitedly promised to return. Thus, Zheng Feng cunningly gained another batch of free laborers. Alright, that's it for today. Let's head home. Come again tomorrow. Got it, crazy bro? Let's go. After harvesting the ripe peaches, Zheng Feng filled an entire basket. He gave each kid a few peaches and sent them on their way. Xiaofeng, you're back? As soon as he entered the yard, his mother asked, "Oh, you picked so many peaches?" "Yeah, probably 50 to 60 kilograms. Should we take them to the market to sell?" his mother suggested. "No need. I'll just set up a stand at the gate. There are so many tourists around," Zheng Feng replied. He planned to sell peaches, dried mushrooms, black fungus, the wild chickens he had caught, and some eels from the backyard. 50 or 60 kilograms of peaches would sell out quickly. After he explained his plan, both his mother and elder sister approved. They had been idle lately and were happy to have something to do. So they set up a table at the gate and began selling homegrown fruit and local specialties. Zheng Feng put down the peaches and carried a bucket to the backyard. About 15 minutes later, he came back with a bucket full of wild eels. "Fresh wild eels for sale, just caught." "Young man, you have eels again today?" "I'll take 3 kilograms. Give me 2 kilograms. I missed out during Dragon Boat Festival." Ha, looks like we're all in the same boat. Lucky us today. I'll take 5 kilograms. Soon, tourists by the lakeside rushed over. Zhang Feng's eels had built a solid reputation. Frequent visitors knew his eels tasted exceptional, and demand always exceeded supply. So once they heard he had some, they flocked to buy. Hey, young man, how come your peaches ripen so early? Someone noticed the peaches and asked curiously. Ha, it's not that early. Over in Shandong and Hunan, their peaches ripened long ago. Want to buy a few kilos? Zhang Feng replied with a smile. How much per kilogram? The person looked tempted. Try one first, no obligation to buy. Everyone can taste for free. Zhang Feng's peaches were not cheap, 10 yuan per kilogram, so he wanted people to try first. He was confident in the quality, and in big cities, peaches like his could easily sell for 20 or 30 yuan per kilogram. Really? Then I'll have a taste. Me too. Early season peaches like these are rare. The peaches looked so tempting that even those who had not planned to buy could not resist picking one up. Delicious. How can peaches taste this good? Is this a divine peach? It's amazing. How much per kilogram, brother? After tasting, everyone was hooked. 10 yuan per kilogram, non-negotiable. Zhang Feng barely finished his sentence when someone said, Brother, give me 10 kilograms. I'll take 5. Some hesitated at the price, but just in that short moment, most of the peaches were gone. Those who missed out began to panic. Hey, save some for us. You were the one complaining it was too expensive. Exactly. With peaches this tasty, 10 yuan is already cheap. Yeah, look at boutique fruit stores in the city, everything's over 10 yuan, and not half as good. Soon, the crowd was all reaching for their wallets. Zhang Feng's delicious peaches had won them over. Wait, are they all gone already? In just minutes, the 50 to 60 kilograms were cleaned out, leaving only a few dented or misshapen ones. Some tourists were stunned. Sorry, today's peaches are all gone. Come back tomorrow if you want more. Zhang Feng quickly apologized when he saw their disappointed faces. Why didn't you pick more? Yeah, go get more, we'll wait here. Really sorry, all the ripe fruit is picked for today. But feel free to check out the other items, I promise the quality is just as good. As Zhang Feng apologized, he also pitched the other goods on display. Sure enough, once he said that, people's attention turned to the dried mushrooms, black fungus, crispy fried fish, and the wild chickens he had caught days earlier. In the end, the black fungus, fried fish, and wild chickens were all sold out. Only the expensive dried mushrooms remained at 300 yuan per kilogram. Few locals could afford them. He only sold 3 or 4 kilograms. Even so, Zhang Feng's sales for the day totaled 5 to 6,000 yuan, far exceeding his mother and sister's expectations. Both were overjoyed and satisfied. Xiaofeng, I never imagined these things could sell for so much money. His mother sighed with emotion. This was nearly equivalent to half a year's income from farming in previous years. Mom, this is nothing. There will definitely be more in the future, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. The peaches sold for 600 yuan, the eels for 2,500 yuan, the dried mushrooms for 1,200 yuan, 2 wild chickens for 500 yuan, and various other mountain goods for 400 to 500 yuan. By Zhang Feng's rough estimate, in just over half an hour, they had made over 5,000 yuan, and nearly all of it was pure profit. After packing up the stall and returning home, Zhang Feng, with nothing to do, started tending to the flowers and plants in the yard, especially the morning glories on the left side wall, which had not been pruned for more than 10 days. Their vines had spread wildly, almost covering the ground plants. Zhang Feng picked up scissors and trimmed the excess vines and removed old and yellowed leaves, making the morning glories look even more beautiful. Once the morning glories were done, Zhang Feng built a frame for the gourd vines and tied them up with string. This would prevent them from growing wildly in all directions, and the hanging gourds could grow properly without getting soaked by rain, allowing them to absorb sunlight and moisture better. Crazy bro, are you building a frame for cucumbers? At that moment, Dama poked his head in and asked with a smile upon seeing Zhang Feng working in the yard. Oh, Dama, you're not with Duckling? These two mischievous kids were always together, causing chaos wherever they went. Duckling got taken away. Dama replied abruptly. What? Taken away? You mean his dad took him? Zhang Feng immediately realized what he meant. At first, he thought Duckling had been kidnapped. Yeah, his dad made him go home to practice writing. Dama pouted as he spoke. You kids really should start practicing writing. You'll be in school next semester. If you still can't write when school starts, your teacher might beat your butts raw. Zhang Feng teased. Ah, the teacher is that fierce? But I only know how to write my name. Dama panicked at the thought of getting hit. Then you should practice more. Learn some basic characters like big, small, how many, mountain, stone, field, and grain. Once you've learned those, your teacher definitely won't hit you, Zhang Feng explained with a smile. I see. Then I'll start tomorrow and ask my dad to teach me. Clearly, Zhang Feng's scare tactic had worked a little. Crazy bro, are these cucumbers? Dama squatted nearby, watching Zhang Feng build the frame. Nope, those are gourd vines. Have you seen Calabash Brothers? The Calabash Brothers grow from this plant. Zhang Feng made up a story on the spot. Really? This is the vine from Calabash Brothers? Will actual Calabash kids grow from it? Dama's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked. Of course. Dama was easier to fool than Duckling, and soon Zhang Feng had completely convinced him. Alright, all done. In a few days, the Calabash kids will be hanging right here. Zhang Feng clapped his hands clean of soil and pointed at the gourd trellis. Really, crazy bro? Then I'll come every day to check. The little guy was thrilled at the thought of seeing real Calabash kids. Hee. Zhang Feng just smiled without answering. Dama, go to the backyard and dig up some worms for me, and I'll reward you with a cucumber later. Zhang Feng grabbed the birdcage from the tree, preparing to feed his little Mina bird. Worms from the backyard were its favorite. Really? Damo asked in delight. Of course. When have I ever lied to kids? Zhang Feng replied confidently. I'll go now. How many should I dig, crazy bro? 10 or so will do. The little Mina was still young and could not eat much. You little rascal. His mother laughed and shook her head, as if saying her son was tricking kids into working. Hee. Zhang Feng laughed sheepishly. After placing the birdcage on the stone table, Zhang Feng went inside to get some peaches. These were reserved especially for his family to try. He quickly washed them and put them in a basket. Mom, come taste our peaches. Zhang Feng brought the peaches to his mother. Yeah, you try some too, they're really delicious. He called to his older sister as well. Really? Let me try one. His sister put down the remote and came over. She had been so busy earlier that she had not tasted a single bite of their own peaches. She was quite curious about the 10 yuan a kilogram peaches. Delicious. His sister took a bite, closed her eyes in enjoyment, and sighed. These are really good. Xiaofeng, how did our peaches get this tasty? His mother asked with praise, though puzzled. Mom, remember when I sprayed the fruit with that new solution? It's advanced tech that no one else knows about yet. After spraying it, the fruit not only looks better, it tastes better and ripens earlier too, Zhang Feng quickly explained. Xiaofeng, are you sure it's safe? Wang Guilan asked, a bit concerned. Don't worry, Mom. A classmate from the Agricultural Academy developed it. They're doing trials now. Since they knew we had fruit trees, they sent me a few bottles to test out. Zhang Feng continued to reassure her. As long as it's safe, just be cautious when using anything chemical. His mother reminded him again. Rest assured, Mom. I would never use anything unfamiliar. Zhang Feng promised firmly. Crazy bro, I'm done digging. At that moment, Dama ran out carrying some worms. Good, just leave them there, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Dama, go wash your hands. Sister will give you a peach. His older sister smiled at the cute little boy. Wow, thank you, sister. Dama was overjoyed and ran toward the faucet after putting down the worms. You little rascal, slow down or you'll fall. Zhang Feng's mother laughed. I won't fall, auntie. I climb mountains and trees without falling, Damo said confidently. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at that. Sure, the kid could climb trees, but getting down was a whole different story. He often ended up clinging to the tree like a koala, too scared to descend. If Zhang Feng had not shown up, he might have stayed up there all day. Zhang Feng shook his head at the memory. Delicious. Sister, your peaches are really good. The little guy munched away while eyeing the basket and hugging 2 big peaches as if someone might snatch them away. Eat slowly. Don't choke, his sister reminded him. Got it, sister. But the little guy kept gobbling them down like he had never eaten such delicious peaches before. After feeding the Mina, Zhang Feng used his phone to record a simple phrase and placed it by the cage for the bird to learn. Though the bird had been enhanced with an awakening serum and transformed, learning still had to be step by step. So Zhang Feng started with the easiest phrase, hello. Learning new things is always difficult, just like how it takes days to master even when learning phonics. Zhang Feng did not expect the bird to learn it in a day or two. If it could do it in 3 to 5 days, he would already be very satisfied. Zhang Feng hung Little Ba back on the tree branch and let it continue learning to talk by listening to the recording. Then, he got busy again. He fetched a wooden board about 40 centimeters long and just over 10 centimeters wide from the utility room, cleaned and dried it thoroughly, and began writing on it, 200 yuan/person/day, including meals and accommodation. That is right. Zhang Feng was planning to hang this sign at the entrance of his house, showing the pricing for his farmhouse and so visiting tourists could see it clearly. Xiaofeng, do you think 200 yuan a day is too expensive? His mother asked, worried after seeing the sign. It's fine, Mom. We're not relying on this income to get by anymore. Besides, we are going for a premium route. If we charge too little, we won't earn anything. That's right, Mom. Just look at the fruits and vegetables we grow, aren't they all better than everyone else's? If we charge too little, it's not even worth doing, his sister added. After all, just by selling vegetables alone, they were already making 600 to 800 yuan a day. You're right. Wang Guilan quickly came around. Their family situation really was different from others in the village. Their cooking was no worse than what was served in high-end restaurants, so charging less would be a loss. Besides, they were already busy enough as it was, too many guests would be hard to manage. So the three of them reached a consensus, their farmhouse would follow a high-end, boutique route. It was okay even if there were fewer guests. After lunch, Zhang Feng lay down to rest under the large cypress tree. Its thick branches and lush leaves shaded most of the yard, looking like a giant green umbrella from a distance. Lying under its shade with a gentle breeze blowing was incredibly refreshing. Zhang Feng pulled out his phone and opened the Chidian Chinese web novel site. He was immersed in his favorite rural-themed novel, The Rustic Farmer of Mountains and Waters. The protagonist was a lot like him, gaining his system and eventually living an exciting and fulfilling life in the countryside. Big bro, reading a novel again? Yep, you didn't go to the market today? Zhang Feng sat up and asked his cousin. I did, but business was bad today, so I came home early, his cousin replied with a shake of the head. Alright, big bro, how about we go catch some bamboo worms? Bamboo worms? Where? Bamboo worms, as the name suggests, are larvae that grow inside bamboo. In some places, they're also called bamboo hornets. These larvae feed on bamboo shoots and are considered parasites, but they are rich in protein and amino acids. When fried, they are crispy and delicious, loved by foodies and gourmets alike. People both love and hate them. In the bamboo grove behind my house, a bunch of the bamboo there has been chewed up by bugs. There must be bamboo worms inside, Zhang Yi asserted. Let's go take a look. The thought of crispy fried bamboo worms got Zhang Feng excited. He grabbed a machete and followed Zhang Yi to the backyard grove. Wow, these bamboo stalks really have been damaged. Arriving at the bamboo grove, Zhang Feng saw that 7 or 8 bamboo stalks had been badly chewed, full of holes clearly made by the worms. Let me handle this, big bro, Zhang Yi said and swung his machete hard at a stalk, chopping it down in a few strikes. Watch out, Zhang Feng quickly warned, noticing a bamboo hornet flying out from the freshly cut stalk. Sigh, seems like a wasted trip, Zhang Feng thought to himself. The bamboo hornets are the adult form of bamboo worms, but only the larvae are edible. Clearly, they had missed the season. Sigh, looks like all the bamboo worms have matured into hornets, Zhang Yi said after checking the inside of the stalk and finding no sign of larvae. No big deal, let's just go back. Zhang Feng shook his head, ready to leave. Wait, big bro, there's something better over here. Come with me. You sly dog, keeping secrets. Alright, lead the way. Zhang Feng laughed and followed his cousin a short distance. Whoa, this looks like a bamboo rat burrow. Soon, the two reached another patch of bamboo where they saw a fresh burrow in the ground, still smelling of earth. Hee hee, I knew you'd figure it out, big bro. Zhang Yi grinned. Come on, I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run, Zhang Feng said smugly. They found 2 more burrows nearby. Clever as a rabbit, these bamboo rats really had learned a few tricks. Truly, like father like son, even rats knew how to dig escape tunnels. Let's go back and get our gear. They were not in a rush. After all, haste makes waste. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. They returned with 2 hoes, and Zhang Feng also brought along a few pig cages he had simply modified into traps. Zhang Yi, start digging here. I'll go set traps at the other 2 spots. Got it, big bro. Soon, Zhang Feng had the traps set at the other burrows and came back to guide Zhang Yi in digging. After some digging, Zhang Feng had him stop once they exposed the tunnel entrance. Zhang Yi, go grab some cypress branches. Big bro, you're planning to smoke the bamboo rats into the trap, right? Zhang Yi guessed. Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be digging forever. Zhang Feng nodded. Soon, Zhang Feng gathered some dry bamboo leaves, and Zhang Yi returned with a bunch of fresh cypress branches. With everything ready, Zhang Feng lit the bamboo leaves and placed the branches on top, producing thick smoke. The two fanned the smoke into the burrow, hoping to drive the rats out. Before long, there was movement in the tunnel. They could hear frantic squeaks, clearly more than one bamboo rat. Zhang Feng was thrilled. The harvest today looked promising. Hearing the noise, Zhang Feng stopped and had Zhang Yi continue fanning while he picked up a hoe and stayed alert in case one bolted their way. As smoke filled the burrow, the bamboo rats could not take it anymore and began fleeing. One ran toward the trap, while a large one panicked and charged straight toward the smoke. Was it trying to catch Zhang Feng off guard? Whether smart or just reckless, it picked the wrong target. Unfortunately for it, Zhang Feng had undergone genetic enhancement. Watch out! Just then, a plump bamboo rat darted out of the smoke, trying to escape. But Zhang Feng reacted quickly. With a precise strike of his hoe, he struck it squarely, blood splattered, its limbs twitched, and it was clearly done for. Big bro, you're awesome. You actually got it. Zhang Yi was ecstatic at the sight of the downed rat. Their efforts had paid off. Zhang Yi, tie it up. There should be another one in the other burrow. I'll go check. Zhang Feng did not want the trapped rat to escape due to mishandling, so he went himself. Checking the other burrows, Zhang Feng found another bamboo rat already caught in the cage. It was gnawing on the bamboo cage with its sharp teeth, but fortunately Zhang Feng arrived just in time. Otherwise, it might have escaped. The bamboo cage was too flimsy, they should use wire cages instead. With steel cages, even rats with steel teeth could not escape. Zhang Feng quickly pulled out the rat and killed it with 2 solid blows. Then, carrying their loot, the cousins cheerfully headed home. Zhang Feng had eaten bamboo rat once or twice in the past. Its meat was delicious, comparable to chicken, and very much enjoyed by everyone. Unfortunately, bamboo rats were incredibly cunning, like crafty rabbits with 3 burrows. They spent their days in underground palaces, eating and sleeping in turn. Catching one was no easy task. Rarity makes something valuable, and the fact that the two had managed to catch bamboo rats made them indescribably happy, filled with a sense of achievement. Ha! Xiaofeng, Xiaoyi, you caught bamboo rats? Second uncle, who was smoking in the courtyard, asked in surprise when he saw them carrying the animals. In the countryside, bamboo rats are considered a real delicacy. Yes, we were lucky today and caught 2, Zhang Feng replied. All right, second uncle, tell second aunt not to cook dinner tonight, come eat at our place. Hee, all right, we'll enjoy a feast tonight. Second uncle happily agreed, not the least bit reserved. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yi walked home carrying the bamboo rats. Second aunt heard the commotion and came out, asking, who are you talking to just now? It was Xiaofeng and Xiaoyi, they caught 2 bamboo rats. And don't cook dinner tonight, we'll be eating at Xiaofeng's, second uncle said with a smile. All right then, I guess you'll be drinking tonight. I'll fry up some peanuts for you to go with the drinks. Second aunt immediately started preparing. Fried peanuts and liquor are a favorite combo among rural men. Zhang Feng also notified second uncle Niu, inviting him to bring his wife and son over for dinner. Hearing there would be bamboo rat to eat, he happily agreed. That evening, Zhang Feng prepared a grand feast. Of course, the main dish was the bamboo rat. Since everyone likes spicy food, Zhang Feng made a stir-fried spicy bamboo rat dish, adding peppercorns, ginger, garlic, hot chili peppers, scallions, cilantro, every kind of seasoning imaginable. These ingredients not only removed the gamey smell but enhanced the flavor of the meat. The 2 bamboo rats made a huge dish. The meat, bright red and sizzling with oil, filled the room with an irresistible aroma that made everyone swallow their saliva. Besides that, Zhang Feng also prepared some side dishes, a braised fish, a spicy eel, and a pickled cabbage fish head tofu soup. To avoid overwhelming the palate with meat, he also made a few vegetable sides for balance. As for snacks to go with drinks, Zhang Feng had crispy fried fish and some leftover fried beef pupi from last time, which came in handy today. Second aunt also brought out a big plate of fried peanuts. Seeing the whole table filled with delicious, fragrant, and beautifully presented dishes, little duckling, the kid, could not wait. He was already seated at the table with bowl and chopsticks in hand. If Aunt Niu was not watching him, he would have already started wolfing down the food. Come on, let's all have a drink. Zhang Feng stood up and raised his glass of beer and soft drinks for everyone to toast. Cheers! Cheers! Little duckling even raised his glass of orange juice and clinked with everyone, causing a burst of laughter. This little guy would definitely be a drinker like his dad when he grew up. Everyone, try my bamboo rat and see how it tastes, Zhang Feng said as he gave a piece to his mother. It's good, really delicious. Crazy bro, is this really a rat? Little duckling asked with his childlike voice. Hee, of course it's a rat. Next time you catch one, you can take it home and cook it, Zhang Feng said, winking at him. You rascal, always teasing my son, Uncle Niu scolded with a smile. You brat, this is not a regular house rat. This is a bamboo rat. They eat bamboo, you know? Exactly. House rats are filthy, you must never touch them, got it? Aunt Neo followed up, warning her son. Oh, got it. Little duckling was not stupid. He knew rats were usually something people tried to kill. He had never seen anyone eat one before, so he now understood that this must be a different animal altogether. Wow, Crazy Bro's cooking is just too good, Little Duckling said with his mouth full of food, unable to stop praising. So, who cooks better, me or your mom? Zhang Feng asked with a grin. Of course, the little guy almost said you, but when he saw his mother's stern face, he immediately changed his answer. Of course my mom cooks better. But Crazy Bro's food is pretty good too. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. This little one's pretty clever. Kids these days are so sharp, getting smarter and smarter, they all sighed after laughing. The women quickly finished eating. The drinkers, however, were still chatting and clinking glasses. Little Duckling occasionally came over to steal some food, then nestled in his mother's arms to watch TV. Good wine, good friends, endless toasting. In the countryside, the longer you drink, the closer your bond. The feast went on into the early morning. Little Duckling had already started snoring, probably tired from running wild all day. Finally, urged by Aunt Neo, everyone reluctantly parted. Zhang Feng cleaned up, took a shower, and went to bed, sleeping soundly until morning. Late at night, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. The parched crops, long deprived of moisture, opened their thirsty little mouths and greedily drank the rain, eager to grow. The drizzle thickened, like ox hair falling steadily. Outside the window, raindrops tapped against the ground, flowing along ditches toward Moon Lake. Do not listen to the sound of the wind through the trees, the saying goes. In the mountains, mushrooms began to poke their little heads out, quietly listening to the soft rain falling on leaves, then dripping onto the earth. As time passed, the whole world seemed shrouded in mist. It became a realm of soft rain, silent yet nourishing. Mountains and earth soaked in silence, and the forest, long suffering from drought, began to breathe again. Grasses stood tall, wildflowers bloomed, and vitality returned to the entire forest. It was truly a timely rain, a rain of fortune. The villagers of Zhangjiawan relied on the mountains and waters. Forest treasures only flourished after being nourished by rain. So even in the middle of the night, many alert villagers were thrilled, anticipating a fruitful harvest in the mountains the next day. Like mushrooms blooming overnight after a summer rain, the forest floor erupted with them, red caps like tiny umbrellas, little red hoods out of fairy tales, charming and magical. As the rooster crowed and morning approached, the raindrops became fewer and fewer, and finally, with the last breath of night, faded away. The red sun rose, radiant and brilliant. The rain had passed, and a beautiful sunny day began. Under the morning sun, everyone shouldered their baskets and grabbed their rakes, heading for the mountains. They walked fast, eager to be the first to reach the forest and gather as many mushrooms as possible. As the sun climbed above the eastern hills, its rays entered Zhang Feng's small room, waking him as if an alarm had gone off. He slowly opened his eyes. The morning courtyard was full of blooming flowers, fragrant with butterflies fluttering and bees busy collecting nectar. Dressed and washed, Zhang Feng performed his daily fitness routine in the yard. When he finished, his sister and mother were already up. Zhang Feng went inside to make breakfast, knowing the mushroom collecting would keep them busy until noon. Mom, sis, breakfast is ready. Soon, 3 steaming bowls of noodles were served. Zhang Feng added chopped scallions and spicy sauce, along with a few pieces of crispy fried fish. The meal was a feast for the senses. Just after breakfast, villagers returned from the mountain with mushrooms, and the day's work began. His sister weighed the mushrooms, Zhang Feng calculated and paid, and his mother, along with elderly villagers, washed the mushrooms. The 3 of them worked in perfect coordination. As Zhang Feng expected, they stayed busy until noon. After sending off Xiao Wang's truck, today's busy work finally came to an end. Zhang Feng paid the elderly folks who had helped clean the mushrooms, and one by one, they all left, leaving just Zhang Feng and his family of 3. Mom, you two take a break. I'll go cook. Having been on their feet all morning, his mother and older sister were visibly tired, their faces filled with weariness. Just make a couple of simple dishes. Keep it light, otherwise we'll have no appetite. Both were too exhausted to want anything greasy, so Zhang Feng stir-fried some baby bok choy, made a sauce-mixed lettuce salad, and finished with a tomato and egg soup. Thanks to his enhanced physique, Zhang Feng did not feel tired at all. His appetite remained unaffected as well. He ate 3 full bowls of rice and drank 2 bowls of tomato and egg soup before he felt full. Crazy bro, are you done? When are we going to pick peaches? Just as Zhang Feng finished eating, Little Duckling eagerly came running over to ask. You little rascal, can't wait any longer? Zhang Feng chuckled as he sat by the door. This kid had already come over 4 or 5 times throughout the morning to check in. Yeah, Damao and I have been waiting all morning, little duckling nodded earnestly. Hee hee, let me get a drink of water and then we'll head out. Zhang Feng took a sip of water, handed little duckling a small basket, strapped a carrying basket on his back, and the two headed out. At the gate, they met up with a group of children. Zhang Feng, like the Monkey King, led a group of little monkeys up the mountain to the orchard. Yo, Xiaofeng has been promoted to leader of the kids? Where are you all off to? They bumped into Brother Zhuzi on the way, who joked as he saw them. Hee hee, not really. I'm just going to pick peaches. These little rascals heard there'd be peaches to eat and all insisted on tagging along, Zhang Feng replied with a laugh. These greedy little kids, Brother Zhuzi said before curiously asking, by the way, why are your peaches ripening so early this year? Every family in the village had peach trees, but only Zhang Feng's were already ripe. I'm not too sure. Maybe our orchard gets better sunlight, Zhang Feng replied. He knew perfectly well it was because of the fruity fragrance agent from the system. That was the real reason why the peaches matured earlier. But of course, he could not tell anyone that. The fruity fragrance agent worked too well, so well that it would be impossible to explain, so Zhang Feng simply played dumb. After chatting with Brother Zhuzi for a bit, Zhang Feng continued up the mountain, leading the troop of kids to the orchard. It had rained lightly the night before, so the mountain paths were a little slippery, but that did nothing to dampen the children's excitement. Everyone be careful, okay? Safety first. If you cannot reach a peach, just let me know. Got it? As they arrived at the orchard, Zhang Feng immediately warned them. Got it, crazy bro, the kids all replied. Then they scattered like birds, climbing trees and picking peaches excitedly. Zhang Feng shook his head, unsure whether any of his warning actually registered. Wow, the peach I picked is huge. Yours? Mine's even bigger. The children started comparing, seeing who had the largest peach. Those who lost did not get discouraged, instead, they doubled their efforts to find a bigger one. The little rascals were more about play than productivity, but Zhang Feng had never expected them to be efficient. As long as they did not cause trouble or get in the way, he was satisfied. Alright, time to head back. After about half an hour, Zhang Feng had picked all the ripe peaches in the orchard and called out to the noisy little ones. Crazy bro, we're done already? But we're not finished picking yet, they protested one after another, clearly not ready to stop playing. No more picking. The rest aren't ripe yet. Zhang Feng continued shouting, Dumao, come on, we're leaving. After a great deal of effort, Zhang Feng finally gathered all the mischievous children and led them back down the mountain. Once they returned home, Zhang Feng gave each kid 2 peaches and sent them off. The little rascals munched on their fruit as they headed toward the lake, probably to mess with the fish and shrimp again. Hey, young man, are those peaches? Weigh me 10 kilograms. Just as Zhang Feng was putting the peaches down at the door and getting ready to grab the scale, an elderly lady excitedly walked over. Oh, it's you, ma'am. Didn't you just buy 5 kilograms yesterday? Already finished? Zhang Feng turned and recognized her. She had indeed bought some peaches the day before. Not yet. But your peaches are so good, I want to buy more to give to my relatives, she replied with a smile. Alright, just a moment, I'll go grab the scale. Zhang Feng was pleased to have his peaches so well received. When he came back out with the scale, 2 more customers had arrived. It seemed the peaches were quite popular. After weighing and selling peaches to the 3 customers, more tourists noticed the commotion and began to gather. Some bought 3 kilograms, others 5, and before long, Zhang Feng's entire basket was sold out. Sigh, all gone again? If only I had come a bit earlier, many latecomers lamented, beating their chests in frustration. Young man, how come you're sold out again today? Yeah, why didn't you bring more out? Nothing's worse than my luck. I missed out yesterday and waited all morning today. Just went to the bathroom for a minute, and boom, the peaches were gone. Hearing this unlucky customer's story, Zhang Feng could only sympathize. I'm really sorry, but that's all for today. If you still want some, come by tomorrow morning. Zhang Feng apologized repeatedly and made suggestions. Sigh, guess we'll have to wait till tomorrow, one tourist said helplessly. Humph, I'll be here at the crack of dawn tomorrow. No way I'm missing out again, said the unlucky bathroom goer indignantly. Hee hee, do not jinx yourself, brother. What if you miss out again? Exactly. You never know when nature will call, everyone joked. Realizing that there really were no more peaches, the crowd eventually dispersed, and peace returned to the doorway. Under the blazing midday sun, Zhang Feng was drenched in sweat. After selling all the peaches, he quickly showered and felt refreshed and reinvigorated. He lay down in the courtyard, enjoying the shade. His 2 little dogs curled up at his feet, eyes half closed, about to doze off. The little bird Xiaoba was still diligently learning Chinese, spending almost 12 hours a day tirelessly practicing. Seeing its determination, Zhang Feng wanted to give it a medal for academic excellence. Too bad Xiaoba did not know what Zhang Feng was thinking, or it would definitely complain, "Master, please stop this torture, I cannot take it anymore." After a whole day of hello, hello, even a bird would go mad. Listening to the repetitive audio, Xiaoba had no choice but to endure it silently and accept the never-ending lesson in greetings. Hello, hello, say it and I'll give you a worm. Zhang Feng took the cage down and placed it on the stone table, teasing Xiaoba. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, but Xiaoba still responded in its native bird language. They were clearly not on the same wavelength. Hello, hello. Zhang Feng kept patiently coaching. You, chirp chirp. Ha ha, not bad. You're almost speaking. Though Xiaoba only managed the word you, Zhang Feng was delighted, filled with a sense of accomplishment as if his own child had aced an exam. Zhang Feng was now fully motivated and confident. With the help of the awakening potion, Xiaoba was no ordinary bird anymore. He firmly believed it would soon master its first word. Hello, hello, haha, it finally learned to speak. Xiaoba finally knows how to talk. When Zhang Feng heard Xiaoba clearly say the two words hello, he exclaimed excitedly. The two little dogs nearby were startled awake. Seeing their master jumping up and down, they thought he might be having a seizure. Xiaofeng, what is it? Why are you so happy? His older sister was watching TV inside. Upon hearing his shout, she quickly ran outside. Sis, listen. Xiaoba can talk now. Ha ha ha. Zhang Feng joyfully shared the news. Hello, hello, hello. At that moment, Xiaoba was like a broken record, endlessly repeating hello. The phrase seemed to be deeply embedded in its mind. Wow, it really can talk. His sister was astonished. It had only been 2 days, yet it had already learned to speak. Although it was just one short phrase, only 2 words, for a minor bird that was already quite impressive. Hello, hello. She smiled and walked over to Xiaoba, speaking to it. Hello, hello. Xiaoba responded with the same phrase, as if replying to her. Xiaoba is truly clever. She praised joyfully. To reward Xiaoba for learning its first foreign language phrase, Zhang Feng gave it a few worms. Xiaoba, clearly pleased, ate them all and then went back to its lessons, repeating hello non-stop. Truly, it had stayed silent for long, but now spoke impressively. Hey, crazy, what are you doing right now? Zhang Feng was resting in the shade under a tree when he suddenly received a call from Monkey. Just lying in the courtyard. What's up with you? You actually found time to call today? This guy was usually so busy he barely had time to breathe. Sigh, bro, I am heartbroken. What happened? Zhang Feng asked with a laugh. You have no idea how infuriating my mom is. She called just now to ask if I'd be coming home for dinner. I said no, I had to work overtime tonight. Guess what she said? What? She said, oh that's great. Your dad and I are making chicken stew with mushrooms, and there's barely enough. If you don't come back, we can eat more. Zhang Feng was stunned for a few seconds, then weakly asked, are you sure you're their biological child? Exactly. I'm wondering if I was a bonus gift when they topped up their mobile balance. Monkey sighed. Come on, in our generation we were all supposedly found floating in rivers or picked up from garbage heaps, Zhang Feng joked. Damn, and you're gloating? This is all your fault, Monkey grumbled. My fault? How? Humph, all because of the red mushrooms you sent. My parents loved them. Now they care more about the mushrooms than me. Monkey pretended to be furious. Alright, I'll send you a few more kilos. Happy now? Zhang Feng chuckled and shook his head. He never expected his mushrooms to have such charm that they could nearly ruin a family. No need for charity. Let's do business properly. Tell me the price per kilogram. If you don't take payment, I won't accept them. Monkey had looked it up online after receiving 2 kilograms from Zhang Feng. Dried red mushrooms could easily go for 300 to 500 yuan per kilo. Alright. I sell them to others for 300 yuan a kilo. I'll give you a 20% discount, 240 per kilo. Whatever. Send me 3 kilos. I'll wire you the money right away, Monkey said like a proper rich guy. Okay, I'll ship them later today. Monkey had to get back to work. After chatting for a bit longer, they hung up. Xiaofeng, why are you packing dried mushrooms? His sister saw him wrapping mushrooms in multiple layers of plastic bags and asked curiously. Their mother also looked over in curiosity. Monkey just called, he wants to buy 3 kilos of dried mushrooms. Zhang Feng explained Monkey's story. It had them both laughing so hard they bent over, clutching their stomachs. They thought Monkey's mom was absolutely hilarious. Mom, I'm heading out now. Zhang Feng packed the mushrooms and got ready to mail them. Alright, hurry up and send them off, or Monkey's mom really won't want him anymore, his mother joked, unusually lighthearted. Hee hee, I'm off then. Zhang Feng smiled and headed to the village entrance. Even though Zhangjiawan was a small village, it was in a tourist area with convenient transportation. A bus left for the county town every hour. Several couriers had set up service points at the village shop, and delivery men came almost every hour to collect and deliver parcels. It was very convenient for both villagers and tourists. Sending a package, Xiaofeng? Zhang Laosan spotted him carrying a parcel and asked. Yeah, third brother. Business good today? Zhang Laosan was the owner of the shop but was stingy by nature, so villagers generally did not like him much. Not really, just scraping by. You're the one making big money with those mushrooms, he said enviously. He. Zhang Feng did not bother talking further. Laosan had been jealous of Zhang Feng's mushroom business for a while and had tried to partner secretly with restaurant owners in the county. But their offers were too low, and they could not compete with Zhang Feng, so he gave up. Zhang Feng had no interest in chatting with someone who tried to undercut him. He quickly filled out the shipping form and left the store. Beep beep. Just then, Zhang Feng received a WeChat notification. He checked, it was Monkey's payment of 720 yuan. Payment received. Mushrooms just shipped. Should arrive tomorrow. Keep an eye out, Zhang Feng messaged him. Got it, Monkey replied a few minutes later. Hey, Damao, little duckling, what are you two doing under the bridge? On his way home, Zhang Feng saw the two kids huddled sneakily under the bridge and asked curiously. Shoo. The little guys put their fingers to their lips, signaling for him to be quiet. Oh, I get it, you're playing hide and seek, huh? Zhang Feng deliberately said loudly. Ugh, crazy bro, you're the worst. Damao, let's move. Little duckling grumbled and pulled Damao to change hiding spots. Hee, these little brats. Seeing them so carefree, Zhang Feng was reminded of his own happy childhood, running around the village every day, playing games, laughing. No wonder some people never want to grow up. Little duckling, Damao, don't run. I saw you. At that moment, Xiaoshitu, the seeker, spotted them and excitedly shouted. Hey, that doesn't count. It's all crazy bro's fault, he exposed us. Little duckling, clever as always, quickly found an excuse. Why not? I still found you. Xiaoshitu argued back. The kids all knew how to argue these days, and the two sides got into a heated debate. Enough already. You both go hide, I'll be the seeker this time, Damo finally interrupted, unable to watch them bicker any longer. Okay. The two immediately agreed, happy to have Damao take the blame again, and bounced off to find new hiding spots. That Damao really is the scapegoat king, Zhang Feng laughed and shook his head, then continued on his way home. After dinner, Zhang Feng took a leisurely stroll by Moon Lake. By this time, the lake had gradually quieted down. Walking along the serene lakeside path, the evening breeze gently swept over the surface of the water, rippling the still spring lake into a shimmering wave of light. The drooping willows by the shore danced in the wind, swaying gracefully like elegant beauties long secluded in a deep palace. Every movement exuded charm. The tourists along the lakeside had mostly dispersed. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected off the water, turning half the lake a deep blue and the other half a brilliant red. Faced with such breathtaking scenery, Zhang Feng could not help but pause and take it all in. But, alas, beautiful sights are fleeting. Though the sunset was splendid, dusk was falling fast, and soon the night would cover everything in darkness, swallowing all the beauty. Hey, Xiaofeng, out for a walk by the lake? Just then, Uncle Lao Yu, who had just come ashore, spotted Zhang Feng strolling slowly by the lakeside. Yes, Uncle Lao Yu, done for the day? How was your catch today? Zhang Feng replied quickly. Same as always. 50 or 60 yuan a day, not enough to starve, but far from striking it rich. Uncle Lao Yu laughed, then asked, by the way, Xiaofeng, I noticed you collect small fish from those ducklings every day. Would you be interested in mine too? Oh, you catch small fish too? Does that not cause any harm? Zhang Feng was worried that Uncle Lao Yu might be overfishing the small fish, which could disrupt the lake's ecological balance. If all the small fish were caught, how would there be big ones in the future? You little rascal. Do you think I would be so foolish as to drain the pond for fish? Uncle Lao Yu saw through Zhang Feng's concerns and continued, do you know how many small fish the big ones in the lake produce each year? You do not, do you? They number in the billions annually, but many die each day due to insufficient food. Crucian carp and grass carp in the lake spawn all year round, so as long as we are not doing destructive fishing, there is no way to catch them all. And more importantly, our Moon Lake is connected to the Dabong River. so fish from other parts of the river naturally make their way into the lake. There is no need to worry about the lake running out of fish. Besides, the government stocks the lake with a large amount of fry every year, so you really do not need to worry. Uncle Lao Yu explained with a smile. How many small fish can you catch each day then? Zhang Feng nodded. Not wanting to reject the offer outright, he asked. Rest assured, small fish are not that easy to catch. 20 to 30 kilograms on a good day, usually just around 10. Uncle Lao Yu knew exactly what Zhang Feng was concerned about, so he responded cheerfully. Alright, as long as it is no more than 10 kilograms a day, I will take them all 5 yuan per kilogram. How does that sound? Zhang Feng decided to start collecting them for a while and observe if it would affect the lake's ecosystem before making a long-term decision. Great. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Uncle Lao Yu said happily. 5 yuan per kilogram. If he could catch 10 kilograms a day, that would be 50 yuan. That was already pretty good income for him, so he was very pleased. After settling the agreement with Uncle Lao Yu, Zhang Feng no longer felt like wandering around. He picked up his pace and walked home along the lakeside path. Lying in the courtyard, Zhang Feng was still thinking about the matter. He was unsure whether collecting small fish was right or wrong and felt conflicted. Sigh, forget it. If worst comes to worst, I will just use growth stimulants on the lake's fish to accelerate their reproduction. Eventually, Zhang Feng let go of his doubts. After all, the lake had plenty of fish. It was virtually impossible to catch them all. Even if they were all gone, he could buy fry to restock or cultivate them himself using growth stimulants, thereby maintaining ecological balance. Then Zhang Feng took out his phone, logged into the local forum, and prepared to upload recent photos of scenery and delicious food to promote his family-run guesthouse. Suddenly, Zhang Feng burst into laughter. It turned out he had come across a particularly amusing post. As everyone knows, some netizens love to go online and ask for name suggestions for their newborns. Today's post was especially funny. My surname is Gao, my wife's surname is Gua. Please help us come up with a good name for our newborn baby, wrote the original poster. High pressure Gua, replied the second commenter, a true genius. Worship the second floor, said the third commenter. Worship the second floor, said the fourth. Ha ha, truly, bizarre replies always come from the second floor. This is hilarious. Zhang Feng laughed so hard his stomach ached, and he could not help but sympathize with the original poster. These netizens were just too funny. Of course, this might have been a fabricated post just to gain attention, but even so, it was quite entertaining. After appreciating the clever replies, Zhang Feng uploaded his own photos, attaching the guesthouse's address and contact info, officially opening for reservations. As soon as Zhang Feng's post went up, replies started pouring in. Wow, how did I never realize Moon Lake is this beautiful, said the first commenter. Is this really Moon Lake, poster? That braised fish looks amazing. Is this real? Exclaimed another. Should I tell you that this image is just for reference? Quipped the third. Should I tell you this picture has been edited? Should I tell you the fish in the photo is fake? Reading these comments, Zhang Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Thankfully, he had a trump card. He immediately uploaded some short videos. After watching the videos, everyone was stunned by the food and scenery. No one had expected such breathtaking beauty to be so close by. As a result, many local users said they would visit Moon Lake over the weekend to experience the natural beauty anew. Very soon, Zhang Feng's post received dozens of replies, and the number was quickly growing. The forum moderators saw how popular the post had become and pinned it to the top, making it even hotter. Thus, Zhang Feng's 2 guest rooms were instantly booked. Visitors who missed out complained about their slow hands, and many urged Zhang Feng to add more rooms, as 2 were clearly not enough. Zhang Feng shook his head. He knew his place had too few rooms. But his house was only so big, there was nothing he could do. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. Was the second floor of his house not still vacant? He could simply board it up with wooden panels and do a simple renovation that would add 2 more rooms. Everyone knows that rural tiled houses usually have a central hall and side rooms on the ground floor, and the second floor is just a sloped attic typically used to store grain or kept empty. It could totally be converted into extra rooms. Zhang Feng's own bedroom had been built that way. With that in mind, Zhang Feng logged off and went inside to inspect the space, to see whether his idea was feasible. I might as well ask Uncle Dashan to come take a look tomorrow. Since Zhang Feng had no experience in home renovation, he needed a professional opinion. Early the next morning, Zhang Feng invited Uncle Dashan to his house. Uncle Dashan, do you think I can convert this space into 2 rooms? It is possible, sure, but I have never worked on this kind of wooden structure. I think you should ask the young carpenter to take a look. Hearing Zhang Feng's idea, Uncle Dashan felt it was a bit tricky. Zhang Feng wanted not only a beautiful result but also one that maintained the traditional rustic style, something only the village's young carpenter could manage. You mean Uncle Carpenter? I thought he had long stopped working? The young carpenter was well known in the village. His family had been carpenters for generations and had exceptional skills. But nowadays, with the rise of machine processing, traditional woodworking had lost its edge. That kind of skill is not something you just forget. I noticed that his attic was renovated in almost exactly the same way as what you have in mind, so I am sure he can do it. Uncle Dashan said with a chuckle. What Uncle Dashan said reminded Zhang Feng was that not exactly how Uncle Carpenter had modified his own house. He had turned the second floor into a traditional wooden loft with carved beams and painted rafters, full of rustic charm. Uncle Carpenter's name was Zhang Hong, a distant paternal cousin of Zhang Feng. He had learned carpentry from a young age. By the time he was 8 or 9, he was already traveling through villages with his father, helping people build beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs. With this skill, making a living was easier for him than for most. Unfortunately, by the time the new century arrived, traditional carpentry had fallen out of favor and was gradually replaced by machine-made products. So, Uncle Carpenter slowly changed careers, turning to farming and starting to grow crops. It was truly a pity for such a refined craft to be wasted. Zhang Feng shook his head, thinking to himself that this was perhaps an inevitable cost of economic development. The fittest survive, and the rest are eliminated. The competition for survival was indeed intense and ruthless. Is Uncle Carpenter home? Zhang Feng arrived at his courtyard and called into the house. Who is it? Uncle Carpenter came out and asked. Oh, it's Xiaofeng. Come in and sit. Thank you, Uncle Carpenter. I came to ask for your help with something. Once seated inside, Zhang Feng explained his intentions. Oh, so that is what it is. No problem, I will go have a look with you right now. For Uncle Carpenter, remodeling 2 rooms was a piece of cake, so he agreed on the spot. Zhang Feng then led Uncle Carpenter back to his home. After a discussion and exchange of ideas, they finalized the renovation plan. Uncle Carpenter would be responsible for transforming the second floor into 2 rooms, complete with decoration and carvings featuring rustic, countryside aesthetics. Though the workload was not large, it was quite complex. In traditional wooden architecture, every joint must fit perfectly, and structural stability must be carefully considered. Not a single nail could be used. As for the carved windows and doors at the front of each room, they had to be meticulously crafted. Just the carving of those small parts alone would cost several thousand yuan in labor. Although it was expensive, Zhang Feng felt it was well worth it. Traditional craftsmanship like this was becoming increasingly rare. Uncle Carpenter, how long do you think the renovation will take? Zhang Feng was particularly concerned about the construction timeline. Do not worry, it will be quick, probably about a week. Actually, the most time-consuming part is the carved components. Everything else can be finished in 2 or 3 days, said Uncle Carpenter confidently. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. It was even faster than he had expected. In the end, he handed the entire renovation project over to Uncle Carpenter, with labor and materials included, for a total of 18,000 yuan. Having settled the renovation matter, Zhang Feng quickly picked up his carrying pole and headed to the orchard. His mother and elder sister had already left ahead of him. As time passed, the peaches in the orchard had gradually ripened for harvest. It was estimated that they would be able to pick around 1 to 200 kilograms today. With that many ripe peaches, his mother and sister certainly could not carry them all back on their own, so Zhang Feng had to hurry and assist them. Xiaofeng, where are you going with that carrying pole? Uncle Ernie was also busy in his orchard. Seeing Zhang Feng, he stood up and asked, going to pick peaches? Uncle Ernie, still weeding, huh? How about helping me carry peaches, and I will lend you Dabai and Xiaobai? Zhang Feng joked as he attempted to recruit some help. Oh, those 2 weeding beasts from your house? Uncle Ernie's eyes immediately lit up. He had long coveted Zhang Feng's weeding goats but had always been too embarrassed to ask. He never expected Zhang Feng to offer them himself. His orchard was also sizable, around 5 or 6 acres. If he relied on manual weeding, he would be exhausted. But if he had 2 weeding goats, things would be much easier. They could handle it themselves without any manual labor. Deal. But you have to keep your word. I help you carry peaches, and you must lend me your beasts. Uncle Ernie was overjoyed. Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word? Zhang Feng was also happy to have secured a helper. Lending Dabai and Xiaobai for a few days was no big deal. Besides, their relationship was so good that even if Uncle Ernio had not helped, Zhang Feng would still have lent him the goats. He believed that Uncle Ernio would do the same. Great, let us go. Uncle Ernio happily put down his hoe and followed Zhang Feng to the orchard. Xiaofeng and Ernio are here. We just finished picking, his mother said with a smile when she saw them. So we are just in time? Uncle Ernio responded with a laugh. Yes, thank you so much. No need for thanks, what are neighbors for? Uncle Ernio waved his hand dismissively. The two men then took over the load of peaches. Zhang Feng carried his in front, while Uncle Ernio followed behind with a full basket. You carry the pole. I lead the horse, welcoming the sunrise, seeing off the sunset, Uncle Ernio sang as he walked, belting out a line from Where is the Path? Come on, Uncle Ernio, are you trying to kill someone? Zhang Feng was startled by the singing. Most people were tone-deaf when they sang, but Uncle Ernio's voice sounded like the wails of ghosts. If he sang that at night, he might actually scare someone to death. Hee, this is a brand new beast style of singing, alright? You just do not appreciate fine art, Uncle Ernio said proudly, not the least bit ashamed. Sigh, I think the only creatures who could understand your style of singing would be actual beasts. The two of them teased each other as they strolled leisurely along the mountain path, not feeling tired at all. About 5 or 6 minutes later, they returned home. Peaches are here, peaches are here. Young man, weigh 10 kilograms for me. I want 5 kilograms. As Zhang Feng returned carrying the peaches, the tourists already waiting at the gate grew excited. Everyone rushed forward, afraid that like the previous 2 days, they would miss out completely and not even see a peach pit. Everyone, do not worry, do not worry. There are plenty of peaches today, enough for everyone. Zhang Feng quickly set down his pole. His mother and sister came forward to help. One of them greeted the tourists, while the other rushed into the house to fetch a scale and plastic bags. Uncle Ernio also stood protectively over his basket, worried that the excited crowd might knock it over. Hee, good thing I was clever enough to bring my own plastic bag, while others stood helplessly with empty hands. One tourist proudly pulled out a large plastic bag from his pocket. Damn, I wish I had thought of that. The other tourists instantly regretted it, watching enviously as he packed peaches into his bag. However, before he could enjoy his victory for long, Zhang Qin emerged from the house with a large bundle of plastic bags and distributed them to everyone. The crowd immediately erupted into a buying frenzy, as if the peaches were being given away for free. Seeing the bustling scene at Zhang Feng's gate stirred up even more excitement among the tourists. Instead of thinning out, the crowd only grew. The hustle and bustle lasted for about half an hour. Only after the peaches were sold out did the tourists slowly disperse. Uncle Ernio was left dumbfounded by the scene. You madman, did you drug these people or something? He asked in disbelief. 200 kilograms of peaches sold without even leaving the yard. If I had something like that, I would already be rich. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. 10 yuan per kilogram, and in just a short while, you made nearly 2,000 yuan. When did the peaches from Zhangjiawan become so popular? Uncle Ernio shook his head in disbelief. Hee, try one first before you say more. Zhang Feng picked up a leftover peach and handed it to him. What is so special about it? Uncle Ernio took a bite and was shocked. Damn, why are your peaches so delicious? We are growing the same variety, are we not? That is a trade secret. Get lost. You better spill it, or else. An excited Uncle Ernio grabbed Zhang Feng. Ah, alright, I will tell you. Zhang Feng then made up a serious-sounding explanation, claiming the flavor came from a classmate at the Agricultural Academy. You brat, and you kept this to yourself. After hearing the explanation, Uncle Ernio calmed down. I just wanted to try it out first before recommending it to you guys, Zhang Feng explained. Fine, I will let you off this time, but you must give me a bottle. Even though each bottle cost 500 yuan, it was a small price compared to the potential profits, so Uncle Ernio did not think it was expensive at all. In the end, after some cajoling and threats, Zhang Feng agreed to give him a bottle but told him to keep it secret. It was not yet time for wide distribution. Xiaofeng, have today's peaches sold out again? Having seen off Uncle Ernio and Dabai and Xiaobai, Uncle Lao Yu came over carrying a bucket of small fish. Yes, they are sold out. Uncle Lao Yu, are these the fish you caught today? Zhang Feng pointed to the bucket in Uncle Lao Yu's hand and asked. Yes, indeed. The fish in the lake are all wild. This is the entire catch for today. Uncle Lao Yu shook his head. Wild fish were truly hard to catch, extremely clever, vanishing at the slightest sign of disturbance. Zhang Feng weighed the catch exactly 8 kilograms. That came to 40 yuan in total. Uncle Lao Yu happily took the money and bid farewell. Xiaofeng, I will help you. Seeing so many small fish, his elder sister hurried over to help clean them. Thanks, sis. I will teach you how to make crispy fried fish in a bit. Zhang Feng planned to teach his sister the frying method, so she could handle it when he was not available. The method was quite simple, with the most important part being control of the heat. The fish must not be overcooked or undercooked. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Only by doing it personally a few times could one grasp the techniques. Under Zhang Feng's guidance, after a few batches, his sister gradually mastered the essentials. Although her skills were still slightly behind Zhang Feng's, she was not far off. Just a few more tries and she would likely catch up. Mom? Why are you moving the table outside? Let me help you. Zhang Feng came out of the kitchen and saw his mother moving the table. There is nothing much to do at home. I was going to take the dried mushrooms and dried fish outside to see if anyone wants to buy them, his mother replied. Alright, I will help you. Zhang Feng shook his head. He knew his mother could not sit still. Persuading her would not work, so he went over to help. Dai, Shui, get out of the way, watch your paws. The two little dogs, seeing Zhang Feng coming out, wagged their tails and rushed toward him. They were quite intelligent. As soon as they heard Zhang Feng's voice, they stopped at once, then waddled after him with their short legs, heading toward the gate. These two pups are really smart. Wang Guilan squinted her eyes in satisfaction. At first, she had complained about her son spending 500 yuan on the dogs, but after spending some time with them, she discovered they were surprisingly clever. Not only could they understand simple commands, they also went to the toilet on their own and never relieved themselves anywhere. The more time she spent with them, the more she liked them. Zhang Feng thought the products at their stall looked too plain. Suddenly, he remembered that his second uncle's household should have plenty of local goods, so he made his way over. Shui, do you still have any black fungus? Yes, we do. Just collected more than 10 kilograms from the countryside last week. What do you need, big brother? Zhang Yi was watching television. Upon hearing the voice, he quickly turned around. Bring them all over. I want to add them to my mother's stall. Also, bring me about 10 kilograms of peanuts, Zhang Feng said. Big brother, sit for a moment. I will go get them. Zhang Yi and their second uncle often went to markets in the countryside. Besides buying grain, they also collected local specialty products. As long as something could make money, they bought it, so their home was full of such mountain goods. Big brother, we also have sunflower seeds. Do you want those? Yes, of course. Your aunt can try selling them too. Zhang Feng did not mind having more stock. Generally speaking, the more goods there were, the better the sales. Afterwards, Zhang Feng carried several bags back to his mother's stall. He looked like a senior member of the beggars sect, laden with all kinds of miscellaneous mountain goods. You got these from your second uncle's place, right? His mother asked as she came over to help. Yes, I thought your stock looked a bit too plain, so I brought these over. Good. Having more variety makes selling easier. His mother nodded, pleased with the idea. She even thought of collecting mountain products from other villagers to sell at the stall. Seeing the stall set up at the Zhang family's gate, curious tourists occasionally came over to ask. Sometimes, they even made a sale or two. Although it was not as busy as on some days, it made his mother very happy. After lunch, Zhang Feng lay down in the courtyard to cool off. Ding ding ding, suddenly, the WeChat notification sound rang. Zhang Feng opened it and saw it was a message from his old classmate Shirley Stone, the sleazy guy who had just visited recently. Madman, how is it that after a few days you got even darker? Stone asked after seeing Zhang Feng's latest photos posted in his moments. Because I do not want to live my life in vain, Zhang Feng replied smartly. When did you become a philosopher? Stone teased. Hee, I have always spoken with wisdom, Zhang Feng boasted. Alright, enough nonsense. Let me treat you to a meal sometime. I am free today. What? Brother, why do you not just ascend to the heavens? Stone asked speechlessly. I just came down. Madman, can we still have a pleasant conversation? Hee, Zhang Feng chuckled smugly. The two chatted for a while longer. Stone truly felt envious, jealous, and resentful of Zhang Feng's relaxed life, earning tens of thousands of yuan a month while staying at home. Meanwhile, he and his peers worked themselves to the bone every day, earning only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. It was simply unfair. Sigh. Madman, do you know what the most painful thing in the world is? And the more painful? The most painful of all? Brother Lei sighed and asked. What? Working. Working every day. Working overtime. Unpaid overtime. Lei sounded utterly dejected. Brother, if you ever feel hopeless, I will send you a little white chrysanthemum. Rest assured, you will always live on in our hearts. Heavens, how can such an emotionally numb person like you exist, with not a shred of sympathy? Stone cried out to the sky. Alright, I am getting off work now. Let us chat again sometime. Sure, come visit when you are free. Then the two logged off WeChat. Hello, 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 hello. Can you say anything else? Zhang Feng walked over to the birdcage, teasing the little mina bird. Oh, the little bird surprisingly managed to say 2 new syllables. Ha, could it be that mastering one phrase led to a breakthrough? Has little 8 opened his Baihui acupoint? Zhang Feng was delighted. Come on, let us try something more difficult today. Zhang Feng then took out his phone and recorded 2 lines from the song I am a little bird. I am a little bird, longing to fly but never flying high. He set it on loop playback to see whether the little bird could learn it. If it did, it would be a pleasant surprise. If not, there was no loss. Truth be told, Zhang Feng did not have high hopes. But the result shocked him. The bird remained silent for a while, then suddenly sang so clearly that Zhang Feng realized he had severely underestimated the power of the spiritual awakening serum. The stars shifted, and time flew by. 2 days later, the peaches from Zhang Feng's family were finally in full supply, producing 500 to 600 kilograms a day. The tourists at the gate alone could no longer consume them all. After all, there were not that many tourists every single day, and Zhang Feng's peaches were not cheap, 10 yuan per kilogram, significantly more expensive than average peaches. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had already made preparations. 2 days prior, he had arranged with Fatty Nyo to supply his shop with 200 kilograms of peaches daily. The rest could be sold from home. Since the buyer Xiao Wang had something to do today, Zhang Feng had to deliver the goods himself. Mom, I'm heading out now. After packing the vegetables and peaches, Zhang Feng called to his mother. Be careful on the road, his mother reminded him not to neglect safety. Got it, Mom. Waving goodbye to his family, Zhang Feng drove off toward the county town on his electric tricycle. Hey, isn't that second grandpa up ahead? On the way, Zhang Feng saw second grandpa carrying a small bamboo basket filled with green peppers and tomatoes, likely on his way to sell them in town. Seeing how he stumbled as he walked, Zhang Feng quickly pulled over beside him. Second grandpa, are you heading to town? Let me give you a ride, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Oh, it's Xiaofeng. Thank you. Second grandpa was very pleased. He did not expect to catch a ride. Why did you not take the bus? That's a long way to walk, Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. Sigh, I hurried but still missed it. I would have to wait another hour, so I figured I might as well start walking, maybe I'd reach the town in time. Alright, let's get going. Buckle up, second grandpa. Zhang Feng chuckled, then restarted the vehicle and drove toward the county. About 15 minutes later, they arrived. Xiaofeng, let me get off here. You should hurry and make your delivery, second grandpa said as they neared the market. Alright, second grandpa. I'll head on then. Since it was just a few steps away from the market, Zhang Feng went one way while second grandpa went the other. Zhang Feng continued on to Fatty Nyo's restaurant. Mr. Zhang, the boss is waiting upstairs for you. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and unload the vegetables and fruits. As soon as Zhang Feng arrived at Fatty Nyo's restaurant, the lobby manager came out to greet him with a big smile, nothing like those face-slapping scenarios in novels. No need for the formalities, Manager Wang. I'll head up on my own. Zhang Feng was already very familiar with Boss Nyo's office. Knock knock knock. Zhang Feng knocked on the door. Come in. Oh, my brother is here. Come, sit. Fatty Nyo quickly got up to pour tea. No need, brother Nyo. I'll do it myself. Zhang Feng poured himself a cup. Brother, I really do not know how your vegetables and fruits are grown, the quality is phenomenal. Just a few days ago, I brought some samples to the Agricultural Product Testing Center. Guess what? What happened? Zhang Feng knew it must be good news but still pretended to be curious. Ha! After testing, it turns out our vegetables contain no pesticide residue and are rich in vitamins, calcium, zinc, selenium, and other rare trace elements, great for human health. Fatty Nyo was beaming with excitement. After chatting a while longer, Zhang Feng took his leave. He still had many things to handle at home. Truly, you never know when you'll meet again. Zhang Feng once again ran into second grandpa, who was now carrying an empty basket, shopping by the roadside. What the fuck? Suddenly Zhang Feng noticed a shady-looking man creeping up behind second grandpa. That man clearly had bad intentions. Sure enough, the guy darted his eyes around suspiciously, then pulled a pair of tweezers from his sleeve. Now Zhang Feng understood, he was a thief. Motherfucker, is there any humanity left in this damn thief? Even targeting an old man? Zhang Feng was clearly enraged. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Feng might not have intervened. But this bastard dared to steal from his second grandpa? That was basically digging his own grave. Stop! Zhang Feng shouted and charged at the thief like lightning. Caught off guard, either not expecting interference or shocked by Zhang Feng's fierce aura, the thief froze in place. You bastard thief! Zhang Feng grabbed the thief's hand holding the tweezers and twisted hard, making him cry out in pain. Ah! Let me go, I'm not a thief. The thief tried to deny it, but with the stolen goods in hand, Zhang Feng was not letting him off. You fucking bastard, let me go or I'll kill you. Seeing that pleading did not work and that Zhang Feng was still gripping him tightly, the thief tried to threaten him. Seeing Zhang Feng subdue the thief in seconds, bystanders in the market quickly gathered around, pointing and discussing. Do not let him go, young man. You're a good lad. Just then, two more shady individuals burst from the crowd, daggers in hand, charging straight at Zhang Feng. Ah! Xiaofeng, watch out! Second grandpa cried out in alarm. One of them had a vicious look, as if ready to stab Zhang Feng to death for meddling, but he did not notice the faint smirk on Zhang Feng's face. In truth, Zhang Feng had spotted them long ago. Ever since his transformation by the system, his senses had been razor-sharp. He had been wondering how to handle them, he just did not expect they would make the first move. Their arrogance was outrageous. Oof! Zhang Feng instantly grabbed the thief and slammed him into the oncoming attackers, completely unconcerned whether the thief got injured by his own accomplices. Bang! Bang! The two men, caught off guard, were knocked to the ground by their own comrade. Fortunately, they managed to stop their daggers in time. Otherwise, that thief would have been bleeding. Seeing Zhang Feng take down three thieves in moments, the surrounding crowd was inspired. They rushed in, tied up the three, and some quickly called the police. The marketplace was in an uproar. Zhang Feng's actions won him universal praise. Everyone agreed that without his intervention, the elderly man would have lost his hard-earned money. When the police arrived, they asked Zhang Feng a few questions. After understanding the situation, they took him, second grandpa, and the thieves to the police station. After a brief statement, Zhang Feng and second grandpa left. Xiaofeng, thank you so much for earlier, second grandpa said gratefully. No worries. You're my elder, if I don't help you, who will? Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Still, thank you. If not for you, I would have been robbed today, second grandpa said with emotion. Second grandpa, be careful when you go to town. It's best not to carry much cash, less loss even if you get targeted. Zhang Feng reminded him. I understand, Xiaofeng. Second grandpa nodded heavily, feeling a bit guilty. Xiaofeng had risked himself for his sake. The road back to the village was a smooth asphalt one. In just over 10 minutes, they returned. Second grandpa thanked Zhang Feng again, who waved it off and headed home. Why is my little sister home today? When Zhang Feng returned home and saw his younger sister sitting inside watching television, he asked curiously. The college entrance exam is in just a couple of days, so the school gave us time off, she replied while watching the TV. What about Zhang Lin? Zhang Feng asked again. She stayed at school to keep studying. Besides, it's inconvenient to travel from home to the county town for the exam. Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. With his little sister and older sister watching TV at home, and his mother selling goods at the door, Zhang Feng found himself with nothing urgent to do. So, he decided to practice carving and grabbed some wood to work on. What should I carve? Zhang Feng wondered. Suddenly, he spotted the two puppies at his feet. His eyes lit up. There was his subject, the two dogs right in front of him. He selected a piece of cedar wood, as its soft texture made it easy to carve, perfect for a beginner like him. Zhang Feng examined the wood carefully and began mentally mapping out the carving, what to sculpt where and how to approach it. First, he drafted the general outline, then slowly began the process. Actually, this is how we should approach all things. Start with a plan, then follow it step by step. That way, tasks become easier to complete and more likely to succeed. Once the preliminary assessment was done, Zhang Feng had a rough idea in mind. He quickly shaved off the excess parts, flashes of the blade, flying wood shavings, and in just 5 or 6 minutes, the outline of a puppy began to emerge. Next came the intricate details. Zhang Feng's expression turned serious. Holding the carving knife, he worked with utmost caution, afraid of making even the slightest mistake. As the work progressed, Zhang Feng's technique became smoother and more refined. He began integrating what he had learned with what he observed in reality. Gradually, he internalized the fundamentals of beginner-level carving. It seemed he would soon have full command of the skill. Time passed, and Zhang Feng became increasingly immersed in the world of carving. It was as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. His skills improved rapidly, almost like someone who had spent over 10 years mastering the craft. His technique grew more and more sophisticated. With every touch of his blade, the puppy's head became increasingly vivid. Anyone familiar with the dogs would instantly exclaim, "Isn't this Zhang Feng's own puppy?" The resemblance was uncanny, lifelike, full of spirit, almost alive. In his absorbed state, Zhang Feng sculpted the puppy's chubby body, its short tail, fluffy ears, and soft little paws. One by one, each detail emerged. The carved puppy was the perfect blend of form and spirit. His craftsmanship had surpassed that of typical seasoned carvers. Even a master artisan might not do better. Zhang Feng had perfectly captured Xiao Hei's charm, its innocence, its adorable clumsiness, its goofy cuteness, all of it deeply endearing. Xiao Hei, come see, does this look like you? Zhang Feng held up the wood carving in front of Xiao Hei. Whimper, Xiao Hei tilted his head, puzzled, staring at the wooden figure as if wondering which dog this was and why it looked so much like him. At that moment, De Hei also trotted over. After taking a glance at the carving and then at Xiao Hei, it barked at him, seemingly saying, "Why does this look just like you?" Zhang Feng chuckled and placed the carving before the two dogs, then proceeded to carve De Hei. Woof, woof. The two puppies were clearly confused, unable to tell whether the object before them was real or fake. They crouched low, baring their teeth at the wooden figure, pretending to be fierce but too intimidated to get any closer. Truly, Zhang Feng watched their antics and found them irresistibly cute. Shaking his head with a smile, Zhang Feng picked another piece of wood and began carving the second puppy. Since the two dogs looked similar, he quickly finished the general shape and moved on to refining the details. The most critical part was the head. It had to capture not just the dog's features but also its spirit. While Zhang Feng was fully immersed in his work, his younger sister unexpectedly walked out. Seeing her brother focused on something, she curiously approached. When Zhang Yu realized her brother was carving, she was astonished. She had no idea when he had picked up such a skill. She looked closely and saw how deft his hands were. The carved puppy was vividly detailed, almost alive. It was truly remarkable. Afraid of disturbing him, she silently stood behind him and watched. Only when Zhang Feng had finished did she speak up. "Wow, big brother, when did you learn to carve? This is amazing." "Ah, you scared me, girl." Zhang Feng patted his chest, startled, and looked at her. "Hee hee, that's what you get for not telling me you could carve," she replied with a grin. "Sigh, I just started learning. You were at school, how could I have told you?" Zhang Feng said with a helpless shake of his head. "I do not care. These two carved puppies are mine now." Without warning, she snatched up the carvings and ran off. Watching her flee, Zhang Feng let out a bitter smile. The things he had painstakingly carved, still warm in his hands, had already been stolen by this cheeky girl. Fine. Zhang Feng decided to carve two more. Practice makes perfect, after all. Having done it twice already, he was confident he could recreate them even better. Zhang Feng then spent another half-hour carving two new puppies. Fortunately, he only had one mischievous sister. If there had been more, even these two might not survive. Hello, little bird. Little Ba was a true role model for students practicing foreign languages all day long. Hearing the bird's voice, Zhang Feng was inspired to carve a figurine of Little Ba. He acted on the thought without delay. However, carving a bird was far more difficult than a dog. After searching for a while, he finally found a tree root suitable for the task. This root had 4 or 5 branches. Once a few excess bits were removed, the general shape of a bird would appear. Still, Zhang Feng did not rush. He studied the shape of the root closely. Only after gaining full confidence did he begin carving. With a well-formed plan, Zhang Feng carved swiftly. His knife moved like a pen, etching with agility and precision. Gradually, the bird took form, becoming more defined with each stroke. At last, Zhang Feng put down his knife and smiled in satisfaction. A lifelike figurine of Little Ba appeared in his hands. Aside from the size, its appearance was practically identical. It was a masterpiece, incredibly realistic. Nodding in approval, Zhang Feng placed the 3 carvings on the stone table. Then he reclined in a chair, poured himself some tea, and closed his eyes, peacefully enjoying this serene countryside life. In the early morning, Moon Lake Village was shrouded in dense fog. A thick mist enveloped the surrounding world. The drifting fog resembled clouds in the sky, changing endlessly with the wind. On the earth below, the winding Dabon River resembled a colossal dragon soaring through the heavens, weaving through the clouds and mist. It writhed, roared, summoned wind and rain, its might awe-inspiring and fearsome to behold. The Dabon River is the mother river of Qingshan County, stretching over hundreds of li. Its clear waters flow steadily eastward, eventually merging into the Panjiang River and, with its rushing current, flowing onward to the distant sea. In the past, the Dabon River was the only waterway connecting Qingshan and even the entire southwestern region of Guizhou province to the sea. Before liberation, due to underdeveloped land transportation, the river teemed with countless boats competing for passage, making it a hub of waterborne commerce. Back then, Qingshan County was a flourishing commercial center. Unfortunately, starting from the 1950s and 1960s, With the nationwide surge in infrastructure projects, numerous hydroelectric stations were built along the Panjang River like mushrooms after a rain. Lacking basin-wide planning, these developments completely severed the navigation routes along the upper and middle reaches, cutting Qingshan off from access to the sea and prosperity. From then on, the region gradually declined and became one of the poorest areas in the country. Fortunately, with the dawn of the new century and the launch of the Western Development Strategy, water transport on the Panjang River was re-established. One by one, open sluice gates became towering portals to the outside world, reconnecting the backward western regions to the bustling world. Water transport on the Dabon River was revitalized. As roosters crowed and the sun rose, the dense mist across heaven and earth slowly dissipated. All of Zhangjiawan gradually stirred to life. The ancients spoke of rising at the rooster's crow to practice swordplay. The diligent villagers of Zhangjiawan were no less hardworking. They labored from sunrise to sunset, never becoming complacent despite improved living conditions. At dawn, Zheng Feng's orchard was already bustling. Looking closely, it was not only his second uncle's family present, but also Uncle Ernio and Little Duck. If Aunt Ernio were not working in the county town, she would probably be here too. Naturally, Zheng Feng's own household of 3 was not absent either. Everyone was helping harvest peaches. Today, more peaches had ripened. If only Zheng Feng's family were working, they would be busy all morning. But with everyone's help, it would take just 1 to 2 hours to harvest 700 to 800 kilograms. "You brat, stop eating so many peaches, or you'll end up with diarrhea," Uncle Ernio scolded, frowning at the pile of peach pits beneath Little Duck. Children had no restraint. If it tasted good, they gorged themselves. "I won't. I ate even more the other day," Little Duck argued. "No way. You can eat at most 3 more. Any more and I'll beat the hell out of you." "Humph, so unreasonable," Little Duck muttered, but still did not dare defy his father. "Young man's here, give me 5 kilograms. I want 10 kilograms. Zheng Feng had just carried a load of peaches back and had not even reached the gate when a group of waiting tourists swarmed him. He quickly set down the baskets and shouted, "Everyone, don't worry. There are more peaches today, enough for all. No need to panic." Seeing Zhang Feng surrounded, his younger sister hurried over with a scale and plastic bags to assist. Soon everyone had bags, and within 5 or 6 minutes, the 2 baskets of peaches were completely sold out. Over 100 kilograms of peaches vanished into the hands of a few tourists. Many others, unable to squeeze through the crowd, did not get a single one. "Ah, they're all sold out again. What do we do if we can't compete?" "Yeah, young man, why don't we go to your orchard instead?" "Yeah, we'd love to experience picking them ourselves. What do you say? We promise not to damage the trees." The tourists who had not managed to buy any peaches clamored to follow Zheng Feng to the orchard to pick the fruit themselves and enjoy the experience. Zheng Feng thought for a moment. After all, the orchard was just 4 or 5 minutes away, so he agreed. "All right, you can follow me, but be careful and do not damage the trees." After reminding them, Zheng Feng led the crowd to the orchard. "Xiaofeng, why are you bringing tourists here?" his mother asked in confusion upon seeing Zheng Feng arrive with 2 or 3 dozen people. "Mom, Zheng Feng then explained what had happened earlier. Everyone was left speechless. All this over a bit of fruit? At the same time, they marveled at how attractive Zheng Feng's peaches were. The tourists entered the orchard joyfully and ran toward the trees. Their excitement after picking the fruit was as if they had discovered treasure. Clearly, doing it themselves gave them a greater sense of appreciation, achievement, and meaning. "Ha! I picked a huge peach," one tourist exclaimed excitedly. "Ha! That's nothing, mine's even bigger." "Big is not the point, it has to be ripe. Look at mine, big and red, it must be delicious." The tourists laughed and chatted happily, weaving through the orchard and enjoying the fun of rural fruit picking. About half an hour later, they were ready to leave, each carrying bags full of fruit as they walked toward Zhang Feng. After weighing, the smallest haul was 7 to 8 kilograms. One guy even borrowed a back basket and filled it to the brim. "Dude, why are you buying so much on your own?" others asked curiously. "Heh, such tasty peaches, I have to share with my family," he said with a grin. "Wouldn't 10 or 20 kilograms be enough?" they asked, surprised. "That's not enough. My family has 4 generations under one roof, over 20 people. 3 or 4 dozen kilograms might not even be enough. If you count my wife's relatives, I'm still worried it won't be enough," he explained. Everyone was stunned. 4 generations under one roof? That was rarer than a panda. People knew that even a family of 3 could bicker daily over chores and groceries, let alone a family of 20 or 30. "Ha, it's not quite what you think. Most of the younger ones in my family work elsewhere. We only gather during major holidays. Usually, there are just 10 or so people at home," he explained with a smile. "Oh, The others nodded in understanding and gradually left the orchard. I never thought selling fruit could be this easy, Uncle Ernie said in awe as he watched tourists walking away with bags of peaches. Ha, this method has long existed in many places. We're just late to adopt it here, Zhang Feng replied. In other rural tourism areas, fruit picking had long been part of the program. Many city dwellers loved hands-on experiences like this. Xiaofeng, quickly count how many kilograms we sold just now, second uncle asked curiously. Wait, I'll do the math. Zhang Feng pulled out a notebook and started calculating. How much was it? After a minute or two, he put the book down. Uncle Ernie asked eagerly. We sold 423 kilograms just now. That much? Everyone was stunned. In just half an hour, over 400 kilograms sold, bringing in more than 4,000 yuan. In all their years of farming, they had never seen such insane income in less than an hour. And the best part was, they had not even finished selling all the fruit, there were still around 300 kilograms left. If those sold too, today's earnings could reach 7 to 8,000 yuan. Thinking about it, everyone was shocked. Second uncle and Uncle Ernie were both ecstatic. Although their own fruit was not quite ready, they had also used Zhang Feng's fruit enhancer. Even if their peaches matured later, at 7 or 8 yuan per kilogram, they could still make a good profit. 7 to 8 yuan per kilogram, and with over 10,000 kilograms each, that meant 70 to 80,000 yuan in income. Unbelievable. They were utterly dazed by the staggering profit. Uncle Ernio grabbed the peaches. Let's go. Zhang Feng picked up a load and walked a few steps ahead, then turned back to see Uncle Ernio still grinning like an idiot. Ah! Coming. Startled back to reality, he hurried to follow, though the smile never left his face. Zhang Feng's mother, elder sister, and second uncle's family packed up their tools and followed them home. On the way back, everyone was cheerful, their faces lit up with happiness. As Zhang Feng reached the foot of the mountain, he looked into the distance and saw a number of tourists still waiting at his gate. He quickened his pace and rushed home. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he was once again surrounded by excited visitors. They bought 3 kilograms, 5 kilograms at a time, quickly snatching up over 100 kilograms of peaches. The remaining 100+ kilograms were left at the entrance for sale. With his mother there to keep watch, Zhang Feng was confident they would sell quickly. He not only had confidence in the quality of his peaches but also in the purchasing power of the people. Nowadays, people's lives had improved. Spending 10 yuan for a kilogram of such delicious peaches was not something most would hesitate over. Even the usually thrifty elderly folks would likely not resist buying 1 or 2 kilograms just to taste something fresh. Second uncle, have a seat. Thank you all for your hard work today, Zhang Feng said, inviting everyone to sit and expressing his gratitude. No need to be so polite, second uncle waved it off. Exactly, we're family after all, added Uncle Ernie indifferently. Second uncle, have some tea. At that moment, the older sister brought over tea for everyone. You guys relax and watch some TV. I'll go cook, Zhang Feng said as he headed toward the kitchen. After everyone had helped out all morning, of course, he had to treat them to a good meal. Go on. Don't worry about us, they said, waving him off. Xiaofeng, let me do the cooking. You go chat with second uncle and the others, his older sister said, walking over. Zhang Feng knew her cooking skills were already pretty good, close to his own, so he handed the task over to her. Xiaofeng, how many peaches do you think your orchard will yield this year? Second uncle asked, estimating. I think it's even more, maybe 30,000 kilograms, Uncle Ernie said in astonishment. Thinking of the fruit trees in Zhang Feng's orchard, all heavily laden with peaches to the point of sagging branches, they were amazed. Scenes like this they had only seen in scientific demonstration fields, never right before their eyes. It was truly awe-inspiring. 30,000 kilograms? Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then said, that should be about right. He felt pleased just thinking about his large, juicy, red peaches. The system had really delivered. A single dose of a compound had boosted the value of his fruit dramatically. In the past, ordinary nectarines sold for only 2 yuan per kilogram. Now, they were fetching 10 yuan, a 5-fold increase, instantly raising his family's income by 2 to 300,000 yuan. Hiss, everyone gasped at the number, stunned beyond words. 30,000 kilograms? At 10 yuan per kilogram, that was 300,000 yuan? To put it into perspective, most families earned only 10 to 20,000 yuan per year from farming. But Zhang Feng's family, with just 3 or 4 acres of fruit trees, could earn 300,000. If all their fruit ripened and sold, their total income could exceed 1,000,000 yuan. Thinking about this made second uncle and Uncle Ernie inhale sharply again. They could hardly believe it. Since when could farming bring such overnight wealth? In the next moment, both remembered that they had also used the same compound. Instantly, excitement overcame them, and they trembled with joy. Although their fruit might not sell for as much as Zhang Feng's, it should still fetch at least half the price. Even with that, their income could reach 3 to 500,000. How could they not be thrilled? Seeing their astonished expressions, Zhang Feng smiled. He knew their hearts were stirring, so he said nothing, just leisurely sipped his tea. As for Zhang Yi and Little Duck, they were still watching cartoons together, eyes glued to the screen, completely oblivious to the mood in the room. Xiaofeng, do you think our fruit can fetch a good price? After the initial excitement passed, Uncle Ernio asked nervously. Hard to say, but you'll know in 5 or 6 days, won't you? By then, their peaches would likely be ripe, and their quality would speak for itself. Sigh, 5 or 6 more days. Just thinking about the wait made Uncle Ernio feel like a cat on a hot roof itching with impatience. Do not worry, Ernio. We used the same compound. If Xiaofeng's fruit is this good, ours can't be far off, second uncle said with a calm smile, having already recovered from the excitement. He comforted Ernio, who was visibly anxious. Second brother is right. We all used the same stuff, there shouldn't be much difference. Uncle Ernio nodded, finally putting aside his worries. His usual carefree attitude returned, and the nervousness faded away. Lunch is ready. Xiaoye, come help me bring the dishes, the older sister called after half an hour of conversation. Soon the younger sister came out carrying a dish. All right, here's stir-fried smoked pork with hautuinia, she said with a grin, adding, Little Duck, do not steal a bite. I would not. It was you who stole a bite earlier. Little Duck pouted and countered. Nonsense. Which eye of yours saw that? The younger sister glared at him fiercely. I saw it with both eyes, the little one shot back, unafraid. Zhang Feng stood up, chuckling. All right, enough arguing. Xiaoye, go help with the dishes. Little Duck, wash up for lunch. Xiaoyi, go call second aunt and my mom to come eat, Zhang Feng instructed. At that moment, second aunt and his mother walked in together. No need to call, we come as soon as the food's ready, they said with smiles. Now that everyone is here, let's sit down, Zhang Feng said, ushering them all to the table. Since time was tight today, there were no elaborate dishes, just a few home-style favorites prepared by the older sister. Besides the smoked pork with hautuinia, there were stir-fried bok choy, minced pork with eggplant, wood ear mushrooms with pork slices, and finally, sauerkraut fish head tofu stew, which had been simmering since morning. After a busy morning, everyone found the meal particularly tasty. With no outsiders present, the atmosphere was relaxed and unrestrained. Eating together with a large group seemed to improve appetites and flavor. Even the younger sister, usually the lightest eater, had 2 large bowls. Surprisingly, the biggest eater today was none other than Little Duck. He devoured 4 bowls and a whole fish head the size of a bowl. No one could understand how his little stomach held so much. After lunch, the guests said their goodbyes and left. Zhang Feng carried a teapot into the courtyard and leisurely sipped tea while admiring the wildflowers. Just as he was enjoying this tranquil afternoon, 2 dogs came bounding over, barking at him. Woof woof, woof woof. What's the matter? Zhang Feng quickly stood up and asked the 2 pups. Woof woof, woof woof. Hearing his voice, Dahei and Xiaohei stopped barking, then ran toward the gate. Zhang Feng thought they were leaving, but they returned moments later, each carrying a food bowl. With a clatter, they dropped them at his feet and stared up at him with big, pleading eyes. It was as if they were saying, Master, we have not eaten yet. Heh, you clever little things, Zhang Feng chuckled, rubbing their little heads. All right, I'll go get your food. I was too busy today and forgot. Whimper, seeing Zhang Feng pick up their bowls and head inside, the 2 pups bounced with excitement and followed close behind. Oh dear, I forgot about you. Come on, big sister will feed you. The older sister spotted them and rushed over, scooping the dogs up and showering them with affection. She adored the 2 pups. They were so intelligent, required no extra care, and never made a mess around the house. She took their bowls and filled them with a big portion of rice mixed with fish broth. As the savory aroma rose, the pups buried their heads in the bowls and ate ravenously, not once looking up. They were truly famished today. Watching them eat, the older sister squatted down beside them and gently stroked their fur with affection. Big brother, what's wrong, Xiaoyi? Don't panic, sit down and tell me. Zhang Feng was lying in the courtyard cooling off when his cousin suddenly rushed in, breathless. Someone found treasure in the Panlong River. Big brother, are you coming? Zhang Yi asked eagerly, rubbing his hands with anticipation. Really? Zhang Feng jumped to his feet at once. Who hasn't dreamed of finding treasure? As soon as he heard that someone had dug up something valuable from the river, Zhang Feng was immediately intrigued. Of course. Lots of people have found things. Uncle Xiaoqi even dug up 2 silver yuan coins. Big brother, let's go quickly, or there won't be anything left. Zhang Yi urged anxiously. Alright, let's go. Knowing time was of the essence, Zhang Feng grabbed a hoe and other tools, then hopped onto the tricycle with Zhang Yi, ready to set off. Wait for me, big brother. I want to come too. Their little sister suddenly ran out and climbed onto the tricycle as well. Zhang Feng started the engine, and the three of them sped toward the site. Zhang Jiawen sat beside the beautiful Dabong River, just a few hundred meters from its clear waters. The Dabong River wound eastward, and about 2 or 3 kilometers downstream of Zhang Jiawen, it merged with the Panlong River. The Panlong River, also known as the Panjiang, was historically important because it connected to the Pearl River and provided a waterway to the sea. For that reason, Qingshan County had once been a major water transport hub in the southwest, a vital link connecting Yunnan and Guizhou with Guangdong. Back then, the Panjiang bustled with 1,000 sails. Dozens of cargo ships docked daily at the Shashan Wharf, carrying away southwestern specialties and bringing in industrial goods from outside. However, the river section downstream from Zhangjiawen, famously known as Water Ghost Bay, featured winding bends and, due to years of neglect, was full of hidden rocks and heavy sediment. Many cargo boats capsized there. Locals claimed the area was haunted, so few people dared to go near it, making it a quiet, desolate place. But today, Water Ghost Bay was buzzing with activity. As a classic comedy line goes, drums beating, firecrackers cracking, flags flying, and crowds surging. That was exactly the scene Zhang Feng and his siblings saw upon arrival. Watching people toiling enthusiastically on the riverbank, Zhang Feng felt like he had traveled back to the era of collective work projects. As the saying goes, live off the mountain if you're near the mountain, live off the water if you're near the water. Because so many ships had sunk at Water Ghost Bay, locals often found lost items there. Some had even stumbled upon gold ingots. Zhang Feng recalled that a man named Feng Lauer from the neighboring village had struck it rich after fishing treasure from the Panlong River. Within months, he had built a 3-story villa, drawing the envy of nearby villagers. Since then, hordes of people had flocked to the river, but most came back empty-handed. Only a rare few ever found anything of value. But today was different. 3 or 4 people had already dug up treasure, silver yuan coins from the Republic of China era. People speculated that there must be more coins scattered nearby, so excitement spread like wildfire. Everyone grabbed hoes and rakes and swarmed the riverbank to dig. The Panjiang is a major tributary of the Pearl River. It originates in the snow-capped mountains of northeastern Yunnan and runs nearly 1,000 kilometers, passing through the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau and several counties and cities before merging into the Pearl River. It has been documented since pre-Qing times, historically known as the Changke River. Due to poor overland infrastructure, it once served as a major waterway and irrigation source for developing the southwest. After centuries of war and neglect, river transport on the Panlong had been dormant for over 1,000 years. It was not until the late Qing dynasty that dredging resumed, restoring the Panlong River as a vital link between the southwest and the southeast. That era marked the peak of Panlong's river transport. Countless merchant ships plied the Pearl River daily, carrying away goods like tung oil, rare mountain products, ores, and crops from the southwest, and bringing back essentials and basic industrial goods from Guangdong such as kerosene, salt, nails, and matches. As the only river connecting Guizhou to the Pearl River Delta, the Panlong saw spectacular scenes of 1,000 sails racing and 100 boats competing. Qingshan County flourished during this time, becoming one of Guizhou's commercial hubs. But those glorious days faded with time. As technology advanced and overland transportation developed, the neglected Panlong River declined once more. Only recently has the provincial government begun considering redevelopment to revive its logistical advantages. Of course, none of that concerned Zheng Chang, an ordinary man. Zheng Feng's only thought was of the sunken treasures in the Panlong River. Big brother, let's quickly find a spot, or everything will be gone. People digging along the river respected a sort of unspoken rule. No one would dig in someone else's spot, leaving about 2 to 3 meters between each person to avoid disputes. Alright, over there, there's a clear space. Let's go. Zhang Feng hoisted his hoe and led Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu to the site. Xiaofeng, you came too? They ran into a familiar face, Uncle Xiaoqi, who operated boats on Moon Lake. Uncle Xiaoqi, I heard you found treasure? Zhang Feng asked curiously. Both Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu looked eager to hear more. He got lucky and dug up 2 silver coins, Uncle Xiaoqi replied modestly, though his face was practically beaming. Even 2 silver yuan coins could sell for 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, a nice windfall. After exchanging greetings, he returned to digging. Motivated, Zhang Feng and his siblings quickly picked a spot and started digging as well. Although this treasure hunt was like searching for a needle in a haystack, the enthusiasm of the crowd was unstoppable. Zhang Feng and the others joined the frenzy, blindly sifting through the rocky shoreline, hoping for a valuable find. Big brother, should we try another place? After about half an hour with no results, Zhang Yi grew anxious. Yeah, all we found was an old Liberation Army shoe, Zhang Yu added in frustration. Ah, I found something. I found something. Suddenly, someone from a neighboring village shouted like he had won the lottery, dancing and yelling with joy. Let us see. Show us what you found. Hearing someone had found treasure again, people nearby rushed over to catch a glimpse. Big brother, should we go too? You two go ahead. There are too many people, I'll stay here, Zhang Feng replied, smiling at their eager faces. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his senses were sharper, and he had already spotted the silver coin from a distance. He saw no need to join the chaotic crowd. We're going. They bolted off and disappeared in a flash. These two are always chasing a scene. Zhang Feng shook his head with a faint smile. He paused too, realizing that digging blindly like a headless fly was not the way. He started to think it through. But no matter how hard he thought, he came up with nothing. He had no clue where the scattered coins might be. Just then, a passing comment sparked an idea. Sigh, how come they're all so lucky and we haven't found a damn thing? That made Zhang Feng's eyes light up. Drawing on half-remembered geography and physics knowledge, he analyzed where others had found treasure and identified some common features. He then located 2 or 3 similar spots that had not yet been dug. He grabbed his tools and quickly staked out the area, calling Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu back to claim the other spots. Unfortunately, whether due to bad luck or flawed analysis, both new spots yielded nothing. Zhang Feng, discouraged, stopped to rest for a while. As time passed, more and more people gathered by the Panlong River. Not only were there villagers from nearby communities, but also people from the county town and other townships. Everyone had a hoe in hand, working diligently along the riverbank. From a high vantage point, one would see human figures densely packed along the banks of the Panlong River, moving about like ants relocating their nest. To an outsider, it might look like a riverbank restoration project, but in reality, everyone was treasure hunting along the river. Very soon, what was once a smooth stretch of riverbank had become riddled with craters, looking like a battlefield scarred by shell explosions, utterly chaotic. Let's keep digging. After a brief rest, Zhang Feng resumed digging. Having not found anything yet, he began to doubt his own hypothesis. But only one spot remained. Whether his theory was right or not would soon be revealed. Zhang Feng picked up his hoe again and resumed digging with determination. As for Zhang Yu and Zhang Yi, their enthusiasm lasted only a few minutes. After digging for a while without results, they went off to survey elsewhere, leaving only Zhang Feng still at it. The riverbank, mixed with pebbles and mud, was not easy to dig. At the same time, one had to search meticulously, otherwise, even if something valuable was found, it could be tossed away with the mud unnoticed. Zhang Feng dug carefully. During that time, several others also uncovered treasures. One person found an antique bronze tray, and another discovered a piece of ancient pottery. However, both items were incomplete and had been heavily eroded by the river. Even though they were from ancient times, they likely would not fetch a high price. 2 others found silver yuan coins, further confirming everyone's belief that more coins were scattered in the area. Encouraged by these discoveries, the rest of the crowd was filled with renewed energy, digging with even greater fervor, convinced they too would find treasure. Zhang Feng was equally excited. He thought, there really are silver coins here. If others can find them, I might too. 20 centimeters, 50 centimeters, 1 meter. Zhang Feng sifted through the soil carefully, hoping to discover something that would thrill him. He examined every pebble and clump of earth. Suddenly, something round and black caught his eye. Zhang Feng couldn't help but gasp inwardly. He quickly cleared the surrounding mud and uncovered a silver coin, blackened and oxidized like a lump of coal. He picked it up, wiped away the dirt, and indeed it was a silver yuan coin from the Republic era. Unfortunately, corrosion had blurred the markings, making it hard to tell which type it was. Silver yuan coins from the late Qing and Republic periods came in many types and were issued in large quantities. Their values varied significantly. As the saying goes, rarity is value. Some rare or commemorative coins could fetch several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan, while common ones might only be worth a few hundred. If in poor condition, they might go for only 100 or 2. Xiaofeng, you found a silver coin? At some point, Uncle Ernio had arrived at the riverbank with Little Duck. He had come over to greet Zhang Feng when he happened to witness him uncover the coin. Oh, Uncle Ernio. Zhang Feng, so focused, was startled. Upon recognizing him, he said, I finally got lucky after all that digging. Quick, Xiaofeng, let me have a look. Uncle Ernio exclaimed, eager as if he had found it himself. I want to see too. Little Duck shouted. Xiaofeng is really lucky. Uncle Ernie stroked the coin repeatedly, his face full of envy. Hearing Uncle Ernie and Little Duck, the nearby crowd instantly knew that Zhang Feng had found a silver coin. They dropped their tools and rushed toward him as if running a race. Let me see too. Let me see. Wow, it really is a silver coin. Hey, stop pushing. Hey, don't snatch it. What if it breaks? Snatching now? And if it gets lost, will you pay for it? Seeing the chaos, Uncle Ernio quickly covered the coin and shouted, "Everyone, calm down. I have it, take a look here." His quick reaction restored order. Each person took a glance at the coin, then returned to their own spot. Peace returned once again. These people are nuts. Uncle Ernio wiped his brow, then returned the coin to Zhang Feng. Better keep this safe yourself. Uncle Ernio, why are you empty-handed? Not digging for treasure? Zhang Feng asked while taking the coin back. Dig what? You know me, I've had bad luck since I was a kid. I'm just here to watch the fun, Uncle Ernie said with a chuckle. Zhang Feng chatted idly with him while continuing his treasure hunt in the same pit, hoping for more finds. Big brother, did you really find something? After a few minutes, Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu came running, out of breath and excited. Yeah, just one silver coin, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Wow, you really found one. Big brother, show us. Zhang Yu urged excitedly. Sigh, too bad the markings are too faded. Yeah, the condition's bad, probably worth just 200 or 300 yuan. The two of them took the coin with trembling hands, inspecting it carefully, then handed it back with a hint of regret. Come on, be happy you found anything at all. What are you expecting, gold bricks? Uncle Ernie scoffed. Heh, Uncle Ernie's right. We should be content. We're just having fun, we never planned on striking it rich. Earned money brings peace of mind, Zhang Feng added with a smile. Hee, we didn't expect to get rich overnight, just a bit disappointed, Zhang Yu giggled, sticking out her tongue. Motivated by Zhang Feng's find, the two of them returned to digging. Perhaps luck had truly arrived, because before long, Zhang Yu made a discovery. Ah! Brother, look! Is this jade? She shouted in excitement. What? Let me see. Zhang Feng turned around and took the stone from her. Well, is it jade, Xiaofeng? Uncle Ernie rushed over, eyes wide. Zhang Yi stopped digging and leaned in curiously. It seems to be jade, but I don't know what kind, Zhang Feng said, frowning at the carved pendant. The pendant was simple, featuring a delicate orchid. A small hole at the top indicated it was meant to be worn on a string. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng had little knowledge of jade, so he could not determine its quality, age, or value. He figured it probably wasn't worth much. Having been buried in the riverbed for too long, its color had yellowed and it bore numerous scratches, which damaged its appearance. Is it valuable? Zhang Yu asked, eyes glinting with greed. Heh, what do you think? Zhang Feng laughed, handing the pendant back. Better to wear it yourself. It probably won't sell for much. Ugh, isn't there a saying that gold has a price but jade is priceless? Why is mine worthless? She pouted. Jade priceless? Then why are jade items clearly priced in stores? Poor quality jade only costs a few dozen to 100 yuan. The idea of priceless jade is more about sentiment and value pursuit. It doesn't mean every piece is worth a fortune, Zhang Feng explained. Forget it. You're lucky you even found jade. Look at me, I've only dug up 2 broken pieces of porcelain, Zhang Yi said enviously. The three had come together, and everyone found something except him. Hee, with our luck, you'll find something soon too, Zhang Yi said with a cheerful smile. Thanks for the good luck. I hope I dig something up too. With that, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and returned to his digging, hoping their luck would rub off on him. After unearthing a piece of jade, the little girl seemed fully content. She sat leisurely on the riverbank, watching the busy crowd work up a sweat while she herself relaxed and enjoyed the view. As time passed, the sun gradually moved westward across the sky, but the riverbank remained as bustling as ever, filled with crowds of treasure hunters. Seeing how fun everyone's digging looked, Little Duck also began scratching the ground aimlessly. To everyone's surprise, while his father was plagued with bad luck, he seemed to have incredible fortune. He actually dug up an exquisite small porcelain bottle. Zhang Feng took one look and guessed that it was probably an old medicine bottle once used by apothecaries or doctors for storing pills. The small porcelain bottle was extremely delicate, an elegant piece of blue and white porcelain, and miraculously well preserved. If it dated back to the pre-liberation era, it could easily fetch 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. The little fellow had truly gotten lucky. Maybe my luck is bad, but my son's is amazing. He really found such a valuable treasure. Uncle Ernie was immediately puffed up with pride, as if worried that others might not know his son had struck gold. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Zhang Yi could only sit silently nearby, shedding metaphorical tears and cursing the unfairness of the heavens. He had been digging tirelessly, yet hadn't even turned up a pebble, while that little brat little duck had playfully uncovered such a fine piece of porcelain. Zhang Yi lifted his eyes to the sky and sighed in despair. Perhaps the heavens heard his cry. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Yi finally had a find of his own. It was only a common copper coin, but it was still better than coming up empty-handed. "Big brother, can you help me check if this copper coin is worth anything?" he asked excitedly, finally proud to have unearthed something. "You found something too, Xiaoyi? Let me see." Zhang Feng was also pleased and smiled as he responded. This is a copper coin from the 32nd year of Emperor Guangxu's reign. It's still in fairly good condition. I'm not sure if it's valuable, Xiaoyi, better check it online." Zhang Feng wasn't familiar with the antique coin market either, so he had to rely on a search engine. "Oh, right. Why didn't I think of that?" Zhang Yi immediately searched on his phone. Within a few seconds, the results appeared. Modern copper coins were only in circulation for a little over 30 years, but their volume, variety, and numerous versions were staggering. It was estimated that from 1900 to 1917, more than 32 billion Tenwen copper coins were minted across all provinces. The copper coin Zhang Yi found was one of the most common Tenwen coins. According to online sources, it might be worth 50 or 60 yuan. If in poor condition, no one would buy it. Even though he learned it wasn't worth much, Zhang Yi remained upbeat. He smiled contentedly. To him, even a worthless coin was a treasure since he had dug it up himself. It was certainly better than going home empty-handed, so he carefully wrapped the coin in a tissue and placed it in his pocket. Then he patted his chest proudly, his face glowing with happiness. At last, like the others, he had found something and hadn't made the trip in vain. "The police are coming! Run!" someone suddenly shouted from the roadside. "The police?" People at the riverbank panicked instantly. They grabbed their tools and fled in all directions. "Little sister, Xiaoyi, let's go too." Zhang Feng didn't want to get in trouble either. Although no one had found much, they had left the riverbank riddled with holes. If they were caught and forced to restore it, that would be a huge problem. So Zhang Feng quickly fled, like most of the others. He started the vehicle, and they vanished down the road. But you can't run from everything. The police still caught a good number of people. After questioning them, the detained folks ratted out the rest. Everyone was from nearby villages, how could they not recognize each other? The police contacted each one directly, and in the end, not a single person who had dug that day escaped punishment. Everyone was fined 100 yuan to cover riverbank restoration costs. Despite the three of them being fined a total of 300 yuan, Zhang Feng and the others were still very cheerful. The day's treasure hunt had been thrilling, and the police hadn't confiscated what they found, likely because the items seemed low in value and taking them might have caused conflict. The police never even brought it up. After paying their fines, the trio drove happily home. "Xiaofeng, you're back," his older sister saw them at the gate and asked curiously, "Did you find anything?" Of course, the little sister beamed. "Big sister, look, this is the jade pendant I found." "Oh, it really is jade." The older sister examined it for a while, then asked, "What about you two? What did you find?" "Big brother found a silver yuan, and I found a copper coin," Zhang Yi said joyfully. The two of them then brought out their finds for everyone to admire. "Big sister, do we have guests today?" Zhang Feng noticed one of the guest rooms was locked. Usually, they were left open. "Yes, 2 people arrived earlier. They said they had already made a reservation with you. I tried calling you, but your phone was busy, so I just let them settle in," she explained. "That's right, they booked online 2 days ago." "I expect 3 more guests this afternoon," Zhang Feng said. "Where did those 2 go?" "They took a camera and went to explore Moon Lake," she guessed. "Let them be. We provide board and lodging, it's up to them how they spend the rest of their time, as long as they stay safe." Zhang Feng nodded. He thought it might be wise in the future to provide guests with safety guidelines so they wouldn't wander into dangerous areas. For example, they shouldn't bathe in the river without supervision or venture deep into the mountains. In recent years, as the ecosystem recovered, wild boars and other dangerous animals had started to appear again. Entering the wilderness without caution could be extremely risky. Outside of that, roaming around the village was perfectly safe. Even if something did happen, there were villagers and tourists all around who could help quickly. Therefore, guests staying at their home would be required to stay nearby unless Zhang Feng gave special permission. If an accident happened, neither he nor the guest could bear the responsibility. "Sis, how do I look wearing this?" The little sister had already strung the jade pendant on a red cord and was now wearing it around her neck. "Of course you look great. Everything looks good on our Xiaoye," her big sister said with a smile. The two sisters began chatting happily about clothes and makeup. Zhang Feng had no interest in such things, so he walked into the courtyard to clean his silver yuan. He rinsed the dirt off with clean water, brushed it thoroughly, dried it with a hairdryer, and finally placed it in a small, dry gift box for safekeeping. Although the coin was not especially valuable, it was his very first find and held great sentimental value. He planned to keep it forever as a family heirloom to pass down to future generations. You could say Zhang Feng was thinking far ahead. He was still a bachelor, yet already dreaming of his descendants. If anyone knew, they might laugh their head off. After carefully storing away the family heirloom, Zhang Feng lay in the courtyard enjoying the cool shade, leisurely reading an online novel. Zhang Feng's favorite genre was tranquil, rural-themed fiction, the kind that is easy and relaxing to read. Zhang Yi sat beside him at the stone table, pulling out his phone to play his favorite game, Honor of Kings. Showy, what rank are you now? Zhang Feng never played games himself, but his cousin played often, so he had picked up some knowledge through exposure. Sigh, I was just about to rank up to platinum, but yesterday I got totally screwed over by some elementary school kid. Zhang Yi said, visibly frustrated at the memory. What happened? Zhang Feng asked, confused. Big brother, haven't you heard? Elementary school kids are gaming legends. In text chat, they flame teammates while AFK. In battle, they tower dive to feed. When ahead, they dive into 1v5 fights. When behind, they vote for surrender. They save enemies with mistimed flashes and block allies with poorly placed walls. When idle, they vanish for ages. When active, they charge across the map to throw the game. They courageously flash into a death and betray teammates without remorse. If the game goes well, they troll. If poorly, they surrender. How much sorrow can one man have? It's like having 4 feeders in a 5-man team, 20-minute surrender every match. Zhang Yi shook his head. Wow, you guys really roast these kids. Zhang Feng chuckled. Though he did not fully understand all the gaming slang, he caught the general meaning. It was a well-crafted rant about toxic elementary school players. We don't even need to roast them, they roast themselves. But seriously, yesterday I got teamed with a real disaster. 2 minutes into the match, the kid already got killed. How could I not be pissed off with a teammate like that? Zhang Feng laughed and expressed his sympathy, then continued reading his novel. Zhang Yi, meanwhile, stayed focused on his game, hoping to quickly reach platinum, then push for diamond, and eventually the champion rank. As the afternoon sun slowly descended westward, a cool breeze drifted through. Under the large cypress tree, the two sat quietly using their phones. 2 adorable black puppies lay near Zhang Feng's feet. Their fur was sleek and shiny, glowing under the light. Suddenly, a colorful butterfly landed on Dahei's head. The little guy blinked open his sleepy eyes, shook his head to chase away the uninvited guest. The butterfly fluttered away, dancing through the air. Xiaobei found it interesting and stood up, trying to pounce. But the butterfly easily dodged with a gentle flap of its wings. Xiaobei kept lifting his front paws to swat at the butterfly. It flew higher, evading again and again, teasing Xiaobei as the chase continued. The playful scene was both adorable and amusing. Beep beep. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang from Shanshui Farmhouse? Yes, I am. Who's speaking? Zhang Feng was deeply immersed in his novel when an unknown number called. I'm from Charming Scenery Tours. We booked a room online a few days ago. Oh, right. Have you arrived at Moon Lake? Yes, we're already at the village entrance. Could you tell us where your house is? There's a large cypress tree in my courtyard. Can you see it? Yes, we see it. Upon hearing that, Zhang Feng quickly got up and walked toward the gate to welcome his guests. You must be from Charming Scenery Tours. Welcome to our home. Zhang Feng greeted the middle-aged man leading the group. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Yang Guang. This is my wife, and this little one is our precious daughter, Jia, he said with a smile. Jia, say hello to Uncle Zhang. Hello, Uncle, the little girl said shyly. She seemed about the same age as Little Duck, 4 or 5 years old, with delicate features adorably cute. Hello, Jia. You're so polite. Zhang Feng beamed as he welcomed the family into his home. The moment they stepped into Zhang Feng's courtyard, all 3 of them lit up with joy. The yard was filled with blooming flowers, a light fragrance in the air. The walls were draped like a waterfall of blossoms. A towering cypress stood proudly, gourd vines climbing in the corners. 2 playful little dogs ran about the ground. The rustic courtyard exuded natural harmony, enchanting the whole family. In the guest room, they found a serene and elegant environment, clean and tidy. The beautiful inkwash paintings on the wall were a pleasant surprise. Yang Guan was especially pleased to see the place looked exactly like the online photos, no exaggerations or false advertising. The family quickly settled in for their 2-day stay. Since it was already late in the day, they decided not to go out. After setting down their luggage, they relaxed in the courtyard with tea, enjoying the wildflowers. As for little Jeja, she found two new playmates, Dahe and Xiaobei, the puppies. She was no longer shy and revealed her true lively nature. The two dogs were constantly tormented, ears tugged, tails pulled. Fed up, they darted around to escape the little tyrant's grasp. Soon the yard turned into a wild game of chase, complete chaos. Jeja, what are you doing again? Sit down nicely, her mother called out, embarrassed. But Mom, Dahe, and Xiaobei are so cute. I just want to play with them, the little girl pouted. You can play, but don't hurt them, or they might bite you, understand? Her mom warned. Yay! I knew you were the best, Mom. Kids love to play. After teasing the dogs for a while, Jeja heard sounds from the back courtyard, Dabai and Xiaobai. She immediately dashed off. Her mother followed close behind. As soon as she saw the two little lambs in the pen, Jeja's eyes sparkled. She had discovered new toys. If her mother had not held her back, she would have climbed into the pen. Wow! They're so cute, she exclaimed. Mommy, are these real lambs? Yes, they are. Just like the ones in your cartoons, her mother explained with a smile, thinking this trip was absolutely worth it. Not only was the scenery lovely, but her daughter could learn all kinds of things unavailable in the city. Like the little lambs, or the wildflowers in the front yard, things you rarely see in urban life. Reading or watching on TV is not the same as real-life experience. Mom, do lambs eat grass? Yes, fresh grass is their favorite food. Then I'll go pick some for them, she cried, skipping off toward the vegetable garden. Wait. No, that's not grass, you're picking chives. These are chives? The kind we eat in dumplings? The little girl asked curiously. Yes, and over there are scallions, and over there are garlic sprouts, her mother said, turning the moment into a natural science lesson, an impromptu class on identifying plants. These are chives, and over there are scallions and garlic shoots. Mom, I know this one. I know this one, the little girl exclaimed excitedly. This is Chinese cabbage, right? Our Jeja is so smart, her mother praised with a smile. Of course. I saw it when I went grocery shopping with Mom, the little girl said proudly, lifting her little chin. It was Jeja's first time seeing so many vegetables, and everything seemed incredibly novel to her. When she spotted the bright red tomatoes that looked like little gems, she let out a delighted squeal and bounced over to them as if she had discovered some kind of treasure. Hey! Don't eat that, it hasn't been washed yet. Her mother quickly stopped her when she picked one and was about to put it in her mouth. She was worried about pesticide residues. It's fine. Just wipe it off and you can eat it. Our vegetables haven't been sprayed with pesticides or fertilized. They've even been certified by the Agricultural Product Testing Center and are rich in zinc, selenium, and other beneficial elements that are great for children's growth and development, Zheng Feng said just then as he accompanied Yang Guang into the backyard. You can try some too. As he spoke, Zheng Feng picked a tomato and tossed it into his mouth. It was sweet and sour, incredibly tasty. Really? Let me try it. Hearing that, Yang Guang became curious. These days, truly organic vegetables, grown without fertilizer or pesticides, were hard to come by, especially ones officially tested. He picked one, took a bite, and instantly his mouth filled with flavor. The tomato was sweet with a hint of tartness, its natural taste unmistakable. This is delicious. Wife, Jeja, you have to try it, Yang Guang said, feeling that these tomatoes were even better than cherry tomatoes. Most importantly, the taste was natural and untainted, a sign of the excellent quality that only true, natural growing conditions could produce. So yummy. Jeja had wanted to eat one for a while and was thrilled. It really is better than anything at the market. After eating a few tomatoes, the little girl lost interest in the garden vegetables and pulled up a couple of blades of grass, skipping off toward the sheep pen, remembering that Dabai and Xiaobai were still waiting for her grass. Fortunately, the two silly lambs were kept inside the pen, otherwise, they would have had to endure the same torment Dahe and Xiaobei had earlier from this little whirlwind. As the sun sank behind the western hills, dusk began to fall. On the beautiful moon lake, white birds returned to their nests, their silhouettes set against the golden glow of the setting sun, forming a breathtakingly poetic image. Just as ancient poets described, the setting sun and lone birds fly together, autumn waters merge with the vast sky. Such beauty left visitors captivated. Every tourist who came to this place could not help but marvel at the view of the sunset. By the time the sun had completely set and the sky had darkened, the other two guests reluctantly left Moon Lake and returned to Zheng Feng's home. After chatting with them, Zheng Feng learned that they were a young couple. The man was named Zhang Xiaolong and the woman Wang Jing. Both had recently graduated from university and were now working in the city. They had seen photos Zhang Feng posted on the forum and were drawn by the beauty of Moon Lake and its close proximity. They decided to come for a visit. Upon arriving, they were not disappointed. The green hills, flowing waters, fluttering willows, and circling birds all confirmed that this trip was worthwhile. Since there were guests that day, Zhang Feng prepared a few extra dishes: simple countryside fare, braised carp, fish head tofu soup, stir-fried pork with black fungus, smashed cucumber, stir-fried baby bok choy, hot and sour eggplant, shredded potato with green pepper, and a final bowl of tomato egg soup. The fragrant table of food instantly whetted everyone's appetite. Eating with more people made the meal livelier and more delicious. As everyone ate enthusiastically, they chatted about Moon Lake's scenery and discussed the plans for the next day. Tomorrow morning, we're going to the orchard to pick fruit. If anyone wants to join us, come along. If not, you can explore freely, but do not go too far from Moon Lake, Zhang Feng said between bites. Fruit picking? Sounds great, we'll go too, Yang Guang said with enthusiasm. Bringing their daughter to the countryside was meant to broaden her horizons and teach her about crops and farm work, so she could understand that every grain of rice on the table comes with hard work. Jingjing, are we going tomorrow? Zhang Xiaolong asked his girlfriend, knowing well that she had the final say. Of course. I've never picked fruit myself. Tomorrow's the perfect time to try, Wang Jing responded, intrigued and excited. That night, Zhang Feng tossed and turned in bed. Tomorrow, Zhang Lin would be taking the college entrance exam. Staring up at the star-filled sky, he silently prayed for her success, that she would finish smoothly and be admitted to her dream university. Sigh, just sleep. She'll do great. Seeing that it was already past 1 a.m., Zhang Feng forced himself to close his eyes and rest. It surprised him how nervous he felt. He had not been this anxious during his own exams. Soon, under the starlight, Zhang Feng fell into a deep sleep. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The village roosters raised their heads and crowed, one after another in endless succession. The night passed. Light returned to the world. The sun shone brightly onto Zhang Feng's face. His eyelids twitched and slowly opened. Already 6:30? Zhang Feng got up quickly, washed up, and did a round of his calisthenics before starting to make breakfast. By this time, his sister and mother were already in the backyard, picking fresh vegetables to supply to Niu Zhong's restaurant, a daily task. Zhang Feng boiled water and prepared toppings. Just as he finished, his mother and sister were done in the backyard. The guests had also woken up. After they washed up, Zhang Feng began cooking noodles for everyone. Breakfast is ready. Zhang Feng called out once everything was done. Thanks, Xiaofeng, said Yang Guang, lifting his bowl of noodles. He turned to his daughter, Jia. Remember to thank Uncle Zhang. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, Jia said sweetly. Fengji, your noodles are amazing, Zhang Xiaolong praised, immediately conquered by the delicious taste. Ah, glad you like them, Zhang Feng replied happily. Who would have thought Fengji could cook so well? Unlike our Xiaolong, he can't even boil water, Wang Jing said with a sideways glance. Hey, that's not true. I boil water just fine, it even tastes pretty good, Zhang Xiaolong said jokingly, pretending to be wronged. Zhang Yu burst out laughing. Brother Xiaolong, you're hilarious. Who would dare drink flavored boiled water? Everyone laughed at that. Zhang Xiaolong's sense of humor really lightened the mood. After breakfast, Zhang Feng's family headed up the hill, leaving his younger sister at home. They reached the orchard, where peach trees were heavy with ripe red fruit, like the legendary peaches of immortality, large, red, and incredibly tempting. Wow, so many peaches. Are all these peaches yours? Yang Guang asked in amazement as he looked at the lush orchard. Yes, this whole orchard is ours, Zhang Feng nodded. Come, everyone take a basket. Be sure to pick only ripe ones, the red ones. Do not pick green ones. And be careful, do not climb too high into the trees. For safety, Zhang Feng paired Yang Guang's family into one team and the young couple into another. And so, the guests began their orchard adventure. Little Jia was holding a bamboo basket with her mother, while her father was responsible for picking peaches from the trees. But after a while, the little girl began to protest. Daddy, I don't want to carry the basket, I want to pick peaches too. Alright, how about Daddy carries you? With that, Yang Guang hoisted his daughter onto his shoulders, and the orchard was soon filled with her silver bell-like laughter. The little girl was overjoyed. Sitting on her father's shoulders, Jia could finally reach the peaches on the tree. She eagerly stretched out her small hands and picked a big, red peach. Overjoyed, she squealed with delight, completely absorbed in the fun. Mommy, look at the peach I picked. It's all red. The little girl proudly showed off her achievement. Of course. The peaches our Jia picked are the best, even better than Daddy's, her mother said with a smile, praising her precious daughter. Really? Then I want to pick more. It was the little girl's first time doing farm work, and she was clearly excited, feeling that picking peaches was a lot of fun. "Mommy, take a picture of me. I want to show it to my friends when we go back," the girl said cheerfully. All right. Mommy will take one right now." The family of 3 was having a blast in the orchard, and on the other side, the young couple also seemed to be thoroughly enjoying their fruit-picking experience. "Xiaolong, look at that peach. It's so big and red. Hurry up and pick it," Wang Jing said excitedly when she saw the largest and ripest peach on the tree. "Xiaojing, do you think I'm a monkey? That peach is so high up, how can I reach it?" Zhang Xiaolong said helplessly, staring at the peach on the treetop. "Can't you think of something? So useless." "Aha! I've got it." Under pressure, inspiration struck. Zhang Xiaolong found a long branch nearby and used it to knock the peach down from the top of the tree. Seeing that both groups were doing fine, Zhang Feng focused on harvesting. In about half an hour, he had filled 2 baskets. It was then that Uncle Ernie finally arrived at the orchard. "Uncle Ernie, what took you so long? Did Auntie take extra good care of you last night?" Zhang Feng teased. "Get lost, you rascal. What would you know? Go get yourself a girlfriend first," Uncle Ernie replied with a laugh. "My girlfriend's probably still being raised by her future mother-in-law," Zhang Feng joked back. "You're always full of nonsense," Uncle Ernie said while joining in on the picking. Zhang Feng's second uncle had gone to the market that day, so he could not help out, but Zhang Feng was not worried. At most, it would take an hour or 2 longer. The two chatted and laughed while working in the orchard. Because Zhang Feng had posted a fruit-picking notice at his gate, many interested tourists had already registered with Zhang Yu. Everyone thought the experience was quite novel, and many visitors to Moon Lake joined in. Every half an hour, Zhang Yu would bring 20 to 30 tourists to the orchard to pick their own fruit, experiencing the joy of a village harvest and the satisfaction of doing it themselves. Since Zhang Feng's peaches were exceptionally delicious, every visitor bought at least 5 or 6 kilograms, and some even bought 20 to 30 kilograms. If not for the concern of carrying them, they probably would have bought more. Zhang Feng roughly estimated that over 120 tourists had visited the orchard that day, and more than 1,500 kilograms of peaches had been picked. That meant those tourists alone had bought over 1,500 kilograms of peaches, bringing in over 15,000 yuan in revenue. There were still 700 to 800 kilograms left in the orchard, which would likely sell out quickly once brought to the gate, thanks to the growing reputation. Zhang Feng predicted that a total of 2,500 kilograms would be harvested today, which could bring in over 20,000 yuan in revenue. Delighted by such a high income, his hands moved even faster. By 10 a.m., all the ripe peaches in the orchard had been picked. Zhang Feng called the tourists together, and with Uncle Ernio carrying peaches too, they all headed back home. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Feng brought the peaches to the gate, more tourists arrived to buy them. Most had heard how tasty the peaches were and had come specifically for them. After tasting, everyone was amazed, saying even peaches in heaven could not be better. Thanks to the excellent word of mouth, in less than an hour, the remaining 700 to 800 kilograms sold out completely, another 20,000 yuan earned that day. Zhang Feng estimated that his orchard had another 5 or 6 days of peak production, and with increasing daily yield, income would continue to rise. A rough calculation suggested that this peach season alone would bring his family around 300,000 yuan. After lunch, little Jieja begged to go boating on the lake. Since the family had come to enjoy the beauty of Moon Lake, the 3 of them eagerly set off for the lake. The young couple also packed up and left hand in hand, likely to wander the lakeside again. With nothing better to do, Zhang Feng lay in the courtyard reading a novel. His younger sister and older sister watched TV inside, while his mother stayed at the front gate, keeping an eye on the stall where a few tourists would occasionally stop to buy local specialties. "Xiaofeng, is there anywhere in the village to rent a fishing rod?" About an hour later, Yang Guang rushed back alone. "Rent a rod? The village does not have rentals, but I have a few at home. If you want a fish, take one," Zhang Feng said, sitting up. "Thank you so much," Yang Guang said gratefully. "No worries, they are just a few rods." Seeing Yang Guang a bit embarrassed, Zhang Feng waved it off. He even gave him a pack of bait he had gotten from Zhang Yi earlier but found less effective than his home-raised worms, so it had just been sitting unused. Yang Guang took 2 rods and the bait, then dashed to the lake to start his fishing adventure. After seeing him off, Zhang Feng once again lounged in the courtyard, poured himself a cup of tea, and resumed reading his favorite novel. The sky was a deep blue, the courtyard filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. A breeze blew by, fresh and cool like the air of the Antarctic. Reading, sipping tea, living in such a beautiful rural courtyard, life was simple, ordinary, yet deeply satisfying and desirable. By nightfall, the sky glittered with stars, shining brilliantly. After dinner, everyone sat in the courtyard to cool off, gazing up at the starry sky, feeling the world so clear, so pure. The night on the heavenly steps is cool like water. I sit and gaze at Altair and Vega. Do the cowherd and weaver girl really exist? Asked the sentimental Wang Jing softly as she looked at the Milky Way. No one replied. Everyone just silently stared at the vast sky, feeling their hearts become calmer and their spirits fully relaxed. Judya, do you see those 7 brightest stars over there? That's the Big Dipper. Mommy, the ones that look like a ladle? Yes, and the handle points north. In the old days, people used it to find their way. The countryside night was breathtakingly beautiful and pure, the entire sky like a piece of black crystal, inlaid with shining white diamonds. As the saying goes, the stars shift and move, they are not fixed. Sometimes, a shooting star would streak across the sky, prompting excited screams. Everyone would pull out their phones to try to capture the moment, hoping to preserve that fleeting beauty forever. But a shooting star vanishes in an instant, and even if captured, its breathtaking brilliance cannot truly be replicated. Only by being there in person can one truly experience the beauty of nature. That night, the beautiful starry sky over Moon Lake left everyone with unforgettable memories. Being able to witness such a stunning night sky, everyone felt content, believing the trip was well worth it. The night sky over Moon Lake was ethereal and pure. In contrast, the sky in the city was gray and dull, lacking any charm, much like the saying, once you have seen Manhwa, all other mountains seem unremarkable. Such a beautiful sky and tranquil night made everyone reluctant to leave. The picturesque scenery, like poetry and painting, kept everyone spellbound. It was not until late at night, when all was quiet, that they reluctantly returned to their rooms to rest. Since his family had already gone to bed, after arranging for the guests and the pets, Zhang Feng climbed the stairs and lay down to rest. He had to wake up early the next morning to pick fruit in the orchard. Cock-a-doodle-doo. At the break of dawn, the village rooster crowed loudly, its call echoing through the mountain village, followed by the sounds of chickens and dogs. A ray of sunlight fell on Zhang Feng's face as he slowly opened his eyes. Ah! Waking up naturally, this feels so good. Zhang Feng got up, stretched lazily, and felt completely refreshed. He walked to the window and looked out. The eastern sky was glowing red, the brilliant sunrise illuminating the horizon. A gentle breeze blew, and the clouds in the sky changed unpredictably. Some danced like flying horses, others soared like mighty dragons, and some resembled chaotic battlefields, bristling with weapons. The ever-changing dawn was mesmerizingly beautiful, but such beauty was theirs, not his. Zhang Feng shook his head. No matter how breathtaking the sunrise, it was still fleeting. Filling one's belly was what mattered. The fruit in the fields was still waiting to be picked. Resolute, he headed downstairs. After washing up and going through his health exercises, his mother and older sister had also risen. Zhang Feng began preparing breakfast while his mother and sister went to the backyard to pick vegetables for delivery to Niu Pangzi's restaurant. Though the vegetables only brought in 600 to 700 yuan per day, the steady stream added up to over 10,000 a month, a respectable income. Moreover, he had an agreement with Niu Chong, and a person must be trustworthy. Unless there were uncontrollable circumstances, the vegetable supply could not be interrupted. So no matter how busy they were, the family would always prepare vegetables on time for the restaurant. Hearing movement inside and outside the house, the guests began waking up, except for the little girl Jeja, who was still sound asleep. Children need sufficient sleep, and she was probably in deep slumber. Without disturbing her, the adults finished breakfast. Zhang Feng's whole family, except for Zhang Yu who stayed home to watch the house, headed to the orchard to pick fruit. Since the guests had already experienced the orchard yesterday, they opted instead to explore Moon Lake and its scenic surroundings today. Just outside the gate, they ran into Second Uncle's family, who had come to help. Everyone then went together toward the orchard. Second Uncle, have you sprayed your orchard yet? Zhang Feng asked curiously. Not yet, but doing it in the afternoon is fine, Second Uncle replied, unconcerned. Alright, I'll come help later then. Zhang Feng was grateful that Second Uncle had set aside his own work to help and kept it in mind to return the favor that afternoon. No need. We only have 5 or 6 mu of peach and plum trees, it will be done in 2 days. Focus on your own work, Second Uncle said, waving it off. Zhang Feng said no more but firmly decided to help later. Even among relatives, one must be mutually supportive and grateful, otherwise, even the closest relationships can fade. Today, not only did Second Uncle's family come to help, but over 200 visitors arrived to experience farm life. Besides dozens of returning customers, most were new, all drawn by word of mouth. The peaches from Zhang Feng's orchard were known to be exceptionally tasty and fragrant, which brought in the crowd. To handle the unexpected surge, everyone got busy. Zhang Feng and his sister handled weighing and sales, while others watched over the orchard to prevent damage or waste. such as people carelessly picking fruit or discarding it after one bite. Not all visitors were considerate. As a result, more than 2,000 kilograms of peaches were sold just to these tourists. Each bought at least 2 to 3 kilograms, with many purchasing 7 to 8. A few even drove over and bought more than 100 kilograms each, proof of the fruit's popularity. The remaining 5 to 600 kilograms were just brought to the gate when early arriving tourists snapped them up. Many who came a bit late were disappointed to have missed out. Thus, the Moon Lake Immortal Peach brand truly began to rise. Zhang Feng had entrusted Niu Pengzi to register a trademark for his peaches under that name, simple, direct, and easy to remember. To be safe, he also registered other fruits under the Moon Lake label to prevent imitators from undermining his brand. Just that morning, his family earned over 30,000 yuan. Zhang Feng estimated that for the next 4 or 5 days, the income would remain about the same. This peach season alone might bring in over 300,000 yuan. Adding in the later harvests of peaches and mandarins, the total orchard income could approach 1 million yuan. And that was from only about 10 mu of land. Based on that, 1 mu could generate nearly 100,000 yuan in profit, a figure that would shock many if made public. The news that Zhang Feng's family was making tens of thousands daily from peach sales spread rapidly through Moon Lake Village, leaving everyone stunned. Though Zhang Feng had not confirmed it, everyone knew the peach prices, which were no secret. They estimated he was selling 1 to 2,000 kilograms a day at 10 yuan per kilogram, making 10 to 20,000 yuan daily. Even if not tens of thousands, it was astonishing. So the entire village knew Zhang Feng had struck it rich. Some were happy for him, more were envious, and a few were downright jealous. But none of that mattered to Zhang Feng. He only wanted to live a peaceful life and keep his family happy. After lunch, since the weekend was ending, the guests began packing to leave. But little Jia had completely fallen in love with the place, with the 2 dogs Dahei and Xiaohei, and the adorable lambs Dabai and Xiaobai in the backyard. "Mommy, can we not go home? I want to stay with Dahei, Xiaohei, and the little lambs," she pleaded tearfully. "But you have school tomorrow," her mother said, amused. "Then can I go to school here? There is no school here, and Mommy and Daddy have to go back to work. Who would take care of you?" Realizing her parents would leave, the little girl panicked. On one side were her parents, on the other, her beloved animal friends. She hesitated and struggled. Finally, her parents promised they would return next weekend to visit Dahei and Xiaohei. Only then did little Jia reluctantly follow them home. As for the couple Zhang Xiaolong and Wang Jing, they had fallen in love not only with the scenery but also with the amazing food at Zhang Feng's home. But work called the next day, and with great reluctance, they waved goodbye to this place, to the enchanting mountains and waters of Moon Lake. Time flew by, and before anyone realized it, July 9th had arrived. The National College entrance examination had finally ended, and Zhang Lin, Zhang Feng's younger sister, returned home. At noon, to reward Zhang Lin, Zhang Feng personally cooked a large table of delicious dishes. Braised chicken with mushrooms, braised fish, stir-fried eel, green peppers with red mushrooms, minced pork with eggplant, and several stir-fried vegetables, an entire table full of mouth-watering food that whetted everyone's appetite. Zhang Lin, who had not eaten at home for a week, found the meal especially satisfying, feeling warm and content. Unfortunately, the family's little foodie had already returned to school for intense revision. With just over 10 days until the high school entrance exam, she could not attend the family reunion meal this time. However, Zhang Feng had cooked plenty of tasty dishes for her the day before. Before she left, she even took a bottle of his specially made chili sauce, some crispy fried fish, and quite a bit of the family's pickled vegetables. She really was a little glutton. After lunch, Zhang Feng lay under the shade of a tree, bathed in a light breeze, sipping tea, and leisurely reading his favorite novel. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Curious, Zhang Feng stood up and walked to the yard entrance. It turned out that second grandpa was selling watermelons by the lake, which had attracted a crowd of tourists, making the area unusually lively. It was the start of watermelon season, and there were many buyers. Second grandpa had even set up a large table and brought a few fruit knives so tourists could cut the melons on the spot. And since his prices were low, only 1.5 yuan per kilogram, cheaper than the supermarket, he attracted lots of buyers. Some tourists who drove there bought 5 or 6 melons each. The scene was just as bustling as when Zhang Feng sold peaches. Soon, second grandpa's watermelons were nearly sold out, with only 20 or 30 odd-shaped or damaged ones left. When the crowd finally dispersed, Zhang Feng walked over. "Second grandpa, business is great, you've nearly sold out," Zhang Feng greeted him. "Yes, Xiaofeng, come over and have some watermelon," second grandpa said with a smile. "Thanks, second grandpa, but please wait too for me," Zhang Feng declined politely. Even though he had watched the crowd like a bystander, He could not just take the old man's watermelons for free. What do you mean way? I still haven't thanked you properly for last time. Are you looking down on my watermelons? Second grandpa's smile faded slightly when Zhang Feng refused. No, I just know how hard you work growing them, waking early and sleeping late. As a junior, how could I eat your melons for nothing? Zhang Feng explained quickly. We're not strangers. Take two and go, second grandpa said as his tone softened. Seeing that he could not refuse, Zhang Feng gratefully accepted and carried the two large watermelons home. Xiaofeng, where did you buy those two watermelons? Asked Wang Guilan, his mother, curious as he walked in. They weren't bought. Second grandpa gave them to me, Zhang Feng answered with a smile. You child, how could you accept them from someone his age? She frowned. Second grandpa was over 70, after all. I did not want to either, but he insisted. Zhang Feng then recounted the incident where he helped stop a thief. All right, but you must be careful. If it is not someone you know, do not meddle in others' business, his mother said, a worried look on her face. I understand, Mom. I will not get involved unless I really feel like it. Zhang Feng had never considered himself a hero. As long as he did not do wrong, that was enough. Whether he helped someone depended entirely on his mood, so long as his conscience was clear. It was now midday, the hottest time of day. The cicadas chirped loudly on the cypress trees, and the two small dogs panted in the shade, trying to cool off. Zhang Feng cut one watermelon in half, wiped off the juice, and placed it in the fridge. After about 30 minutes, the chilled watermelon was ready. Mom, sis, come eat some watermelon. Xiaolin, alright, put it there. We will be right out. Zhang Feng grabbed a large slice and sat at the stone table in the yard, enjoying the refreshing coolness under the scorching sun. One bite of icy watermelon, and it felt like he had been transported to the Arctic. An instant wave of coolness flooded his body. Woof woof, woof woof. The two dogs lying at his feet seemed to sense the coolness and immediately stood up, barking eagerly and staring at the watermelon. Da-hey, Shohei, you want some too? Woof woof, woof woof, they barked in response. Alright, go get your food bowls. Zhang Feng gestured with a smile. The clever little dogs ran to the door and soon returned with their bowls. Zhang Feng placed a large chunk of watermelon in each bowl. The two dogs eagerly buried their heads in and devoured it happily. Watching them eat so joyfully, Zhang Feng smiled. After eating the icy watermelon, he felt much cooler. He lay under the shade, gazing at the cloudless blue sky, which looked high, clear, and refreshing. Woof woof, woof woof, half asleep in the chair, Zhang Feng was startled awake by the dogs barking furiously. What is it now, Da-hey, Shohei? He quickly got up, thinking someone had come, only to find the two little dogs chasing a big black rat around the chair. Are dogs catching rats now? Isn't that meddling? Zhang Feng was stunned. When did dogs start chasing rats? Unfortunately, the dogs were still inexperienced. In just a few moves, the rat had outmaneuvered them and escaped into a hole in the wall. The dogs were unwilling to give up and kept barking at the hole, trying to wait for the rabbit by the tree stump. But the clever rat had likely already escaped from another exit. Da-hey, Shohei, come here. You two really think you can catch rats? Zhang Feng laughed and called them over. The dogs hesitated, looked at the hole, then obediently ran to their master. Catching rats is for cats, got it? Your job is guarding the house and keeping out thieves, Zhang Feng said affectionately, petting their little heads. Whimper, the dogs shook their heads in confusion and lay down quietly, enjoying the affection. Xiaofeng, what were Da-hey and Xiaohei barking at just now? His older sister came out and asked. It is funny, they were chasing a rat but failed. Zhang Feng recounted the story in vivid detail. Da-hey and Xiaohei are really adorable. Everyone laughed, surprised by how silly the dogs could be. In the countryside, rats were common. Most families hung their corn from the rafters, providing an endless food supply for rats. Without the abundance of village cats, rats would likely take over and run wild. Rats carried many diseases, and Zhang Feng had always hated them. He thought about getting a cat to deal with the rats and restore peace. So he walked over to his second uncle's house. Is second aunt home? Second uncle not back yet? Zhang Feng knew they had 3 cats, and second aunt had long wanted to give one away. But in rural areas, nearly every household had cats, and no one wanted another. In the city, cats were even harder to give away. So they just kept them. They are not back yet, probably home by 3 or 4. What brings you here, Xiaofeng? Second aunt asked, inviting him in as she watched TV. Zhang Feng explained the rat problem. Delighted, second aunt picked a 1-year-old cat and gave it to him. Xiaofeng, tie the cat up at home and feed it for a few days. Once it is familiar with the new environment, it will not run away, and then you can let it roam, she advised. Got it, second ant. Zhang Feng carried the cat home. Though second ant's method worked well, he had an even better solution. Once the cat took a chilling pill, it would become completely loyal. Even if Zhang Feng drove it away, it would refuse to leave and stay with the family forever, because animals that consumed the chilling pill became naturally devoted to their master. Back at home, Zhang Feng found a quiet place where no one was around. He quietly gave the little cat a chilling pill and placed it in a bamboo basket, allowing it to undergo its transformation while asleep. "Dahei, Shohei, where did you two put my slippers?" Zhang Feng had been resting with his eyes closed in the courtyard. When he opened them, he noticed that one of his slippers was missing. Zhang Feng knew immediately it had to be those two troublemakers who had taken his shoe as a toy and dragged it off somewhere. Woof woof, Shohei shook his head pitifully as if to say he did not know. Dahei, on the other hand, glanced sheepishly at Zhang Feng and whimpered softly, clearly lacking confidence. "Dahei, you little rascal, go find it and bring it back." Zhang Feng scolded with a mix of annoyance and amusement. As he scolded, he gestured with his hands. Although the dogs were smart, they only understood simple commands, so combining language with gestures was necessary for them to comprehend more. Whimper, Dahei, scolded by his master, lowered his head dejectedly and trotted to the backyard. A short while later, he returned with a slipper in his mouth. "You little guys got my slipper all dirty, it's covered in drool. Next time, stop using my slippers as toys, alright?" Zhang Feng held up the slipper, noticing the sticky saliva all over it, then pointed at the two dogs. Whimper, whimper, the two little ones seemed to understand their mistake, lowering their heads and accepting the scolding with pitiful expressions. Alright, stop acting pitiful, go play somewhere else." Zhang Feng waved them off, then took the slipper to the host to rinse it clean. Having gotten rid of the mischievous duo, Zhang Feng headed under the big cypress tree to check on Xiaoba's foreign language studies. Hello, Zhang Feng teased. Hello, little bird, Xiaoba tilted its head and repeated. "Oh come on, you silly bird, I'm a person, not a bird." Zhang Feng was speechless. Hello, little bird, at that point, Xiaoba only knew two phrases, which it repeated endlessly like a broken record, just like a student learning from a crazed language course. Sigh, another dim-witted bird, Zhang Feng shook his head. Clearly, it was not easy for birds to learn human language. Even after Xiaoba had taken the Qiling solution, it had only learned 2 words after 5 or 6 days. Soon after, Xiaoba seemed to get restless, hopping up and down in the cage. Zhang Feng opened the cage to let it out, figuring it would not fly away anyway. Once an animal had taken the Qiling pill, it naturally accepted its master and would not leave. As soon as the cage opened, Xiaoba flew out in excitement. Since it was still young, it could not fly very high and just flitted around the yard. About 10 minutes later, after tiring itself out, it scanned the area and spotted Dahei and Shohei, then fluttered over and landed right on Dahei's head. Startled by the sudden weight on his head, Dahei barked in panic and tried to run away. Hello, little bird, Xiaoba, clearly entertained by scaring Dahei, chirped with excitement. Woof woof, woof woof. Dahei finally shook off the bird and looked around in fright, only to discover it was a silly bird that had startled him. He became angry, baring his teeth and lunging at Xiaoba. Woof woof, Shohei joined the fight. The two dogs charged at the mocking bird from both sides, seemingly determined to tear it apart. Zhang Feng chuckled. He knew the dogs would not succeed. Xiaoba could fly, even if not far or high, it was still enough to escape their reach. Sure enough, before the dogs could get close, Xiaoba had already flown up and away, leaving the dogs barking at the sky. Xiaoba was a bit startled by the dog's aggression and dared not come down. But its flight endurance was limited, and soon it had to land again. The dogs pounced again as soon as it landed, but once again missed. Xiaoba easily escaped. The chase in the courtyard ultimately ended in Xiaoba's victory. The two exhausted dogs collapsed, panting heavily, and gave up. Hello, little bird, Xiaoba, now addicted to teasing, flew back to taunt them again. But Dahei and Shohei were too tired to respond, lying there limp with their heads drooping, as if saying, "Alright, we surrender." "Xiaoba, come here. Keep misbehaving and I'll put you back in the cage." Zhang Feng pointed at the bird and then the cage, issuing a stern warning. Xiaoba seemed to understand and suddenly flew up as if trying to escape, perching nervously on the large cypress, looking down at its master in fear of being caged again. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather had cooled somewhat. Zhang Feng slung a sack of super fertilizer over his back and carried 2 fish traps, heading toward the rice fields. He planned to fertilize the rice while it was not too hot. His family's rice fields were downstream from Moonlight Lake, stretching across an endless expanse of green. In summer, the vibrant green looked like a lush carpet, rippling gently in the breeze, refreshing and uplifting. Zhang Feng's family only had about 2 mu of rice paddies, but they were conveniently located by the roadside. As he approached, the fields came alive, frogs chirped from every direction, surrounding him like a magical illusion. He noticed that the rice had already begun to flower. Tiny white blooms clustered at the tips, and with the breeze came a faint, fragrant aroma of rice. Moved by the scene, Zhang Feng recalled a poem by Southern Song Dynasty poet Xan Shiji, Moon over the West River, traveling at night on yellow sand road. The bright moon startled the magpies on the branch, the cicadas chirped in the midnight breeze. In the fragrance of rice flowers, people spoke of a bountiful year, and frogs croaked all around. 7 or 8 stars beyond the sky, 2 or 3 drops of rain on the mountain's edge. An old thatched inn by the village grove, the winding road reveals a bridge by the stream. It was a pity it was daytime. If it had been night, the rice fields might truly look just like the scene described in the poem. Zhang Feng suddenly had an idea to come view the field at night. Taking a deep breath and soaking in the view, Zhang Feng felt invigorated and full of energy. He placed his basket on the edge of the field and began his work. Before fertilizing, he set the 2 fish traps in the water, hoping to catch the free-range carp that lived in the paddies. He baited the traps, confident the fish would be drawn in. Then he opened the sack of super fertilizer, scooped a portion into a dry basin, and began spreading it across the rice field. His movements were smooth and skillful, like a dancer scattering flower petals. The fertilizer fell evenly across the water, ensuring all the rice plants received nutrients for optimal growth. Though it looked easy, spreading fertilizer evenly took experience and practice. Only with repeated effort could one master the technique. After about an hour, Zhang Feng had finished fertilizing the fields and just used up the last of the fertilizer. He packed his tools and checked the fish traps. Nice, 3 of them. He pulled up the first trap and found 3 carp, each over 20 centimeters long. Pleased, he walked to the second trap. Oh, 2 more here, not bad at all. Delighted, Zhang Feng transferred all 5 carp into one basket. Carrying the traps in the now empty fertilizer basket, he happily made his way back home. Xiaofeng, where did you go fishing? As Zhang Feng walked along the path, many villagers and familiar tourists greeted him with curiosity. Just caught them from the rice paddies, Zhang Feng replied with a smile to each one. Oh, and they're all carp. Xiaofeng, how about selling me too? The carp from the paddies were tender and had a mild flavor. Tempted by the sight, a tourist eagerly inquired. Sell? No need for that. If you want some, just take 2, Zhang Feng responded generously. The tourist was a regular customer, so Zhang Feng did not mind at all. That's very kind of you, but if you will not accept money, I cannot take them. The tourist happily took 2 fish but insisted on giving Zhang Feng 20 yuan. Zhang Feng shook his head with a smile. He had wanted to give the fish away as a friendly gesture, but not only had he failed to do so, he ended up receiving more than the fish were worth. The 2 carp were worth just over 10 yuan. But since they were familiar faces, Zhang Feng thought he could return the favor another time. Carrying the remaining fish, Zhang Feng continued toward home. Along the way, he drew the attention of many tourists. Everyone thought catching fish from rice paddies was a cool and curious thing. Xiaofeng, you are back. The rice in the field is flowering now, right? His mother was selling goods at the front gate and immediately asked when she saw him return. Food is a basic necessity, and for farmers, crops are their very livelihood. For Wang Guilan, who had experienced hunger during hard times, this was especially true. Yes, they are. The rice ears look great, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. That's good. This is our family's food supply for the whole year, his mother responded, her face lighting up with joy. As Zhang Feng entered the yard, he saw Xiaoba bullying the 2 little dogs again. The little bird was hopping on Dahei's head, then messing with Xiaohei's fur like a mischievous brat. Dahei and Xiaohei, however, seemed to have given up. No matter how Xiaoba teased them, they remained calm and unbothered, as if practicing a monk's patience, ignoring the bird's provocations completely. Zhang Feng shook his head with a smile. These 2 dogs were smart, they knew resistance was futile. If they just pretended to be indifferent for long enough, Xiaoba would get bored and stop on its own. Zhang Feng left the playful trio alone and placed the fish basket on the doorstep. Then he put the carrying basket away in the storage room. Big brother, you are back. Wow, you even caught a few carp? Zhang Lin saw the fish and quickly brought a basin from the kitchen to hold them. Yes, I'm back. Put them by the water pipe, I'll clean them in a minute, Zhang Feng said as he entered the house to change his shoes. Got it, brother. Knowing her brother was going to clean the fish, Zhang Lin squatted nearby to watch. Zhang Feng picked up a kitchen knife and with a few quick chops, killed a carp, scaled it, opened the belly, and removed its guts. Meow meow, meow meow. At some point, the family's cat had woken up. Smelling the fish, it trotted over to Zhang Feng. "Ha, little kitty, you want some too? Hold on." Zhang Feng chuckled and told Zhang Lin, "Lin, go get it an earthen bowl." "Okay, brother." Zhang Lin quickly returned with an unglazed clay bowl, an old relic from decades ago. Most people had switched to ceramic or glassware long ago, so these had been tucked away and used. Zhang Feng tossed the clean fish guts into the bowl. Watching the cat eat happily, he smiled and continued working. Woof woof, woof woof. The two dogs, catching the scent of meat, came over with their bowls, eyes fixed on the fish in Zhang Feng's hands. "What now? You two want some too?" Woof woof, woof woof. The dogs barked back in reply. "Dahe, Shoei, you two are so clever," Zhang Lin commented, finding their behavior adorable. Zhang Feng divided up some edible innards between the dogs. "Alright, that's it. Do not eat too much raw meat, or you'll get sick. Got it?" The pups devoured the fish innards quickly and licked their lips while looking up at Zhang Feng hopefully. Whimper whimper. The two little ones crept closer, trying to charm their master. "Nice try. Go on, off with you now." Zhang Feng shooed them away, his hands now reeking of fish. After dealing with the dogs, Zhang Feng washed his hands and told his sister, Zhang Lin, "Put the carp in the fridge. We will cook braised fish later." "Got it." Zhang Lin carried the fish back inside. Then Zhang Feng went to the backyard garden, pulled up 2 pieces of ginger, picked some chili peppers, garlic shoots, and scallions, all to prepare for the braised fish. After dinner, Zhang Feng took the 2 dogs for a walk by the lake. Xiaoba, thick-skinned as ever, tagged along, fluttering and chirping, "Hello, little bird." Zhang Feng walked ahead while the 2 dogs flanked him like loyal bodyguards. Xiaoba alternated between landing on the dogs' heads and perching on Zhang Feng's shoulder, chattering nonstop in its foreign language. "Wow! Fengzi bro, your bird can talk now?" Halfway there, they ran into Xiaoya and Damo, local rascals who were always up to mischief. Surprised by the bird, they asked excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Your bird can really talk?" A tourist nearby who recognized Zhang Feng laughed. Zhang Feng was both amused and helpless. This tourist was clearly a jokester, unafraid of corrupting the young. Quickly, Zhang Feng changed the topic. "Xiaoya, why are you not home yet? Your dad was calling you for dinner earlier. And Dama too, it is already getting late," Zhang Feng said, turning to the rest of the kids. "Got it, Fengzi bro, we are heading back for dinner now." The kids replied. "Bye, Fengzi bro. See you." After bidding the kids farewell, Zhang Feng continued his slow stroll along the lake trail. With 2 dogs at his sides and a silly bird on his shoulder, he suddenly felt like a lazy rich kid, doing nothing but walking pets. Unlike Su Shi's poetic grandeur, holding reins in the left, a falcon in the right, done in brocade and mink, Zhang Feng felt light years away from that majesty. It was truly admirable how ancient poets could turn ordinary moments into grand imagery, as vast and powerful as mountains and seas. That was the greatness of the bold literary style. Knowledge is power, just like in the movie Flirting Scholar, where Zhu Zhishan's 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix looked like chicks pecking rice, but Tang Bohua's version soared with majesty. That is the difference knowledge makes. People often say, a belly full of poetry brings a refined spirit. A person's temperament is shaped by their education. A coarse man can never truly pose as a refined scholar. If forced, it will only draw ridicule. As dusk fell, Moonlight Lake grew peaceful. Birds returned to their nests in the willow trees by the shore, chirping endlessly. Frogs in the lake and crickets in the grass sang in harmony with nature, bringing life to the tranquil Moonlight Lake. Time passed like a fleeting horse's shadow. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 days had gone by. The peaches in the orchard were almost completely sold out, and the busy days had finally come to an end. Zhang Feng now had more free time. After dinner, Zhang Feng, as usual, lay in the courtyard reading a novel. Sigh. It's over already again. Why doesn't the author post a few more chapters? After reading the day's update in just a few minutes, Zhang Feng shook his head and sighed. The days of a reading drought were truly unbearable. Bored and with nothing better to do, Zhang Feng began browsing news online. As long as one has internet, a scholar can stay informed about the world without stepping outside. Zhang Feng could not help but admire how convenient life had become in this era. Even in a remote rural area, one could easily keep up with global developments and changes. Suddenly, Zhang Feng stumbled upon an interesting headline: thousands of mountain villagers hunt cicadas at night, catching millions in a month. What? Millions in a month? Won't they go extinct at this rate? Zhang Feng exclaimed in shock. He grew curious, what were these people doing with so many cicadas? Medicine? So Zhang Feng clicked in and read the article. Only then did he understand. Turns out that cicada larvae, also known as cicada monkeys, are actually a delicious wild delicacy. They are rich in protein and extremely tasty, a local specialty in many regions. Moreover, cicada monkeys are easy to prepare. Just wash them, fry them in vegetable oil, and wow, they taste like crispy chicken. Absolutely delicious. Reading the description, Zhang Feng could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. I think we have these in our orchard too. His eyes lit up. A few days ago, he had seen many of them in the orchard, on every citrus tree. He also recalled seeing them on the willow trees by Moonlight Lake. Food is the most basic human need. Greed for good food is everyone's nature, and Zhang Feng was no exception. Now that he knew these things were edible, he could no longer sit still. He immediately jumped up and began preparing tools according to the methods described in the article. Cicada larvae initially live in burrows beneath trees, feeding on the sap from the roots. Every year in June and July, they emerge from the soil after dark to climb trees and prepare to molt and take flight. At this stage, their movements are slow and they cannot yet fly, making them very easy to catch. Zhang Feng readied a flashlight in a small bucket and called on Zhang Yi and Zhang Lin to go with him to Moonlight Lake. Big brother, can cicada monkeys really be eaten? Zhang Yi was skeptical. The insects looked weird and he felt uneasy. Of course they can. If you don't believe me, I'll show you online. Zhang Feng turned on his mobile data and searched. Countless articles about cicada monkeys popped up. See? So many places eat them. Zhang Feng handed his phone over to let Zhang Yi and Zhang Lin read. Wow! One cicada monkey can sell for 1 yuan? If we catch a few hundred a day, that's a few hundred yuan. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Zhang Lin also looked wide-eyed, thinking she might be able to catch some and earn pocket money. Ha, you're thinking too far ahead. Our village does not have that many cicada monkeys to catch. Zhang Feng saw their expressions and knew exactly what they were thinking. But not every place had so many of them. Cicadas have unique growth requirements. Not every tree supports large populations. Since they love sap, they typically live on trees with rich sap content. Why do other places have so many then? They catch tens of thousands in a night. Zhang Yi asked with disappointment. Do not get too excited. Those numbers are from hundreds of people combined. That means maybe 100 per person, which is about 100 yuan a day. Zhang Feng smiled and explained. 100 yuan is still not bad, Zhang Lin said with interest. Ha, and who would you sell them to? There needs to be a market, someone willing to eat them, Zhang Feng joked. True, that's a problem. Zhang Lin sighed. Her money-making plan had collapsed. They stopped talking about selling cicadas and each carried a small bucket and flashlight toward the lake. Cicada larvae live underground and feed on tree roots, weakening trees and stunting growth. Only when they are about to molt do they surface at dusk or night, crawl up trees, and cling to the bark to molt and emerge. Look carefully. They might be on willow trees or coming out of burrows, Zhang Feng said as they searched. Ah, brother, look, I caught one. Little sister shouted happily. Hey, nice. That's exactly it. Keep looking. There should be more nearby. Zhang Feng was pleased they had not come in vain. The three of them grew more excited and continued searching. Sure enough, there were many cicada monkeys in the area. One after another, they were found. The excitement and fun reminded them of childhood treasure hunts. They searched gleefully under each tree. It seemed cicadas preferred willows. Nearly every tree had some. Some trees even had 3 or 5. After circling Moonlight Lake and checking all the willows, more than an hour had passed. Each of their buckets held dozens or even over 100 cicadas. Let's go, Lin, Yi, time to head home. Brother, we're done already? Zhang Yi still wanted more. Zhang Lin also looked hopefully at Zhang Feng. Ha, we've gone all the way around. Where else would we look? They had been so focused they forgot they had returned to their starting point. Ah, that went fast. They looked around in surprise. All right, let's hurry home and see if these really taste as good as people say. Yes, let's go try them. Zhang Yi could not wait. By the time they returned home, it was already 8:30 p.m. The sky was clear with sparse stars, and bright moonlight bathed the earth. Moonlight Lake looked like it was wrapped in a silver veil, dreamy and breathtaking. Back home, Zhang Feng began cleaning the cicadas. As they had lived in the soil, they were covered in mud and needed thorough cleaning to remove all grit. He washed them 5 times before they were finally clean. Then he lit a big fire, poured in 1 or 2 kilograms of cooking oil, and waited until the oil boiled. Then he added the drained cicadas into the sizzling oil. The hot oil crackled, and a rich aroma filled the kitchen, making everyone's mouth water. Though it was his first time frying cicadas, Zhang Feng had excellent control of the heat. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the cicadas turned a golden crispy brown. Zhang Lin, try one. Is it done? Zhang Feng picked one up and handed it to her. Crunch! She took a bite. Crispy, fragrant, delicious. So good. Let me try. Zhang Yi could not wait. Zhang Feng handed one over with a smile. Is it done? Zhang Feng asked, watching their faces. Yes, so delicious, Zhang Yi said eagerly. Once fried, Zhang Feng removed the pan from the fire and scooped up the golden brown cicadas with a strainer. He brought a big bowl of them to the main room. Mom, sister, come taste how these cicadas turned out. The cicadas were golden, crispy, full of rich flavor, and smelled irresistible. Delicious. I never knew these things were edible. Who knew something so plain-looking could taste so good? Everyone praised the taste. They had never thought cicadas could be such a delicacy. In the countryside, people were used to eating grasshoppers and bee larvae, so they had no fear or taboo. Everyone ate heartily and happily. Soon, the entire bowl of cicadas was devoured. Zhang Yi was already shouting that they had to go again tomorrow. Something so tasty could never be enough, no matter how often they ate it. In the dead of night, Zhang Feng stood alone by the window, gazing at the beautiful starry sky. Countless stars dotted the sky, and the bright moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery glow, turning the entire world into a celestial wonderland. It was as breathtaking as the legendary realms, stunning like a poem, a painting so beautiful that words could not describe it. Looking at the ethereal night sky and the vast sea of stars, Zhang Feng felt as though his soul had been cleansed and elevated. He felt light, almost divine, as if he had become one with heaven and earth. He thought about how it had been 3 years since he returned home after graduating from university. In those 3 years, he had achieved nothing, fallen into despair. Fortunately, the heavens gave him another chance, the system, which completely changed his life. Suddenly reminded of the system he had not used in a while, Zhang Feng lay down, closed his eyes, and began checking the recent changes in the system. Host, Zhang Feng. Strength, 25, plus 16 plus 5. Speed, 21, plus 13 plus 2. Reflexes, 22, plus 10 plus 3. Endurance, 21, plus 14 plus 4. Flexibility, 20, plus 10 plus 6. Mental power, 19, plus 11 plus 1. Note, the average level for an adult is 10. Not bad, not bad. Every aspect of my physical condition has improved. It seems the fitness routine is really effective. Zhang Feng was delighted after reviewing his personal stats. He had not checked them for a few days and was surprised to see such a comprehensive improvement in his physical fitness. Points, 7,650. Note, points can be used to purchase various items in the system store. 100 points allow 1 lucky draw. Lucky draw attempts. 1. Skills, basic hunting, basic cooking, basic calligraphy and painting, basic brewing. Owned items. Sunlight Growth Serum X3. Moonlight Growth Serum X2. Incomplete tasks. Side mission, become a millionaire. Time limit, 1 year. Reward, 500 points, 1 lucky draw. Penalty for failure, 1,000 points deducted. System evaluation. Host's combat power is underground. Chronic laziness has been successfully cured. Please continue to work hard and strive to become a strong, diligent, and proactive new generation farmer of the era. So there's still one more draw? Might as well use it now. After some thought, Zhang Feng commanded, System, initiate the draw. Understood, host. Please wait a moment. Soon, the familiar lucky draw wheel appeared in the system. Zhang Feng pressed the start button, and the pointer began to spin rapidly. Stop. At his command, the pointer gradually slowed and came to a halt. Damn, 10 bags of super fertilizer? That only costs 50 points. Zhang Feng shook his head. Another unprofitable draw. Zhang Feng then opened the system store to see what he could exchange points for. System store items. Super fertilizer, 5 points / bag, 50 kilograms. Super pesticide, 5 points / bottle, 100 milliliters. Fragrant rice seeds, 10 points / kilogram. Fruity fragrance agent, 10 points / bottle. Super weeding goat, 50 points each. Sunlight growth serum, 50 points. Moonlight growth serum, 100 points. Fitness routine set 38, 100 points. Mind awakening fluid, 1 dose 150 points. Basic gene fluid, 500 points. Basic driving skill, 500 points. Basic calligraphy and painting skill, 500 points. Foreign language mastery skill, 800 points. Basic hunting skill, 800 points. Basic cooking skill, 800 points. Basic carving skill, 800 points. Basic brewing skill, 1,000 points. Basic skill education card, 1,000 points. Note, 100 yuan can be exchanged for 1 point. System, exchange 1 basic driving skill for me. Zhang Feng planned to buy a car soon, so acquiring driving skills now was just right. Understood, host. Please wait a moment. A few seconds later, the system prompted again, skill successfully exchanged. Would you like to use it now? Use it immediately. Zhang Feng held his breath and focused, preparing to receive the skill transfer. Understood, host. Please wait. As the system's mechanical voice faded, unfamiliar memories surged into Zhang Feng's mind, rich experiences with various sedans, trucks, and buses. As expected from the system, the content was incredibly thorough. After absorbing it, Zhang Feng could not help but sigh in admiration. System-produced skills were indeed exceptional. After acquiring the basic driving skill, Zhang Feng felt slightly dizzy and soon drifted into a deep sleep, which lasted until dawn. Cock-a-doodle-doo. As the rooster crowed, the sun began to rise. The sky in the east brightened, and the sun peeked over the mountain, illuminating the world. Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked out at the clear, cloudless sky. Shaking his head, he muttered, "Another sunny day. Seems like the mushroom business will have to wait." He did not linger in bed. Without hesitation, he got up, dressed, washed, and began his daily exercise, practicing the fitness routine once through. "Yo, Xiao Feng, practicing your sunflower manual again?" Uncle Ernie chuckled as he passed by and saw Zhang Feng performing the odd movements in the courtyard. "Get lost, this is Shaolin's muscle tendon change classic, alright?" Zhang Feng replied irritably. Alright, continue your muscle tendon classic practice. Just don't go too far and end up possessed." Uncle Ernie smiled, pulling his yellow cow as he headed up the mountain. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly and continued his practice. Although the fitness routine was considered common in the Central Universe, for him, it was like a supreme technique. He had only been practicing for a short time, yet his body had already seen significant improvement. He now felt stronger than ever, with a hearty appetite and physical condition at its peak. After breakfast, Zhang Feng picked up his shoulder pole and headed toward the orchard. There were still quite a few late ripening peaches there. He estimated he could harvest over 100 kilograms today. Woof woof, woof woof. Two little dogs saw their master heading out and immediately ran after him. "What is it? You two want to come too?" Zhang Feng turned and saw the two dogs. "Fine, but you must behave and not run around." Woof woof. Although they did not understand his words, the dogs barked in response as if acknowledging his instructions. "Alright, stay close to me." With that, Zhang Feng led the two adorable pups up the mountain. The path grew increasingly rugged, and the two dogs struggled to keep up. Eventually, they began to lag behind. Woof woof, woof woof. Suddenly, Zhang Feng, who was walking ahead, heard their anxious barks and stopped. Turning around, he could not help but laugh. There was a steep ledge behind him, and the little ones, with their stubby legs, were trying and failing to climb it. Unable to keep up, they barked desperately. "Ha, alright, I am coming to help." Zhang Feng put down his pole and carried the chubby dogs over the ledge. Since the mountain path ahead was also rough, Zhang Feng decided to place them in his bamboo baskets, one in each side, like he was carrying two chubby babies. Then he continued on toward the orchard. Inside the baskets, the dogs swayed nervously, whining in distress as if suffering from acrophobia. "Hey, Xiao Feng, carrying your two little ancestors too?" Uncle Ernie teased from the roadside. "Get lost. If they are my ancestors, they are yours too." Zhang Feng shot back without hesitation. He. "So, need a hand today?" Uncle Ernie asked seriously this time. "No need, there is not much work today. I can handle it alone." Zhang Feng declined. After chatting briefly, they parted ways, and Zhang Feng resumed his journey to the orchard. The peaches in Zhang Feng's orchard were nearly finished. Within an hour, he had picked all the ripe ones and returned home with the two pups. Zhang Feng's Moon Lake Immortal peaches had become quite renowned and were popular among tourists. So the moment he arrived home, the peaches were quickly snatched up by eager visitors. Business was booming. "Sis, has all the produce been taken?" Back home, seeing vegetable scraps on the ground, Zhang Feng asked his older sister. "Xiao Wang just picked it up. We made over 600 yuan again today." His sister was beaming. The family's monthly income from selling vegetables alone now approached 20,000 yuan. With the day's tasks completed, Zhang Feng put down his load, took a shower, and leisurely lay in the courtyard, admiring the wildflowers and the colorful butterflies fluttering among them. The following 2 days, all the peaches from Zhang Feng's orchard were sold out. Zhang Feng made a rough estimate, the income should be around 300,000 yuan. As a result, the whole family was overjoyed. They even invited Zhang Yi and Uncle Nyo's families over for a lavish meal to celebrate this year's harvest. With all the peaches sold, and the plums in the orchard not yet ripe, it would take about 10 more days. Zheng Feng once again entered a period of leisure. After dinner, Zheng Feng took his carving tools and went out into the courtyard to continue practicing his carving skills. He planned to carve all the animals in the house and display them inside. It would surely be quite entertaining. Since he had already carved Dahai, Xiaohe, and Xiaba, this time Zheng Feng intended to sculpt Dabai and Xiaobai, the two silly but adorable goats, as well as the family's new member, the little cat. Zheng Feng quickly found 3 suitable pieces of cedar. After a bit of conceptualizing, he began carving. Having gained some experience from his previous attempts, his technique had improved considerably. With the carving knife in hand, its blade flipped and turned as wood shavings flew. Soon, a goat's head emerged from the wood. Zheng Feng's carving skills had reached an advanced level. His wrist was strong, and the blade moved without pause, stroke by stroke sketching out fluid lines and shaping the goat's figure with lifelike detail. Before long, an adorably crafted goat wood sculpture took shape. Zheng Feng gave it a careful final touch, nodded with satisfaction, and moved on to his next carving. Immersed in his work, Zheng Feng seemed to forget everything else. He had no idea that a great change was about to unfold. At that moment, a dark cloud floated in from the horizon, drifting northwest with the southeastern wind. Like a lead goose, it was followed by a long string of black clouds in various sizes. These clouds drifted across the blue sky like mobile islands in the sea, carried by the current. Soon, the sky was entirely overcast. The air felt heavier, as if under pressure. The dark clouds loomed low, threatening to crush the city. A violent storm was about to break. Woof woof. Dahai and Xiaohe, upon seeing the sky darken with clouds, barked anxiously and nudged their master's arm with their heads. What is it, Dahai, Xiaohe? Zheng Feng, lost in his carving, finally noticed their movements and turned to ask. Woof woof, woof woof. Dahai and Xiaohe looked up at the sky, then at their master, barking again. Prompted by Dahai's reminder, Zheng Feng finally noticed the change in weather. Smiling, he rubbed their heads affectionately and said, "Ha, good dogs. Thank you for the reminder. I will give you a bone each later." Indeed, Dahai and Xiaohe are very clever. I was just about to wake you myself, but they beat me to it, his mother said while washing clothes, laughing cheerfully. She never imagined the dogs could be this smart. Woof woof. Hearing her praise, Dahai and Xiaohe squinted happily, wagging their tails at Zheng Feng like children seeking approval, utterly adorable. Seeing how well they had been behaving lately, Zheng Feng could not help but marvel at the system's power. The fact that the Enlightenment serum could make even dogs so intelligent was astounding. Zheng Feng estimated that their intelligence now matched that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Moreover, as they continued to grow and learn, their intelligence would surely increase dramatically. According to the system's description, they could eventually attain the intellect of a 7- or 8-year-old child, meaning they would only become smarter. Suddenly, the sky erupted in chaos. Fierce winds surged. Trees in the courtyard rustled violently. Flowers and grass at the base of the walls were flattened, pitifully twisted by the wind. The wind grew stronger, fiercer. It swept up fallen leaves and dust, whirling them into the air and leaving the courtyard in utter disarray. The dark clouds danced with the wind, like sea dragons stirring the deep, roaring through the twilight, radiating a chilling light, claws extended as if to tear the heavens apart. Gradually, the entire sky went black. The dense mass of clouds resembled a colossal black curtain, enveloping the heavens. With dark clouds pressing down, a howling wind heralded an imminent storm. Witnessing the transformation above, the people on the ground burst with joy. Their long drought had worn them down, the mountains and forests had not produced mushrooms, leaving them with no income. So when they saw the sky filled with clouds, they felt not worry but elation. Tears of joy welled in their eyes. At last, the long-awaited rain was coming. "Ha, old woman, it is going to rain, it is really going to rain." An old man, smoking a dry pipe, excitedly put it down and shouted to his wife, "Bang bang bang, it is going to rain, hurry and collect the laundry." Excited children banged on roof tiles, shouting at the top of their lungs to express their joy. What? It is going to rain? Hearing the commotion, people looked outside. Seeing the heavy clouds, they were overwhelmed with excitement. "Ha ha ha, it is finally going to rain." Uncle Air, who was watering vegetables in his garden, trembled with excitement at the sight of the sky. He dropped his ladle without even noticing. Soon, raindrops the size of beans pelted down with crackling intensity, like a shower of bullets striking the earth, forming circular craters wherever they landed. "Dahai, Xiaohe, hurry! It is raining!" Zheng Feng quickly packed up his tools and called the dogs. Dahai and Xiaohe tucked their tails and darted inside behind him like arrows. Seeing the rain fall like a barrage of arrows from the sky, Zheng Feng was also overjoyed. This was a timely downpour. Indeed, the rain grew heavier. The initially sparse drops turned into a torrential downpour. Water poured from the thick clouds like a silver-white waterfall suspended from the Milky Way, grand, majestic, and unstoppable. Ha ha ha. Excellent. This rain is just what we needed. Now we have nothing to worry about in the orchard. His mother was overwhelmed with emotion. After more than 10 days of drought, any further delay would have affected the fruit harvest, possibly reducing it, or even wiping it out. Yes, with this rain, the soil will be fully saturated. Watching the heavy rain from the window, Zheng Feng knew the fruit trees were receiving exactly the moisture they needed. Their growth would not be hindered, perhaps it would even be improved. The downpour lasted about 2 hours, with a rainfall of 40 to 50 millimeters. Outside, the ground was soaked. The once parched earth had finally been quenched. This timely rain alleviated the drought and allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaofeng, the rain has stopped. Go clear the ditch outside. Wang Guilan called to Zhang Feng when she saw the courtyard filled with water. Got it, Mom. Zhang Feng grabbed a hoe and slipped on some sandals before heading out. Due to the violent storm, a lot of debris had been washed into the drainage ditch, clogging it and preventing the water from flowing out. As a result, it had accumulated in the courtyard. Zhang Feng cleared away the branches, plastic bags, and other debris. Water gushed down the ditch, eventually flowing into the vast moonlake. After the rain, not only did the weather become cool, but the air also turned fresh. It was as though the whole world had been cleansed, becoming purer, more beautiful. Stars now dotted the sky. The twinkling lights above looked like crystal-clear drops of water hanging in the heavens, sparkling brilliantly. After a heavy rain, the summer nights in the mountain village gradually turned cool. Outside the window, the eastern wind whooshed, and the leaves swayed and rubbed against each other, creating a rustling sound, like young lovers whispering in the dark, gentle and lingering. Since everything outside was still damp from the rain, Zheng Feng stayed at home with his family and watched television. It was not until after 10 o'clock that he returned to his room. Zheng Feng loved the night sky of his hometown the most. It was pure, ethereal, and tranquil, as if it could cleanse and elevate his soul. Standing by the window, gazing at the familiar night sky, he saw countless stars twinkling. Without the dazzling lights of a big city, the sky appeared particularly clear and serene. As the saying goes, each autumn rain brings a new chill. Although it was still summer, the climate in the mountains had distinct seasons and large temperature differences between day and night. At night, one still needed a blanket. Zheng Feng felt this kind of weather was quite pleasant. Unlike cities known as furnaces, where the temperature barely changes from day to night and the constant heat is unbearable, though Zhangjiawen was just a remote mountain village, Zheng Feng felt as if its mountains and rivers had already merged with his blood. He and his hometown were one, inseparable from its clear lake, fresh air, bright moonlight, and beautiful nights. And of course, from his beloved family. Lying in bed, thoughts drifting, he gradually fell asleep. Morning. The sky was a deep blue, not a cloud in sight. The blazing sun still hung high in the sky, and the scorching rays beat down upon the land. It looked like another extremely hot day. But the rain from yesterday had thoroughly soaked the forest and land. In the orchard, the fruit trees were lush and vibrant, dripping with vitality. The fruits were plump and glistening, full of life. In the vegetable garden behind Zheng Feng's house, rows of Chinese cabbage were bright green like a ribbon of jade. The bright red tomatoes looked like beautiful rubies, radiant and charming. There were also purple eggplants, green cucumbers, and long slender string beans. Every kind of vegetable was beautiful, like exquisite works of art. Uncle Carpenter, should the work be done today? Because of the house extension over the past few days, Zhang Feng had not allowed any tourists to stay, which disappointed many visitors who came from afar. But since there was construction upstairs, he had no choice and arranged for them to stay at second uncle's house instead, bringing them some extra income as well. Yes, I estimate another hour or two. Once I install this door, everything will be completely finished. Uncle Carpenter breathed a sigh of relief. After 7 or 8 days of work, the 2 rooms were finally done. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. Though the job had been tiring, the reward was worth it. This single project would earn him 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, far easier than farming. Knowing the extension would be completed today, Zhang Feng's entire family was delighted. They planned a proper celebratory lunch, so Zhang Feng's mother, Wang Guilan, asked him to slaughter a chicken and fish and invited second uncle and Uncle Neil for a lively gathering. After setting the chicken on the stove, Zhang Feng headed to second uncle's house. Is second uncle home? At the time, he was in the courtyard, smoking and blowing clouds of smoke. Xiaofeng is here. Xiaoyi is in the room on the computer, second uncle said, assuming Zhang Feng came to see Zhang Yi. Second uncle, our house extension is finishing today, so I wanted to invite you over for lunch. Zhang Feng smiled. Oh, almost done? That young carpenter works pretty fast. Second uncle was a bit surprised, then nodded. All right, we will come over soon. Do not forget. Zhang Feng reminded him again before leaving. Next, Zhang Feng called Uncle Niu. Uncle Niu, are you busy today? Just tell me what is up. I am in the orchard spraying pesticide. He put down his sprayer and asked. Our house is just about finished, so I wanted to invite you over for lunch. Lucky me. I was just thinking about where I could crash a meal, and now I get to eat at a big family table. Uncle Niu laughed heartily. He was busy, and Aunt Niu had work. No one was home to cook anyway. Perfect, then. Bring little duck over with you, and try to come early, Zhang Feng said before hanging up. Once everyone was notified, Zhang Feng began preparing the ingredients. Zhang Lin and his eldest sister helped with selecting and washing vegetables. Soon, all the vegetables for lunch were ready. Everything was set except for the final spark. Xiaofeng, it is finally done. Come check it out. Around 9:30, the house extension was officially completed. Great, I am coming now. Overjoyed, Zhang Feng rushed up to the second floor to inspect the 2 new rooms. In the end, he was very satisfied. Excellent, just perfect. He excitedly patted the wooden floor. With 2 more rooms, they could accommodate more guests. Good, as long as you are happy. If there are any problems in the future, just let me know. Uncle Carpenter smiled warmly. Of course. If there is a problem with the wooden house you built, who else would I go to? Zhang Feng joked half seriously. You brat, do you still not trust my craftsmanship? Uncle Carpenter replied with a laugh. Zhang Feng chuckled. Oh, Uncle Carpenter, do not forget to join us for lunch later. Got it. I will take my tools home first and come back soon. Uncle Carpenter gathered his tools into a cloth bag and headed home. After he left, Zhang Feng cleaned the new rooms. Soon, both rooms were spotless. Zhang Lin even wiped down all the wooden boards with a towel, leaving the windows bright and everything dust-free. At noon, the family set out 2 full tables, one for the women and children, and the other for the drinkers. Cups clinked, dice games and shouting made the scene lively. The women finished eating in under half an hour. The drinkers, however, stayed at the table until 3 in the afternoon before reluctantly stopping. In the afternoon, the scorching sun still hung in the sky. The weather was unbearably hot. In front of the house, a large cypress tree stood in full bloom, its thick green canopy like a giant umbrella covering most of the courtyard, providing a touch of coolness in the summer heat. Cicadas on the tree chirped noisily, like electric saws cutting through wood, their calls echoing through the air extremely vibrant. After food and drinks, Zhang Feng sat under the cypress tree, enjoying the shade and a moment of leisure. This breeze is so refreshing. A gust of wind blew by, and Zhang Feng felt as if he were in an icy realm, cool all over. It was a rare kind of pleasure. The watermelon in the fridge should be ice cold by now. With that thought, Zhang Feng quickly got up, walked into the house, and took out the watermelon he had put in the fridge earlier. Perfect. He gave it a few hearty slaps. The watermelon was ice cold. On a hot day like this, nothing could be more satisfying. Placing it on the stone table, Zhang Feng retrieved a fruit knife from the kitchen and sliced it cleanly in 2. Black seeds and crimson flesh instantly appeared before his eyes. The deep red pulp gave off a faint, sweet fragrance, cold and enticing. He swallowed, then eagerly scooped out a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The sweet, icy flavor immediately refreshed his entire being. Seeing him eat, Dahei and Shohei came running over, bowls in their mouths. Their intention was obvious. You 2 little gluttons, Zhang Feng chuckled, scooping 2 large pieces into their bowls. The 2 little dogs did not fight, each took a piece and happily munched away, snorting contentedly. Time flowed like a river, rolling endlessly eastward. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday again, and the weekend was just around the corner. After getting up in the morning and picking vegetables from the backyard garden with his family, Zhang Feng found himself with nothing else to do. With idle time on his hands, he decided to take a walk by the lake. So, Zhang Feng took the 2 little dogs and headed toward the lakeside. However, just after stepping out of the house, he suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed intently ahead, as if he had spotted something interesting. Damn! How could I forget about our fishing boat? Looking at the rain tarp-covered item by the lakeshore, Zhang Feng slapped his forehead in frustration. That was none other than their own fishing boat. It was not unusual that the family owned a boat. Zhang Feng's father used to be a fisherman on Moon Lake. Sadly, after his father passed away, the boat was completely abandoned and left by the lake, neglected for 3 or 4 years. If not for today's sudden thought, Zhang Feng would have completely forgotten they even had a boat. He immediately walked over and pulled off the tarp. A small wooden boat, 4 or 5 meters long, appeared before his eyes. This was their family's fishing boat. As a child, Zhang Feng often played on it. Every scratch and groove on its surface was familiar to him. He carefully inspected the boat. It was still in excellent condition, no doubt thanks to his mother maintaining it over the years. It had not been damaged by wind or sun. Only the oars were missing, likely stored away by his mother. "Mom, where are the oars for our fishing boat?" His mother happened to be at a stall near the lake, and Zhang Feng quickly ran over to ask. "You mean the wooden oars? They should be on top of the pigsty in the backyard. Go check if they are still there." Sure enough, his mother had stored them away. Zhang Feng immediately went to the backyard and quickly found the oars inside the pigsty. Now the boat was finally complete. All that was left was to push it into the water and set sail across the lake. However, pushing the boat into the water alone would not be easy. Although the boat was not particularly large, it still weighed several hundred kilograms. But Zhang Feng was not deterred. Having grown up by the lake, he had seen many methods of launching boats. The simplest method was to place round logs under the boat's hull and roll it toward the water. So, Zhang Feng went home to find a few logs and called his sister to help. "Zhang Lin, I'll push the boat. You place the logs underneath, okay?" He placed the first log under the bow and explained. "Got it, brother." Zhang Lin immediately understood what he intended. She held the logs, ready to insert them as soon as Zhang Feng pushed the boat forward. She also had to ensure the spacing between the logs was not too wide. With the two siblings working in perfect coordination, the wooden boat slowly slid down the slope and into the lake. The launching was complete. "Yes, it's finally in the water." The excited brother and sister cheered joyfully. Zhang Feng then took out a rope, tying one end securely to the boat's bow and the other to a cement post on the dock. It was not yet time to set sail. He still needed to observe whether the boat was leaking. Only when the hull was confirmed safe could they use it. "Let's go. We'll come back later." Zhang Feng decided to return home for now and come back after some time to check on it. He and his sister headed back. At home, Zhang Feng searched the utility room and found their fishing nets. However, due to long-term neglect, several large nets were torn and unusable. Only a few cast nets could still be repaired. So, Zhang Feng took the fishing lines and a few cast nets into the courtyard and began mending them. Having grown up around fishing, mending nets was not a difficult task for him. About an hour later, he finally finished repairing all the nets. Finally done. Time to test them in the lake and see how they perform. "Zhang Lin, let's go fishing." "Alright, brother." His sister was excited too. She had not been on a boat since it was last used. "Zhang Lin, sit tight." Standing on the boat, Zhang Feng was equally thrilled. "Let's go." With a strong pull of the oar, the boat cut through the water like an arrow, swiftly heading toward the center of the lake. The two of them rowed the boat leisurely, enjoying the beauty of the lake. In ancient times, family retired and drifted across the 5 lakes, and Sudongpa, too, traveled the Yangtze, penning eternal lines like soaring on the wind, ascending to immortality. "Brother, Moon Lake is really so beautiful." Zhang Lin's eyes widened, afraid to miss a single scene. "By the way, brother, I have 2 classmates coming over tomorrow." "Oh, no problem. We've got plenty of food and space. If your classmates are coming, let them. Just let Mom know when we get back." Zhang Feng smiled, happy to hear the news. "Thanks, brother. I already told Mom." His sister replied cheerfully. "No worries. Tomorrow I'll take you all boating. We can even have a cookout on the riverbank." Zhang Feng was more than happy to see his sister socializing. Everyone should have a few close friends. Soon, the two finished a full lap around Moon Lake. Then Zhang Feng selected a shallow area to cast the net. He took out a cast net, carefully arranging it, then threw it out with force. The net spread out evenly like a white trumpet flower, falling gracefully into the calm lake. Casting a net was relatively simple. First, the net cords had to be arranged properly so they would be released smoothly. When casting, one needed to twist the waist, rotate the body, and flick the wrists in one fluid motion to create enough centrifugal force for the net to fully spread. The key was coordination, like throwing a grenade. Releasing at the moment of maximum extension gave the net the greatest spread. Seconds later, before the net touched bottom, Zhang Feng quickly pulled it up to avoid it being torn by debris on the lakebed. As he pulled, he felt significant resistance. There were likely fish inside. "Brother, there's fish." Soon, fish were hauled in, and Zhang Lin shouted with joy. "Nice, very nice. I didn't expect to catch this many on the first try." The two quickly collected the fish into the boat's hold. Zhang Feng counted them, 7 or 8 fish, including carp, crucian, and grass carp. Some were quite large, even the smallest weighed around half a kilogram. Zhang Feng cast the nets several more times. Each time, he caught something. Eventually, they had about 20 kilograms of fish and returned home satisfied. Mom, we're back. Oh, Xiaofeng, you're back. His mother rushed over when she saw the boat returning. Seeing it full of fish, she was thrilled. The three of them happily carried the fish home. The whole family got to work cleaning and storing them in the fridge. After lunch, Zhang Feng sat in the main hall watching TV when he received a call from Yang Guan, Judge's father, who had visited the previous weekend. Hello, Brother Yang? Yes, Xiaofeng. Do you still have guest rooms? We want to come visit again this weekend. Yes, everything is open. When are you coming? I'll reserve the rooms for you. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Wonderful. We'll come over after work today. Yang Guan was overjoyed. Last time, getting a room had been difficult. Everyone had tried to book, but he managed to get lucky. Great, I'll get everything ready for you. Just after hanging up, Zhang Feng got another call from his old classmate Louis. She and her grandparents also planned to stay at Moon Lake for a couple of days. You better remember. If there's no room, I'll come after you. She warned like a typical strong-willed woman. Yes, my dear lady. The guest rooms are all empty. Zhang Feng replied with a helpless smile. Alright then, remember to pick us up at the village entrance this afternoon. Got it. Just call when you arrive. Zhang Feng smiled. Somehow, perhaps because his farmhouse had gained a certain level of popularity, Zhang Feng received several more reservation calls. Unfortunately, with 2 sets of guests already arriving and limited help at home, he had to stop accepting further bookings. With Zhang Lin's classmates also coming, that made 3 groups. Zhang Feng had promised to take them boating and cook out with them, so the household could not accommodate any more guests. Since 6 guests were arriving that afternoon, Zhang Feng began preparing the evening meal. There was already fish at home, caught earlier that morning using a cast net. Then Zhang Feng went to the backyard and caught 2 kilograms of yellow eels, planning to make a dry-fried eel dish for everyone. Zhang Feng suddenly noticed a dark shadow in the water channel. It looked very much like a snakehead fish. If it really was a snakehead, the small fish and eels in the water would be doomed. Snakeheads are omnivorous, extremely aggressive, and love feeding on other fish. To fish farmers, they are a genuine scourge. Zhang Feng immediately went home, grabbed some bait soaked in sunlight growth serum, and prepared to lure the beast out of its lair to see what exactly that shadow in the water was. He scattered the bait into the water channel according to his plan, his eyes fixated on the surface, tightly gripping the landing net in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Soon, the fish, shrimp, and eels in the water caught the scent of the sunlight growth serum and swam frantically toward the bait. As the water teemed with fish, Zhang Feng kept his gaze steady, patiently waiting for the mysterious black shadow to emerge. At that moment, a dark form shot forth like a sword, charging fiercely toward the bait. Zhang Feng focused his eyes. It was indeed a snakehead. With a swift sweep of the net, Zhang Feng caught the shadow, but the fish thrashed so violently that the net was nearly unable to contain it. Reacting quickly, Zhang Feng flung the fish with his right hand, throwing it 4 or 5 meters onto the ground. No matter how much it struggled now, it could not escape. Zhang Feng rushed over and grabbed it tightly with both hands. Only then did he examine the fish closely. Its body was pitch black with snake-like patterns on its skin. It was about 1 foot long and weighed roughly 2 to 3 kilograms. Snakeheads are highly aggressive and have sharp teeth. Extreme caution is necessary when handling them to avoid being bitten. Holding the fish firmly, Zhang Feng returned home. Now we've got another great dish for tonight. He looked forward to making fish and tofu soup with the snakehead, confident everyone would enjoy it. By the time all the ingredients were ready, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The guests would be arriving soon. Madman, we're almost there. Hurry to the village entrance and pick us up. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Zhang Feng received a call from Louis. You're almost here? Alright, I'll head over right now. Zhang Feng hung up and quickly walked to the village entrance. He was very excited about his old classmate's visit, but also a little nervous. Louis's grandparents were coming along to stay for a few days at Moon Lake, and Zhang Feng was unsure if the elderly couple would be comfortable with his family's modest lifestyle. He did not know the exact circumstances of Louis's family, but he had heard they were quite wealthy. Zhang Feng had never interacted with well-off elderly folks before and worried about not being able to host them properly. He soon arrived at the village entrance, which was always bustling. The village elders loved gathering here to play chess and chat about life, while the local kids played under the big banyan tree, hide and seek, blind man's bluff. The girls skipped rope and played with beanbags. After school, the place was always lively, like a playground for children. Xiaofeng's here. Xiaofeng, come play around with us. This old man's chess is terrible. Uncle Air and Grandpa Mountain were playing chess and called out with a laugh when they saw him. What? My chess is terrible? Who nearly crushed you just now and only lost because you cheated to prolong the game? Grandpa Mountain bristled and twitched his mustache angrily. Oh please. You were the one who took your move back first. I only took back one move. What about you? How many times did you undo yours? The two old men bickered like children, neither willing to concede. Heh, you gentlemen take your time. I've got something to take care of. Watching the two old kids argue, Zheng Feng found it amusing. Both were actually terrible at chess, but perhaps that was why they enjoyed playing together. It seemed they could not go a day without a little squabble. They often left in a huff, but always forgot the argument after a good night's sleep and returned the next day to play again. It was quite endearing. About 15 minutes later, a red BMW pulled up to the village entrance. Zheng Feng had sharp eyes. He recognized the driver from a distance. Who else could it be but his old classmate, Louis? When the car stopped, Zheng Feng quickly walked over. Madman, I'm back again. Very welcome. You're always welcome, anytime. Madman, these are my grandparents. As soon as the elderly couple stepped out of the car, Louis introduced them. Hello Grandpa, Grandma. Welcome to Zhangjiawan. Zheng Feng greeted them with a cheerful smile. Ah, so this is Zheng Feng. We've heard he mention you often. We heard the scenery here is beautiful, so we've come to shamelessly stay for a few days. Hope we're not imposing. Grandpa nodded and smiled. What a spirited young man, Grandma thought to herself, nodding slightly. She was quite pleased. This was what young people should be like, full of energy and sunshine. Not at all, not at all. As long as you don't mind our simple home, Zheng Feng replied, waving his hand. Ha ha ha, why would we? You probably don't know this, but our Liu family has been poor farmers for 3 generations. I grew up in the countryside, and conditions back then were far worse than they are now. Grandpa laughed heartily. That's right. When I first married into the family, we didn't even have a new bed. It was made of bricks and wooden planks. Life was really hard back then. Grandma added, reminiscing fondly. Though she spoke of hardship, her heart felt warm. Madman, come help me with the luggage. Louis opened the trunk and called out to Zheng Feng. Damn, are you moving in? Why did you bring so much stuff? 3 large suitcases filled the entire trunk. Zheng Feng was stunned. Hee, I am moving in. The scenery here is so beautiful I plan to settle here permanently. Louis laughed. Alright, whatever you say. Zheng Feng shook his head, quickly unloaded the luggage, and led the 3 of them back to the house. Mom, the guests are here. The elderly couple and Yi are here. Come in, please. Wang Guilan and the 2 daughters quickly came out to greet them. Oh, we're really imposing. Not at all. Zheng Feng then introduced everyone to each other, so they could get acquainted. Zheng Lin promptly served tea, and Zheng Feng and Louis brought the luggage into the guest room. What a huge cypress tree. It must be 50 or 60 years old, right, Xiaofeng? After settling in, Grandpa stepped into the courtyard and immediately noticed the towering tree. Lush and vigorous, it nearly covered the whole yard. It's been 70 or 80 years. They say my grandfather planted it when he was young. A magnificent tree. You hardly see trees like this in the city anymore, Grandpa said regretfully. Though city life was convenient, he still missed the tranquil, natural life of the countryside. Xiaofeng seems to like flowers too. The courtyard is beautifully maintained, Grandma said, smiling at the colorful garden. Hee, just something I tend to when I've got spare time, Zheng Feng replied modestly. In truth, it was thanks to the sunlight growth serum, the wildflowers in the yard flourished because of it.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.